place tomorrow here at the Espaço Center in the heart of São Paulo. At this point, I'd like to welcome our live audience present here at the Espaço São Paulo. Welcome, everybody. Wow, let's go, let's go. Wow. That's the kind of energy I'm talking about. Lovely. Thank you so much, each and every one of you. It's great to see you all. It's great you guys all decided to come here. I'm Ashmoha, by the way. I'm joined here by Hart, and I'm joined by TOS boys. Before we actually start talking about today's series, I'd actually love to go back to yesterday and talk a little bit about what happened there. So we kicked yesterday off with Lewis versus Nikov. Lewis obviously had to win the whole thing in order to be able to qualify. He did do his job. Terrible. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough for Lewis. But Lewis, this was his first LAN, Hart. And, you know, usually when you have someone coming to a LAN for the first time, you kind of have somewhat lower expectations for those players. It was not the case for Lewis. I'm pretty sure everybody was expecting him to do perhaps a little bit better. How do you see his performance throughout the tournament?
Well, Lewis, I think, definitely had bigger expectations than he managed to achieve here. But I think it's a first good step for him, right? Everybody has to go through the first LAN tournament participation. We see here that's the case for Lewis and Sorakuma. So Lewis shouldn't be too disappointed. Obviously, you want better than that. But he managed to get one win, one set win, and I think it gives you hope for the future. Mm-hmm. You know, he will for sure be at another LAN in the future, so he needs to think about that, and this is just his first step.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so then we had Leary versus Mr. Yo, and there was a matchup TOS. There was not much to play for. Both players were virtually qualified, but Mr. Yo had a pretty rough tournament so far, I want to say. He did win his first series, then goes 3-0 in the next two. Is that something we used to see from Mr. Yo, that he also sort of ramps up during the tournament?
Yeah, well, he always does ramp up during the tournament.
Yeah.
So we're not surprised to see him get off to a slow start. And yesterday, he did some kind of weird strategies. He tried that Phosphor Rush, and maybe he wasn't 100% showing all the strategies he prepared for today, so I'd expect a bit more of the Yo we're used to seeing today.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious about that, Hart. When do you start showing your prepared stuff? Is it now, when the playoff stage kicks in?
I think in Mr. Yo's case, I think he always fumbles a little bit in group stages, but he manages to get to the playoffs just by the bare minimum, and that's when he actually starts showing what he's capable of. He's consistently top 4, right? I think, generally speaking, though, you show a little bit in group stage, mm-hmm. but if you have something that's really, really good, you save that for the playoffs. If you think you're going to be like a top 4 player, for example, then maybe you save it for this stage, for the quarterfinals, mm-hmm. right? So I think we're going to be seeing some more prepared strategies starting today.
Yeah, I also wonder, when you're here at a live event, you have an audience and things like that. I imagine some players might get a little bit nervous. Mr. Yo, though, obviously Leary, the same case, but Mr. Yo is not the kind of guy who's going to be scared. It's not going to be nervous. Way too much experience on that guy, right? So then we had Hera versus Andy. Hera wins 2-1, despite actually losing the first map, the island map. So I was very curious and very surprised, I guess, Hart, to see that Hera chose to play against Andy today again, because he had the chance to play against ACCM. Well, what do you make of that choice?
I think it's mostly because ACCM practices a decent amount with Hera. I think also ACCM's style is just a bit dirtier in play style than freaking Andy. So I think it's just both are really good players. Just who do you prefer facing? I think Hera felt comfortable after game 1 yesterday against mm-hmm. Andy. So maybe he just thinks he can execute the same way. Andy did put him under some pressure, even I would say maybe made him doubt himself after game 1, right? Because that was a really strong game 1 by Andy, and sometimes that can shake you as a player. It's like, okay, maybe I had the wrong ideas about how to approach, especially a water map like that, right? So maybe Hera did go through some thinking about what needs to change for today, especially if he was going to choose him as an opponent.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Then we had Viper versus Sebastian. Sebastian wins 2-1 versus Viper, and Sebastian now the only player with a 3-0 record in the Swiss stage, TOS. Were you expecting to see this kind of performance?
Well, I'm not surprised by it. I don't know if I'm expecting it from him just yet, but let's be honest. This is a South American LAN. This is his home turf, basically. He doesn't have to travel far for this. He's here, and I think he wants to do very well. I think there's going to be a lot of people cheering for him. And there we are, right here. Exactly. That's the energy he's going to want to channel when he
It's the
plays
kind of
his games
energy he's going to be needing. Then there was Vitruser ACCM, a little bit of a heartbreaking moment there. So for ACCM, he obviously needed to win, and he needed the next series to go in his way, which it did. But what do you make of ACCM's performance here so far, Hart? ACCM also the kind of guy that sometimes struggles quite a bit in LAN tournaments. I believe this might have been actually the first time he made out of a group stage on a LAN tournament and made it into the playoffs. So all in all, a positive development for him, obviously.
Yeah, I think ACCM maybe suffers a little bit from the LAN environment because maybe nerves, maybe it's a different play style, I think, for players because we're all playing on lower ping, while when he plays at home, usually it's super high ping.
Great point.
So
yeah.
certain things that could work online don't work as well here. But I think he's just a very strong player. He once again made it past the group stage just barely. But today's do or die for him. So I think as long as he doesn't let the 2 first days get to his head, he had a good day yesterday. Mm-hmm. So he just needs to repeat that today.
Mm-hmm. All right, so last year's yesterday was then Sorakuma versus Tato. Tato wins 3-0. Sorakuma also one of the first timers of the tournament. A little bit of a sunshine, this Sorakuma guy. Everybody was just so happy to see him.
He is so happy.
Yeah,
that's the great thing about Sorakuma. He's going around, he's taking selfies with everyone. It's just, he's a happy presence in this event. It's so wonderful to see him here. And he's just so excited that he gets to meet everyone for the first time. And I think a lot of us, we've all known each other for a while, at least among the community. He's a newcomer and also played extremely well for his first LAN. I don't think anyone was expecting him to make the playoffs, but he came really close to doing so.
Very, very close. Unfortunately, not quite good enough. Now, the interesting here to me, so Tato wins 3-0 that series, and Tato started the Swiss stage actually losing, but it was versus Leary, which can always give a little bit of an impression. However, the first series today will be versus Leary, as we do see the players already here on stage getting ready to get the games going. So, Hart, how much does it change? Because they played player R3, obviously. Now this one's going to be a best of 5. How much does it change? Preparation obviously changes, but who would you say does this favor that we're now extending the series into a best of 5?
Yeah, I think this is where we might see Tato show some strategies if he had prepared any. This is where you use them, right? Against Leary, starting off the group stage against him, obviously it's not ideal, but you did get his book holes, which are very important. So you get the potentially number 2 player in the world, Buchholz, so that's very good. And then now you face him again. So I think you're going to start thinking more about specific wins. It's a best of 5, so if you have just one strategy to give you a little bit of an edge in such a short set, I think it's very important. It would be time to show it now.
All right, so the second series for today is going to be Sebastian versus Mr. Yo. Again, we just talked about Mr. Yo, just talked about Sebastian. Do we have an idea of kinds of maps Sebastian will be trying to play against Mr. Yo here?
Ooh, well, Mr. Yo is always known as a Nomad player, and there are 2 Nomad maps in this map pool, Monte Pasquale and Pantanal. I think that Sebastian probably would want to ban those, and even thinking about Mr. Yo, he's a pretty good hybrid map player too. So I think if Sebastian wants to focus on something like a Citan or the more land aggressive maps, that would be his focus.
Mm-hmm. So how do you think Mr. Yo should approach this matchup here at Hart? Because again, he's been struggling, but by this time he's probably going to have a good understanding of what the meta is in some of these maps, and of course, very experienced player, particularly when it comes to late Imperial Age games. So do you think that's something he might be aiming for, to extend games as much as possible for Sebastian, for example?
Yeah, I think what we have seen in the last couple tournaments is that Mr. Yo shows a little bit of a weakness against players that have the super aggressive style of Leary, Hera, Sebastian, right? He prefers more strategic approach matchups. So I think he needs to pick civs that, first of all, let him survive the early game, because I feel like sometimes he goes for like later game picks, and that doesn't go unpunished against these players. So now that he's facing Sebastian, he needs to be aware. He needs a good civilization to make sure he survives the early game, but something that also lets him win the late game, where he usually excels.
That's such an interesting point. Then third series will be Viper versus ACCM. Now, Viper has shown some tremendous shape in this tournament so far. He did lose against Sebastian, but he beat Leary 3-0, which was pretty much unheard of. And again, ACCM has been struggling a little bit. So how do you see that series going here?
I think that's a big question mark of what type of level is ACCM going to bring now that he's in the playoffs, and how is Viper going to perform? Because he's also been dealing with a health issue throughout this playoffs. He just had eye surgery recently, and the first 2 days he said he felt good. The third day he was feeling a bit worse. So I think a lot of it's going to depend on how Viper himself is feeling and what type of game if he's able to continue looking like he was when he played 3-0 against Leary, or maybe if he's going to slow down a bit.
Then last series of the day is going to be Hera versus freaking Andy. Now, again, Hearts, Hera did lose a series. And again, I feel like every time Hera loses a series in an SCR tournament, it's kind of news. It's big news because we're not used to seeing that. So do you see this as a sign of the competition really catching up to Hera, and maybe it's the edge just getting ever so slightly lower than it used to be in comparison to the competition? How do you see the fact that Hera has now lost twice in a row to Sebastian?
Yeah, I think that obviously, I don't know if it gives people hope, like maybe we're entering an era
where it's a bit closer,
such high competition between Hera, Leary, Sebastian, maybe Viper in there as well, right? I feel like it's a bit more of the meta being in a state where making very slight wrong decisions at the beginning of the game can really snowball on you. Like I feel like a couple months ago even, the meta was a bit slower, right? Such early game mistakes wouldn't cost you the game. And now, I don't know if it's because players just got that much better or it was only specifically the meta change. But now it feels like some games, you're just losing from the beginning. And I feel like that's something that's been happening to Hera. The games he loses usually is because he just had the wrong opening, let's say. And then it's just too hard to come back against a player of Sebastian's caliber.
Yeah, very interesting. Okay, I believe casters are ready to take over, but before we hand it over to him, I want to hear a quick prediction for the first series. Leary versus Tato, TOS, what's the end score?
Leary 3-2.
Leary 3-2, Hart.
Leary 3-1.
Leary 3-1, interesting. All right, so that was it for the first segment. You guys better get ready because the series is just about to go underway, and I'll send it over to Dave and Lewis. Boys, take it over.
Welcome in, folks. I'm Dave, and you can't see me right now because it's literally black, but I'm here with Lewis. We're in the dark. We're getting ready for the knockout stages as our lighting goes up. There we go. Lewis, welcome to our knockout stages. Welcome to the quarterfinals. We got a good series here. We got Leary against Tato, a rematch of the group stage of the play all threes. Tato really struggled there. He tried aggressive strategies early, the tower rush in every single game. Do we think we're going to see that again?
I think we will, because Tato is a very different player to Leary, right? Tato's very aggressive in the early game, but Leary is more kind of playing for the castle age timing more often.
Yeah, and I think Tato realizes, like, you look at the past results between these two.
Yeah.
It's 18-8, I believe, on Wikipedia, right, in their past record. I think Tato realizes he's the underdog, and he always feels, whenever he doesn't have the advantage going into a set, he feels like he has to go crazy.
Yeah.
He can't play meta, right? He has to really be aggressive early, and he has to try and kick Leary out of the game.
Yeah, these are some very aggressive maps that we have picked as well, because we've seen in previous games, Tato likes to go like all-in scouts in Feudal Age, and then follow that up with towers, and then do the extended Feudal Age. He's done that multiple times across tournaments, and the maps we have today, they kind of suit him, I think. He has, picked two hybrid maps, but then again, Leary's got two open land aggressive maps.
So for anyone who can't see at home yet, we will get the map draft up for you soon. We've got Pantanal, Amazonia for Tato, and then we have Sertao and Parque de Ipiranha. Was that close? I'm hoping it's close.
Parque de Ipiranha.
We have that for Leary, and then of course our neutral map was Tupui. So I think Tato got a little bit unfortunate. The way that the draft works is you draft and you ban a certain amount of maps, and then there's 3 left over.
Yeah.
And the computer randomly selects from one of those.
Exactly, yeah.
There was Lençóis Maranhenses, Tupui, and then there was Cerrados Carajás remaining. I think Tato would have liked Lençóis Maranhenses.
I agree.
Or maybe even Cerrados Carajás instead of Tupui.
But then again, Tupui is still a very aggressive map control type of map. And Tato, the civs he's picked, like Incas, can claim the map very quick with a Champion Rush. He's also got Slavs. But looking at the draft here, I think Leary's draft looks a little bit better on paper. But then again, Tato's draft, he picks every single civ that he wants. They might not be the best civs, but the civs are tailored to him.
Yeah, we're looking at some standouts here like Pantanal, is one of Tato's home maps, right? And he let Chinese slip through. He didn't pick them first either,
Yeah.
so there was an opportunity for both players to pick Chinese. He lets Leary get that. I'm going to say he let them get it.
Honestly, I think that's the correct decision because
Yeah.
you can still beat Chinese with Huns because on the Nomad map you start with the horse.
Yeah.
So maybe he's thinking, okay, I can lame him or I can somehow find a way to win with Huns, and then he takes Persians instead. So he's got an S tier Civ on a different map to Leary, and he's not playing an exact mirror matchup, which he doesn't want because normally the mirror matchups suit the better player.
Exactly. And Tato feels like, at least in the meta conversation, he's a little bit further behind Leary. I mean, everyone is basically a little bit further behind Leary in that meta conversation. So Tato's going to try and do something crazy. That's why people love watching him. That's why I love casting him.
Yeah.
You never really know what you're going to get. He's always got like a main strategy and then 5 backup strategies for every single map, especially with underrated civilizations that nobody else is using.
And that's the thing, right? Like when Leary's practicing, he's probably not practicing versus the Slavs. He's probably not practicing versus the Celts, right? He's normally practicing versus the S tier civs. So this is also something Leary has in practice first. And also a good thing about Tato, he can play every style. He can force-through rush, he can play standard, he can do the Tato rush with the two archery rangers behind the opponent's base, I'm pretty sure?
Yeah.
And then he can also go for the scouts and, all in feudal age play. So he's very versatile in his game, but Leary's a bit more, I would say robotic and dynamic, but very, very clean and sharp.
So we've been talking a lot about Tato and the positive elements of his game. Leary, how does he adapt to these strategies so well? Because we saw the record. He has a very good win rate against Tato. Tato's always trying something so crazy. How does it just never seem to pan out for Tato? What does Leary do that is countering this so well?
The thing about Leary, he's just sharper than other players. For example, if Tato plays this versus like a top 16 player, a top 10 player, they make more mistakes than Leary does. And Leary just doesn't make those super small mistakes, and he can just pull ahead in ways that, for example, I couldn't find, right?
Yeah.
So that's how he just pulls ahead slowly.
Yeah, and whether it's a micro battle or whether it's just, the early efficiency on his Dark Age. I think that's something that's so unappreciated for Leary. People focus on the military, people focus on the archer micro. You look at his Dark Age, and it's just almost perfect. It's so clean.
It's like whenever Tato's fighting, in the back, he might be floating resources and like not... His workers aren't working efficiently. Where Leary, whenever you look at his eco, he's always on it. His workers are working efficiently. His macro is perfect. He's getting the cast age really quickly behind the aggression.
Yeah.
It's really nice to watch.
So Tepui, our first map, very, very close. Not a lot of wood. The foxes have gold on them, so you can really utilize that if you want to go for some sort of quick men-at-arms or archers play. There's a lot of extra food on the map. But the theme of this is that you're so close.
Yeah.
You can't really run away from your opponent. If we're looking at the civilizations here, I'm noticing Bulgarians for Leary. Usually Leary's Civ draft is pretty straightforward. If he's picked a Civ that seems good on that map, he's probably going to play it. Tato, on the other hand, I think there's some questions. Like, where is Tato going here? Where do you think?
Well, Tato has multiple options. He can go with the Slavs, or he can go with the Khmer. Maybe he's thinking about, okay, I'm going to play Khmer, FC, skip the blacksmith and the market since you don't need that with the Civ, and then go like knights and scorpions.
Yeah.
But then again, I think Leary might also go with the Georgians, because on this map, you have to move a lot if you're getting pressured. And since all the res is forward, you can kind of like move the mule cart without building extra, lumber camps and mining camps and mills, for example. So I think we should see like Georgians versus maybe Khmer.
So
would be my prediction.
If you were in Leary's position, you were playing Georgians, and you're matching up against an FC Khmer build, how do you approach that? Are you still opening scouts? Are you just spreading your eco out, like trying to make it to castle fast? What's your solution to that?
Well, the thing is about Khmer, you don't know what they're doing until they've done it, right? Because they can go up 21 vills. So if you're scouting your opponent, you don't really sense it, right? Until you see the gold. But then again, he could just be going archers. So it's really hard to adapt to Khmer, but I guess the two options is either all in feudal age, forward towers, take him off resources, or try and counter FC yourself. But if you try and counter FC yourself,
you're just behind. Be slower.
Yeah, you're behind and you're slower because you have to build those 2 production buildings and you're slow to the next stage. So
one thing that could be good against the Khmer FC as well, we're just assuming he's picking Khmer. We're assuming that it's going to be FC, but one thing that could be good is the availability of the fortified churches for Leary to really slow down those pushes, right?
And also the hill bonus, right? Because on this map, on Tepui, there's lots of like small hills. There's no like big, gigantic hill. There's just lots of small hills all over the place. And having fortified churches on those hills can be very nice for map control.
So we see the all-time head-to-head here in tournaments. As we were saying, 17-8, 68% win rate. I believe it's 18-8 now with the latest result tallied in.
I don't think that's showing the Buchholz stage.
And the game count is actually pretty close. It's 52-40. It's a 56.5% win rate for Leary. Previous 3 results, Leary 4-2 over Tato in the international qualifier. So that was on these maps. Platinum League as well, Leary 3-0 on Tato, and then Medieval Masters, Leary 4-1. If I remember correctly, the last set that Tato had won against Leary was last year, I believe, Warlords, the previous Warlords, I think.
It was Medieval Masters in 2025.
That's Warlords.
That's Warlord's fault, exactly.
Teaching Lewis how to read Wikipedia 101. You learn something new every day.
Another thing about it, right? Even though Leary beat Tato in the international qualifier, there is 2 new maps in this map draft.
Yes.
And also, the current maps have been tweaked a little bit, balance-wise. And Tato's been practicing a lot, so maybe he's picked up a few things that maybe Leary hasn't.
Is this us? Oh, it is us. Welcome in, folks. We're just having some issues here. This is the first big LAN event in South America. I think the setup looks very, very nice.
Yeah.
The crowd is filling in. We have a lot of very excited people here. We met a lot of them yesterday at the Liquid Alienware facility outside. We had a nice little bar set up and the viewing party, and it was beautiful. So happy to be here. It's been like a giant party, and we just happen to have a tournament going on at the same time.
Yeah, it's really nice to see. And now, okay, so I've got a question for you, Dave.
Yeah.
So if you're Leary, do you go into the first map picking your best civ, or do you kind of pick a throwaway civ to warm up?
No, it's Leary. You pick your best civ.
Just pick your best
Yeah,
civ?
yeah.
And
Leary,
what about Tato?
like, I've watched. I don't even know. Like sometimes I watch Tato in these sets, and I don't even understand the way that he's approaching it. So he's got his own ideas. We'll figure it out with hindsight at the end of the set, right?
Yeah.
And then we'll judge whether it's a good idea or not. But Tato, he likes to cook.
He does like to cook.
We've seen it plenty of times. I will guess that Leary will pick Bulgarians on Tepui.
Okay.
You thought it might be Georgians. Tato, I think Khmer is a little too transparent for him. I think he's going to pick something else. I think he's going to go for Celts.
Yeah, I think Celts can be really good. You can go like a Manatan push, or you can even go like a Drush.
I think fast castle.
Into a fast castle, all just straight fast castle, yeah.
Yeah.
Because you don't want to play the same thing as Leary, right? You want to kind of do something different, which is why Tato avoided the mirror matchup with the Chinese.
I think you could do like 22 pop fast or 22 pop up fast castle with Celts on this map. The Foxes give you so much value.
Yeah, you probably could do 21 pop as well with the Foxes.
Yeah.
Because you probably, like, if you take 4 Foxes in the middle, you probably don't have to build a mining camp. So you're saving 100 wood there. And with Celts, you already have a wood bonus.
There's
you can
just
maybe
wood all the time,
yeah, you can sell the stone and then maybe even go faster, right?
I mean, it's a risky play, but we saw Leary on this map before just absolutely destroy people.
Yeah. Then again, like, Tato is the type of guy who will go for the risky play. Like, Leary, I'm going to say Leary wouldn't go for the risky play, but then again, we saw him do the Magyar Phosphor Rush.
Yeah, but we saw him do it once. I don't know if we're ever going to see that.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Right? Like, he tried it. I don't know.
Honestly, I spoke to him after the set. At first, he was like, it was garbage. But I spoke to him after, and he was like, it didn't feel too bad. It was like, you know, his position wasn't horrible. But I think if you... Because he lost like 5 vills in the feudal age, right? And if you don't lose those first 5 vills, his position is a lot better.
Well, I think he actually lost like 8 or something. I think it was really bad for him. He was down to 15 vills at some point.
Yeah,
so.
he was.
And he tried to go up with 22 pop or something. That was the game against Viper. I think he also benefited from the fact that Viper made a few mistakes there. He thought the game was over, right? But anyway, it was good. It was good to see. Another thing that's been great to see from Leary, he's not insta-resigning in these games. Like, he's playing on from positions where he's probably losing. He knows he's losing, and he's still giving it a try. Like that final match against Tato, after he had already won the set, he still kept playing in that game. I think old Leary would have resigned there multiple times.
Yeah, I think that's a really good like mental change for Leary. Maybe, I don't know where he's taking it from. Maybe Hera, maybe, who knows, right?
Yeah.
But like previous tournaments, the second he feels like he's losing,
he's
just out of there. But now he's just fighting on because there's always a small chance to win, right? There's always that 1%.
Yeah.
And that 1% happens, right? We've seen it multiple times in tournaments.
And it happens against him.
Yeah,
Right?
exactly.
But Hera
yeah.
does it against him at least once every set.
Every single set, and that's
and
the thing,
that's
right?
the game that
Yeah.
changes everything up.
Like, we look in Red Bull. In Red Bull, I think Hera won the game. It was Burgundians versus Vikings. Or I
Vikings.
think Hera
Yep.
was Vikings.
Yep.
And then that was the game he should never win.
No.
That won him the set. You go back to TTL. I think it was a Viking versus Romans on
that
Monaco.
yeah, the
On
one with the
Monaco.
fish around. Yep.
Yeah, it's always like one
Should've
BS
never
game.
won that one.
Yeah,
Yep.
there's always one BS game in a Leary Hera set. So
Anyway, we're in. Welcome in, folks. Live crowd applauding the players into Tepui, and it's going to be Georgians for Leary. So you're correct there.
wow, he goes for the
Tato
instant
goes for
barracks.
Japanese. Instant barracks for Leary.
Wow, that's very aggressive build by him. And Tato now is just going to build the house in front of the berries. Normally on this map, you want to build your buildings across the front of the woodlines to keep all your resources in tight in the base. But Leary's making the barracks at the back just so Tato doesn't see it, which is very good by him.
Yeah, insta-drush isn't something that we have seen from Leary in the past. So
Yeah.
he's really switching up his strats. Do you think Leary was expecting something like the Khmer or maybe like the Celts here? Is he surprised by the Japanese pick, a more meta pick from Tato?
Maybe not, because this map is a very aggressive. A lot of people like to play mana times in this map, and I guess Japanese has got the best mana times.
Yeah.
And in Leary's mind, okay, I'm just gonna go insta-drush, and if I go insta-drush, maybe it delays the mana times for Tato, and then he can get his range up faster.
Okay. So Tato, from your perspective, what is he aiming for? Is he just going for men-at-arms?
Yeah, personally, in my opinion, I think Tato just wants to not die to this drush. I think he's already scouted it. I'm not actually sure if he saw the barracks or not. But Tato just wants to survive, wall in his resources, and then get to mana times, and then attack Leary.
All right, so wall's already somewhat coming down from Leary. He's going to go for the house walls, and he's going to protect his wood line on that side. Tato looping around with the scout. He sees the base from Leary. We have 2 more militia coming in.
I don't think he saw the barracks, actually. I think he's scouting it now. I think that might be a little bit too late. Yeah, I think Tato's pulling his scout back now. Yeah, he's rolling
He
his
sees the
resources.
barracks, and then he
it.
sees the position of the scout.
Very nice direction
So
from Tato.
he knows that the militia are coming in from that side. Leary, unfortunately, shows up on the left side of Tato's base. There's not a lot of value here for Leary, so he's going to have to go all the way around. But, I mean, as long as the militia are, you know, threatening Tato, you're kind of holding that map control, right?
Yeah.
That's what the drush is for. It's not for actually killing villagers. It's just kind of for keeping the motivation going.
Yeah. And then also, like, the thing is, right now with Leary is he's got the map control. So right now he knows exactly what Tato is doing.
All right.
Now Loom coming in for Leary.
Got Loom coming in. Leary thinking about going up. Tato just clicks up now.
Now
After
Tato,
Loom.
yeah, clicks up now. Has he got the barracks? Has Tato got the barracks up? No, he's gone for the
getting it
barracks
right
now,
now.
yeah. So we
Yeah.
should see militia from Tato. And the one small thing is Leary sending those 2 militia forward means Tato cannot go for the foxes. So now Tato has a long distance to gold, which is really far away in this map. So maybe Leary wanted to kill the foxes or deny the foxes from Tato to slow down his mana time rush.
Yeah, that's another purpose for the militia, right? Really, really solid stuff here from Leary as Tato pushes forward. And it looks like Tato will be perfectly safe. He's sending a villager out here. He's looking for more foxes. He's looking for that extra value. Leary has missed him. And Leary's still just patrolling on that side. I think he really wanted to stop the villagers coming out for the foxes, but
Yeah.
he hasn't been able to do it.
Exactly. 'Cause right now, Tato's got the militia out, but Tato does not want to fight until mana times comes in. Like right now, Tato wants to keep the militia and the vills together and not take a fight with his militia, because if he waits, gets mana times, he gets the attack bonus from Feudal Age, and he gets the upgrade.
Once again, Tato going forward with villagers. 3 games in a row, their
Yeah.
previous set on the play all 3. Tato trusts him every single game. And it's just going to be a repeat of that. It's Japanese this time as Tato loops around on the left side. The good thing about the mule card is if you get trust, you can always go to another wood line. The
That's
bad thing about this map is that there's not that many wood lines to choose
Also,
from, right?
one thing I've realized is Leary's kind of got 2 woodlines together, right? So these 2 woodlines are supposed to spawn separate, but they spawn together. And also, this next woodline is on the right,
Yep.
and that's it, right? And if Tato controls the left side of the map, he can kind
really
of
bad.
keep Leary pinched in.
And now Leary loses both of his militia. And Tato
Yeah.
kind of baits out the starting tower from Leary. Good job from Leary to not overcommit to that tower.
Yeah.
He's going for another one a little bit closer to Tato's. I'd love to see Tato wall this up at some point because Leary will send the villagers out there as soon as Tato's gone.
Yeah, he can just delete the palisade and fight below his tower, which is really good. But Tato starts to wall it in, which is a good read on the situation.
Really good value on the mill, too. Because the villagers can't get there to repair, and Tato's just going to be working away with Japanese men-at-arms. Like, Leary's going to have his whole wood line idled. He's going to have these guys moving away, the villagers coming in to garrison in the tower, and that villager, with only one villager repairing, can't really hold the mill against Japanese men-at-arms. Arson also on the way from Tato as the first archer comes out from Leary. Really aggressive stuff here for Tato. He's holding the map position. Leary just trying to defend. He's doing a good job so far, but you can see from the res collected that Tato is just now starting to scale ahead. And Tato also has that villager on the edge of the map, still grabbing the foxes. Leary, though, snuck out with the mule cart. He's grabbing some of the hunt on that side. Now Tato walled in front of that. Leary still pushes around with the villagers and walls his villagers in, and Tato needs to leave. Excellent job from Leary.
That was very well played. But the one thing that we see is Tato's on stone, which means the second his tower goes down, he can reposition the tower to maybe the right side of the woodland on the left side to still deny the wood that's out of range of Leary's tower.
Leary now ejecting the villagers, finally back to work. Lots more idle time here for Leary. Tato still running away from those archers. Leary probably needs to make sure he doesn't push those men-at-arms into the villagers, but right now Tato's just running away as Leary finds time to get the wood upgrade. Tato, though, snuck away from the archers, and guess where that's going to bring him? Leary goes to the wood line, but Tato finds the hunt on the right side. He finds those exposed villagers, and Leary needs to come back.
Yeah,
villagers
that's
on the
really
run
bad
now.
for Leary. And now Tato's in such a good position because you're on mana tams, which haven't died yet. You still have all the HP on them. As I speak, they die. But then Tato has the counter unit. And now Tato can just play skirms and then defend and then go faster to the next stage.
I feel like if you just have skirms here from Tato, you push the archers away, you don't even like need to attack the villagers. You can go after the mule cart with the men-at-arms because you're not going to catch the villagers.
Yeah, exactly. Like the mana tams, you don't want to throw them away versus Vills because they're always going to find value somehow in the game.
Yep. And Tato actually adding more, and I don't hate it.
No,
honestly,
I think it's really
he's
good.
got the skirms right now. Leary only has archers. He's gonna have skirms behind, but like the men-at-arms find value against the buildings, the mule cart, the villagers, the skirmishers that Leary's making. It's a wonderful start in this set from Tato as Leary went for the super fast rush, and honestly, I don't think it got that much value.
I agree. And also right now, Tato's just taking the map res with the mills, the cheaper mills from Japanese. And also, I think he's taking a lot of the foxes as well, which is why he was able to build mana tams that are actually mining the gold.
But saying that, even after all this idle time, right, even Tato being up 2 villagers, we look at the res collected, it's a head for Leary. That's just what we were talking about with how clean his economy is.
Really efficient.
The efficiency, the lack of idle time for him, it's just always there. And he already has some farms set up, even if he gets pushed off the berries. So Leary sitting in a pretty decent position now that he's got a number of skirms to protect himself. Tato might feel the need to come forward for another tower at some point.
Yeah, no double bit axe is really hurting Tato a lot.
Oh, true.
But then again, he has got his Vills on the hunt on the map, so his food income will fly very soon. Because the animals...
18 on wood, though. No double bit axes.
That's really rough.
Really, really brutal for him.
I like the aggression from Tato. He's not like overdoing it by adding like 5, 6, 7. He's just, got 3 mana times, hitting the buildings, annoying the Vills, trying to force as much idle time as possible. And it's looking good for Tato.
I love the fact that he went for the tower rush with the 3 villagers, figured out that wasn't going to work, and then sent them back to his economy, right? So many times you see those villagers just doing nothing. But like you said, he's not all in here as the res collected is still so even. The KD only 8 to 7. It's a good start for both players. I think Tato would be happy to be in this position if you had told him before this game.
Completely agree.
That he was being the aggressor, the res collected was even. He's ahead by 3 villagers or 2.5 villagers or whatever it is at the moment. Quite a bit of idle TC time from Leary.
Yeah, another thing is the resources for Tato. Like, he's saving so much res on the mills and the mining camps and the lumber camps, right? So that doesn't actually show in the res collected. So in theory, Tato is ahead in terms of res saved. But look at the KD. Actually in favor of Tato.
Yeah, 9-7. And Leary is spending so much time just repairing, building walls behind it.
Exactly.
Fletching finally coming in for Tato. We'd love to see double bit X. He's getting the armor
for
his men-at-arms. That's a big investment at this point.
I think we're going to see Tato follow it up with more towers soon, because he actually has got 300 stone in the bank.
Could you justify making one on either side at the same time?
Yeah, I was about to say that, because right now, Leary is, in theory, playing the greedy approach. He's only making skirmishes versus the mana times and Tato skirmishes. So right now, if Tato goes like 5, 6 mana times, armor, gets the 2 woodlines on the 2 towers on the woodlines, then it could put him in a really good spot. And then Leary has to move to the left side of the map where Tato already is.
Tato's in. Leary can't take the berries anymore. Tato just finds value against another house. He's going to pick away with the skirmishers over on this side. And we have more skirmishers coming forward. No villagers yet, though. We were expecting the towers. Not going to see them. There is also the possibility of Tato maybe adding a market at some point and then selling that stone and using it to get a good uptime. But speaking of uptimes, I mean, look at Leary's resources. It feels like it's always this way. Even when he's under so much pressure, he's making skirmishers, he gets kicked off his food source, he still has really good resources to think about Castle Age.
I was about to say, how does he have this resource? He just somehow always has...
A million farms. That's
exactly.
how.
Look at the resources from Tato, also looking very good. And Tato is actually going for the forward tower now, on the gold and then on the wood. This is such a good tower. You claim 1 wood line and 2 of Leary's forward golds.
And kind of you pick away at the stone too. Like
exactly.
Stone, wood line, deny this gold, you deny the gold to the right, and you deny access to the middle of the map. Tato not satisfied with that first tower position though. He's going to push in. Leary's got a defensive tower there, so Tato needs to back up a little bit. And Leary will continue building this tower. He actually, I think, bought the stone.
Yeah, because I think Leary actually made a tower on the left. So he's got right now 3 towers. Yeah, so he's actually trying to guarantee his resources. Yeah.
Okay.
So maybe it's looking like a Manaspa play for Leary. He is up faster, but resources collected for Tato is looking really good for him.
I mean, he's spending so much stone on these towers.
Marking now for Tato.
It's really, really tough, I think, for him to get into a castle.
Yeah, normally when you're the feudal age player, you always want to have the map control. If your opponent's fast to Castle Age and then they have the map control, you're in a really bad spot. But right now, Tato's claiming the map, he's making towers, he's buying himself time so that when he gets to Castle Age, he can counter whatever Leary's making. And also the Japanese, really good CA.
Again, Leary finds an opportunity when the military leaves to go take out that tower. Tato will find some villagers, could have found more here.
Oh,
the men-at-arms are on stand ground. He was in the market. He was in the market buying the resources he needed to get to the Castle Age. He's also going for another tower over here. 1 villager is not bad, but he potentially could have had 3 there.
He also lost 2 mana times, which he didn't really need to as well. But that's also a really good tower for Tato.
Please wall that tower, Tato.
No, you don't need to wall this one because this is like it's like a chain tower, right? So he makes the next one in range of the first tower.
You still need to wall it.
It's not mandatory. You have the stronger arm. If you have the stronger arm, you don't normally need to wall it, but...
You have the stronger army for now.
For now. So maybe you should wall it later.
I think the key is against Leary, you don't make anything easy. Right?
That's true.
You don't take any shortcuts. Even just a palisade wall there is huge.
And
another
also,
tower going up here for Tato, but another defensive tower for Leary. He is denying him off the stone though, so that Manaspa play pretty much impossible.
And also he's forcing Leary to make towers, which means he cannot make the castle, and he's taking him off stone.
Exactly.
So right now, Leary's going for Bloodlines. He's also got armor upgrade on the knight. Okay, he's going to go for knights, and Tato's going forging. What's Tato going to go for?
Tato will go for knights himself, potentially?
Yeah, he goes for the stable now. Okay, still no bloodlines for him.
Stable coming in from Tato. Leary's saving weak villagers. Another thing he's fantastic at. He's going to keep those alive for later. The knight now pushes out, and Tato needs to run back a little bit. He's still got a lot of villagers in this area, so Tato either needs to evacuate or get some military here ASAP to protect against the knights.
Yeah, this is a really good fight for Leary. 1 skirm goes down for him, and Tato loses everything.
Men-at-arms even coming in. The villagers are on the run. Fortified church is up there for Leary, and
look
he's
at the
cleared
army
up
counts.
all of the skirmishers, and suddenly the KD 25-14. Tato, though, still in a pretty good position. He's got a 5-villager lead or 4-villager lead at the moment. Lots of idle TC time from Leary as Tato will lose his first villager of the game. Res collected, still ahead for Tato. I just think if we're playing Knight-Monk composition, Georgians are on average going to be much better than the Japanese.
Yeah, because they have the healing cavalry units, right? And also the churches. This is really bad for Tato.
Yeah, really, really bad. The Knight makes things awkward. You can kind of deal with the skirmishers here.
Yeah.
The Knight is just such a powerful unit if you only have villagers. A Knight coming over for Tato. He's already lost 3 villagers on this fight. He's desperately trying to get that tower up, but a second Knight is coming in for Leary, and Leary's just picking away at the villager HP with the skirmishers and the knights, and that's a very costly tower for Tato, and more importantly, he loses this position, his stone and his gold on the front side of his base.
And Leary's always pulling back the low HP knights. Like, for example, this knight here is low HP. I guarantee Leary pulls it away, goes to the fortified church, and heals it up.
Or
he's so good at doing that.
He could just run around with it.
He could just run around with it, yeah.
It's slowly going to heal up over time. Perfect for a player like Leary who's saving all of his important units and trying to keep them alive. Just because we mentioned it, the knight is going to die at low HP. It's Caster Curse, welcome.
Thank you. Still no Binax for Tato though. Like 0 upgrades, eco upgrades for Tato. That's really rough.
So in this situation, I mean, Tato, it feels like he can't really defend on this map just because there's a lack of wood and a lack of resources and everything. Feels like the only good defense here for Tato is to somehow counterattack Leary.
Yeah, I think you have to do something, because right now you're kind of just getting pushed. And right now, if like Leary keeps this up, he can make a fortified church on this little mini hill, and then that is just the game secured, unless Tato has stone for castle, which he does not.
I'm wondering what Tato decides to do here. I mean, we're looking at his stone. It's not there, like you said. His food eco is okay. He still doesn't even have double bit axe, right? He's got knights, but they're worse knights, and he's got some monks, but they're worse monks again. So it's just really tough situation after such a good start from him. Leary trying to body block the light cap. He does kill it. Tato gets a conversion here, and he body blocks that knight, but he loses the monk in the process. Unfortunate situation here for Tato.
And look at the res collected. A few moments ago, it was 400 ahead for Tato. Now it's 500 ahead for Leary. So that's like 1,000 res swing in the last 2 minutes, which is huge. And also, I like how Leary's not adding TCs. Like, he knows he has a lead, he has the army lead, he has monks. If he just keeps adding units, he will always be ahead on units against Tato.
Yeah, what would be the point of adding TCs on a map like this for him in this situation?
Exactly.
It doesn't really benefit you, right? It just takes away resources that you need to put into military. And that's a forward siege workshop from Leary, as Tato still has light cap trying to snipe these monks. Tato now going for Sanctity. Leary has Sanctity on the way, and he's already started grabbing the relics. That's the 3rd relic for Leary. Damn,
Tato snipes the monk there
really
as well.
turned it on as soon as he got to Castle Age.
Right now, like, the game's actually evening up a bit. Like, army count is very similar, villager count is somewhat similar, but no eco upgrades for Tato is really hurting him at the moment. And right now, Leary converts to Lycav, wow.
Missing that 20% on efficiency on the wood lines for the entirety of the game, basically. Like, the last 15 minutes is just insane.
I think a fortified church forward for Leary would be really nice, because you can garrison the monks inside and have the Lycav swoop in. Because at the moment, Tato has to, like, babysit his monks with his knights. But if you make the fortified church forward, you can garrison your monks, keep them safe, and then raid with the knights.
First Mangonel out for Leary. Remember Tato's wood lines, 2 of them are forward here. The Mangonel can range them from the other side. Tato's trying to get some conversions. Leary's just diving in.
Wow.
I guess he believes he can convert 2 knights if Tato converts 3.
All the units are on Sangron for Tato.
Tato looks like he's got a good entry to that fight, but Leary is clearing it up at the end of the day. Some good damage coming in from the Mangonel. Tato trying to get some more conversions. This looks very good for Leary, as we have the knights from Tato just healing up behind this.
Yeah, it's still looking really good for Leary. Right now he's making a ram. I think a ram is a good decision because the Mangonel can get sniped by a Lycav. The ram is a bit more tanky, so you can just take out the buildings, keep the army behind.
Well, the ram also like baits a really bad engagement.
Exactly.
Tato, if he doesn't have a siege workshop himself. He wants to fight those knights head to head, Leary. He wants to fight the monks, right? He wants to get the conversions, and the ram is going to force that to happen.
And look at Leary going for the CA transition behind this. I think that's a really good call.
I think it's like CA and castle drop. I think Tato is just going to get smacked in the face by this next push from Leary. I mean, we've got 8 on stone right now, 300 stone in the bank for Leary. He's got double monastery production, or double fortified church production, rather. And from Tato, it's just the double monastery. That's it.
I really like the CA play, because right now, you see how well Tato's taking care of his monks, right? Like, every single time Leary runs in with Lycav, the knights just dive the Lycav, and the other monks heal the monk that's being targeted. So right now, Leary's actually killing no monks, and he's losing his Lycav. So making CA is a really good unit to snipe these monks. And right now, this should be a really good fight for Leary, by the looks of it.
Yeah.
Takes the high ground with George, and actually backs up.
I mean, he's backing up because he doesn't want a full reset on the units. I think he wants to retain some sort of military to support his siege. And that's a better fight for Leary, as Tato just trying to get the conversions. Leary's coming in with a light cab, trying to snipe the Monk, and he does. Another Monk going for a conversion by Tato. He does get it,
And
but
GG
Tato
call.
taps out. It's just too much pressure by Leary. Fantastic play from Leary there. After all of that pressure coming in early from Tato, I really like the strategy from Tato. I really like how condensed he played, and then how he pushed out with the men-at-arms and the towers, taking advantage of the foxes, of the hunts on the outs.
Audio's out.
No audio.
Yeah. No. It was
we
working
back?
for a sec.
Okay. Test? Yeah. Okay, I guess we're back. Momentary technical difficulties. Sorry,
Very
everyone.
loud bang in the ear as well, but it's okay.
Exactly. We will recover. First set of the day, and Leary's off to a fantastic start. Once again, the damage control there from Leary was phenomenal. He didn't get value from his initial strategy, which I think if he had denied Tato going out to the Foxes would have been good, but he wasn't able to do that. And then, like, the patience here with the counter towers to reposition it there, send the villagers out to take that one, to save the villager behind the mill as well. The archers are right on time. It was just everything he needed to do.
I also feel like Tato played really well in scouting the barracks because he saw Georgians and he wasn't like greedy pushing Dia. He's instantly saw the barracks. He was like, okay, he's going for a drush or like the instant rush. I'm gonna wall in my resources and then go for mana times behind that. So it was really nice adaptation from Tato. I think Tato's playing really well at the moment.
Yeah.
I think the mistake he made was his transition to Castle Age. He was a little bit slower than Leary because he got mana time armor and he added more units. But then again, that's okay if he was adding like spears, for example. On the way up, you had like 3-4 spears.
Because you know the knights are coming.
Because you know the knights are coming, exactly. You already have the skirms, so Leary is probably not going to play CA.
I mean, it also just the small mistakes that Leary doesn't really make, like the double bit axe missing.
Yeah.
That doesn't happen to Leary, right? And that's a big deal when you're looking for that wood to invest in maybe the market a little bit later to sell the stone to go up to Castle Age a little bit faster, right? It was some missed opportunities there from Tato, but we're going to have game number 2 coming up. Tato looking for a win here. Leary looking to continue his phenomenal play against Tato. We saw the previous results. He's 18-8. We see T90 coming in. We see a couple people from the crowd. And our little spooky caster setup here. We get a little bit more light, maybe.
And now the thing is, if you're Tato, what map are you thinking about? Do you want to go to Pantanal, Amazonia, Parquet, or Sortao? Is it a home map angle, or is it a Leary's home map angle?
I feel like you want to slow it down a little bit.
Oh, I think he's going to Amazonia.
Yeah, Amazonia would be my guess as well. You try and get a win there, and then you let Leary go on to Sertao or something he's really comfortable on, and then try and disrupt. But the first step of the process for Tato is definitely getting a win. He's going to bank on his home map, Amazonia. We were talking about the Civ selection on this before we started up the stream here. Japanese was the one that I thought he might pick here. Persians is also a great civilization, and we see that coming in, actually.
Yeah.
Persians against Portuguese.
I was about to say Persians versus Portuguese, and the reason Tato went to this map is because Tato has by far the best civ for the map, right? So you kind of want to, if you're down 0-1, you want to get a game back. You don't want to go down 0-2.
Yeah.
So you go Amazonia, you get the Persians, best civ, you have an amazing start, your docks have double the HP, really hard to take out. But then again, Leary has the better late game. The longer this goes,
the thing. Yeah.
he can drag it out. And there is a 1.5 hour time limit.
Yeah, thinking about the matchup for Persians, like they're so good on every single map early just because of that extra production speed and because of the extra resources they get early, right?
Yeah, you get the dock faster, the fish comes out faster, you just
Castle
turbo
H for
boost it.
Persians, fantastic, right?
Yeah.
I think early Imp isn't bad for Persians as well. But if we get to the late game and it's Portuguese against Persians, like Portuguese have the answer to everything the Persians are going to do.
I agree.
Absolutely everything.
I think-
Especially on like water, if Portuguese get control of the water, it's going to be brutal for Tato.
I think if Tato has the map control, there's maybe a Savar play because Portuguese are actually missing squires in the help, so it's really hard to hunt down those Savar units. So I think if Tato has the map control, it'll be okay for him late game, but I think if he's defending and like being pushed in late game, it's going to be really bad.
Yeah, that's worst case scenario for
Exactly.
Tato. Game number 2, though, Tato playing as the Persians. He's going to try and get a win. Leary playing as the Portuguese. And we have Amazonia as the map. Now, Amazonia generally going late. Most players will choose to contest the water quite a bit, maybe 2, 3 docks. I did talk to Tato when the LAN event first began, and he said he really believes in adding a tower behind his docks. If he feels like the other guy is really going to overproduce, maybe.
We also saw Winchester do that yesterday versus ACCM in the Play All 3 stage. And also, like, normally with Persians, your dock goes up way, way faster than your opponents because of the extra 50 wood. But look at Leary's dock. It's going up at similar timing as Tato's, which means the fishing ship should come out. You know, pretty similar timing.
Yeah, he's going to be about half a fishing ship behind, which isn't the worst thing ever. Also, Portuguese, one bonus that they have for the Navy, I mean, Persians have the extra HP, so it's super, super difficult to take out their docks. Tato could have like 10 ships inside of it, and Leary's trying to kill it. It could be brutal, but Portuguese have the extra HP for the ships, and they also have a gold discount as well, so it can be really, really good synergy for the water play.
Yeah, so Tato's save is a bit more reliant to camp. Like, he can make the tower, hit the docks, double HP. It's very hard to take it out. And right now, Leary's looking for the bot.
What happened here? Ooh.
Oh, he was down a villager. I didn't see this.
Oh, Tato came in. Tato blocking the villager, and you can't quick wall on the bridge. There's no ability to quick wall there, so Tato denies that. We didn't see that. Shout out to Vodka for having that on the second screen and noticing that. -1 villager there for Leary. That is about the best start that you can actually have for Tato.
Yeah, and it's not also just the dead vill, right? It's the balls coming in later, which means your uptime will be slower because you don't have the food. And look how many capybaras Tato's bringing in.
Oh, so many.
17.
So many capybaras. 17 capybaras.
Look at them all crossing the bridge.
There's 3 behind there for Leary. Like, there's nothing for Leary.
This is looking amazing
4.
for Tato. This is like perfect start. Look at the resources. You're 300 res ahead, and that's not including the starting resources.
Yeah. And look at the food count for Leary. I mean, Tato's already up to feudal age. Leary has 77 food in the bank with 1 villager in the queue.
If you're Leary in this situation, do you adapt and go FC? No, he's getting Loom, which looks like a somewhat fast feudal, but Tato's just getting there so much faster.
Yeah. I think Leary knows his early build is kind of cooked. He's going to play defensive on water and try and sneak out some better fights, right? As he does. Feudal age coming in now for Leary. Still only 4 fishing ships for him. He's adding a 5th one now. Tato should probably go for a second dock. I don't know if third dock is necessary. You know you're already far in front, right?
Well, like, the third dock's good if Leary's on 2 docks, because the thing is, if you have 1 dock, sorry, if you have 2 docks and your opponent has 1, that's good for you, right? Because you will win water, you both invested, and then if you win water whilst your opponent's investing, they're delayed to castle age.
Yeah.
But the only reason why you wouldn't go 3 docks if Leary's staying 1 is because you're investing too much. Like, you can win the water with 2 docks, right? Especially with the production time from Persians.
I think you just have such a timing advantage here. You can you start with 2 and then you figure out what
You kind of just
he's
adapt
at.
to what he's doing,
Also, like, we've been seeing it. Tato bringing the scout over to the other side faster than Leary. Leary was pushing in the ostrich into his TC, so Tato has an outrageous amount of capybara. And he doesn't want to bring them across the bridge because he saw the scout there from Leary. He gets to the feudal age, and that's such a huge timing advantage for him. He's going to kill the scout from Leary before Leary ever gets there.
And now we see Leary shaking his head, and everything just snowballs, right? The mistakes snowball. You miss the ball, your uptime's slower, you have less on water, less navy, and you're up later, which means your scout hasn't got the bonus for the feudal age yet.
Yeah, more capybaras coming home from Tato. We got the Hulks coming across from Tato, and he's going to get to the docks from Leary before a single ship is produced. He might be able to snipe a fishing ship here. Might be able to block this. Let's see. Nope.
Oh, this is really bad for Leary. He hasn't got a mining camp. All of his vills are taking the oysters. But if Tato has the map control, Leary cannot take gold and therefore cannot make Navy.
Yeah, and if Leary takes gold on the side, the scout is still alive for Tato, so he might be able to see exactly where Leary is. It's 2 Hulk beginning, followed by 2 fire galleys from Tato, and then 2 more Hulks behind that. I actually like that opening a lot.
Yeah, I think honestly the best opening is normally 2 Hulks into 2 galleys and then 2 fires, because then it's really rock paper scissors these days. Where like in the past it was only fire ships and demos on these small lakes and maybe galleys every now and again, but now it's a lot more adapting and reacting.
Leary not adding in any galleys yet. Tato not adding in any galleys. It's good defense from Leary. Remember, his ships have more HP than Tato's. So Tato's docks are really tough to kill, but Leary's ships will be tougher to kill. And Leary is really good at winning those fights when he's in a position that's behind his opponent. He's already lost the villager. He's already lost the scout. He has less hurtables available. But these are the type of games that Leary somehow snowballs to victory.
Exactly. And also one thing I like about Leary, he added 2 more fishing ships than Tato. So right now, the population is kind of even, when in theory Tato should be ahead. And also Tato goes for the 2 galleys now.
He believed in his superior navy, right? And his defense. So he added in those 2 fish to make up for the fact that he lost the villager previously.
And is that Tato on the left side getting more capybaras?
What is Leary being attacked by? He's got a unit that's being attacked by something. It's some wildlife. Ah.
Oh, no.
Ah. Remember, you can't wall on the bridge, but a Hulk comes out.
And Tato's... Oh, no.
It's going to help his friend, and
so
now
unfortunate.
Leary is going to go for a
That
barracks
feels
over here, but Tato is here with the scout. He was waiting, and he snipes the villager. Nothing is going right here economically for Leary this game.
As we see Leary laughing in the little corner cam, yeah, he's just... Would you say he's tilted? I would be tilted.
I think you get tilted on the first lure. On that one, you're just like, well played, whatever. Yeah. That's so lucky for Tato, though. Like, I don't think he knew that villager was being attacked by a crocodile.
But then again, we can also say Tato scouts in the position to find something, right?
Make your own luck.
Exactly.
Barracks going up for Leary. Tato will spot that. Excellent scouting from him. That's how he got all the capybara. That's how he sees what Leary's going for over there. He's added in 2 galleys. 2 galleys isn't really enough to make a difference here. If Leary finds a really good engagement with his Hulks. Right now, Leary seems content to just kind of hold this middle position and go up to Castle Age. But Tato has a lot more food available to him, and I think he's going to have a lot more comfortable Castle Age timing here than Leary.
Yeah, and those 2 galleys he added, it's just to snipe the low HP Hulk. So right now, they're not going to kill a lot, but whenever Leary has a low HP Hulk at the back, just doing damage, and Tato loses the fish.
Nice find from Leary. 2 fishing ships going down. Tato paying attention on the other side, not paying attention over there. Leary has already started archer production in the north. Tato knows that's coming, so he's adding a barracks preemptively, so he could go for a stable or something. And also, Tato, one of the only players we've seen this tournament and recently actually add in demos.
Yeah. I'm not sure about the demos because the demos are really weak to Hulks, and right now it just dies.
They just die. Like
that was pathetic.
And they don't even do really any damage at the max range.
Like
that a Hulk's gonna hit it.
It can be good when the Hulks are patrol stacking forward and they all stack up onto one tile, but you're versus a pro player. He's never gonna let that happen.
I think it's unironically like good in mid Castle Age when you're paying attention to so many different areas, but early on like this against Leary, you're just never gonna find that value, right?
Look at the timing difference with Tato.
It's really fast. It's a minute and 20 seconds faster.
Normally we see Leary always up to the next stage faster, but at the moment Leary's making archers, but he has no scouts to back up the archer. Like normally you're starting scouts your opponent and you find where to hit with the units, but right now he's fighting blind.
I really like the fact that Tato sent some villagers over to that right side. He knows the pressure is going to come in here from Leary. He's going to have military here, but he also knows that Leary's missing the scout, like you said.
Yeah.
So he can sneak the villagers over there, and he can be safe, and he doesn't have to deal with those archers just kind of running around and picking away at his wood line.
And right now, Tato should be making a knight, and yeah, these 2 archers would be very, very useless at the moment. I wonder what Leary goes for. He hasn't really got wood to boom.
I think it's just ship upgrades.
Just fight for the water. And right now, like, Leary's fighting...
Leary's going across the island with the archers. What? Across the bridge onto the island with the archers. And that's actually a decent play because you weren't going to get any value over on the other side with those.
Yeah.
And Tato definitely did not expect those units to be there as there's a big fight in the center here. Leary with the positive KD. He takes out quite a few ships there.
Look at the population. Like, all of a sudden, Tato was like miles ahead, but now he's losing the water. Now, like, you lose the water, and then Leary can just camp on the bridges, and every single time a Vil passes, you just hit them with the Hulk.
Yep.
Goes for the monastery,
Scout
quick
is still
wall.
here. Tato knows that
Wow.
Leary wants to build something, and Leary stabs the scout and then puts the monastery foundation down, adding to that quick wall. And then we see more houses coming in from Leary. Fantastic job from Leary. He's just able to drag himself out of these positions that would feel so uncomfortable for any other player.
Yeah, now Leary's going to go for CA. I think that's a good option because the Portuguese have the cheapest CA in Castle Age, even cheaper than Huns.
And what should Tato go for here? I mean, it seems weird that, you know, he was having such a healthy population on water, never went for that upgrade.
Now he's
had the
300
timing
resources
advantage, and suddenly he's just sitting with 2 TCs and nothing else. And we said before that, like, Persians need to kill the Portuguese before the late game.
Yeah, with Persians, you kind of want to be pushing. So maybe like Knights and like a Siege Workshop forward in the Monastery. But right now, Tato's just going to go into the boom game. Leary's adding the second TC on the south. Like right now, those 6 fishing ships, not like really efficient, but they're still taking shorefish when the gold runs out. As we have a replay coming in.
Replay, this is the quick walls from Leary. And this is a very stressful situation because Tato's deliberately trying to block this,
Wow.
but the scout went back. I think that scout wasn't on stand ground, and that wasn't Tato manually clicking to attack the villager. That's
Like
very
normally you just want to
frustrating.
stand on the foundation so Leary
Yeah.
cannot make the building.
If that knight gets in there, it's very, very annoying for
Whoa.
Leary. Speaking of a knight getting into the economy, that's 4 villagers dead on the oysters. Leary not noticing that. He's busy microing his cav archers at the front. Fishing ships now within range of that knight too, so lots of value coming in there for Tato as he's 3 TCs against Leary's 2. So he's expanding his villager count. It's 51 villagers for Leary,
To
or for
33.
Tato to 33. Yeah,
Wow.
33 is
I guess the
crazy.
fishing ships is inflating the numbers a lot. Like if you're Leary, maybe adding some fishing ships here with some fish traps on the center since you have control might be the right play, but
This is very frustrating for Tato, though. Those knights need to be over there. They need something over there to stop the cav archers.
as Tato snipes
Otherwise,
the monk.
the whole wood line is going to be idled. 1 monk down. Relic coming in now for Leary. More scouts on this side for Tato. Still no solution to these cav archers, and it's going to be an awkward one from Tato as he goes for scorpions to try and defend this wood line. There's just so much idle time on this side.
Yeah, so much idle time. And right now, I think Leary just wants the game to be a bit slower paced, right? Like he wants to slow it down, be raiding. He always wants to have the map control, because if you have the map control, you can kind of boom behind, and that's better for the late game for Portuguese.
Third town center now going up for Leary. The Scorpions against cav archers from Leary feels like just a temporary measure, right? Like Leary's always going to be able to dodge those shots, but Tato just trying to expand his eco. Like you said before, he's playing the eco game, and he snipes 2 more monks from Leary. Fantastic play from Tato.
I think it's the 4th monkey snipe this game.
And he converts the cav archer because Leary was busy.
Yeah, I think that cav archer also killed the other one, which was 1 HP.
Betrayal.
Honestly, I really like how Tato's playing. He's so active on the map. He's looking everywhere at the same time.
Yeah, I was kind of doubting the position when he didn't invest on the water. Maybe he knew that, you know, Leary was going to be focusing water. He could find some opportunities on the land. I mean, we look at the villager count right now. 65 villagers against 44. And Tato ahead on the eco upgrades as well. So really, really good spot for him. The only question going forward is, will he be able to find a solution for the mobility and the range of the cav archers? And will he be able to hold this villager lead into the Imperial Age?
And actually, Tato right now is investing back onto the water. He's actually added 5 hulks, and the thing with the Persian docks,
They
hulks,
just live forever.
Yeah, hulks are really weak versus docks,
Yeah.
and especially Persian docks, which have double the HP. So right now, Tato can mass up on water, and then on garrison everything all at the same time and win it back. Because when you're playing Persians, you want the middle because all the gold is there.
Yeah.
And in late game, you're going to play Savar, maybe CA, Hank and Aeneas.
Oh, man.
Monk goes
Brutal
down.
situation over here, though, for Tato with these cav archers. Leary's micro and the mobility.
Leary has no
Just
bloodlines, though.
Scorpions to push this away. Siege Workshop behind to deal with the Scorpions. Tato now ejecting. with the Hulks. The Persian Dogs stayed alive for so long. I would have loved to see Leary mix in some fires to potentially take those out. But I mean, he needed all his resources to invest into these pushes because at some point we saw he only had 33 bills, right? Like his eco was not very good at all. It's still not fantastic, as he'll go for the first Mangonel to try and take out these 3 Scorpions pushing forward from Tato.
I'm also really surprised at the res collected. Like, Leary's been 20 vills behind the entire, like, you know, castle age, right? But the res collected is still only 1,000.
I mean, there was so much idle time on the right side for Tato, running away from the CA and everything, so I think that was your 20 villager advantage.
And also, Leary had his vills on berries, and with Portuguese, you get wood from the berries as well, so...
I like this solution over here from Tato. He places the TC there up on the hill. It's going to be tough for Leary to push that. Persian TC's also double HP in addition to the docks, so
such an amazing
you'll need
spot.
you'll need like 4 Mangonels to realistically push that, and then there's a Siege Workshop behind from Tato. Bloodline's on the way for Tato. 31 on food for him. 34 on food somehow though for Leary. He's so consistent.
Yeah. Also, the setup on the right side for Tato is amazing, because right now, he could have made the TC right on the wood line, but he's making it a bit more in the middle so that the CA cannot run past them. That's a huge shot from Tato.
Yeah, nice shot. Good attack round there for Tato. Takes a couple Cav Archers out from Leary. Bloodlines is coming in. More Knights are in the queue for Tato. Lots of food in the bank for Leary, so maybe thinking about that Imperial Age transition. Maybe once he gets a castle up, he's got 350 stone as well.
Nice
so
shot
he
from
uses
Leary.
the market for that. Nice shot there from Leary. Tato can always retreat behind these TCs, but he'd love to be able to hold this position with that gold there in the stone.
Yeah, I think Leary's completely forgotten about Bloodlines, because he's trying to... Okay.
There, no. He didn't forget about Bloodlines. It's on the way in. Does tank a big shot with the Cav Archers, though. Tato still tries to push it back.
Another
Scorpion
Mangonel
working
snipe.
away. Another Mangonel snipe from Leary. Well done there, but it's double stable production for Tato. He has Bloodlines. He's got the first armor upgrade, and he's got Forging. So maybe building up a Knight army and then just going to swoop in, snipe all the siege, potentially, from Leary in one nice attack.
What do you think about the heavy plow option for Leary? He goes for heavy plow, but I'm thinking if he sells the stone, doesn't do heavy plow, gets the faster Imperial Age time, and then goes Bracer with heavy CA. Actually, no, Portuguese don't get heavy CA, so... Goes for the Scorpion Snipe. I mean, Leary's taking really good trades here.
I mean, I guess the question is, what is Imperial Age getting you here for the Portuguese, right? You can click Chemistry, you can
Chemistry,
start going to
Bracer.
Bomber Cannons,
Yep.
Bracer.
Goes for Pikes now.
Yeah, this is very strange. Like, Leary's massing the resources for Imperial Age, and then he just keeps spending them, like trickling them into eco upgrades or into the pikeman upgrade, right? He's kind of just waiting until he gets a castle, and then he's going to click up.
You know why I think he's doing this? I think Leary, in his mind, he's further behind in the score stats, because we all know the score lies a lot, so in his mind, Tato's really far
Tato?
ahead. Uses the Mangonel.
He just walked right into that one, literally.
Yeah, so I think Leary's expecting Tato to hit Castle Age, sorry, Imperial Age anytime soon, so he wants to go Pikes and extended Castle Age.
I like this idea, though, from Tato. He's not going to fight the siege with the Knights. He's going to let the TC tank the damage, and he's going to go forward with his Knights. What is in the center there from Leary? It's just the Navy, right? But there's also some villagers, so Tato getting some more villager kills. The castle is forced to go up on the northern part of the map for Leary, I think in defense, because he saw those Knights coming across that center area. And he still can't push over here because of Persian TCs. Imperial Age is now on the way for Leary.
So now Tato has the stone for a castle. Where do you make this castle? You kind of have two options. It's either on the south or in the middle. You can control all of the gold in the center, or do you want to make it forward?
I think the middle's too risky.
You think?
Like,
Yeah.
how are you going to get there if Leary spots it once, all your villagers are dead. Speaking of villagers being dead, Tato coming in here for a good raid. He has +2 on the Knights, so he can tank some damage from this TC. Is also on the starting island from Leary. Leary paying attention here in the south, but not paying attention in the middle as Tato continues to kill villagers. He's got the castle on the right side, so you ask the question, where does it go? It goes up here right beside the town centers. He has 360 stone still in the bank, so that second castle isn't too far away for him either.
You know what I've realized with Tato? Whenever he's raiding with units, his units normally are hitting farms and buildings instead of vills a lot of the time. I'm not sure if that's like a stand ground issue
I
or...
think it's stand ground, and then he patrols, or he targets one vill, and then they just attack whatever is underneath them
Exactly, yeah.
immediately.
So right now,
Good delete
Tato's
there
still
from
not going
Tato.
up to him.
Oh my god,
Wow.
great house there from Leary. And he
Gets the
gets
knight.
the conversion on the full HP Knight. That was insane.
I will say both players are playing so well here. Pulls back the Knights, Lycap goes to work on the Monks, gets 2 conversions. Yeah, only 2.
2 conversions, but you take out a couple monks. The
then
Mangonel's
Knights
going to go
will also
down
send the
though.
Mangonel.
Still no Imperial Age click from Tato. That's another thing that he does consistently. Like, he loves hanging out in Feudal Age or Castle Age.
Yeah, we always see Tato with extended Castle Age, but normally when you have extended Castle Age, you want the map control.
Yeah.
Because if you don't have the map control, you can get trapped, and it's really rough to play from that position.
Yeah, I think he should really be prioritizing clicking up at the
Yeah,
moment.
I
Clicking
agree.
up just gives you an opportunity to go for chemistry right away, get the Cavalier upgrade, get the armor upgrade, maybe get the warship upgrade and try and take back the water in the center, right? There's just so many opportunities. He finally does go up, but that's right after Leary gets there, and Leary immediately prioritizes Halberdier.
And also, Tato's making ranges. Is this for heavy CA?
No bracer, heavy CA with the Persians.
You don't have Bracer, but you have everything else. You have
Yeah.
Thumb Ring, Paladin Tactics, heavy CA. They are still viable.
It's for
Goes
Commander and
crossbow.
Into Portuguese. I mean, Leary won't expect it.
It's a weird one for sure.
It
I'm
is
not.
a-
I'm watching it and I don't expect it.
It is a weird one for sure. Oh, Tato, another classic kind of blunder from Tato. The wheelbarrow coming in at 130 villagers.
Yeah. Then again, Leary is missing Boso, so they're both lacking on the eco upgrades a little bit. Bracer now for Leary.
And we see the Cav Archers coming in from Leary. He's still trying to get damage. Tato's done a good job in damage control. He's stopped those Cav Archers from killing too many villagers this game. As we see the Cav Archers now pushing in and sniping some villagers on the gold. The Knights are coming in from behind. Tato's trying to take care of these once and for all, but Leary's just going to run away again. Leary now going for chemistry, raiding in the north as well with the Halberdiers. So it's like 7 ranges in the south for Tato, and then there's like another 5 in the north, and Elite Skirm is now coming in. Ballistics is on the way, Handcart's on the way. It feels like Tato really doesn't know what he wants to do in this situation.
Yeah. Also, the position for Leary is amazing. Like he's cutting off both sides of the bridges, which means Tato is playing in 3 different spots at the same time.
Yes.
Like none of his army can connect. Like with Tato's units, he wants to be together. But right now, he's just completely split up, and Leary's just sniping more and more vills.
It's kind of the
Albright's on the
downside
north.
of spreading out to both sides on this map, right? You get access to more resources, it's great, but then, like you said, you're playing in so many different positions.
That's true. Like you can either like secure it with the castle next to the bridge, or you can just go on one side. Normally players opt to go both sides because the gold, it's quite low on this map. It's all in the middle across the center.
Population is now almost even. It's 148 pop for Tato, 142 for Leary. I mean, Tato has had the economic lead for so long. Leary has just been trying to push him and not really finding success, but Leary, now that Tato's distracted in so many different areas, has been able to find some villager kills. Eco KD 35 to 25 now with some extra fishing ships going down. The archer ranges all aren't complete at the top here either. Tato trying to produce military in 2 different locations. He doesn't really have any clear map control at all. I mean, Leary's got the center and he's got the majority of both sides.
I know this is amazing, but Leary, he really made a lot of halbs and CA, which both get counted to skirms, and now he knows that. He goes for Cavalier. Like, what does Tato make versus Cavalier and Halberdiers?
I think you gotta find a way to raid Leary. You gotta find a way to force all of his units back, and then maybe you think about taking water at that point, or getting a forward castle and establishing a position, maybe on that gold area in the center, right? But first, you have to get Leary out of your face.
Yeah.
You have to get Leary wandering back with slow units like Halberdiers into his base to defend the raids.
And right now, like, Leary's kind of getting cleaned up, but he's kind of achieved what he wanted. He's got the map control, he's teched into the next unit, but Tato is still on the skirmishes, right? He's still upgrading skirmishes to counter the CA, but Leary's not making no more CA.
Castle
Boso finally
going
comes
up,
in.
Finally on that hill for Leary. That secures him the gold. Secures him quite a bit of wood control over there, which we have seen does matter. Tato finally noticing the Knights in the back, but Leary, of course, has a Halberdier there to deal with that. Where does Tato's newest castle go? Does it go in the north?
I think he wants to make it in the north where the outpost is, on the
Yeah.
hill.
Very difficult, though. Commanderin on the way for Tato. So he's only going to be spending wood on these crossbows. Is crossbow really the play, though? Is that what you want against Portuguese? Probably no.
Probably not. I think heavy CA was the option because That's the only thing that you can make that kills Cavalier, CA, and Halberdiers.
Like, Tato's queuing up Hulks at the moment without the upgrade. He's got 20 crossbows in the queue. He's got 140 villagers. Still hasn't made that second castle. I mean, it's very clear he doesn't know what to do.
I agree. Tato's like, right now he's kind of caught in between 3 different transitions. Does he play water? Does he play land? Does he play crossbow? He doesn't really know what to do at the moment.
And like 20 villagers are going to go down in the north here. So he'll keep queuing bills. He'll keep trying to expand his eco. He tries to go for a castle there, but the
I don't think that's
Cav
going
archers are still there. Like, that's just panic. That's just panic and confusion from Tato. Where is he even pushing? Where is he focusing right now? He's clearly not focusing on this castle. Maybe defending more villagers on this side, trying to clear up the halbs. Leary has done such a fantastic job to recover in this game after a really, really rough start for him. And Leary's got the position in the south. He's killing the villagers in the center. He's denying the castle in the north, and he's even trying to snipe these trebs from Tato, but Tato manages to save it.
And it's the same as game 1. Tato had the better opening, the better start, the better position, but then Leary just finds a way to come back into the game.
I just wonder where it all went wrong for Tato. Was it not prioritizing Navy? Was it just going into the boom? I don't know. It looked so good for him for so long.
It's really hard to point to just one big mistake. I think it was just lots of tiny, tiny mistakes that only Leary can find. I would say maybe like on the Navy, right? Because that's when the population evened up.
Yeah.
He lost his Navy and he lost the fishing ships.
Tato's still working away on this castle on the hill.
I mean, Tato has more population right now.
He does, but 45 of it is crossbows.
Commander and
Without
crossbows.
Bracer.
Yeah, that's not the greatest.
I don't know. That's almost half a population at this point. The Cavalier now coming in for Leary. He could just focus on the Treb, or he could work away on these crossbows. Plenty of gold available for him. Tato's still kind of threatening that middle area with all of that gold, but the gold is still available on the sides for Leary. He also has 5 relics that he's collected.
I just saw the 5 relics. That's crazy for Leary. And he's raiding on the north. There's so much flashing all over the minimap.
Tato's just, it feels to me like it's impossible to play from this situation for Tato.
A few minutes ago, he had like 3,000 to 4,000 res ahead. Now it's only like 800, 500, 400 hits. The way Leary comes back in this game, it's crazy. Because, you know, maybe old Leary resigns after that second build kill.
Maybe.
But now he's just fighting in the games.
Well, I mean, it must help that he has such a good record against Tato, right? Maybe he just feels comfortable.
Yeah.
Feels if the game goes on long enough, I'm going to incrementally like take better fights. His opening strategy, if it doesn't kill me, I'm going to survive and I'm going to grind out a victory.
Now the castle goes down for Tato, 153 pop to 168, and also Leary securing the north side. He has the middle control, the north, and the south. Tato right now has 0 gold. He has 2 on
This is the
gold.
most valuable part of Tato's army, and it's 34
GG
crossbows
gold.
without bracer. Great job from Leary. He lost the villager to the lame. He lost the villager to the scout after it got damaged by the crocodile. And Lewis just points to the top of my head. That's all you can see. Little egghead in the caster booth over here.
I will say, I think both players are playing really well.
Yeah.
Like, it feels like a really high-level game we're watching. Tato's having the lead in both games, but Leary's just finding a way back.
Just feels bad for Tato, right? Like,
Look
he
at
had
the KD.
such a good start, and then Leary managed to snowball it. I do have questions, though. Like, why not upgrade your Navy? You had such an advantage on the timing, and then you just instantly go for a TC instead of, continuing on with that play.
I think the thing is, when you've invested so hard onto the Navy, it feels like you should just get the upgrade. It's like 300 resources total. And then if you win the water, you have your fishing ships alive. You have the bridges that you are camping. Like, you just get so much value from those. Oh, and here we have the block for Tato.
Yeah, he's got that happy pig mod on, little face above it, and he denies that, then goes for the dock here.
He also got so many capybaras, right?
So many capybara. Like, he had every advantage early. And he knows that he had the advantage as well, which makes it worse, right?
Yeah.
He
I guess,
killed
like,
a scout, like...
and then he killed another Vil after this.
Yeah.
It's like, if you're Tato now, you've had perfect case scenario, like literally best case scenario in this game, and you still lost. It kind of feels bad after this.
So lucky right here. But like you said, you make your own luck. You're
Like, his
sitting
scout's in
right
the correct
spot.
position to... Yeah, exactly.
I don't even know if Tato manually clicked that, or if the scout just automatically attacked that villager. And then there's this fight right now.
This was
Tato
interesting.
unupgraded ships, and then he commits to this area, right? Like, he doesn't run away. He doesn't try and snipe the fish from Leary or anything. He just sits there.
When this fight started, he was a minute faster ahead to Kasich and Leary. If he gets the upgrade, he wins the fight. And then he adds the TC, what, 45 seconds later?
Yeah.
So you're sacrificing 2 vills, but to win the water. I think that's definitely worth it.
So many could have been, should have been moments
Yep.
in that game. Leary, though, battling through it. Leary's just so good. And I think I mentioned it, but we should talk about it again. Like, when he was pressuring in Castle Age, Leary, he was running around with these Cav Archers, you know, dealing with the Navy from Tato, everything like that, trying to expand. Consistently 30-plus villagers on farms,
Yeah.
right? When he wanted to click up to Imperial Age, I think he had like 45 or something like that, and he just magically, it seems like magic, he has the res
Yeah.
to go up, always.
I don't even know what to say. Like, he was so far behind in
Yeah.
the early game.
And then you can see, like, this is the point of the game where Tato's just frazzled. He knows he's lost.
Pushing onto Persians who don't have siege engineers, they don't have bracer. Like, Persians is an aggressive civ. You're going to be having the map control, but if you're getting attacked, it's really hard to play.
Well, here we are, waiting for game number 3, who is a.k.a. the GOAT, a.k.a. the Nikov Slayer,
The Nikov
a.k.a.
Slayer.
Sorakuma's Padawan.
Way.
And where do we go now? Where does Tato take us? Does he go to the home map? I guess he does.
Yeah, it goes to
Pantanal.
Pantanal.
Tries to get some momentum.
I think we'll see Chinese versus Huns here. I think that makes the most sense. Chinese is the best civ for Leary. And it's also interesting because maybe Tato's like, if he wins this game, he's taken out Leary's best civ.
Yeah.
So then he has momentum going into the last 2 games. But then again, it also could backfire and you could just lose 3-0. So yeah, Chinese Huns. Yeah.
Okay. So this is exactly what we expected
So
for this matchup.
Yeah, so the thing is with 9-vil start, whenever you build the Chinese on a Nomad, whenever you build the TC with Chinese on a Nomad start, you instantly get those 3 vils. And also you have 3 vils working on deer and berries on the outside. So you actually have no idle TC if you have the perfect build. So all of a sudden you just 3 vils up for no reason, which is why Chinese is banned most of the time.
I mean, Huns is still really solid, though. You get the horse. There's so many hurtables on this map. You can scout around. You can find your opponent immediately and see how they're set up, see how far the gold is away from their TC. Maybe there's some wood lines that you can grief, right? Maybe you find the villagers on the outside, too.
And also you can lame the balls, because right now all the balls are placed on an unbuildable terrain. So if you're like pulling the balls in towards your town center and the scout is blocking you, you can lose the vil, just like last game.
Super unfortunate situation here for Tato. He still hasn't found a place to put his town center. Way faster for Leary. So Leary's going to start building that much sooner. I'd love to see the percentages on those if we could. Tato is waiting for that TC to go up before he can get the horse, and we're going to have Leary waiting for that TC to go up before he can get the extra vills.
If we look on the left side, you should see Leary having 3 vils. Wait. Those 3 vills should have food. Yeah, they have 58 food, but he needs to make the mill. Yeah, so actually Leary kind of messed up a little bit here, because normally that mill's up for the second your TC's up, right? So then you have the 58 food, you don't need to do loom.
I mean, he'll get loom anyway, because there is a chance that Tato can come along with the horse and grief like a javelina pole or something like that. So it's probably more consistent to just get loom in this situation.
Yeah, but then again, the extra vil is also nice, but yeah.
Yeah.
I guess in this specific scenario, it's probably better.
Ooh, finds one of the capybara from Tato. Tato will realize, because that's right next to his TC, that he's lost that. He's bringing in a javelina. It's pretty rare that you see both of the players on the same little island.
Yeah,
and it makes the games really interesting. What's your thought process if you're Tato here, playing Huns against Chinese, and you're on the same area?
I'm not sure.
No. It always happens. The horse is dead. Shot by Leary's town center. Tato runs right into that, and being Chinese, Leary could see that coming from a mile away, so he's fully prepared.
I don't even know what to say.
That's a disaster, dude.
That is
I mean, that's just kind of unlucky.
I don't know what to say. That's like literally your entire bonus is the horse. The reason you play Huns is because of the horse. And now that's just like such a demoralizing feeling, right? You're 2-0 down in the set.
Yeah.
You're playing Huns, you have a horse. 3 minutes into the game, you run into the opponent's TC.
Let's see if he gets this back on time. Looks like a couple good walls here for Tato.
Normally you would place the house
javelinas
on the ball, right? Or the javelina, but with Huns you don't have houses.
Or just one palisade wall. You could also delay it.
I can't do that, so...
It's easy.
add-on try.
I can teach you how.
Okay, sure. After this, we can have a look.
Always put it to the side. Anyone listening at home, don't put it in between you and the board. Put it to the side and then move diagonally, and it bumps around it.
Ah, I see. But
Yeah.
I see some players, they place the palisade where the ball's about to run to.
No,
and then they
you can
spam
do
click
that
it.
as well, but that's only if it's like a certain amount
Yeah, I see.
distance, right?
So now, what's the play for both players? You think Leary goes fast feudal? Do you think Tato goes fast feudal? By the looks of it, Tato has a lot on food, which is maybe a fast feudal.
Tato
the
is
barracks.
adding the barracks already. Now, that's one of his Dark Age buildings. So if he doesn't want to go for the lumber camp, he's going to need a second one anyway.
And he doesn't need the mining camp because the TC's on top of the gold.
Exactly. TC's on the wood, so he doesn't need the lumber camp right away. TC's on the gold, so he doesn't need the mining camp. He's got the mill in the north. So I think this might just be a second building, and then he goes up to feudal age. I would expect towers here from Tato.
Yeah, I think towers, and maybe even mana times. It could be a mana time angle for him.
Hun's men at arms.
Why not?
Not something you see every day, but it's perfectly viable.
Perfectly viable. Let's have a look. Leary is going fast feudal as well. He'll be making the barracks soon. And like another thing is, do you make the TC right away on the gold and the wood, or do you wait a little bit for the perfect TC spot? Because Tato's TC was delayed, right? So
Yeah,
do you
I
think he was looking for the perfect
No,
TC
no.
spot?
Tato was looking for golden wood. Yeah, like the way his villagers were pathing, it was just super unfortunate for him. Nice job from Tato to get some extra value here on the Javelina, get some hunt coming in now that the Rhea are exhausted from that side. Doesn't really want to take berries for the time being.
Because you can tell Tato practiced his current build,
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
Because
yeah.
he really wanted the TC on the wood and the gold, so
Yeah.
he can make the mana times, not make the mining camp. And now, he also has no loom, right? Yeah, I feel like versus Chinese, you kind of have to skip loom, because if you do loom, you go behind another vill, right? So
Just an additional 25 seconds behind. Tato's villagers are going to come in here, maybe thinking about sending them forward for that tower, but he actually brings them back. The town center line of sight for Leary is insane. So he will see these villagers coming in. Yeah, it's like
sees
a
the militia,
satellite.
yeah.
He
That's
sees
crazy.
the militia. He'll see the villagers coming in. There's no secrets here for Tato. He's just going to have to try and do damage immediately. And like you said before, after losing that horse, it's just such a demoralizing feeling. Tato's
Yeah.
got to be in such a difficult position mentally right now.
Because right now, Leary just counter towers. The thing is, he doesn't even have
He doesn't
to
even need the
tower.
counter
Yeah.
tower. The wood line's like, he's got another option on the right side. He's going to have archers to prevent the villagers from coming in. Tato really, really needs to do something this game to kind of get control of this set if he can. Villagers now coming out for Leary. He knows that the men-at-arms, soon-to-be men-at-arms, are on the right side. There's no military here to support, and he just sends the villagers out. Can Tato get the men-at-arms back in time?
I don't think Tato can actually fight back the vills, because then the TC can range the vills hitting Leary's vills.
Maybe
yeah.
not the one on the diagonal. I think the ones on the edges he can actually get.
Yeah, like this, for example. But then
And-
again, Leary can pull back and lure him into the town center.
Yeah. I like the fact that Tato's added in more men-at-arms. He wasn't willing to wait for the archers.
Yeah.
He was like, okay, I'm going to use this gold, I'm going to use the food that I have, and I've already got the upgrade for this unit, so I'm going to push him forward and save this tower. Leary's got to abandon that position now. Limited food available for Leary as well, as we see the archer range and the blacksmith now coming up for Tato.
He has got 3 vills on the left here, just taking the deer and the berries. And on the middle, yeah, Tato's going for arson now. So mana time skirmisher, the same as game 1, but this time with Huns.
Oh, he didn't shift-click the villagers back to the berries. Hopefully he'll notice that at some point. Still no wood upgrade for Tato. I don't even know if he has a lumber camp.
I don't think he has a
At
lumber
the
camp, no.
moment.
You see the difference between Leary's and Tato's economy? Like, it feels like Leary's is just cleaner. Like, all of... Oh, never mind. There's like 30 vills on the woodline.
Still cleaner
Still
than
cleaner.
Tato's, though, as Tato works away on that archer range. I mean, that's just the benefit of being Chinese. You just have a better start.
Yeah.
More consistent start. You didn't get griefed by the horse at all because your TC took it out right away. Tato now with some skirmishers behind these men-at-arms. He does have arson, so that archer range will be going down. One villager is not enough to repair it. And all of Leary's focus is on this push over here from Tato. I wonder if at some point Tato can get back on stone and maybe try and get a tower up on the actual wood line that Leary
Yeah.
is taking.
But then again, Leary still hasn't made a tower, so if Tato does go for a tower,
That's
he
his
can always
counter.
counter tower.
Yeah.
And also, there's another argument to actually make your range a little bit closer to the town center since you saw the militia, just so it doesn't give Tato something to hit. Because right now, Tato can just work away in the range. He actually decides to move to the right side.
Leary going out for some extra food. That
This
could
is
be an
really
opportunity
dangerous. Yeah.
for Tato as well, as we see him taking food in the south, still taking food in the north.
Leary
Great
scouts
spearman
that. Wow.
from Leary.
That's just the game sense and the map sense.
Yeah.
He's played this map a lot of times. And we always see Tato taking map res, right? He did that in game 1. He sends like 3 to 4 to 5 vills out, takes the deer, takes the berries. Right now, Leary has more skirmishes than Tato.
Yeah, both of them have fletching. Leary's got the better numbers. The tower is working away for Tato behind this, so it is getting some damage.
That was actually a really
He's
good fight
killed
for
the
Tato.
house, and he has the opportunity to actually snipe that blacksmith too. So some serious value over on this side. Leary's got a very, very small base, and everywhere that the TC can't range is kind of open to the men-at-arms.
He may need to make a tower to save the blacksmith. He actually sends a vill behind the blacksmith to repair it. The confidence to do that?
Yeah, that's such a wild... There's only like 3 players in the world that do that.
Yeah.
It's like Hera, Leary, Viper.
Oh, okay.
And Lewis.
Yes.
4 players in the world. I can't forget the GOAT, I'm sorry. Nice house there from Leary. He saves the villager. He's still just defending with skirms. This has a very similar vibe to game 1.
It does. Tato with the mana times, Leary just arrange it. But Tato's taking really great fights here. Good micro by him. Katie actually in favor for him. Look at the resources collected, though. 800 resources ahead for Leary.
And we look at the amount of food in the bank for Tato. I mean, it's like 33. He does have villagers on hunt, but Leary has escaped to the sides as well, taking food, berries, and hunt on the sides. So
Tato adding more mana time, 6 now. What do you... If you're Tato, do you mind stone and go for more towers? Or do you just, like, have what you have, go to the faster castle age, and then play from there?
I think you just keep making feudal military. I mean, Leary's going to run out of this woodline pretty soon. I know he's got the skirmishers and everything, but they can only be in one place. If you keep making the men-at-arms and you go to the sides, if you keep making archers and you go to the sides, like, you will find villagers from Leary.
Because it feels like the first game, like, it's very similar to this, right? Because Tato went, like, all in feudal in theory, but then you kind of, like, stopped making units and went to castle age. If you carry on the all in feudal age, you can keep denying your opponent's resources and then, like, really limit him for what he can make. And right now, Leary loses the archers.
He's in, but the men-at-arms, it's not attacking the villager. It finally is. The blacksmith might go down. Leary really wanted to save that. This is some serious value here from Tato. As we look at his resources, suddenly looking better than Leary's.
That's true, but then again, Leary still has a stone, so he can sell that and then buy some food. Blacksmith goes down. Not a big problem, we can make a new one.
But I mean, it's just pressure. It's just constant pressure coming in here from Tato. The men-at-arms with Arson. Tato now going for a market. Leary using the market. He sells his stone, so no more potential of a counter tower for him or a defensive tower at all, as we see Tato now completing the market. He's going to buy some food. Leary should be up to the castle age a little bit sooner.
It also feels like if Tato had a couple more units, like maybe like 3-4 more skirms, 1 or 2 more mana times, he could completely push Leary off the wood.
Well, I mean, what wood is going to be left there pretty soon, right?
Well, then where do you
This one's
go?
still denied by the tower. The other one's being chopped through. If Tato realizes that, this is an opportunity for that horse to have huge value. But the horse is dead, right? If Tato realizes that, he's going to have to start looking for where Leary's going to go.
Like normally the horse is running around the outside of the map looking at all the vills that have extended out. Like Leary can make the lumber camp on the left side with those 3 vills. There's also a possibility for that.
Tato's finding a lot of value against these buildings from Leary. He's killed like 4 houses. He killed the blacksmith. He was damaging this archer range earlier too. Now there's a market and a range that he can hit, but the double skirmisher production from Leary is adding up. He's got 15 skirmishers against the 6 from Tato. I think it's time for Tato to stop taking these fights against the main army and maybe think about picking off the villagers on the sides. But as he does this, as Leary sees him out of position, Leary will come out with the villagers and take down this tower.
Yeah, I think Tato should have walled the tower in for sure. Because if you're leaving it with your army, it needs to be safe. And like, Leary just the confidence to move out and take the tower out, like to seize the opportunity, he's playing really good at the moment.
It's just some really good patience from him, right? And now Tato comes back in again with this military. He's never going to get value with the men-at-arms against the skirmishers. I think he needed to distract that army and then try and look for villagers.
And right now, Leary splits up his 2 skirmisher groups, one to chase the men-at-arms, one to chase the archers. What does Leary go for in Castle Age? Elite skirmisher and monk, maybe?
Elite skirm, bodkin arrow. Nice job from Tato. He's going to find a villager. It's only 1, though. Still looking for some good fights. And that skirmisher army is not big enough from Leary to actually stop this force from Tato. But at the end of the day, it's only skirms. You asked me what he's going to go for. I think it's elite skirm bodkin and then maybe mix in some like fire lancers or something, maybe a second town center. On
You
the
kind of forget about the
outside.
Chinese fire lancers, don't you?
Yeah.
Like you think of them with Koreans and Vietnamese, but then Chinese have them, Kitans have them, Georgians have them. So now we have Cav armor for Tato. Leary's gonna go for the CA. Okay, I like the CA approach.
Ooh, Tato coming back with the men-at-arms. This game has played out far better for Tato than I expected after he lost that horse.
Honestly, the second he lost the horse, I was like,
I thought it
done
was
so.
over.
Yeah, for sure. But
And
he's
he
playing
probably
really
did
well.
too, but maybe, you know what, sometimes that helps you out, right? When you think the game's over and you're trying anyway, it just kind of frees you up, gets rid of some of the nerves. Leary, though, still coming in here with the elite scrims. He did snipe a few more units, and Cav Archers is the solution from Leary. But my problem with Leary right now is that he still doesn't really have a wood line. He's got the one that used to be ranged by the tower. He's got 3 stumps or 4 stumps over here. And if Tato even gets a Mangonel out to pressure that wood line, I mean, Leary's going into a wood-gold composition without access to wood.
Now, so look at the res collected. Like, earlier it was 1,000 difference. Now it's 400 difference. So Tato's catching up on res collected, and that's because Leary's Ville's just working inefficiently. They're walking so far for the wood, they're bumping into each other. He hasn't really got a wood line, right?
No. I mean, it's on the
Well,
town center.
Tato hasn't got lumber camp yet, still no bid axe, just like game 1.
Hey, there it is. He does have a lumber camp. He's
there
been
we go.
working his way through these. Still no double bid axe, though. Is that like
2 games.
2 games, no double bid axe,
Yeah.
20+ minutes?
That's
I mean,
a
this
lot of
one,
resources.
this one's a lot more understandable because it's a nomad start.
That's true. Normally you don't make the lumber camp on nomad start, but also has Tato got some vills on the south there where Leary's cav archers are? I think those are like 4 or 5 vills right in the south.
I don't know.
Vill lead for Leary. Look at the army lead. Huge army lead. Now you have the skirmishers that deal with Tato's skirms, which he
Yeah.
lost them all.
And you
you
can
have
just
the CA
dive
just
in.
yeah.
Yeah, double bid axe on the way for Tato. Huge developments here as they are villagers in the south. Leary doesn't notice those immediately, though, so Tato should be able to get back. 1 Scorpion and a Mangonel and 3 Knights. Doesn't feel like it's going to be enough against Leary's Cav Archers on this side as he does manage to snipe a villager there. But where is the wood line for Leary? Has he migrated it to the south? He has. Okay.
That's a good woodland spot.
Finally has another option. Won't last very long, but it might last long enough for Leary to find maybe a prime TC spot on the edge, or maybe just even clear up this army from Tato.
Yeah, and right now Leary's making some rocket carts, which I think rocket carts are better versus mangonels, right? Because they don't all just shoot in one spot. They kind of like spread the shot out a bit. So right now Leary just maybe a counterattack for Leary is the play.
I mean, he was counterattacking a little bit with the Cav
Scorpions
Archers.
are grouping up.
He also has a Knight coming out from that stable on the side as we see the rocket cart coming in. Scorpions pulled away. Good job from Tato to push that rocket cart away. He's going for husbandry now. Needs to keep an eye on the outside. Leary goes out there for wood right now. That's an opportunity for Tato if he spots that. But once again, he doesn't have that horse patrolling around. He doesn't really have a lot of vision on those areas. So Leary's kind of getting away with it.
And Leary goes for the fight here. CA sniping the Mangonel. Mangonel will go down for Tato. I think the rocket cat might go for a big shot here.
Oh, good
Ooh.
split from Tato. Fantastic
Wow.
split with the Scorpions from Tato. And doesn't take any damage from that rocket cart. That was amazing for Tato.
And now all of Leary's cav archers are low HP. And he has no monks out to heal them. He goes for the monastery as we speak.
Tato, double stable production now on the Knights. He's got the armor. He's got bloodlines. There is potential here for him. Leary not that far ahead in res collect. He's only 500 res collected ahead. We expected him to be way, way further ahead than that as Tato now adds the second town center of the game for him. The Knights are looping around. There is an exposed woodline that Leary can hit, but Leary now with the Cav Archers looking for those villagers again from Tato.
I
don't
think
they're
Tato
out
sees that
here
woodline in the
anymore.
north.
He sees the
Leary's
woodline?
rolling it in. Wow. I think
Leary
he saw
spots
it with the mill. I think the mill spotted the Knights.
Leary's like, I haven't seen those Knights in a while. I'm going to wall this in. Is there a hole there?
No hole.
Looks like it's going to be fine. Great job from Leary to save the villagers. Good job from Tato to find that opportunity, but just a little bit too late as now the Cav Archers might be pushing into the Mangonel, and we'll see this micro over here from Tato's point of view. He does lose the Mangonel super early here, but he gets that good initial shot, and we're back.
We're back. That was such an amazing split from Tato.
That
With
was
the
so
replay.
sick. We might be able to see the split later.
Leary just
in the
kills his own
highlights.
Vill. Oh, with the rocket cart on the farm.
I didn't like him anyway.
Right now?
Controlling TC now on that wood line from Leary. Villager count 58 to 53. I mean, it's pretty even.
It can snowball so hard. Whoever wins this siege trade will normally win the game, right? Tao goes for the attack round, just misses. Leary
Gotta shoot if you're Tato.
gets the Mangonel.
Yeah,
Well
you
played by
had to
Leary.
shoot there because Leary was just going to clear you up anyway. It
Another
was an
shot.
awkward position.
Oh, wow.
Tato tries, but Leary dodges back. Now it's 3v1. Tato doesn't get anything from that. Leary will just repair. 2 Mangonels lost in a row from Tato. And Leary, of course, repairing this house behind, not letting the Knights in, not taking any damage at all. Full focus in the center area here for Leary with the Cav Archers still behind. And guess what he's doing? He's healing up the Cav Archers.
Yeah, that's really well
Full
played by
value
Leary.
from Leary.
Uses the rocket car. Tato's
Nice
rocket
snipe there
has
from
1
Tato.
HP.
He gets another one.
2.
Almost gets
conversion
the
as well.
third. Still has to wait for another Mangonel to come out, though. Leary sitting at 61 villagers. Tato at 60. Most of the pressure is on Leary right now. Tato should be free to boom behind, but like you said, it's super snowbally, right? If Tato ever doesn't have siege being produced, or if Leary gets enough CA to feel comfortable pushing into Tato's base, he's going to kill a lot.
Yeah, I'm really surprised Leary isn't pushing more, because right now it feels like he has the superior army, but
Yes.
he's kind of just like sitting back at home, chasing raids as Tato gets another rocket cart snipe.
Kind of been back and forth for these guys in terms of the rocket cart versus Mangonel trades. Ballistics now on the way for Leary. He's going to chase those Knights away. Eco KD, after all of this, is still only 2-2, or 3-3 for Leary because he killed one of his own villagers.
And also Leary deleting the farm because Tato keeps right-clicking the farm to kill the rocket cart. Because whenever you right-click a farm, you get extra range.
Gives
on
you
the
like
rank.
an extra half
a
range.
tile, yeah.
Same thing with TCs. You click the middle, and it goes for the middle, and it extends your range just a tiny little bit. Blacksmith now being taken out from Tato.
Tato right now is on
That could
3
hurt.
town centers.
Yeah, 3rd town center going up. Mangonel's still trying to get some good damage. Ballistics is in now for Leary. He's getting husbandry as well. He's just upgrading this army, and like you said before, it feels like the best army. It is the best army on the field with the Cav Archers.
So the thing right now is Tato's adding TCs. If he survives for like a few minutes, he will like pull ahead in vills by a lot. But then again, he can easily get snowballed because he's not adding armies, because he's adding more villages, more economy upgrades to get in town watch now, which is a good upgrade in this map.
But at the same time, Leary's not really pushing, right? So he's giving him that opportunity to boom up behind. Wheelbarrow now on the way for Tato. 72 villagers for him. 72 villagers for Leary. We thought this game was going to snowball very, very hard for Leary early on when he killed the horse, and then later in Feudal Age when he had the Skirmisher army, but Tato's just hung in there. He's just been all over Leary's base. He's fighting for his life here in this tournament. If he loses this game, he's out. Leary trying to finish the set off, but the +2 armor is now on the way for the Knights from Tato. With 25 villagers on food, going into +2 Knights, there is an opportunity for Leary to just get raided to death. Or maybe surrounded with his Cav Archers.
Leary just needs to keep the Cav Archer number high. He might run in and try and snipe the Monk, goes for the splits.
Beautiful split, getting a little bit more aggressive now, losing a couple CA. That's a good fight for Tato.
Villager count evening up. And maybe we'll see Tato go into his unique unit, which is the Tarkans. Tarkans are countering all range units. Could be a really good option for him, since they have high PS armor.
Yeah, I think lack of stone is just the issue there, right? He's got the 2 stone piles there, but only 64 in the bank right now. You do need that castle before you can get the unique tech and start producing them from
Goes for a
the
1-for-1 trade here, which is really good.
1-for-1. He might be able to get a second one there. No, he gets the Cav Archer instead. Where are the Knights? That's the question.
Leary should dive this.
It's the one man at arms at the top there, but the Villager's going to take that out. The Knights are coming around to the south. They take out that Skirmisher army. I wasn't even aware that Leary still had his Skirmisher army. And now the rocket cart gets taken out as well.
Mangonel goes down.
It's not a comfortable position for Leary to push into, though, because there's 2 towers and a siege workshop. So I actually like the fact that Tato left with the Knights, and now he's going to get in on that wood line. Leary, again, though, should be wondering, where are those Knights? I haven't seen them in a very long time.
Leary needs to wall the wood line, because those Knights can just run into the wood line, but then again, he can get
and there's
trapped.
not enough space in that TC. There is not enough space. The Knights are in. Tato's going to find a lot of damage, a lot of villager kills here for Tato. He was at 2-2 Eco KD. It's going to be a ton more by the time this raid is done, and he can afford to reproduce more Knights. It's 12-2 now for Tato as Leary's still pushing in from this side. Can Tato find value with this Mangonel? He takes out the Monk. More villagers going down from Leary. That was a massive, massive raid from Tato. He killed 15 villagers.
But then again, I think that was actually better for Leary because now Leary has a huge army lead. The score is like almost 1,000 lead now for Leary.
I don't know for how long though. Tato was producing from 3 stables. He's got 3 stables up now.
Yeah.
He's got +2 knights, 8 of them on the field.
More conversions for Leary.
Leary, again, Leary with 41 on food. He's so consistent with it. And the resources are looking amazing for him to click up soon. Also, the stone coming in. If he gets a castle to lock down that center area, maybe lock down another gold, could be really, really devastating for Tato. Leary's still feeling like he can't push in on this side as Tato will take out the ram over on the right. How much gold does Leary actually have available?
I think he has a lot on the top side if he can expand to that side soon.
But he's just about to be out of his main patch there.
That's true.
And these knights have a lot of mobility, so if Leary doesn't expand out there and secure it soon,
30 gold left.
30 gold left.
He can sell his stone, which he does have a lot of, because all the stone's on the outside in this map. A few more raids for Leary. Stone mining upgrade for Tato. Imp now for Leary. Wow.
And this might be another instance where Tato just stays in Castle Age forever, right?
Leary goes Halberdier.
Ride or
Same
die
like
in
last
Castle
game.
Age. Fire Lancer.
Fire Lancer, true.
Yep. We've got Squires coming in, Armor coming in, Imperial Age on the way for Leary. Where does he put this castle? Does he put it in the north? Probably near the gold.
I think he wants to put it on Tato's CC to remove the gold from Tato.
And you kind of like take control of all of this gold in the north, and
Yeah.
that's exactly what he's doing. He's not putting it on the TC. Doesn't want to open up an opportunity for Tato to get back into this game. And,
Oh,
and
this
to
could be
win.
really bad for Tato. He might lose 2 Mangonels here. He takes out a Monk. The CA should take the Mangonels out. Goes for the Monk. Mangonel goes down. Ah, amazing walls from Leary.
Yeah, incredible house walls
Converts
there
a
from
Knight
Leary.
as well. Crazy.
Tato doesn't even find a villager over here. Leary should be able to garrison, and the Knights are coming in into the main base of Leary. But is there a ton of value here? That is the Imperial Age town center for Leary, but I don't think this castle is going to be up on time. I think this Mangonel might be sniped as well. Leary's trying to deny this castle. He's getting really, really aggressive with these Cav Archers. Tato's looking for the big shots. It's still a minute away from Imperial Age for Leary, but the castle's not going to be up on time to deny it.
And the balls from Leary just keep running in against the Mangonel when all your Cav Archers are low HP. Look how much more value he's getting. Just sniping so many villagers.
I mean, great job from Tato to keep that Mangonel alive for as
Rocket
long
Cart
as he
out for
did.
Leary.
Rocket Cart
Nice
comes out.
dodge from Tato.
Great dodge from Tato. Desperation times here for Tato as Bodkin Arrow comes in. He's going to start ranging the TC. If he has an inkling that that's the Imp TC, could maybe go for like petards or something to deny that, but it's only 12 seconds left.
I
It's not
thought
enough
Leary
time.
was about to delete the TC because he was deleting all of the farms around the town center. Maybe a little misclick by him. But no. Imp now for Leary, and this is looking really good for him.
That would have been something I've never seen before.
This is why we use safe deletes.
Marauders is coming in for Tato. He's going to go into Tarkins. Like you said before,
Yeah.
Tarkin's really good against range units. So far, he's only seen the Cav Archers, but the infantry upgrades are already in for Leary. He's thinking about the Fire Lancer. He might be thinking about Pikeman or Halberdier at some point, and that could effectively counter the Tarkins. However, the Tarkins have mobility, and those units are very slow.
That's true. Leary's now going for more barracks, more town centers. These town centers are not to make vills, they're more to protect the
Protection.
resources. Yeah.
And
right
denying
now-
the gold from Tato as well.
Tato's
on
going
that
into
side.
Cav Archers. So Cav Archer plus Tarkin for Tato. Goes for another TC Leary.
Full Castle Age play.
6
for Tato.
TCs for Leary. 7 TCs for Leary.
7 TCs for Leary. Tarkins don't really care about TC fire. They can
That's
kind
true.
of eat that.
It's more to just garrison the vills so
Yeah.
you don't lose them to the Tarkins, but
I just wonder about the CA combination with this. I guess it's to take out the Fire Lancers for Tato, but it is also going to force him to kind of fight in one position, right?
Yeah.
Whereas I think his kind of win condition in this game is just raiding everywhere.
Yeah,
and forcing
exactly.
Leary to react.
But now the population is actually better for Tato, believe it or not. Tarkin's coming out, Ram's coming out. I think Leary's kind of just, he's not really using his CA. Like, he's got the imp upgrades, but he's just sat in the back of his base with
He
them.
hasn't been all game. Like, he's
Yeah.
just been sitting. If we had a heat map for the CA, it would just be a circle in the middle of the map.
I agree.
He hasn't
Yeah.
really been running around with them. Maybe he's just confident in his late game comp going into Fire Lancers here. He will have to be really, really careful with his trebuchets, I think, as finally Cav Archer comes in on this side. Tata will notice that. Another barracks coming up there from Leary, so he's trying to get Fire Lancers over to raid the wood line from Tato. But like I was saying, he's going to have to be super careful with his trebuchets, because those Tarkans can just run in and snipe.
Run in and snipe them, which is why he's got the Fire Lancers to protect them. So the Fire Lancers should stay on top of the trebuchets, and he shouldn't be losing them. But I think he needs to be more active with the CA.
Yeah.
Like when you get the imp upgrade, you have such a huge advantage over your opponent with the extra damage. I think he needs to be more active with his units.
Tarkans are eating the buildings.
Now he
on
starts
that
moving
side.
out. Elite Fire Lancer coming in.
Oof, elite Fire Lancer for Leary.
Skull's
Cav
getting
Archers
close.
still on the field for Tato and Leary. It's a ramp
Wow.
push for Tato. So Tato is going to go after that castle. He also has the Tarkans to do a ton of damage to the building as well. As the Cav Archers are finally getting activated, they're not in the right position though. Maybe we were wrong. Maybe you should have kept them defensively, as Leary will come forward and try and save this castle. That castle is going to go down quite quickly though, with 2 Rams and all these Tarkans attacking.
But at the same time, Leary can killing a lot of Tato's economy. And the Fire Lancers are going to be so good. Yeah, the cast. Yeah, Tato has to back up.
Crazy.
Rams going down. Yeah, this is such a good fight for Leary.
Crazy
Castle will
push
live.
there from Tato. It feels like it was so close for that castle going
Yeah.
down, but Leary got the Fire Lancers there just in time. Leary also raiding in the south. He's got units all over the economy from Tato, and Fire Lancers are very, very difficult for Tato to deal with. He has 16 Cav Archers. But remember, Tato is still in the castle age. Population is 172 to 158 now for Tato
Look
as
at
he
the
comes
score.
back to deal with the CA.
The score just exploded for Leary after that fight.
Yeah. And the
8 on
minimap.
food for Tato. Yeah, this is
The
looking
mini
really
map
rough.
is wild, right?
Yeah.
Tato doesn't have a single save space in
It's
his
like
economy right now.
you don't really have a unit to deal with the Elite Fire Lancers. Like the CA is the best option, but then again, Leary just has better CA than you at the moment.
I mean, Leary's got better everything than you at the moment because he's in Imperial Age,
Yep.
and you're stuck in the Castle Age.
Tato goes
Suddenly
for a few
can't make
raids,
Tarkans
but-
either because
yeah.
you have 14 on food. He's raiding you everywhere,
With all this chaos, Tato still wants to bring the Relic home.
as he should. He
As
should
he
be
should.
trying to get any advantage he can in this situation because, as far as I can tell, he's pretty far behind at the moment.
Town Watch now for Leary. Whenever you see a player getting Town Watch roll, that's like an anti-throw method, right?
Yeah.
You know you're so far ahead, you just want to see the entire map, make outposts, and not throw the game. But this is looking like a very, very good position for Leary.
I mean, Tato still has gold supply. He's running out, though. Leary's got all of that gold at the top.
The issue is-
Leary's still pushing with Fire Lancers. It feels like just Leary could just spam Fire Lancers and win.
Yeah, his vills aren't working, right? Like Tato's
Yeah.
vills are all just garrisoned inside the town center. It's looking really rough for him.
Yeah, this is almost like a turn your brain off and just keep
Just
producing
patrol in, castle forward.
situation.
GG call from Tato by the looks of it. He rubs his nose, but he played very well this game.
Dang. Tato, I think after losing the horse, deserves a lot of credit
Yeah.
for what he did there. Leary obviously deserves all the credit in the world for the 3 games that he won. I mean, he was potentially behind in all 3, but came back against Tato.
Yeah.
Tato had some really aggressive strategies. Leary managed it extremely well. The micro was still there. The crowd's cheering for Tato.
Dave Bolt's head still there as well. Like to see it.
Resident Egghead, I believe they're calling me, as we have our first winner of the knockout stage here at Brazilian Dynasty. KD in favor of Leary, as you would expect. We go over to the economy tab, and we're going to see that in favor of Leary. He just took the advantage with the Chinese, and he rolled with it. It was so even for most of the game, though.
Yeah, exactly. Honestly, like this, Leary beat an informed Tato. Tato was
Yes.
playing very, very good. Very few small mistakes, but that's all you need to make versus a player like Leary.
Yeah, and it was mostly like macro mistakes for
I agree.
Tato. He just didn't have the eco behind, but as we said before, I mean, Leary's just so good with everything. All of the fundamentals are there. The micros there as well, and that's such a devastating combination. Leary, our previous S-tier winner,
Yeah.
maybe a serious contender to win this one as well after
It's
he
either
trioed
Leary or
Tato.
Hera, maybe even Sebastian. Sebastian's playing very well at the moment.
I thought coming into the tournament, I actually thought there was a really strong chance for some guy, Lewis, but unfortunately he couldn't make it to the knockout stage, so that's not... Hi, Miguel. Sometimes it feels like the tournament is
I'm going to go...
the second priority for some
Yeah.
of the people here. Miguel, the people's champ. Congratulations, though, to Leary. Fantastic showing from him. That's exactly what we would expect from him. And we actually have Masmora up on the stage to summarize this set. Thank you, everyone, for tuning in. Stay tuned. We have 3 more sets today. They're going to be excellent.
And in the first series of the quarterfinals, Leary quickly dispatches of Tato, 3-0 Leary. This is now the first time you actually beat Tato in this year. Is there something about his playstyle that you just feel very comfortable playing against?
I wouldn't say comfortable. He always comes up with some tricky stuff, and if you don't react perfectly, you just fall behind and it just ends there. I think I was behind in certain spots, but I managed to squeeze it back somehow. But it's always tricky because you never know what's coming, right? He can play anything. That's the dangerous part.
And I mean, it was 3-0, but some of the games were kind of tricky for you. I mean, you lose a villager in one of the games, in the other one you're kind of behind initially. So were you a little bit scared at some point in those games, or always felt in control of the whole thing?
It felt a bit awkward. The first game, every game actually. I feel like every game I had a rough start, at least Dark Age, which usually isn't the case. I felt like I was behind like 2-3 vills, maybe a scout, whatever I lost in Dark Age. So it was always a bit tricky. I always played from the back foot, but yeah, somehow I managed to squeeze back.
All right, so let's go for the replays. The game number 1 was Tepui, Jordans versus Japanese part.
Yeah, that's a bit of a repeat of the games you played against him in the group stage, right? Because you guys also played that map and Pantanal. This time the assists were different though, for Tepui at least. How do you feel about Georgians against Japanese? I mean, Japanese are such an aggressive Sith. Did you feel like you had to take an approach to make sure you don't die early? Or what were you thinking going into the game?
Yeah, I thought he would go Japanese because I had Bulgarians. I kind of snatched it away from him. Not sure if he wanted to pick it, but I kind of picked it early because I was kind of afraid of that, what he did to me in the group stage. So I picked Bulgarians, then he would go Japanese, the counter to Bulgarians, more or less, because they have better man-at-arms. So I just had to survive the early stage. Kind of rough because I didn't find any damage with my 2 militias. Then I was like, what the hell did I make those for? And then suddenly he's at my door with man-at-arms and towers. So even that game, I thought it was looking rough at early field edge. So.
Yeah, that was the classic 2 militia grief at the beginning.
Yeah, 2 militia into nothing.
It sounds like such a good idea when you think about it, but then when you're executing, it's like, man, these guys are doing nothing.
Yeah, basically.
But then you go to Castle Age and you drop a church. Now you're feeling good, right? Once you get one church in the middle of the map, it feels like Georgians just how do you lose? It's such a good position with them.
Yeah, it's also why I picked Georgians pretty early. I thought church in the middle, how to lose. You have everything. You have eco bonus, you have monks, you have something to garrison, you have map control. It does everything. So
smooth. And you even have better late game than Japanese as the game goes on, right?
Yeah.
So you were feeling very comfortable there. Going into game 2. What did you have any thoughts about the Civ matchups or any hesitation maybe? Because Portuguese against Persians, I think going late into the game, Persians usually they can overpower Portuguese, and you even fell behind in villager numbers quite a bit at some point. I think like 15 villas mid Castle Age or so, but you managed to get to him faster and raid him a bunch.
Yeah, I think Persian's probably better there, especially if the start he had. Down 2 units, the scout and the villager.
Yeah, can I have a question about that, Larry?
Sure,
because
sure.
it's like the second time we've seen players lose a villager in the exact same spot. And obviously you know we cannot quick wall a villager while they're on the bridge. There's something you can do against it, have your scout close by. Did you see ACCM killing a villager against Winchester in the exact same position?
Just,
oh, well, there you go. You would have
I
known.
guess just roll the dice. It was a 50-50, right? And which side I go, which side he goes. So just get lucky for it. But yeah, good play by him. I didn't really expect it. Still kind of unfortunate after I saw what he did, because obviously I'm luring deer, he's not, so I should be ahead.
Yeah.
If he doesn't get the 50-50, then I feel good. I lost my scout as well, so you know, everything went to shit really fast.
With so much going wrong into the game, he didn't upgrade his warships on water, so he basically just gave you water, and he killed a few vills. So were you feeling some kind of pressure about falling too behind in economy, or were you just like still comfortable because you felt like your economy was good as well?
I felt somewhat comfortable. I had water control, so it makes the game easier for me to play. I knew I was like behind 10, 15, 20 vills, because obviously he had TCs, his Persians, I lost some vills, etc. I idled a bit to get some army control, so I knew I had to do some sort of damage. But yeah, either way, I think if I didn't get as much value with my CA, the game would have been really rough.
Yeah, I think the CA probably put you back into the game, got so many kills, and allowed you to just get into halves. By the time he was trying to counter the CA with skirmishers, you were already making a switch to something else. So you were just... Those CA, I think, allowed you to get one step ahead of him, even though you fell behind initially.
Yeah, and then the workshop push, it all came together, because he doesn't really have units to counter that, so worked out pretty well.
Yeah.
Okay, then in game number 3, that's Pantanal Chinese versus Hans. Tato begins the game by losing his scout. And it's a pretty rough situation, I think, because with Chinese, you have so much line of sight. And with a scout, you have, or with a horse, you have so little vision. So you saw it from a mile away coming, right?
Yeah, he pulled a Leary, honestly. Like, first game, I'm up a unit in Dark Age. Usually it's the other way around.
Yeah.
But yeah, thank God. The game was close enough
be like
without the horse,
saturation,
so
not
I can just
contrast,
imagine
right?
what would have happened if he had it.
That's the third time you face Hans on that map against Tato. You played Wei, Tatars, and now Chinese against them. All very good steals on this map, obviously. But do you feel like maybe he was overrating Hans a little bit, or do you think they are really good, but
Can you find
it's
someone who
still
speaks
beatable?
Portuguese for these settings?
I'm not sure. I mean, obviously, he must think that they're still really good. Otherwise, he would pick something else. Obviously, I had Chinese first pick, so, you know, it's like a bit of a gamble. I had a better save. On paper, at least, because I first picked it. Hans feel pretty smooth, especially in the game we just played. I think if I went FC there, I probably would have died from my arms. So he did the right strat. He probably thought I was going FC again, like the last 2 times. Obviously, him losing the horse kind of set him down, so it's hard to judge the matchup.
Yeah,
But I think it's close either way.
A bit of the idea is that you get all the extra sheep or
Yeah.
capybara or whatever, and that you
Basically, yeah.
can't do it when you lose the,
Yeah, exactly.
the horse.
Sheep
immediately,
forever.
right?
Okay, well, I think that was very nice game by you. You
Well, at
managed to
least
hold.
we
I think you
can
even got
adjust a
past the
little bit,
stage
that's
where
good.
Hans are just better than Chinese because he evened up the build count.
the buttons.
He managed to get double V-tags because he forgot about that in the whole opening. So he managed to stabilize and get to
That is
Hans
loud.
CA plus Knights, which is usually where you want to be.
don't
But
know
by
if
then
I
you
can
were
change
already
that.
in him, and you were taken into superior units like Fire Lancers.
Very loud. Yeah, Cal, if you
How
can
are you
hear us,
feeling
can
going
I
into the next
adjust the
stage?
sound of the music right now?
Into
Because it is super
the
loud.
semifinals.
So far so good. Obviously, having the first set of the day can be a double-edged sword because you play the first
let's see if
set,
we
you
have
wake
the
up
other
early,
drafts.
all the nerves, some delays, etc. So if you lose, it's like nothing else to do the whole day except watch the tournament. But if you win, you can rest the whole set and your future opponent. So feeling good right now. I like the stage. It's pretty smooth.
Yeah,
I'm
it looks
looking
nice
forward.
for sure. So Sebastian and Yo is going to be the next series. Who would you rather face tomorrow?
Yeah.
I think easier on paper will be Yo. But Yo always finds a way to make it far in these tournaments where he barely got through, like went through the back door or something, like 1-2 games out of 9 or something. It's crazy. But he gets stronger as the tournament goes on. We've seen it in the past, reaching semifinals, finals, etc. So it will be an exciting match between him and Sebastian.
All right, Leary, really appreciate your thoughts. And we're now going to throw it into a break, a short break. When we're back, we're going to have Sebastian versus Mr. Yo. Don't you guys go anywhere.
Yeah, heads up, we're trying to adjust the monitor, so give us a warning when you throw it to us. Preferably a warning without the music so I can hear.
It's amazing.
Take a proper shower, just like. Oh shit! Now you're gonna be on the stream. Yes. Usually I wake at 4 a.m. Now I wake at 7. No matter what I do, I will be late.
All right, hello there, everybody.
We have the problem that the
Welcome to Brazilian Dynasty. This is
saturation
day
is way
three,
too high, I
the
guess.
second day here at the Brazilian Dynasty
So,
in São Paulo. And
contrast.
Unfortunately, by the end of day two, we will be saying goodbye to 4 players.
Very saturated.
Yeah.
It's not a monitor thing like in dot monitor. We are having the same issue.
Ah, yeah, okay.
So yeah, the contract is high. Bring it down like to 50. Yeah.
It's a small percentage, but it's still there to keep going in this event.
I don't
Animal
show.
I'm not sure if you will tiebreak or not. So you're cheering against Winchester and Tento.
I don't know, like I'm getting told like different things by different people. Like Nilly's like, oh you're out, so I was like, you have a chance. Doubt's like
Hey guys, I'm Toasty. I'm Brazilian. I'm from Rio de Janeiro. And I came here to support Doubt, but unfortunately, he's Doubt. Might as well support one of the Onimaru guys. Really like Viper, Sebastian, playstyle, also Vinch. And let's see if maybe one of them can win the event.
Hey guys, this is Fredo. I'm here from Brazil, from southern Brazil. Let's go, Andy!
Hello guys, my nick is Voxer El Brazilian. I came here to see Baraboos and total dominations.
Hey guys, I'm Lord and I'm here for Viper.
Hello, I'm Danny Winks. I'm from Brazil and I'm here supporting Andy.
Hello, hello, my name is Kawan. I'm here in Brazil, São Paulo, cheering for Viper as always. And yeah, let's go.
Okay, so I'm Jesus. I'm coming from Chile. And I'm here like, I think I'm a pretty like big the Viper fan, but I really enjoy the Age of Empires for the sport. So I want to see like probably anyone winning. Like I don't mind.
Hello guys, my name is Guilherme. My nickname in Age of Empires is Gui Schmidt. I'm Brazilian. Viper is my favorite player. Right?
The guy was asking me what I'm trying to do now. I said, I am with the stars. I will send a photo of these tapes with the name of Viper and said, put my name instead. That's crazy. What was your strategy after that? Were you thinking like, okay, I'll try this? Yes. Put it in my pocket. Do you have a wallet too?
Welcome back, everyone. One of our most anticipated.
I got it tracked version. Never bought the game.
E o destino, lembra até hoje? De esporte.
It's not as like heavy.
It's light.
Series marks the end of the Swiss stage. And at this point, I think we're ready to show the final standings here for the Swiss stage. Total brutal.
I think also you dropped out of
Everyone, I'm T West alongside Jordan, and we are here with our second set of the day, Sebastian versus Yo. And Jordan, you are a pro player. You've played in your fair share of LAN so far, but I think this one is going to be very special for Sebastian. He's here in Brazil, in South America, in front of a live studio audience, and I think he's going to get a lot of energy from this crowd tonight.
Yeah, 100%. He should be a little bit of the favorite here. Especially, he had a very great showing in the Swiss stage, right? Winning all his sets, which is kind of the only person who was able to do so. And he's facing, you could argue, against a player who made it into the playoffs but didn't have the best showing. He came in as the 8th seed, Mr. Yo. So I think Sebastian should have a very good support, and mentally he should be very fit in that regard.
He should be, but this is a matchup where Sebastian, he's playing very well these days, but even a couple of years ago, I think a lot of people would have looked at this and said, Yo, he's an experienced player. He's been around forever. He's a heavy favorite, but Sebastian, he's been playing so well recently, won all of his sets, and is the #1 seed heading into these playoffs.
Exactly. And I also felt like Sebastian could be even the favorite of this tournament because he has just been so dominant, so consistent throughout the entire group stage, so to say. And I feel like he has improved even a little bit more compared to the most recent SU tournament. And I just feel like playing on home turf kind of makes him a little bit of a favorite there.
Yeah, no, after traveling, I talked to him, and he was very energetic. He didn't have to
Yep.
travel that far.
Yeah.
I know he didn't get to travel with Doubt like you did. So maybe he's the second best traveler after everyone who went with Doubt.
Yes.
But I think he is going to look at this matchup with Yo and look at this as a great opportunity against a player when Yo hasn't played that well so far.
Absolutely. However, we know that Mr. Yo is
turns it on.
also known to be a little bit of a slow starter, right, in LAN environments. And now we are kind of mid-through. So I think Mr. Yo is going to be capable of stepping it up compared to his performances in the last couple of days. And yeah, I think Mr. Yo will definitely show a better performance.
Yeah, Yo's a player who can be very creative and very different than everyone else in
Absolutely.
his play style. So if there's someone who's hidden something, I think Yo's a great candidate to have saved something for these playoffs.
Yeah, and now the question is, how well is Sebastian going to be able to adapt to that change we will expect from Mr. Yo? And I think Sebastian should still be in an okay position, because he is usually the kind of player who forces the initiation. He's a very aggressive player, and Mr. Yo is kind of known to be a little bit more defensive, more reactive. So yeah, it's going to be a very interesting set, because both playstyles are fairly different to each other, and it will be interesting to see how that one shapes
Right,
out.
now we have the draft here in front of us, and I'm maybe a bit surprised by the map picks from Sebastian. I was thinking he'd go for more of the open land maps, but he actually banned 2 of them in Tepui and Satan.
That's something which is very surprising to me as well. I know that Mr. Yo, for example, he was at the most recent Socotra tournament, which was a couple of years ago already. I'm not 100% sure there, but I know that Mr. Yo won a Socotra event there, and Tepui is kind of similar to Socotra, just the foxes are in there, which you don't have in Socotra. But yeah, overall, interesting picks by Sebastian. Also the fact that he went for Fernando de Noronha is surprising as well, because Sebastian is not the typical water player. He excels in land play, but I think, yeah, I guess that's where he feels very comfortable on. And Mr. Yo, I like his map picks though. He's very known to be a nomad player, which is for Pantanal the case, and also Amazonia is the map where I would say that's where the most decision making is required, and Mr. Yo excels in that.
All right, and here we have Mr. Yo getting ready for his set. First map is Coast Arena, which is a map that I don't think other them as an arena player,
Yep.
but also it's a bit different since you have the water aspect.
Exactly, and that is changing things a lot, right? However, in terms of meta, I feel like so far from what we have seen, no one has really gone to fast cast right away. They go up to fuel age with 21, 22 villagers, something like that, a little bit later to fuel age, but we have seen forward dogs, pulling on aggression, defensive playstyles there, but always fast to fuel age, because the water balance doesn't really allow you to go for fish boom and be greedy, because you can be punished much easily. And yeah, the transition to cast stage is going to be the most important thing here. And also in terms of civilizations, I'm just thinking, like, Wu should definitely be a high priority there. I think Sebastian will use them there. He also used it against Viper, if I'm not mistaken, right, on Coastal Arena. And Mr. Yo, what does he have there? Very
Bohemians
interesting.
first for Coast Arena. I mean, we might see Wu
Bohemians.
versus Bohemians. Wu was a civ we
True.
saw a lot in the qualifier.
Yeah.
The fire archers from the castle have an attack bonus against buildings and extra range against buildings.
Yep.
And the way I saw them be played is you slowly move forward, amass fire archers, and try to push through with them. It's a very interesting matchup if we do get that for Coast Arena, because of how good of a monk civ and a siege civ Bohemians can be.
Exactly, and the Hassa wagon, that's a unique unit in the castle, which can be produced from the Bohemians, is a very, very strong unit against ranged units, right, or archer units. So maybe that's something Mr. Yo was thinking about as well. However, that's his first pick, right? So it's not like he counterpicked that. Yeah, interesting how that one is going to shape out. There is also a possibility that Bohemians will be played on Pantanal. That's a very good civ there, in my opinion, as well. Other than that, however, Muisca could also be used on Coastal Arena, as they excel in their monk play as well. And we see a lot of monks there being used every once in a while as well. So, yep.
What do you
could
think
be
about
that.
the Mongols so far at the end of the draft for you? Usually they're one of those civs you prioritize and put at the front.
Yeah, that's very interesting. Like, Mongols usually is banned because they are so hard to play against, right? The initial spike they have, and also the late imp stages. Mongols is one of the best there. Mongols are like, especially on Pantanal, on Amazonia. The other civs, I don't really see them being played out there. But yeah, on those two maps, they should be rated very, very highly. So very curious that Sebastian even allowed that.
Yeah, and we do have a lot of extra hunt on Pantanal, as you said, and that's usually where the Mongols excel, but for the most part, these maps tend to have capybaras rather than hunt.
Yeah.
So no Britain's pick, which is another civ we've seen quite a bit, but then also Celts. What do you think about the Celts? They're a civ that was from the Age of Kings. We all played William Wallace as the first thing in Age of Empires, but we never played them for years, but now they're making an appearance.
It's such a beauty to see Celts being played so often nowadays, right? That kind of tells that the balance has improved heavily in Age of Empires, and we are in a stage now that even Celts is being played, which is absolutely amazing. I feel like Celts is such a good civ for hybrid maps, And especially on hybrid maps where the tendency is not to go for later stages. Like for example on the Fernando de Noronha, usually the game ends in Castle Age, so Cal's is like one of the best civs there.
Right, and this year we've had a lot of changes to the water meta. The hulks have been added, the fishing ships can garrison in the docks. What about that specifically for the Celts with their good wood bonus changes things that they're so powerful now?
Yeah, it feels like you are able to add the additional docks faster. You can guarantee full dock production, right? You can also maybe mix in some fishing boats as well to improve your economy as well. And that's just something which other civs are struggling to do, right? They have their other bonuses right now, but it feels like with Celts, it's just longevity-wise, it's like the biggest bonus you can have, right? With Dravidians, for example, you get 200 wood at once, but then not too much more, right? And with Celts, it slowly but surely builds up over time.
Right, and in this map pool, we do have 4 maps that feature a lot of water on them.
Yep.
And I think that, exactly as you've been saying, we get to the late stages of water maps maybe less often than we have in the past, especially because you can garrison in the docks, and even if you're pushed, you have a bit more of a buffer where you don't lose your fishing ships.
Exactly, exactly. So on this draft, we should also see a lot of civs which are very strong in the hybrid scenarios. Persians is like one of the best there. Wu as well, Malay. Yeah, Berbers you could also argue are very good on hybrid maps as well, just because the Navy is a little bit faster as well, right? So that helps. And Vikings for Mr. Yo, we have Celts, we have Mongols, could you also argue that are very strong on hybrid civs as well, maps as well. Romans are used often on hybrid civs, hybrid maps as well.
I feel like Mongols maybe have kind of the opposite trajectory of Celts, though, where in the past, you'd go up, you'd make galleys, and the Mongols were one of the best water civs because of their uptiming.
Yep.
Now it feels like you're not really getting the same advantage that you used to be getting with the faster uptime from the Hun.
Yeah, exactly. So it feels like the game has shifted a little bit toward the little bit more defensive playstyle, rather than in the past it has been all about 100% perfect build order, and you try to edge out every second you can just to be able to produce the galleys faster and then to overwhelm and get the snowball. But I think fortunately it's not the case anymore, because it felt like if you in the past had a little bit of a worse start, you lose the game on the spot. And I think that's a little bit too one-dimensional.
Right, and I'm just looking at Sebastian's draft where he picked Lansoris Miriniensis, which to me is a bit surprising against Yo, who is a really good hybrid map player.
Yep.
We've seen a variety of strategies on that map, and Yo is someone even back to the qualifiers who wasn't playing maybe the standard go for a dock, get feudal, fight on water with maybe some men-at-arms and archers. He's been doing early drushes. He's been maybe getting a bit creative with his civ picks. Do you think he tries to play a bit more standard now that we're getting into the playoffs? Or maybe he has something creative still up his sleeve?
And that's the tricky thing about Mysterio, right? You never really know what he's going to go for. And most of the time the answer is going to be he's still going to be tricky. He doesn't want to play it standard. But maybe he has to against Sebastian, right? Because Sebastian is such a great player, and he will be able to find all the answers to any tricky plays. And maybe playing meta might be a little bit better for Mr. Yo here.
Yeah, Mr. Yo, I think, perhaps most well known for playing Nomad. And
Yep.
Pantanal is not quite Nomad, but more of a land Nomad start. We talked about the Bohemians there. The Muisca could also be a pick for their unique unit, the Guetra Warrior, which is a unique skirmisher, essentially. What do you think about that unit? It's something I've heard players say is very weak, but then I've also seen it be successful.
I have the feeling that it is way stronger than people are expecting. I saw that unit already killing siege units, killing knights and stuff like that, and hovering around the base to raid. So I feel like that one is very, very strong. And yeah, maybe we will see that one. Yeah, Mr. Yo going for Muisca here on Coastal Arena, and Sebastian will play Wu.
Okay, so here we are on Costa Arena. It looks like we had a brief pause at the start. And as you said, Wu for Sebastian, Muisca for Yo. We talked earlier, the Wu like to go for fire archers on this map, but the Muisca have a unique unit that should be a counter to the fire archers.
And that is a very interesting pick by Mr. Yo, right? He's expecting the Wu pick by Sebastian. Wu is one of the strongest civs here, maybe even the strongest, if you could say that. And Muisca with the... West, you have to help me pronouncing that unique unit name.
The Guetra Warrior? I should not be the one to help you pronouncing that. we really need Masmora to do all the pronunciations for us.
Yes, the Guetra Warrior. Yeah, and that one is like a skirmisher, but just a little bit stronger, right? Usually you want to place a castle on this map as well, just to... Because the map is very tiny, right? There's a lot of important resources in the middle with the gold and the stone. So having a castle just secures so much position, and therefore going for unique unit just makes sense, right? So yeah, it's a good pick by Mr. Yo, and I'm curious how that one is going to shape out.
And both players are going for the early dock, not surprising. We'll see the fish brooms. And we had this map in the map pool for T90 Titans League for a while, both before and after the water change. And I feel that the map did become significantly more defensive now that you can put the fishing ships in the docks.
Yes, yes. In the past, it would have been played out way differently, right? But garrisoning the fishing ships into the dock, just having that functionality is helping a lot for the defensive play. We have seen players using their scouts to scout the middle. We have seen players using the scout to lure the board just to be a little bit more efficient in that sense. Not sure what is the best play. Maybe having the HP on the scout makes a little bit more sense there. And yeah, I would be surprised if you see anything else than a fast fuel age time here. Both are still queuing up the villagers. Usually around 20 villagers or 21, we see the tendencies to go up.
That's interesting because if you did want to go for the unique unit, maybe there would be incentive not to go for the fast feudal, but go for a fast castle instead.
Yeah. Now that's the interesting thing. If you go for fast castle and you go for the unique unit, of course you have the timing advantage and you should be able to get a very good castle position. However, you will 100% lose water. And if you lose water, you will lose a lot of big portion of your economy, mainly food as well, right? And that's something you should not really risk because nowadays players have become so good to, with better economy, to stall out the game and yeah, survive so long that their economy eventually kicks in and they will get the upper hand.
So the Wu, as I said earlier, fire archers. What makes the fire archers so scary on this map?
There are kind of two things which are good for the fire archers. The first thing is that they have extra range against buildings, right? I think if it's fully upgraded in castle, it should be 11, if I'm not mistaken, right? So they can outrange the castle, for example, and they're taking down castle or buildings in general very, very fast, especially with the unique tech, right? That really helps as well. And it feels like the fire archer is also very strong against the siege units and other units. It's like a very, very strong unit.
Yeah, and here we see the second dock from Yo as Sebastian is clicking up, and looks like Yo doesn't have the 500 food for feudal yet, adding in more fishing ships. He might actually be going for that fast castle.
It kind of looks like that. 23 villages, 2 more in the queue. Everything above 25 villages is a fast castle on many, many maps, maybe even all of the maps, especially if extra food coming in with the fish. We already see 6 fishing boats on the field for Mr. Yo, 2 more in the queue. And Sebastian has 6 already as well, adding 1 more. And his dogs seem to be in the defensive position. So that is good for Mr. Yo, because we have seen a couple of times already that on the side, people have gone forward to place 2 dogs there. And that can be dangerous if you play fast castle. If the forward dogs are there for your opponent, he can raid you so much quicker, right? He doesn't have the distance. And right, Sebastian right now has the distance. And there's a lot of mind games going into as well. Because we have seen people doing that, and then if you up 1 villager later, but you have the defensive dock setups, then it's perfect for you if your opponent goes for the forward dock. So Sebastian has lost a little bit in that regard.
And Yo, as the Muisca, does have the Champion Scout, and I see those 3 dots near Sebastian's base on the minimap. Those are outposts that he can build with his Scout.
That's a very nice addition. I always forget about the fact that they can build the outpost. Dowd and I are always laughing about the Champion Warrior because it's like paper. It's always dying against the eagle, against the scout, whatever. And but yeah, it's a nice functionality it has, and especially on this map, right? Having vision is so helpful, especially because it's such a tiny map. And the earlier you get the information, the better or faster you can react. And it's a nice addition.
Yeah, and all of your gold and stone, your main gold mines are forward along the wall. So by putting those outposts there, Yo will know if Sebastian's going for stone to go for the fire archers.
Exactly. What I'm curious about is, will Mr. Yo also research Town Watch? I don't think so, but it would be a good play because it just gives you extra vision on those outposts. And yeah, Mr. Yo has a very good economy, so he should not be having any problems whatsoever to going up to Castle Age. Another settlement placed on the stone, so we have the guaranteed here that he will play the castle, place the castle, and he will go for the unique unit there. And Sebastian, left-hand side, is about to get into the fishing boats of Mr. Yo.
Yep, and Sebastian opening with the Hulks, and it looks like he's just going pure Hulk. How do you like that against the docks? Because I think usually the Fires are maybe the best at fighting around the docks, but the Hulks might be the hardest ship to kind of counter and deal with because you need a good number of galleys.
Yeah, I like opening Hulks here because they're very fast. They're very good at killing villagers if they reach them.
Villagers?
Nope.
They only have one range? Wait, maybe? No, he can't get there.
That was
almost,
such a close one. Well done by Mr. Yo. Didn't panic there. Barely saved that villager. And the good thing with Hulks is they kind of survive a lot of attacks from the Hulk as well. They just don't die, right? So you can always be active there and force your opponent to garrison the fishing boats because, yeah, there's just a threat for the fishing boats. They 6-shot them, if I'm not mistaken. And if you micro them properly, it's really, really fast to take those down. And look at Sebastian's resources. Wow.
And that's going to be a great Castle Age timing for him. It's not that much of an investment to go for a few Hulks to harass your opponent. And if you're getting to the Feudal Age, you can set up your eco with all of the fishing ships to get to the Castle Age quickly.
Yeah, exactly. That's something Sebastian has done very well. A lot of players make the mistake that they think they can only build the fishing boats in Dark Age, right? But having the faster Feudal Age means you can produce the military units a little bit quicker, and then you can have another round of fishing boats, right? That's always possible. And Mr. Yo is just only 1 minute ahead in terms of Castle Age timing compared to Sebastian. And if we take a look at the resources collected, Sebastian is already ahead there. And US, I'm not sure, does the bonus of 65 food per military building also is reflected here in the resources collected? Do you know that?
I believe it is. It's
55?
55 food. Yep, they nerfed it from 65 to 55, so it's a bit less. But importantly on this map, it does apply to your docks, so it helps your Dark Age build.
Yep.
Now, we saw both players go to stone, and Mr. Yo did do Town Watch, as you said, on his way up. He also did Loom, so I wonder if he's thinking of doing a forward castle. Can we check if Sebastian has Loom 2? I wonder if we might. No, he doesn't. So if they meet in the middle, that would be a Vil fight won by Yo. And I think Yo, with those outposts, maybe trying to see that there's no military on land from Sebastian, might try to get the forward castle.
Yeah, I think it would fit very well, especially because he went for Loom, right? If you don't go for Loom, then you want to have a little bit more defensive setup. However, Mr. Yo, he has not sent the villagers out yet, so he will place a defensive castle. Anything else would be surprising to me. Now we see Mr. Yo still continues to fight for the water here, and I like what he's doing. He has 12 fishing boats in total. Sebastian has 11, so both are very similar in that
there
case.
he goes. There he goes. He's sending the Vils forward, Jordan. He's sending them forward. And this is tricky because the Scout is a bit stronger than the Scout Cav is stronger than the Champion Scout right now. But Sebastian kind of missed the Vils, and there, now he sees the castle. It's forward, and doesn't really cover the gold or the stone directly from Sebastian, but it's going to cover the outside resources. And unique unit Guetra Warrior versus Fire Archer, that probably doesn't feel too good for the Fire Archers.
It does not, but I like here right now is that Sebastian has placed the castle in a spot where it's defensive. It should secure a lot of the vital resources for Sebastian in his base. And with Wu, with the Fire Archers, you're able to attack the castle without getting any damage on the Fire Archers. So that in theory is very good. And both of them should have a big focus also on water, because mainly we see one player by the beginning of Castle Age has won the water and the other one hasn't, but he gets the forward castle position. But right now it feels like there is very similar. Yeah, Mr. Yo has a little bit of an advantage here in terms of positioning, but Sebastian seems to take over the water control.
Yeah, and it feels like the Hulks are both players going medium warships, but Yo maybe getting a bit overrun by his dock now. He's trying to repair with a Vil and get more reinforcements out. Those Hulks are so slow at destroying each other.
It's crazy.
But Sebastian might... he needs to pull away. The reinforcements are there for Yo. Both castles go up, but this is maybe the danger of the castles being so close. Sebastian's castle protects his Fire Archers, and from where he is, he can hit Yo's castle.
Exactly, and the unique unit of Mr. Yo cannot really engage into that, right? So it's a little bit of a disadvantaged position for Mr. Yo. And yeah, the Hulk versus Hulk fights, they are just...
That was a horrible patrol, though, from Yo. He was just running past Sebastian's Hulks while being attacked. He's trying to go for the fish and snipe as many off. So does this now become maybe a race for the Imperial Age for Yo to try to get to trebuchets to take down the castle?
Yeah, for Mr. Yo, it's so much more important to get up to Imperial Age faster compared to Sebastian, because right now, Sebastian is taking or dealing damage onto that castle of Mr. Yo. But Mr. Yo cannot deal damage back, right? So he has two options. Either you go for faster Imperial Age timing, or you add Siege. Or you could also pattern your way into the base of Sebastian, but it feels like he's not doing any of those. And his economy doesn't look great either. He only has 8 on food right now. Sebastian has 9, so it looks like we will stay in cast stage for a little bit here.
And the food is what you need for the Imperial Age, so you start losing the fishing ships. The more hulks that are on the water, usually, the slower the imp timing.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm kind of curious what Mr. Yo is trying to do here right now. He could, in theory, dive in, but Sebastian will quick wall, and then that could be a problem, right? So there's always a risk making those kind of moves, and I would not suggest anyone to do something like that at a high level.
Yeah, he looks like he wants to, but just isn't quite finding the right opportunity. Those units have a very small range, so they need to tank some castle fire. They have great pierce armor, and they might go for it now, but the Mangonel is there for Sebastian. He gets one hit. The Champy goes down. Yeah, Champy's not going to snipe the Mangonel.
Yeah.
Now remember, the Fire Archers have extra range against buildings, not against units, so it's a bit harder to fight against the units, but they don't need to fight. They can hold back and shoot at the castle.
Exactly. Sebastian is in a very good position. Like, he's patient, right? He doesn't need to force anything, and his economy looks very good as well. I'm very surprised by the fact that he has added a second TC. Usually on this map we see more of one TC play because there is not too much economy plays anyway. And having the fast Imperial Age time is way more important because it's just such a tiny map. Being able to get your siege units like traction trebuchets or trebuchets out is really, really helpful. And yeah, it feels like water still is somewhat even, right? There is no one who's really taking the advantage there. They're kind of trading off, and also we're reaching the point where if no one expands to the sides on the water as well, the importance gets lower and lower because the fish is going to be more inefficient and inefficient.
Yeah, I love that outpost from Yo still. He sees both of those town centers that Sebastian's putting down, and I'm looking at that stone count from Yo. He still has 5 vills on stone. He needs to repair, but here he comes, maybe in a position to deny the town center. Sebastian does not see this, and here comes Yo. He might, 5 vills there, he might deny the TC. There's 1, 2, and can he get a third? Almost, but more importantly, he denies the TC from Sebastian, stops that expansion, and Sebastian now maybe needs to be careful about his gold. He's maybe 1 Mangonel fight away from losing that gold on the left. His castle doesn't really defend it.
Yep, and I feel like Sebastian is not really seeing that outpost. Is that possible? That outpost, you should be able to see it, but it's kind of so hidden behind your walls, like you're not really expecting that. And you can see the Fire Archers, they're really dealing out a lot of damage toward the Mangonel. Usually ranged units kind of struggling cast stage against Mangonels, but the Fire Archers seems to have all the answers here. Population-wise, both are very similar. And the Mangonel kind of indicates to me that there is not really going to be any rams anytime soon here.
Oh, a great shot by Yo, clearing Sebastian's Mangonel, and without that Mangonel, his unique unit can run in and fight the Fire Archers and hit that gold.
Mr. Yo is doing a very good job here. Being able to deny that main gold here is going to be very painful for Sebastian. And I feel like Sebastian has done a little bit of a mistake here, allowing Mr. Yo to enter his base here. I'm pretty sure he's walled on the left-hand side, at least I hope that for him, otherwise those Guecha warriors could jump in there. No, he has a house wall there, so not a big issue there at all. And yeah, water, it feels like slowly but surely Sebastian is taking control. However, Mr. Yo, it feels like he has not really paid too much attention to that anymore. He's fully focusing on land aggression right now. His resources are looking good. 13 on food, 300 in the bank, 800 gold as well.
He's maybe close to imp. And there's another castle. That's a great castle position from Sebastian to protect his town centers. But Sebastian is nowhere close to imp. He has a lot of Fire Archers, but if he can't take down the forward castle, he's going to have to worry about trebuchets soon. And if you get imp and get bracer, the castles will outrange the castle age Fire Archers.
Exactly, and that's the biggest issue for Sebastian. So he is kind of on the timer here. That's always the risk of taking the economical approach on this map. Adding 3 TCs, yes, you will have the better economy. But is it really worth it? You kind of need to find a castle age composition which is capable of pushing through castles and also through siege, and that's really hard to do. Like, one thing he could do in theory is go for Giant Swordmans and Rams, but that's a very big investment as well, right? So I'm not sure. Like, Sebastian really is on timer. He has 3 more minutes until Mr. Yo reaches Imperial Ages and capable of producing trebuchets. And once we see 2-3 trebuchets out, that can be very problematic for Sebastian.
Yep, Yo on his way up to imp, and right now Sebastian has no way of counterattacking. He has a couple of Mangonels, but no rams, and even if he were to go imp, he would have to go for traction trebs rather than actual trebs, which are much worse at destroying castles.
Exactly. The traction trebuchets are more mobile, so they can attack the traps from, for example, Muska. However, yeah, I kind of prefer Mr. Yo's position, even though his economy is way worse. Resource collected looked very good. Mangonel trade was, not really existent, right? But both of them did good micro there. And now that's the main focus, right? Is Mr. Yo capable of repairing that castle? He should have.
Yeah, and look at the build count now. We have 57 for Yo, 82 for Sebastian. Yo sending a few more forward villagers to repair the castle. And Redcliffe's tactics not in yet for Sebastian. That would help out the fire archers. But Yo just going to sit there and repair. And I think he's more than safe to repair for another minute. He's doing ballistics. And since his unique unit does have a lot of pierce armor, he can maybe think of diving the castles if he needs to.
The problem for Sebastian... Okay, so I was about to say, Sebastian definitely needs to have ballistics as well, so his castles can protect the fire archers even better. And what I would do if I was Sebastian is to delete the stone walls in front of my initial castle, because that will allow my fire archers to get a little bit more ground to attack the castle.
Yeah, make it easier to micro. You're not really worried about a ram push here, so delete the walls, make it easier to micro the fire archers. We see them right now kind of splitting on both sides of the gate there, as it looks like Sebastian also maybe taking control of the fish, but Yo doesn't care about the fish anymore. He's imp. He's had the food eco he needs, and immediately we see a trebuchet queued from the castle.
Yeah, very interesting position here for Mr. Yo. Now with Bracer, as you said to West, with Bracer you cannot really attack the castle anymore. And now what is Sebastian's adaptation going to be? We see Redcliffe's finally being upgraded, but Mr. Yo with a nice second castle.
What if Yo instantly attacks that foundation with the fire archers? Would he destroy it?
I think he destroys it, no?
I think that's a risky castle from Yo. I don't know if he can place a castle that close to the fire archers. He would need a lot of vills all at once. Here comes one single vill. The trebuchet is out, but one vill at the foundation. Will Sebastian right-click it? He's trying to, and it stays up. It's close. But he gets enough HP on it. He gets the vills there. He will be able to construct the castle and defend the trebuchets.
Yeah, and Mr. Yo is in a great position now. Even though his economy is very worse, it doesn't really matter, right? Because he has the trebuchets now. He will be able to kill those two castles from Sebastian. And what does Sebastian really do from here on? The Guacha Warriors will get also the chemistry upgrade. So it feels like a very well-rounded unit right now. Sebastian going up to Imperial Age momentarily as well. He has a better economy, right? But the question is, will he have enough time to really make usage of that? And I kind of feel like Mr. Yo will not allow him to do so. We will see.
Right, he's full on for the. He's going fully for the fire archers, which means as he loses the castles, he loses production, and as he loses the castles, he loses spots where he can retreat and avoid Yo's unique unit.
Exactly. I'm also not sure how well skirms are doing. I think Sebastian is kind of forced to go for the skirms as well, just to be able to have a different unit other than the fire archer to fight against the Guacha Warriors.
And nice split from Yo, and he's going to take this fight here, and maybe he doesn't quite have the numbers yet, Yo, to fight that many fire archers. He doesn't really need to fight right now, though. He can pull back under the castles for a moment.
And I like what Sebastian is doing, like thinking about going to the sides, trying to, you know, force Mr. Yo to split the attention.
Both castles down, Jordan. Both castles down, and the fire archers, Yo can wall them out. And what damage is he actually going to do, though?
Exactly. I mean, population-wise, it looks very helpful for Sebastian. He almost has double as much as Mr. Yo. But what is his transition going to be? Like, he's going for a siege workshop. All right, that's good for him. He's capable of going for traction trebuchets right away. Is he going to lose the trebuchet against the Mangonel? That would be a huge blunder here.
Oh, can he shoot the treb? Oh, can he shoot the Mangonel? He gets the Mangonel, but loses the treb. But he has trebs behind it still. That's a loss, but I think he can still weather that storm.
Yeah, absolutely. And now those fire archers should go down as well. Relics are also heavily in favor for Mr. Yo, 4-2-1 here. Yeah, there are 104 economical units here for Sebastian, right? So he has a very nice one, even a 450C added. But I don't really see any transition so far from him. He barely has any army, and I think Sebastian is really struggling to think about what to go for. Okay, he will go for the Jan Swordsman.
Is it maybe a bit too late for them, though? He needs to make that transition. He has no more castles, and he is just holding on. He's barely holding on against that trebuchet push. The trebs hit all of those town centers, and then the unique units will raid the gold mines.
What I'm worried about for Sebastian is the fact that he barely has anyone on food right now, right? He only has six on food, and that's a big issue for him. The John Swordman, they cost food, and the market prices, I think, are not the best as well. He just bought 200 food for 368 gold. He's being pushed away from the gold. So it feels like Mr. Yo just has all the right answers, even though he doesn't have the economy as Sebastian.
And Sebastian, he doesn't have any more gold access. Yo trebling that TC. Sebastian desperately trying to repair it, but that's so much of his economy. He has an eco lead, but not if he's spending it repairing the town center.
Exactly. He has so many villagers just being idle, not really gathering resources, right? And he's getting upgrades for the infantry, but he has 4 on food only. The Traction Trebuchet is finally getting rid of the Trebuchet, it looks like. But you have to be so cautious, right? Because the Traction Trebuchet, they die by 1 hit from the Trebuchet.
Yeah, it's a lot easier to dodge the Treb shots, though. And Yo has to be very careful with his Treb positioning here, a bit close to Sebastian's walls where the Traction Trebs are. And Sebastian, he's just repairing that town center as long as he can. He has more than 6,000 more resources collected than Yo does, but it's not going to matter if he loses everything.
And the resources in the bank right now for Mr. Yo don't look too bad. He could even go for the elite upgrade very soon. He even goes for the Temple Warriors here, which are very, very strong against especially infantry units or cavalry. And yeah, it feels like Sebastian with 16 army on the field, a lot of it being naval units as well, is really trying his best, but he's doing a good job.
Is there ever a point in this matchup where Yo wants to add more town centers? And as I say that, he adds a town center, so I guess the answer is yes.
The answer is yes, but I don't think he really needs to because he just has such a good position. However, the Traction Trebuchets are really a problem here, right? There are 3 on the field right now, even 4 already. And with 3 shots, you can kill a Trebuchet, right? So it is getting into a point where Mr. Yo could struggle against that, but the Guacha Warrior is doing a good job at killing the siege right now.
As long as they pick off the siege, they should be able to fight. They get the monk, and they maybe don't want to fight the Jin Swordsman directly. And those Trebs for Yo are very weak. Sebastian pushing out with the Traction Trebs takes down 1. That final Treb is on fire, and that will go... Oh, they hit the Repair Villain instead of the Treb. The Treb stays alive. That was a hero villager tanking for that Treb.
Yeah, and the Traction Trebuchets go down way quicker against the Guacha Warrior as expected, right? I was expecting those traps from Mr. Yo to be dead already, but somehow they're still alive. However, the Guacha Warriors, they're dying as well, right? So Mr. Yo, he cannot afford as much as Sebastian can, but as you can see, Sebastian, he has 0 gold income right now. The only thing which gives him gold is 1 relic. And he needs gold desperately in order to fight back against the Guacha Warrior. Otherwise, he is just going to lose more and more ground.
Yeah, and he has no gold. Is there ever a point where Sebastian wants to consider skirmishers, or is it too late for that?
I think skirmishes is the only thing he can go for right now. It's not like the best unit against the Guacha Warrior, but I think if you have the better economy, it's the only thing which makes sense. And yeah, we got the information right now that he is indeed going for the transition here onto the skirms. But Mr. Yo very active with his military units as well, gets the scouting information. And he, in theory, could even go for the Champion Warrior, right? In this case, it's Mr. Yo.
Right, I mean, he has all the gold control on the map. He can think about adding in gold units too, but he's moving in. He wants to hit those traction Trebs with the Guacha Warriors. As you said, they do go down even though they have decent Pierce armor, and Sebastian's just trying to run away, but the TCs won't protect them. This is, again, a skirmisher unique unit that doesn't care about the TC fire. 1 traction Treb goes down, and Yo, this push is great for him. He just keeps moving in.
And it's so valuable for Mr. Yo to kill especially a Traction Trebuchet, because Mr. Sebastian doesn't have gold income. He cannot really sustain the production of those Traction Trebuchets. And yeah, if the Traction Trebuchets are down, then there is no way for Sebastian to regain map control.
And Yo has all the map control, and he's moving in. Doesn't care about the TC. He's trebbing that from behind. No more position for the Traction Trebs to reach Yo's actual Trebs, and looks like the Guacha Warriors are just going to destroy everything. There's no more military for Sebastian. The skirms are in the queue, but they're not on the field yet. Even the Traction Treb getting converted by a monk, and this is the GG. Mr. Yo takes the first win against Sebastian, looking so much better than he did in the Swiss stage.
Yeah, and that's kind of typical for Mr. Yo as well. I feel like there is a difference between him in playing group stages and playoffs. Feels like in playoffs he's like very sharp, very spot on, and also thinking about nice strategies like this one. He was expecting Sebastian to pick Wu on that map because that's his preference, And instead of banning that civilization, Mr. Yo was thinking, okay, how could I in theory counter that? We'll go for Muisca, and it will go toward my favorite. And I think Sebastian was still in a good position, but the biggest issue for him was the fact that he added additional TCs, which delays his timing, delays the fight for the position. And on a Coastal Arena, the position is just so important.
Yeah, Sebastian picked the Wu, and if we could go, I like that military graph that we had seen, where it had a huge peak of blue on it, showing that Sebastian had the fire archers. But Yo, he thought about the matchup, came with a unique unit that would counter it, and also we were maybe a bit worried about that forward castle getting destroyed by the fire archers, but I think Yo has probably played against the fire archers enough to know that he was able to repair it.
Yeah, and that's also what makes Mr. Yo so dangerous, right? You're thinking, okay, the best player in the tournament plays against the one who has the worst performance, but still managed to do the playoffs. But it's just a dangerous thing, and also the level in Age of Empires on the high level, it's so close to each other, right? So anyone can beat anyone, and sometimes it's just a matter of a little bit of a better strategy. And it feels like Mr. Yo has adapted a little bit better with the faster imp here. And yeah, very nice execution by Mr. Yo, very nice strategy as well. And it caught Sebastian off guard, we can say, to West. But I'm sure Sebastian is going to bounce back very nicely. He mentally is very strong, and he only learns from things like that.
Yeah, and I wonder if Sebastian were to see this matchup again, would he maybe not go for the fire archers? Can you do something with the Wu other than the fire archers on Coast Arena?
That's a good question. I think the only option you could have is the Jan Swordman, which we saw Sebastian go for as well, but it's not... You don't really want to pick Wu because of that, right? You pick Wu because of the Fire Archer, because that one is so strong. It feels a little bit weird to go for the Jan Swordman. I like that Sebastian switched in Imperial Age, but unfortunately his economy was not good enough to sustain production there. So yeah, if he had been able to do it a little bit earlier, it would have been good. I think a cast stage play with full Rams could have worked, but then there is a Mangonel behind, right? So it's tricky.
Now we're going to move on to the next game, and it looks like Sebastian will be picking one of his home maps in Lançois Samariensis. And this is a hybrid map where I think both you and I were thinking maybe Sebastian wouldn't want hybrid maps against Yo. But nevertheless, it can also be very important to control different areas on the map in the late game on land. It's a very open map, and the hybrid aspect does, I feel, kind of die out after the initial fish boom.
Yeah, exactly. It can be snowbally as well on that map, right? If you win water, that's a huge advantage for you.
Now you say winning water is a huge advantage. I feel I've seen this map so many times that whoever wins water can end up losing the game. From what I've seen, it's really tricky to make a transition from the feudal age to the castle age properly.
Yes, absolutely. The thing is, I feel like you have a timer where you're a little bit more vulnerable for the player who has won the water, because the other one who lost the water most likely has transitioned to land a little bit quicker. However, you are behind in terms of economy, and if you're not capable of really killing the opponent or dealing a lot of damage, then the eco bonus you have from water is going to be superior. So yeah, you're a little bit on a timer there.
Yep, and here we are with Persians for Sebastian and Mr. Yo picking the Celts. And, well, Age of Empires fans probably love seeing the original civs from the Age of Kings in this matchup. Both players start to the bottom right of the map, and they will be needing to move out to the top left in order to get to a nice dock position. What I'm curious about for Yo is, will he actually go for the dock, or will he go first for the men-at-arms, or perhaps even for a drush if he goes for an early barracks with the Celts wood bonus?
Yeah, we have seen Mr. Yo doing that yesterday, if I'm not mistaken, right? He used 2 militia here against, was it Lyri? I think it was Lyri, right? Where he lost there quite early. So I guess Mr. Yo has realized that that strategy is a little bit more dangerous. And also with Celts, you can just go under the TC and you can lame whatever you want, right? Because you will always get the sheep there. That's kind of the bonus for Celts, so that's very nice for him. Mr. Yo, what are you doing?
How insanely strong is that Celts bonus? I feel like it's probably the most forgotten about bonus in the game. We saw Nikov win a game with a transport ship steal of sheep in the qualifiers, and here's Yo just running right under Sebastian's TC to grab the goats.
Also, Sebastian seems to be up to build the dock a little bit quicker here compared to Mr. Yo. Mr. Yo is a little bit late on that. So his dock is already up for Sebastian, while Mr. Yo's is not yet. He already has 180 wood in the bank and still not building his dock. So a little bit of a misjudgment here by Mr. Yo, but he was also very focused on being aggressive, getting some extra sheep here. And yeah, Sebastian's start is very good, I feel like. Going for dock very early. You also start with more resources as persons, right? 50 more wood, 50 more food. And that helps in those hybrid maps.
And we did see earlier on in the group stage, there was a game between Hera and Vinchester, where Vinchester won the water, but Hera went for a double workshop ram push. Celts are a civ that could maybe do something similar in the Castle Age with a double workshop push.
Yeah, and I would not be surprised to see Mr. Yo do stuff like that, right? We have seen Huang revolutionizing the Celt play, going for the fast Castle Age and siege all in, so to say. As we all know, Celts eat TC. And Mr. Yo is a big fan of that as well. So it is possible to see something like that. I'm really curious how many villages he will produce in total. On this map, we usually see 21, 22 villages to go up to feudal age because there's only one boar instead of two. We have extra sheep, so sheep are taking a little bit slower than boars. That's why we see the slower uptime. And yeah, we see 20 villages, then loom. So we will most likely see feudal age play and then either men-at-arms, I suppose, from Mr. Yo or full water play.
And this map has lots of extra goats and lots of small ponds filled with shorefish as Mr. Yo goes for a barracks. How do you think about managing the eco? Because you can do mills on those ponds. You can also do docks on the ponds just to have the drop site. But you also need to make sure you have enough wood to fight for water and do your feudal age buildings, as Yo is doing a barracks and will probably want archery ranges too.
Yeah, that's the tricky thing about hybrid maps in general. This specifically is even worse, or even harder, so to say. Because do you go for dock there? Do you go for mill there? The benefit of a dock is that you could, in theory, build military units as well to support your stranded villagers. However, if you are a player like me, for example, who selects all docks, then you might build military units and places you don't really want to, right? So there's always this trade-off. You don't have that risk with the mill. Yeah, so I've seen both players do both things. And we have indeed the barrack from Mr. Yo, so men-at-arm play by him. With persons, you usually don't see men-at-arm opening as they don't have any bonus for the infantry units. With Celts, the infantry is faster compared to other civilizations. So yeah, I guess we will see full water play by Sebastian, and Mr. Yo will try to defend on water and be very aggressive on land.
It looks like Sebastian's walling up, but I'm maybe a bit worried that down at the bottom right, Sebastian might have an opening in his wood line. Yo might be able to get through there. I mean, it's not a hard wall off if Sebastian thinks about it, but he didn't scout there.
Yeah, and that's the dangerous thing. It is tricky on this map because most of the time when you have scenarios like that, the wood is connected to the edge, so there is no hole here, and it's very seldom that you click there as well as a player to guarantee that everything is closed. But that goes for the aggressor as well, right? The aggressor most of the time thinks everything is walled, everything is closed, and he doesn't even try to. So yeah, Mr. Yo going up for the man-at-arm upgrade. No wood upgrade yet for him. I will do that momentarily. He was waiting for the resources, I suppose, and still not yet in. I wonder, yeah, Mr. Yo is not going to be capable of doing anything here, I suppose.
Yeah, is this a situation where you'd ever think of, well, he finished Man-at-Arms, but maybe canceling it and focusing on other upgrades?
I get the idea, and I think it is a good idea to have. However, oh, there is a tower.
There's a tower.
Yeah. So, and Sebastian doesn't see it. But to answer your question, it feels a little bit wrong as well because you're kind of based on the man-at-arm opening. So yeah, I understand why Mr. Yo doesn't want to do that, but it might be the better play to skip the man-at-arm upgrade.
Yeah, well, here is the tower. If only he had a forward vill, he could chop through that palisade. But Sebastian is just going to stone wall behind this, and this is now worrying me, Jordan. On both sides, Yo could get through, and if Sebastian relies on stone walls and isn't closed, that could be devastating if Yo gets in.
Exactly, and that's the dangerous thing about this map. If you commit onto water, then of course you have the better economy, but there's land aggression as well, right? And oh wow!
Oh. Wait, is that a lumber camp? That's a lumber. He's walling with a lumber camp.
Yeah,
well,
that's not a good lumber camp, right?
I mean, it's a great lumber camp if it keeps him safe and keeps the men-at-arms out. That's going to keep him walled.
Yeah, the thing is, like, the efficiency-wise shouldn't be too big for this one, and Mr. Yo goes for another tower forward. And goes for a Hulk as well, being harassing Sebastian's fish. Sebastian is reacting, however, he lost one fish already. And yeah, that's such a good value for Mr. Yo here. I really like his position.
And there's another tower from Mr. Yo. Mr. Yo also gave up the water at the top of the map and is instead docking the smaller ponds, only shorefish, but you can drop off with the Vills. It's shallow water, the Vills can walk there. And he's even bringing more goats back. So this is the tricky thing on this map. If you focus too much on water, you still have a great food eco on land, and your opponent can kind of give that up and just focus on also running through the walls. The Men-at-Arms are in. The Men-at-Arms are in and killing villagers. One goes down. Sebastian, he'll run to the TC, but that building almost denied. He'll get it up. But now he has to wall from behind, go for a gate. Oh, this is so tricky on the hill, too. And Yo is in. Yo is in. The Vills are weak. They were weak from the tower. And the Men-at-Arms are going to feast on those Vills. Celts eat TCs. They eat villagers, too. How many are going down here, Jordan? The Vills are fighting, and they're going to kill the Men-at-Arms actually fairly quickly. But he still loses a few Vills there.
Yeah, there were a lot of, I think, 4 villages in total, which Sebastian lost here. Which is not the worst thing, considering he has still the water with 6 fishing boats versus 0 from Mr. Yo. And he's Persians, right? So he produces these villagers faster. And I understand why Mr. Yo wanted to get in there, right? Because you feel like you are forced to get villager kills. However, losing those 3 Men-at-Arms is pretty huge as well. So yeah, not ideal for Mr. Yo here.
Up, and Sebastian trying to be annoying with his scout, but Yo will fight with the Vills. And, this is... I feel like that's horrible to lose the scout for nothing.
Absolutely. And now Mr. Yo trying to get to a second
Sebastian quick walling the Vills. Yo's Vills are weak. One of them is walled out. Does Sebastian have enough Vills to win this? I think he does. And, this is a disaster for Yo if he loses the forward Vills. He can't build the tower.
I'm very impressed by the reactions from Sebastian. Mr. Yo had such a good start here, but Sebastian is making all the right moves he needs to. He is even killing all the villagers, denying the tower as well. And that was just a clutch defense by Sebastian.
Oh, that is exactly what Sebastian needed. He's even going to wall that Vill now as an awkward position at the back of the map. But you can still be annoying with one Vill, and Yo will try to do one more tower. But since that first tower was cleared, Sebastian can move over back to his first lumber camp, and he still has wood access.
The tower which Mr. Yo is building right now is going to harass the wood line, so that is positive for Mr. Yo. But in theory, Sebastian can just transition to the wood on the right side, right? I don't think Mr. Yo should be able to challenge that too much. And Sebastian on the way to gas stage with such a good economy as well. He will increase his fishing boats. 4 more in the queue. He will have 11 in total. 1 archer trying to deny a little bit of food income by Mr. Yo, and fletching is in now for Mr. Yo. So what is he going to do here with those 2 archers? Not too much, but Sebastian really needs to ensure that the walls go up here.
Those are so many weak villagers too. If he ever stops paying attention for a moment, Yo could move in and snipe 3 or 4 of them. But I think maybe the key to this push is how the food eco for Sebastian was with the fish. And through all these towers from Yo, the food eco never was disrupted.
Yeah, exactly. So Mr. Yo, however, very close to clicking up to cast stage as well. And feels like to me, his economy is a little bit more stable. However, the resources collected don't really indicate that. And there are so many low HP villagers here from Sebastian. Another forward tower here by Mr. Yo, but I think he will use those villagers to break through the houses, because Mr. Yo knows exactly that's the only wood income Sebastian has right now, and he is really going for a migration here with those villagers, trying to get the food.
Trying to dock the ponds. He's also not adding any fishing ships on the ponds, just doing docks. Do you prefer the docks over the mills? They're slightly more expensive, but as you said, you can add the other warships in them if you want.
I personally like the mill better, because I will not run into the problem of producing military units on the dock there, which I don't want to, right? Because I select the all dock hotkey. Now we see a siege workshop. I really like that. With that, you can push the aggression away without any problem whatsoever. And the problem for Sebastian, ideally, he would love to fully focus on night production. But Mr. Yo has done such a great job at raiding the fish from Sebastian. And therefore, the food income is just not there to sustain night production constantly.
Right, so what do you think of that workshop, though, from an economic perspective? Because the town centers work faster for the Persians, and you have to figure out how you're going to spend your wood once you get up to the castle age.
Yeah, the problem is TC is always good to have, right? As long as you can sustain the villager production. Otherwise, it is kind of a waste, except maybe a little bit of safety for your villagers, as you can garrison them in there. But yeah, a lot of players make the mistakes to add TCs a little bit too quick, even though their economy doesn't really allow to get the villager production. And especially in the early cast age stages, you want to play one TC, get your economy going, get military presence, so you have the map control.
Right, and now it's tricky to figure out how you're spending your food too, because Sebastian, he has 10 fishing ships, but he had a lot of them on the whales too, collecting gold.
Yeah, and the adjustments done by him are not ideal, because he has 500 gold in the bank already. Doesn't really use that as well. It's not like he's producing a lot of units which cost gold. So yeah, he's using the market. That's a very good idea by him, or very good move. And yeah, he needs to ensure that the mangonel doesn't go down against the tower.
Oh, but here comes a knight. It might go down to the knight if Yo can repair that tower for a bit, but Sebastian gets the quick walls up and the mangonel will be safe. That knight won't get in, and he'll destroy the tower.
Very nice move by Sebastian, defending that. And also, okay, I was thinking Sebastian would use that knight to try to get some villager kills which were in the tower, but he has not done that. No upgrades whatsoever on neither knight, so they're trading similarly right now. And right now we're going into a very similar state. Both of them are having the same amount of villagers. Nice walls here by Sebastian. He's really on point so far.
Oh, nice walls from him. There's a hole by that lumber camp. Let's see if he notices it. He needs one more palisade and he goes for it. Yo doesn't try to run in. And we saw Sebastian raiding with a knight earlier too, but Yo has those speedy Celt spears to stay alive. He'll be adding some farms now. And how do you feel about farming on this map? It feels like maybe you want to avoid that as long as possible, but Yo's kind of hitting the limits of how long he can take the fish.
Yeah, the problem is if you don't farm, you're kind of forced to take the shortfish, which could be risky, right? Especially if your opponent has mobile units with the knights. So having the farms is just a little bit safer, and it's a little bit more consistent as well. So I personally like the farms here. Very nice second TC by Sebastian. And in the meantime, yeah, 10 on foot, and this is the risky thing.
Yeah, great knight raids. There are some spears there, but Yo is not noticing. He finally notices, but might lose 2 villagers. One goes down, and the second goes down too. Sebastian might lose a knight and needs to be careful here. He's not paying attention, but finally runs the knight away, but gets 2 vills by that dock. And I think this is what we're going to see, a lot of knights trying to find those exposed vills on the shallows.
Yeah, and Sebastian is also known to be very quick, very active with his units as well, right? So you don't really want to go or take the risk here if you're Mr. Yo. Mr. Yo doing a very good job with the defense, though. Killing 2 knights here, only losing 2 villagers. I think that's a fine trade for Mr. Yo. And Monk also trying to keep those knights at bay. Now also pikeman research from Mr. Yo. So I think Sebastian really has to think about how does he want to transition into this thing. Because against the pikemen you need some sort of ranged units, which would be the crossbow, the CA. But Celts with the scorpions, faster firing scorpions, could be dangerous for Sebastian.
Yeah, now we have the second TC from Yo Chu. And we saw how important the monks were. Usually you want to keep your monks by the TC to protect them. How do you think about positioning your monks? Because you can't really defend the shorefish with monks unless you go for TCs.
You can in theory, but you have to be very, very quick with your reactions. And most of the time that's not really working out, especially if you're trying to fix 4 or 5 things in 4 or 5 different places. It's very easy to miss the raid coming from the knights and then you lose your monk. So having a TC there is definitely safer.
Yeah, and I think that might be what we see. Nope, Yo decides to run back, but same thing, he runs away, avoids the conversion, and kills a villager. And both players going knights probably scales better than the Persians. What unit composition do you think of for both civs here? Celts not really the knight civs that the Persians are. You talked about the pikeman and the scorpion earlier.
Yeah, so for Mr. Yo, I think as Celts you focus either on a castle age push with pikemen and siege, mainly rams. Especially if your opponent is fully on knights, which Sebastian seems to be going, right? He is going for scaleboarding armor now as well. So he looks to go for knights, and their ram and pikeman is just the perfect unit composition. If you're thinking about Imperial Age, that's kind of where the Persians need to get going, because there they get the bombard cannon and the hand cannoneer. And these are 2 units which are very, very strong against the Celts, as long as the Celts doesn't have the economy to push really with a lot of siege.
Well, we know Celts like to eat TCs. Persians have extra HP, but maybe that just makes the TCs extra tasty for the Celts, as Yo is going for the Rams. He's amassing 3 Rams now, adding in more pikemen, and he's getting ready to start pushing Sebastian. Sebastian adding his own Rams along with the... Are we going to see Ram versus Ram here?
We're kind of seeing Rams being used to kill the outposts, which I find very interesting. Outpost is such a great building, right? Grants you so much vision. And now, is he really committing on to killing that Mangonel?
Does he delete the Knights? He gets the Mangonel. Was that worth it for 2 conversions? Maybe he can jump the Monks too. They're not by the town centers. And he'll get 1 Monk. Sebastian will try to wall the Knights in.
That was a bad trade for Mr. Yo, I feel like. He lost 4 Knights in exchange for gifting 2 Knights to his opponent, losing 1 Monk and 1 Mangonel. I don't think that was worth it at all. And yeah, the Ram goes down by from Sebastian. And now the push is coming. We need to see a Mangonel as soon as possible for Sebastian. He has them in production, but the
Ram's going for the workshop. He's going straight for the workshop. He knows that the Mangonels will come out to stop the Ram push, and he wants to destroy that workshop. Sebastian sending all of his vills to repair. The Mangonel on 85%, but the workshop goes down. Yo has some conversions ready in the back for the Knights, and this is a great start to the push as more Rams come forward, applying even more pressure, going for the tower too.
This is going to be so tough for Sebastian. The Rams took down the siege workshop so fast. If there was a Mangonel there, the entire push would have been shut down.
Oh, nice shot on the villagers. The Mangonel gets a wonderful shot, firing faster for the Celts. The Rams will ram faster for the Celts. And the Persian monks are vulnerable to the Mangonels too. No redemption for the Persians.
Exactly, and that is such a tough spot for Sebastian to be in. He's doing a good job with his Knight Mass. He was able to get a lot of them, so he's able to push back here. But yeah, Mr. Yo will produce more and more pikemen, and Sebastian will have to think about a transition, I think.
Yeah, it's a good start to the push. The Knights slowing it down a bit, but here comes Yo. He almost has the stone for a castle, Jordan. We might see a castle drop right on Sebastian's face.
Yeah, and if that is going to happen in front of the gold here, that could be very, very problematic for Sebastian. He will lose his TC. He will lose a couple of farms as well, which are so crucial for Sebastian. However, what I like for Sebastian is his food count. He has 34 on food right now, which is very, very helpful. 16 on gold as well. But that castle, if that one goes up, that's going to be a nightmare for Sebastian.
Oh, that is a beautiful... Yo has to be careful with that Mangonel not to shoot his own castle foundation. But there he goes. He gets the castle up. Here come the Knights. Sebastian's committing. He does not want this castle going up. But Yo has monks. Yo has pikemen. They're standing in the choke point protecting the villagers. I can't see Sebastian getting to those vills.
Why is Mr. Yo not using his Mangonels against his Knights? I don't really understand.
I think he's going for the monks with them.
Yeah, looks like that. But he had some good opportunities here, and Sebastian was desperately trying to kill the castle, or kill the villagers building the castle, but he's not able to do so.
And that's rough because Sebastian also committed to a farming eco. That castle will deny many of those farms. Yo going for more town centers behind this. And does Yo, he just keeps pushing the castle age. He doesn't think about Imp here, does he?
No, you don't really want to be in Imp as well. You don't want to go for that as Celts, as long as you are able to deal a lot of damage in cast stage, right? In Prelage, they kind of struggle early on against the Persians.
You're worried about the gunpowder there too.
Exactly, exactly. So the only way how they can fight against that is when they have very good economy with, let's say, 140 villagers, but Mr. Yo is far away from that. So I really like how Mr. Yo is playing that. And Sebastian, I feel like he's kind of running out of answers right now. He's adding more TCs in the back. That's kind of an automatic thing. But he needs to think about longevity. And he needs to add some range units or Mangonels himself. Otherwise, he will face big issues.
Oh, and here comes that Ram push. One defensive Mangonel for Sebastian can probably defend against the Ram. But still, this is the Celts. And I think once again, we might be seeing the player who won the water lose on land as Yo continues pushing. That TC is going down. A few Knights for Sebastian, but just not enough army against all those pikemen. And since there are pikemen there, I mean, who cares about conversions? They're just pikemen. The monk defense isn't worth it now.
Exactly. That's the beauty of having pikemen and your opponent having monks who just don't care. There is a little bit of a raid going on the right-hand side, and Mr. Yo has not paid attention to that yet. There is one pike. Okay, so Mr. Yo reacting here, only losing a few villagers. Also great play by Sebastian to think about that, even though he's so big under pressure. Population still looks good for Sebastian. Food count, very good. But yeah, he needs to be super active with
And another raid in the north, and that's how the Persians want to play, with mobility with the knights, so that they're not fighting the pikemen in one choke point. Yo pushing with the castle as best he can, but he's just now gonna continue the push, and I don't see how Sebastian secures his farming eco to keep making knights.
Yeah, and he lost so many farms, right? That's around 14 or 15 there. That's a big pain for him. And yeah, even though he has the water, it doesn't feel like he has the advantage in this game anymore. However, Sebastian has done an amazing job expanding on the map. And look at his resources, T-West. It is very close for him to go up to Imperial Age. And once he's in Imperial Age and gets access to the chemistry, he will be able to go for the gunpowder. And that's going to be very problematic.
There he goes, but here come Woad Raiders. And how do the Persians stop Woad Raiders in the Castle Age?
Yeah, they need a lot of knights, right? A lot of monks are on the field as well, converting the pikemen, and yeah, he needs to produce as many knights as possible, just to ensure that he gets into Imperial Age with as little damage as possible. But it feels like his units here are not the best anymore, and Mr. Yo is capable of, yeah, pushing those monks back.
And I think Yo, he's getting raided again. Sebastian still has a great villager lead and a great eco lead, as Yo can't really deal with these raids. And Sebastian's going for a castle. That castle is crucial because it protects his wood line. But Yo has Celt Mangonels, Sebastian has knights. The Mangonels will go down, and I think this castle goes up for Sebastian.
This is so well done by Sebastian. So good, right? He realized the situation. He knows exactly his knights at home cannot really defend as good as he would like to, and instead of wasting his knights, which I, for example, would have done as well, just because there is so much pressure, he just says, okay, let's get some counter value and let's go for the ratings. And if we take a look at the economy, 106 eco units for Sebastian, 84 for Mr. Yo. Resources collected look very good for Sebastian as well. Score very close, however, Mr. Yo not even close to going up to Imperial Age.
No, and Sebastian has expanded with his Persian town centers. They produce vills so quickly, and now he has gold access on the rest of the map. He doesn't have maybe the front of his base anymore, but he has wood and he has gold, and that's what he needs for Trebs as soon as he hits Imp.
Yeah, and a very interesting TC as well. He really wants to ensure that that gold position is his. And yeah, Mr. Yo, let's see how his reaction is going to be. We will most likely see another castle. Yes, he has one here. Very nice position.
That castle's on 2 town centers. That TC is even denied. The Ward Raiders and the pikemen are there. Yo may be seeing that castle by the woodline and decided to send everyone to the gold to the top of the map. And that is a great raid from him. There's even a 3rd TC he could destroy.
Chemistry is incoming, so Sebastian, even though there was so much pressure happening all over the place, he was able to get chemistry. It's not the cheapest one as well, 500 resources in total. And yeah, he needs to get the hand cannoneers out as soon as possible, because Kelt doesn't really have an answer to that at all.
Especially not in the Castle Age.
Exactly. And bombard cannons are needed as well for Sebastian. He is not pretty... Okay, never mind. He is producing a trebuchet now as well. Was kind of a little bit... Yeah, I
but Jordan, look at that military count, 46-8. Yo is pushing. He's staying full Castle Age, and he's making more Woad Raiders. And Sebastian doesn't have the best food economy for the hand cannoneers.
Exactly. The question is Sebastian going to be able to produce hand cannoneers fast enough so he can fend off the aggression? Trebuchet should be able to siege against that castle. That's fine. However, is Sebastian in the meantime not taking too much damage here from Mr. Yo, because Mr. Yo is really putting on the aggression, trying to make things happen, and he will try to avoid the hand cannoneers as much as possible.
Sebastian's added more TCs, but as we say about the Celts eat TCs. Yo wants to feast on those 4 or 5 outlying TCs from Sebastian. Can he actually deny Sebastian from gold control if he keeps this up?
Yeah, I think he's doing a good job, but that castle here is so good by Sebastian. Securing the stone, securing the gold, and that's all Sebastian needs right now. Ideally, he would get around 10 more farmers going as well, but yeah, the losses which he sustains right now are inevitable. Mr. Yo is doing too much of a good job here, but it feels like Sebastian realizes the situation, tries to expand toward this toward the back, and it feels like in the south, he should be able to push back.
Well, there's Imp for Yo, so Yo might lose a castle, but he's up to the Imperial Age. Citadels for the Persians, that's a tech that gives the castles a bit more resistance against bonus damage, so they'll be stronger against the Rams. But right now, Sebastian, he's fighting with Vils. He's fighting under a castle with Vils. Here come the Woad Raiders. And is he going to lose Vils here? Can he repair this castle? The pikemen and the Woad Raiders keeping the villagers away. The Rams go for the castles. That's too much infantry there for Yo. He still has 3 Rams alive. Sebastian's doing what he can to fight with Vils. He's repairing the castle as best he can. Citadels is in. Can that keep the castle up, Jordan?
Sebastian has the problem that he doesn't have stone right now,
He's
right?
out of stone. He's out of stone. That castle's defending his last stone.
But I think he should be able to defend it, but the castle is so crucial. If Mr. Yo is capable of getting that castle, he's in a very good position.
Here
but
come the hand cannoneers. There's one ram left. Is this enough? Does Sebastian have just enough to defend the castle? I think he does. He's buying stone at the market. Yo's adding more rams, but they're going to be too late. His push is denied. The hand cannoneers are there, and Sebastian stays alive.
Oh, that was so crucial for Sebastian. So good. And Mr. Yo now, with the population kind of struggling as well. His economy is untouched, right? So that is good for him. But Sebastian is stabilizing more and more. He's spending the wood to build more farmers. His gold income is not the best, but he should be able to push now with his gunpowder units. 25 hand cannoneer already on the field. No bombard cannon, but we see 2 trebuchets. And with those trebuchets, he should be able to get more castles down from Mr. Yo.
And what does Yo do in the Imperial Age against the hand cannoneers? Because Celts have good siege, but that's expensive to upgrade. And another thing that is expensive to upgrade, we do see sometimes against hand cannoneers, is Celt paladins.
Yeah,
you're not liking them. You don't think the dream exists.
Yes. Well, the thing is, I faced Hera in Hidden Cup, and he went Celts Paladins against me, so I have a bad taste against them. The problem is against. Yeah, in this situation, I don't think he can sustain it, right? Because his economy is not there. And now, with the Woad Raiders being thrown away like that, it's really painful. Mr. Yo is doing a good job trying to go for side raids to split the attention from Mr. Sebastian, but it feels like, yeah, him losing the castle is just going to be inevitable.
Do you feel like Yo then has to pick one of Onager or Scorpion to upgrade? Just to get something to fight the hand cannoneers?
It has to be Scorpion then, right? Because I feel like the Onagers are a little bit too hard to get to and are more expensive as well. But yeah, Sebastian, this is exactly what we talked about, right? Where that's also one of the reasons why Mr. Yo went for the cast stage push, just because of the hand cannoneers are so strong against Celts.
Now there's Elite Woad Raider. Mr. Yo also about to maybe push the monastery, but has to go back because of the hand cannoneers. And so far, still just on infantry. But the one thing Yo has now is map control. He's lost a few castles, but Sebastian's still trapped along one edge of the map.
Yeah, and that's true. However, we have to just appreciate Mr. Sebastian's ability to generate so many farmers. He has 62 right now. His Hussar upgraded as well. He's lacking a little bit of cavalry upgrades. However, he will be able to span this map for with a lot of Hussars, right? And he's going to create a lot of headache for Mr. Yo. The problem for Mr. Yo is he doesn't have too many castles on the map anymore, right? If I'm not mistaken, only 2. So his production of the
Woad
Raiders is a little bit halted there.
Well, he's adding in more barracks against the Hussars. Maybe he wants to start going for pikemen, but he hasn't upgraded to halberdier yet. He has the gold for it, but it's so tricky now. Do you go halbs against the Hussars, or do you go maybe Scorpions against the hand cannoneers?
Yeah, it's very tricky. Ideally, you fully commit onto Woad Raiders, because Woad Raiders also trade well against the Hussars. But yeah, now the Hussars are hitting the fray, getting the first kills in. And I think that's not something Mr. Yo is expecting as of now, especially because he was pushing so much. And usually the players being pushed that much don't get such a good economy. So Sebastian has done such a good job there.
Oh, and this is going to be a denied castle. Yo can't go forward with the castle. The Hussars will destroy the castle foundation and kill all the villagers. And meanwhile, the raids continue in the middle of Yo's base. He's losing more vills, and he's maybe struggling now to get the Woad Raiders in position enough to fight the numbers of Hussars.
This game is so good. Both players have played so well. Now the third castle upcoming now for Mr. Yo. Places it more defensively, because aggressively it didn't really work out for him. Sebastian was there to defend it. And yeah, now it's all about the ratings with the Hussars and push with the gunpowder units and the trebuchets.
And one thing Celts don't have is Bracer on their castles to help against the Hussar raids too, as the Treb push continues for Sebastian right down the middle of the map. And now he went from one edge of the map to maybe about a third to getting half of the map control back under his possession.
Exactly. Mr. Yo trying desperately to get enough of a mass of Bolt Raiders to fight back against those units, because the more you have, the better it's going to be. However, military count, if you take a look, 76 against 41.
Oh, down goes the castle. Here come the Hussars. Those Vills are dead. The Woad Raiders can't fight the Hand Cannoneers. And I think Sebastian is starting to take control of this game, Jordan.
Exactly. Iron Casting incoming now as well. Blast Furnace on the other side from Mr. Yo. However, it feels like Mr. Yo just cannot keep up with the unit production from Sebastian. And Sebastian is doing such a good job at the raiding.
Oh, the raids. The raids are there. Halb is not in for the Celts. And I don't think that Yo can stop these raids. Just doing Botkin now for the TCs too. He is so behind on upgrades.
Yeah, and the problem is also for Mr. Yo that the Celts, well, the Persian TCs have doubled the HP, right? So it takes so much longer to get rid of those TCs. And now another castle goes down. Mr. Sebastian is very happy with that trade. Taking down the castles is like the main thing for him, because that will stop the wood production. For Mr. Yo.
Yeah, and Sebastian doesn't even really care about the pikemen that much because he has such a good mass of hand cannoneers.
Yeah, exactly. Right, so that castle desperately being tried to survive from Mr. Yo, but it just feels kind of inevitable that that castle goes down as well, and then Mr. Yo will only have one castle remaining. Population looks better for Mr. Yo right now. He's doing some good raids with his Woad Raiders, but he's just losing the castle, and he doesn't have stone income right now.
No, and he can't repair the castle, he can't add more castles, and then he gets stuck on just pikemen if the castles go down. That's not going to be enough. He's desperately trying to repair that castle, trying to get the raids, but it's so much better for Sebastian now with this push, with those hand cannoneers that Yo does not have an answer to.
Yeah, this game is so close. Population looks even better for Mr. Yo, but the question is how much damage can he really deal out with those Woad Raiders. Now finally fletching incoming. Ballistics is there already for Sebastian, but it feels like without fletching, those TCs are only tickling the Woad Raiders.
No, and without mobility, it's actually really hard for Sebastian to stop the Woad Raiders. Sebastian doesn't have much stone either, and he only has 2 castles.
Yeah, that's very interesting. Like, I'm a little bit worried for Sebastian here in terms of his population.
The scores are really close. I mean, Yo with these raids might flip the scores. He does right there. He destroys a TC. And those Celts are still hungry, Jordan.
Yeah, they are very hungry. Is there a possibility that Mr. Yo wins this game, even though he only has 2 production facilities right now and one
I think there is.
Killed?
I think there is. Look at the Vil count for Sebastian. That's dropping. Yo can't push the trebuchets, but Sebastian can't get back. Or maybe he can push the trebs. That's a lot of hand cannoneers to defend, but he's been repairing the castle. He will dive the trebs. Will he get all 3 of them? 1, 2, and 3 trebuchets go down. Yo defends his castle. The Woad Raiders might even destroy a castle on the other side. Sebastian desperately repairing. If he's repairing, though, he's not farming, and he only has 84 Vils. I don't know if Yo gets this castle that is so close, but his castle is safe. He can make more Woad Raiders.
Sebastian desperately trying to keep that castle up. Will he be able to do so?
How close is it? He's sending more Vils to repair. I think he is just enough, but he needs to keep buying stone. He only has 4 Vils on stone. His resources are at the limit. He's doing murder holes, Jordan. Murder holes might save the castle. That's gunpowder murder holes.
Oh god.
Here comes another round of Woad Raiders.
He's just barely able to keep that castle alive, but his economy is at the limits right now, and both are kind of going for a base trade here. It feels like Mr. Yo just set up a little bit better here, but man, Sebastian is taking so many losses.
He's losing so many Vils. He's down to 74 Vils. Yo's down to 115, but it feels like maybe the hand cannoneers can't get under the TCs or castles that Yo has. The Hussars are there, but they're not really killing as much as the Woad Raiders are.
Yeah, the hand cannoneer obviously having a field day against those Woad Raiders. However, the Woad Raiders, they have the mobility, and they're always going to be able to run into the economy of Sebastian, and that's kind of the downside of the hand cannoneers as well. You want to have them in one place, right, in order for them to be as strong as possible, but you are not able to defend, and with 2 castles only, Sebastian is really struggling to keep his economy safe, and that's what Mr. Yo took the advantage in, and we see 160 population against 130. Sebastian desperately trying to make something happen, but it feels like Mr. Yo just had a little bit of an edge there.
Oh, that outpost. Yo sees the raids and he runs back. He's bringing pikemen over. Sebastian hoping to kill some vills, but Yo reacting as best he can. And look at how slow those hand cannoneers are. They're chasing woad raiders across the map, but if they chase them, that's no longer getting the forward pressure that Sebastian wanted. And Sebastian, he hasn't had siege ever since he lost those 3 trebs. Yo's taking the scores are flipping back and forth like crazy. Sebastian trying to add more stables, but the more he relies on hussars, the more effective those raids will be.
Exactly. It feels like this is, for me, the best game so far in this tournament, because it has been a back and forth 10 times already. I'm really curious how Mr. Yo was capable of pulling that back. Nice wall here by Sebastian, killing all those wood raiders without taking any losses. And yeah, however, even though Sebastian is doing such great moves, it feels like Mr. Yo has done a little bit of a better job at generating the macro behind and the economy behind.
Now, is there ever a period where if you're Yo, you think about doing another unit? You have the woad raiders and some pikemen. Do you ever think about trying to go maybe skirms to deal with the hand cannoneers? A lot of your other options are too expensive now.
I think what Mr. Yo is doing right now is totally enough. The only thing he should be doing as well is eventually getting siege rams as well, but that's of course very hard to pull off right now. However, his economy is just looking so good, right? He has 81, what was it? 80, let's say 80 on
farms.
food. And 29 on wood as well, so he's looking very, very good in terms of economy.
And a treb. He somehow got a treb for it. He's attacking the castle. Again, Citadels was in earlier for Sebastian. That removes some of the bonus damage the castle would take from the treb, so it stays up much longer. But it might not stay up if there's nothing to destroy the treb. The woad raiders are there, and the hand cannoneers, yeah, they can be annoying, but they can't get under the TC.
What Mr. Yo needs to do is to mass a lot of army, which he's very close to doing as well. He has 50 in total, and jump everything onto those hand cannoneers. Because if the hand cannoneers are out, then Mr. Yo can do whatever he wants onto this map. Sebastian knows about that, and he pulls back those hand cannoneers because he doesn't want to risk losing them.
And look at the populations. Yo's at 200 population. He's got 142 villagers. Sebastian is struggling here. Can he keep that castle up? Looks like he'll destroy the treb. But now the woad raiders come in. The hussars are on one side. The woad raiders are being chased by slow hand cannoneers. And the hand cannoneers can't stop these raids.
Mr. Yo has done such a good job at being active with the raids, also defending at home against the raids. And now Halberdiers is in as well. And once we see the siege rams coming in as well, with forward siege workshops, that's where we know that Mr. Yo has really a good feeling about this game.
And that's so valuable. He's doing exactly what you said, getting enough woad raiders to jump the hand cannoneers. Only 17 hand cannoneers left. Yo might not kill all of them, but he'll kill enough of them, or maybe he will kill all of them. The woad raiders are pretty darn strong if they catch the hand cannoneers too, but I think that's enough even if 2 or 3 survive.
Yeah, and we have double the population now for Mr. Yo. I feel like Sebastian is running out of gas here. Dropping under 100 population, and Mr. Yo, it feels like the longer the game goes, the better he plays. And yeah, this is exactly the stage of Mr. Yo where he shines the most, right? Yeah. Later stages of Imperial Age, that's where he's known to be the best. And he
there's the
actually manages to take the victory here.
There we go. Yo goes up 2-0. 1 versus 8 is the seeding. Sebastian came into this as the favorite. Yo had not played well so far this tournament, but now...
Something you mentioned earlier, T-West, that Lensois might not be the best map pick for Sebastian against Mr. Yo, because Mr. Yo is known to be someone who is, in terms of strategy and decision-making, one of the best in the game. And in those hybrid maps, that's more about strategy and decision-making rather than pure execution. And I was really watching that game, and I enjoyed it so much, because we had 2 styles and 2 openings which were completely opposite from each other. And I felt like Mr. Yo did such a good job applying the pressure, Sebastian doing very well defending, and it went to be a very, very good game.
And once more, I'm seeing a game on this map where whoever wins the water ends up losing the game.
Yeah, that's very interesting. Always when I practiced and I lost the water, I lost the game. I need to change something.
Well, here we go. Right from the start, that tower rush, Yo jumping through the TC. Even now, there were points where Sebastian might have felt like he was ahead, but it wasn't perfect for him.
Exactly. That was a good moment for Sebastian. He only lost a couple of villages here, but trading off the dangerous men-at-arms here. So that was in theory good for him. And in the meantime, he was also able to push that tower back. And with those movements here by Sebastian, walling in the villages from Mr. Yo, denying the tower was so crucial for him. And that was the moment where I was like, okay, Sebastian definitely has the game.
And I like how you said only lost a couple of villagers, because there's that only there. It's just not what he wants to do, even though it felt like it was maybe enough. But this was amazing, that ram push, going straight for the workshop, knowing he didn't want the mangonels.
Yeah, and that was, like, in terms of strategy, that was so good from Mr. Yo, applying the pressure in cast stage with Siege and Pike. And yeah, Sebastian held on very well, even though the Siege workshop went down. He did an amazing job expanding onto the map with TCs. What is happening here?
We have the crowd cheering. Sebastian's doing some push-ups on the stage. I think it's hard for us to see him do the push-ups, but the crowd can see it. Sebastian known for doing push-ups. I think that he just wants to get stronger as the set goes on, making sure during this break between the games he's able to just get his energy up.
Yeah, no, I'm wondering where he got that from. I don't know. No, like push-ups are really helping to get the blood flow going, and especially in moments like that, Sebastian is playing well, right? But feels like Mysterio, that's just a wild card. I think after seeing the group stage, you're kind of happy to face him, but it's playoffs time, and then you're not happy to face him because he can pull out so many different things. He's such a great player, and he's showing that right now in the set against Sebastian.
Yeah, and even that first game, that felt like that was first game won in the Civ draft, maybe, anticipating the woo and picking a counter pick. This felt like it was won distinctly in the game.
Exactly. Persian's great on hybrid maps, exactly as Kel's. So there was not a big difference here. But yeah, it felt like Mr. Yo knew exactly what he had to do, right? He is one of the most experienced players. And this, for me, was just one of the best games we had in the tournament. Maybe even the best, because it was back and forth. Different styles, different openings. And I just loved how Mr. Yo adapted, saying, okay, I just resign on water right away, but I will apply so much pressure, so you will have to deal with that.
Yeah, one of the things I note on that map is you can apply a lot of pressure and take map control, but it's hard to finish someone off. Yeah. And you get to those crazy situations where one player is pushing, another player is raiding, and you would hope the Persians are a good raiding civ, but just not quite enough. And we didn't see the Kelp Paladins I wanted, but the Woad Raiders got the job done, despite the Hand Cannoneers that you thought was maybe what Sebastian wanted to do.
Yeah, Hand Cannoneers are just the only unit, and with Bombard Cannons in the mix against the Kels, which the Persians can go for, because Paladins or Elephants don't really trade well against the Halberdiers, which the Kels can go for very easily. But yeah, the Woad Raiders, if you're capable as the Celts player to master them with a good economy, with a lot of castles, then that's problematic for the Persians player. But it was interesting to see, like Mr. Yo was down to 2 castles, the second one was about to die as well, but Mr. Yo with his counter raid killed so much economy and then shifted the focus fully onto the traps, taking them down, disengaging again. That was just beautiful gameplay.
Yeah, he was in the right positions, recognizing that he could repair that castle just enough to raid and then get back. And now we're going to move on to Game 3. Sebastian, down 2-0, had played so well, but now at risk of getting knocked out of the tournament. And he is going to pick Pantanal as his next map. The Civ matchup looks like it'll be Chinese versus Bohemians. And this is a map that, if there's one map I thought Yo would be good on in this tournament, it is this one. He is such a good Nomad player. It's a land Nomad start. You can't dock the water. And we'll need to see where the players do their town centers. Oh. And we might have a restart if the TCs are too close.
Yeah, that's a restart,
Is that a restart? So on Nomad, you can't place your TCs directly in range of each other at the start. The players didn't scout this. They don't see each other. And they might just build their TCs to find out we need to restart.
I have never seen something like
and
that.
Yeah, we're going to restart. That is crazy, but that's one of the classic rules of Age of Empires. You can't build your TCs directly next to each other at the start. You can build a TC, delete it, and then go for that Dark Age Town Center push if you want to, but we'll have a restart there.
Yeah, that's very interesting, because I've played that a couple of times already, this map, for preparation for the qualifiers, and that's something that never happened to me. I was always quite far from the opponent's TC, so interesting to see that, but it makes sense to have a restart. And also what's very interesting is Bohemians against Chinese. It's their first picks for each player, right?
Right.
However, I like Bohemians much more than Chinese in the matchup, right? Because Chinese really struggle against Bohemians.
But it's a Nomad map, and the Chinese will get 3 extra villagers as soon as they build that town center. And because there's so much extra food on the map, usually the Chinese can avoid that 25 seconds of idle time they get on a land map by gathering food while building the TC.
Yeah, that's a huge advantage for Chinese, for sure. So they will have the better start, no question about that. If I think about units or an army composition, that's going to be very hard for Chinese because Bohemians can just go for the Hussar wagon, which counters most things the Chinese can throw at them. And then, yeah, the rocket cards, they die against Redemption Monks, for example. And the Hussar wagon and Redemption Monks combination is going to be tough for the Chinese.
Right, that's tough against pretty much any civ. If you're the Chinese on this map, you're really playing for the early game economy.
Yes.
And honestly, the early TC position can be crucial for getting your TC up quickly. And I also want to pay attention to Yo's Vills on the outside. You have 3 groups of 3 Vills on the 9 Vill start, and he's probably going to look to make a mill for them. On the inside of the map, there's gold. On the outside, there's stone and food.
So the thing for Chinese is you want to go up to fuel age as fast as possible, I suppose, and you want to apply aggression toward the stone from Mr. Yo, because if Mr. Yo is capable of getting a castle up, kind of like the phosphor strategy, that's going to be so tough for them. Because as Bohemians, you can fully play 1TC,
Right.
Monk, and Hussar wagons, and Chinese will struggle so much against that. Chinese usually excel a lot in getting their economy going, expanding as much as possible, trying to get some ratings in, but it's going to be very curious how that one is going to shape out.
Yep, and I think I said Yo earlier when I was talking about the Chinese. I meant the civilization, not the player nationality. Both doing the mill on the outside. And look at that idle TC now for Sebastian, only 3 seconds.
And that's beautiful for Chinese. So in total, they should have at least 2, maybe even 3 villagers advantage. And yeah, that's a huge advantage, especially in the early stages of a game, right? If it's like 50 against 53, that's not a big difference. But 10 against 13, that's a big difference. And yeah, I'm only expecting the fast fuel age from Sebastian. And Mr. Yo will have to think about how he can defend against that. He's doing a good job against the Javelina here. His TC spot is very nice as well, close to the wood and close to the gold. So everything is secured here for him.
Yep, and Yo, if I think about one thing for Mr. Yo, it's him playing Spanish on Nomad, going FC Conquistadors. Not quite the same civ here, but the same thought process of going fast castle, making the unique unit.
Exactly. What also is very interesting is that Mr. Yo's home map is this, right? And Sebastian didn't take his second home map, but he chose that one. What do you think about that one, T-West?
Well, I think maybe if you're a player, there's some thought process of, I need to win 3 games in a row. Let's say, just in case we get there, and then I'll have that confidence. I said, I'm surprised by this, but no matter what, you have to go through Yo on this map. Maybe as a player, you could be thinking about the civs and you just want to know what Yo will use here. Maybe Bohemians, I think you said earlier, might have been a choice for Amazonia, perhaps. So you just want to know what he's going for and try to get them out of the way.
Yeah. Also, what is interesting, he could argue, or you could argue that he wanted his first pick, which is the Chinese, and to be out there, play it, right? Because that's maybe the moment where he feels the most comfortable at. Just to regain confidence. But yeah, let's see. The problem for him is that Mr. Yo has his first pick as well. We see on the resource collected why Chinese is so strong on this map, having 100 ahead, maybe even more because a lot of those resources are still in the hands of the villagers and have not been dropped off yet.
And 3 extra vills holding resources too.
Yes, that's just massive for sure. All right, we see Sebastian building a lumber camp. That's kind of an indicator that he wants to get up to fuel age because you need 2 dark age buildings in order to get up to the next age. And I'm sure we will see maybe 1, 2 more villagers and then he will go up.
What does that lumber camp position tell you? There are small clumps of wood in the middle and large clumps of wood on the outside. It looks very defensive.
It looks defensive and also tells me, okay, I want to get the lumber camp up as soon as possible. I want to go up to fuel age as fast as possible.
We can see some laming. House trick by Sebastian. He's going to deny Yo from luring the Javelina. Once he gets onto the shallows, you can't construct buildings there. So that makes it harder for Yo to counter lame. It looks like Sebastian will steal that Javelina right out from Yo's villager.
That was so well done by Sebastian. And Mr. Yo is, of course, no stranger to those shenanigans as well. He's very good at relaming as well, repositioning or getting the Javelina as well. But Sebastian was a little bit quicker here. And Mr. Yo has a lot on villagers or a lot of food already in the bank. And it kind of indicates to me the way he approaches is that he will go for a cast stage.
Also, lots of capybaras on this map. Maybe I put a few too many capybaras when I scripted the map.
It's good. It's
good? Okay,
Yes,
okay.
I like it.
As long as Jordan approves. I don't need to go in the back room, edit the map while we're playing.
No, I like it. Especially on Amazonia, it's pretty hilarious as well if you have like 20 around your TC.
And here's some micro here. We have Sebastian going for the house. He's trying to figure out what building to place, a gate or a house. He gets the house. You build the foundation. You don't even need to start construction as long as it's has the animal on top of it. It'll de-aggro, and he does it a couple of times to lure the javelina with the villager. And he will go with a barracks on the way up. And do you ever consider scouts here, or is it always a range?
Scouts can be played, but it kind of tells me the wood he has that it's going to be a range, especially if he has 3 on gold. But never mind, like, is it a fast castle by him?
Could it be FC Fire Lancers? Looking at those resources, if he makes a market, he could probably sell the stone and go for an aggressive fast castle?
I'm not entirely sure. I don't think his balance is like the best.
It's
Okay,
stable.
it will be fast castle.
Stable and a blacksmith. So if you're doing the stable, you could go a light cav for some map control. Maybe play it kind of like you would on Arena. Try to control the relic, scout where Yo is going, and maybe even deny Yo from getting to the outside. Right now, Yo will make 1 castle, but you can't defend 2 locations with 1 castle.
Yeah, it's definitely possible. Also, Sebastian played that way against Viper as well, where Viper was Burgundians and he was Berbers, right? So it feels like that's the thing Sebastian likes to do on this map, which is interesting, right? His economy, however, is good enough to go up to wood upgrade?
Wood upgrade?
Because he doesn't have the gold. All right.
Oh, he'll mine the gold and do the wood upgrade.
Yes. It makes sense to do so. A little bit of a hiccup by him in terms of the build, but yeah, he will go up to cast stage now. Has all the resources. 24 seconds of idle TC time though, so a little bit of a hiccup as mentioned already, but not a big issue. And now the cast stage time is almost similar.
And also, Yo just picked up Bloom, so if there are some scouts or light cav running around, that will keep the vills just a bit more protected. The other thing I note about the Bohemians is they're a very good monk save, so having that stable for the light cav line to counter the monks might be very helpful.
Absolutely. That's also something Sebastian was taking into consideration. The lethal push I was talking about with the monk and Hassai wagon is the best way to counter that or try to play against that is the light cav play. And interestingly enough for me, Mr. Yo has not even committed onto stone, so I would expect him to just try to play this greedy and go for TCs in the back, trying to get stone and have a little bit of spearments to just fend off the scouts if possible.
That's interesting. I mean, Sebastian, can we see what he's scouting on the outside? Is he checking whether or not Yo is on stone? Because with the scouts, he can check that, but I think he's going to see Yo is just staying by his starting TC and not going for the castle.
Yeah, it kind of looks like that. And Sebastian is doing such a good job at scouting the map. Like, he has almost explored everything here. Even explores the barrack. I like his usage of getting the outposts here to get more and more vision because it's just so important. And I'm curious what Mr. Yo will do now. He's just having a spearman to get more TCs up because I don't expect him to go for forward monk and siege here.
Yeah, interesting that he's going to boom. Let's say this does turn into a boom game. Both players get to the late game. What Civ do you like more in this matchup?
Yeah, 100% Bohemians. Like
100%.
Chinese have no chance against Bohemians whatsoever. Sebastian able to save
Ooh,
that
the quick
villager
wall.
here. Really nicely done by
HP
him.
Vil survives. Outpost and Palisade is part of the quick wall. And a monastery for Yo right away. Forward workshop. This might not be TC's, Jordan. This might be a monk push.
That's very interesting. If he opens with a ram, I think that would be good for Mr. Yo. But yeah, just trying to get down the stable here. But this is going to be a very micro-intensive play here, and Sebastian is always going to be the favorite in those kind of shenanigans.
I'm going to look at the resources collected. Sebastian's up by about 500, but I kind of fear if you're the Chinese, you want to be a bit more than 500 resources ahead at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. Mr. Yo trying his best to make something happen now, which we will see in a moment, and Sebastian even transitioned onto stone here, so he will be thinking about defending with a castle here. And able to kill one villager here, nicely done by Sebastian.
He's going to get one villager, but just one villager. Here we have the quick wall saving another villager, and beautifully done. And he'll save that vill, and just continue trying to fight the monk push now. We'll have monks coming forward. If you're the Chinese now, what do you do against Bohemian monks?
You try to fend them off with light calves as good as possible. I mean, you have the mobility with the light cap, right? So that would be good in theory. But once the monks have redemption, then that's going to be the moment where it's really problematic for you. But that's something Sebastian knows. That's why he transitioned onto stone as well. And he should be able to defend with a castle. Once the castle is up, then it's going to be very problematic for Mysterio because he cannot push anymore without Hasa wagons.
And I think the tricky thing about the castle is sometimes that might trigger another castle in a fast imp treb situation.
Yep.
But the Chinese still should have the better eco for this map for winning that race to imp.
Exactly. And both of them are not too far away from each other, right? So that's definitely good for Sebastian as well.
Oh, another Vil might go down here from Sebastian. He gets another kill, but his scouts are trapped. Yo brings a spear, and the scouts will just manage to get out. A couple of nice Vil picks here and there from Sebastian, just giving him a bit more of an eco lead, up by 6 villagers now and doing wheelbarrow.
Yeah, 3 villagers killed in total already by Sebastian. That was so well done by him, and I kind of, I don't see Mysterio doing too much damage here, right? It feels like he doesn't really commit too much here. He has not added any extra economy as well with extra TCs. So he's kind of running out of time, and Sebastian is able to afford a castle in a moment.
And 3 relics as he's bringing in the third right now behind this, and that always feels so smooth if you're trying to go imp fast. Having a few relics generating gold when you can focus your vills more on food instead of gold.
Exactly. Redemption incoming now as well, pikeman upgrade as well, but does Mysterio see the castle position already? I don't think so. Right now he doesn't see it. So once Mysterio sees that there is a castle already on the map, then that's the moment where he definitely has to transition into economy because he will not be able to push anymore.
Yeah, a few more vills going for that castle, and if Yo's thinking of converting the light calf, he might be a bit busy with micro and not see the castle. Fletching for Sebastian Chu, and that castle will defend 2 golds and a small wood line and the TC. And Yo is not going to be able to push.
He's not able to push in here. The TC also able to keep those monks at bay as well. In the meantime, Sebastian is very active with his light caps as well. And yeah, Mr. Yo has to be so cautious here. Does Mr. Yo have Sanctity? I don't think he has he?
Yes, he does. Yes, he does.
Okay.
So that's an extra 15 HP for the monks, and he has Redemption, so he can convert the stable. Now, the Redemption Monk is the most powerful siege unit in the game. He can convert or force the stable to be deleted. He can even try to convert the rocket cart. But here come a couple of Chuko news now for Sebastian. They don't have as much range as normal archers, so the monks could even be good against the Chuko news too.
Exactly. It's a kind of a problem for Mr. Yo. He doesn't really want to be in a situation where he has to micro so much against Sebastian because Sebastian clearly has the better micro here. I feel like, okay, now Mr. Yo is finally going for the second TC here. That's exactly what he needs. We see Botkin error incoming in now as well for Sebastian. So those Chukanus are only gaining more and more value here, and this is going to be a microfest.
Oh, 3 conversions for Yo. Can he get them? He gets 1. Sebastian has to pull back, and that's a dead Chuko Nu. And also, well, that castle, I said Yo couldn't push. Maybe I was wrong. Maybe that castle doesn't defend the TC enough. Sebastian needs a rocket cart. Ooh, gets right between 2 mangonels, but they both stay alive. They'll delay the push a bit, but Yo can repair, and he's constantly converting and forcing Sebastian to come forward with those Chuko Nus, not sit back. And, ooh, I don't know what he was shooting at there, but the light cav kill a monk.
Yeah, this is not a good situation for Mr. Yo. That's not where he wants to be. The micro of Sebastian, look at that. He's just playing so well, so active with everything. And he's going to be able to take down everything here with those Chukanus. This is just the perfect unit against what Mr. Yo has right now. And his economy is looking very good as well. Nicely done by Sebastian.
There's the split, avoiding the mangonels. Shorter range, but more arrows. They destroy the mangonels, and Yo is pushed back by Sebastian. Looks like he's still alive in this set. Maybe those push-ups helped him between the games. He's avoiding the mangonels. And if he gets close to them, he can destroy them with the Chuko Nus.
Yeah, what can Mr. Yo do right now? He needs to get as much on stone as possible. Just to get the Hasa wagons out, because that's the only unit he can go for now.
So close with the mangonel shot there, but Sebastian wants that last mangonel. He doesn't want to dive the TC though, and he'll lose a Chuko Nu. If Yo gets 1 good mangonel shot, that changes the game. But look at Sebastian's economy, 1,000 gold and 1 food.
Yeah, that's definitely a problem for Sebastian. He has been so focused on the micro, which we will be able to see right now. He has done that so well, picking off the monks with the light calf. The Chukanus are taking care of the mangonels, and the pikemen are not really doing anything at all. Villager goes down as well, so really nicely done. That's exactly how you're supposed to do it, but it's so hard to pull off.
And the monks will go down, the Mangonels pull back, and those Truco News, starting from that replay, still are alive here. Maybe can deny a town center from Yo. Maybe can deny a town center. They'll force the Vills away. No ballistics, but they are still deadly. Yo's just running. He's scattering in all directions. The monk comes over to convert the Truco News, but the TC is denied.
What Mr. Yo in theory needs right now is a defensive siege workshop as well, just to get the economy going more and more. In the meantime, Sebastian has added a second TC as well, so he's thinking about expanding his economy as well. A lot of idle villagers here, which are fixed right now, but resource collected looks still very good for Sebastian. However, with Favre, we see the Bohemians villagers walking a little bit faster, which is definitely helpful.
Right, Bohemian Monk techs also apply to the Vills, so they can be a bit speedier, and also more HP, so 55 HP instead of 40. They're a bit harder to raid.
Helps a lot, for sure. And those monks are completely stranded. They are out there, and they should not be. Even how's it called?
Devotion.
Devotion, thank you.
Devotion. It protects your units from conversion. Sebastian is devoted. He's those 1,400 gold. That's a lot of gold.
Yeah, I've seen Sebastian having that issue a couple of times already, where he's just beginning of cast stage so focused on getting the micro going with his army that he has a lot of gold stockpiled up. And yeah, economy-wise, it looks very similar in terms of village count. However, his map presence is not there compared to Sebastian.
And Sebastian closing in on 2,000 more resources collected than Yo. He wants to destroy one more Mangonel. He dodges the shot. Yo's repairing. Can he get back to the safety of the TC? No, he can't. That's another Mangonel down. And those Truco News have been so great at sniping off Mangonels.
Yeah, that was so well done by Sebastian. He's so active with those Truco News. And the only thing Mr. Yo is thinking about right now is place the castle somewhere, somehow. But yeah, Sebastian just doesn't allow him to do so. If I was Mr. Yo, I would delete those two houses in front of my main TC and build the castle there. But okay, he does it here. Deletes the barrack.
Oh, if the Vills path off.
But he doesn't get the castle here.
The Truco News are there. I mean, maybe Nili should have told that Vill to move off the foundation earlier. He needs to fix the pathing. Here come the Truco News getting in on the Vills. Can this castle go up? Vills, they're low on HP, but there's no ballistics. The Truco News will struggle to hit the Vills. Not many of them are going down, and I think Yo gets this castle, potentially for the Hussite wagons. And how do Truco News do against Hussite wagons, Jordan?
I don't think they do too well, if I'm not mistaken. So Yo, in theory, has the tools right now to him to be able to push back. However, we most likely will see some rocket cards mixed in for Sebastian as well, because the rocket cards are very, very strong against the Hussite wagons. And yeah, the Truco News are faster than the Hussite wagon as well, right? And the economy looks pretty nice. Sebastian was able to kill a couple of villagers here as well, building that castle, and the resource collected looks really brutal in favor of Sebastian.
And the Truco News still can raid for the moment, but a Hussite wagon's coming to the back. Hussite wagons have great pierce armor, but Truco News lots of arrows as they start raiding the Vills on the outside. And Yo maybe struggling to keep the Vills safe now with small groups of Truco News surrounding his economy.
Yeah, Mr. Yo, he needs to think about how can he pull this game back here. Especially if it goes into Imp, which Sebastian is flirting about or with right now. His economy has been balanced out. That's what the market does for you. It really is good in those kind of situations. And now we'll see a rocket card just smashing against the Hussite wagon. And man, that one dies against two shots.
I mean, you need the monks if you're Yo, right? You need the monks to deal with the rocket cart. And that's what he's been trying to go for. But behind this, Sebastian up to the Imperial Age, he has his own castle, and he nearly has the stone for a second castle. And what do you do if you're Sebastian now? Just up, Imp, Castle, Trebor?
Yeah, exactly. So the second castle, okay, he places it a little bit more defensive than I would have expected. Ideally, if you have the feeling that you're up to Imperial Age faster, you want to have that castle as close as possible to your opponent's castle, so you can trap that castle without any risk of losing your trebuchets, and to gain as much control or space as possible. I feel like Sebastian is in a very good position here.
You want to be very safe with that castle, though. He sees the Hussite wagons.
Yeah, absolutely. His Truco News are still roaming around the map. He's also...
Or he's winning the game, Jordan. He's winning the game. Yo knows the situation. He loses against the Chinese. And Sebastian has an audience cheering for him. If he pulls off a reverse sweep, this audience will be extremely hyped, and Sebastian is in this set.
Exactly. Sebastian is in the set. The push-ups definitely have worked out in his favor. And that was a very important win for him, right? If he had lost that one, he would have gone out of this tournament with 3-0.
Oh, there he goes, Jordan. He's doing the push-ups.
Let's go!
Let's go!
Well, you have to do more, right? Especially if it worked out for him in game 3, then he has to do more just to get the power for game 4. And you know, he didn't only win this game, he also won on Mr. Yo's home map, and that is a double win, so to say.
Also, he used his top civ, but also took Yo's top civ off.
Yep.
And both players have used their top 2 civs at least. Sebastian's used his top 3.
Yep.
But maybe now you look in the draft, you see looming large over this set, I think will be a Vikings on Fernando de Noronha.
Yeah, very likely. Yeah, it was I felt like Sebastian has taken the advantage in this game because he was so active with the light calf. Of course, having the Chinese here helps a lot as well. And that was a very nice maneuver as well, getting a little bit of a mental advantage here as well. If you are able to deny the boar lure and getting the javelina instead of your opponent, that's just a good feeling, right? So yeah, Sebastian, and that's also one of his biggest strengths.
Wow.
I feel like that he's capable of playing very well, even though he's down in games.
Well, what's so crazy to me about that board clip is I even just saw him there cancel Loom while he was luring it.
Yeah.
So he was thinking about doing Loom while stealing the boar, then realized, now I don't need Loom, I've got this, and brings the boar back.
Exactly. And that's also one of the indicators why Sebastian is such a phenomenal player, right? Thinking those kind of things. Even though there are so many things happening, so really well done by him. And I feel like the micro was just on point from Sebastian, which is not too surprising. He's known for these kind of shenanigans. And Mr. Yo, I think he had a headache in this game.
I mean, he had a lot of trouble this game dealing with all of those Chuko Nu raids, didn't he?
He did. Now, also, the Chukanus also have done a very good job in terms of denying the economy expansion from Mr. Yo. And Mr. Yo didn't really have any units to counter that, right? The Hassa wagons is the only thing he could have gone for, but he needed a castle for that, and he didn't have that in time. So very interesting. I didn't really like the approach from Mr. Yo. I think going for the castle right from the get-go would have been a little bit better, but maybe I'm wrong there. Mr. Yo has a little bit of a better judgment.
Well, he is certainly the one to judge Nomad maps.
Yeah.
But I think we're going to have a bit of an extended break now that we're getting a bit of a break between games 3 and 4. Sebastian will have some more time to do his push-ups in the background and get extra strong for the next game. I think maybe Sebastian really likes to have an extended set because he gets his workout in.
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
I mean, you're on vacation, hotel gym might not be what he's used to. He's just going to go on stage and get his workout in front of the crowd.
Yeah, and this is perfect, right? Like you combine two things at once. And also we must not forget to mention that this is the very first time in this tournament now that one set goes over 3 games, right? And that's going to be a little bit of a change as well.
That's true. I mean, we did have a play all 3, so it's a bit of that's a bit of a cheat, but that is technically correct.
Exactly. So Mr. Yo maybe says, okay, I need a little bit of a break now because I'm not used to that anymore. I'm obviously a little bit kidding here. And now we can also see the stats between Mr. Yo and Sebastian. Overall, it looks a little bit better for Sebastian, winning 4-2 in the series count. Game count, very close, however, 60% roughly in terms of in favor of Sebastian. And the most recent one, the international qualifier for the Brazilian Dynasty, was even won by Mr. Yo. So the most recent encounter was in favor of Mr. Yo.
Yeah, that was an interesting set, I remember, because Sebastian even got off to a 1-0 lead, but Yo managed to come back and win, and that maybe gives Yo a bit of confidence, and I think that Yo himself should be thinking, yeah, Sebastian has this better performance, but now we're in the playoffs. Now I'm playoff Yo.
Yep. And additionally, Mr. Yo was kind of the underdog going into the set, the first seed against the eighth seed, which is also something new for Mr. Yo, but it helps to be the guy to not have the pressure, right? And Mr. Yo still up to 1. It looks very good for him in that sense, and I'm curious what the next 2 maps are going to be, right? We see it here. One of them is Amazonia, which is known to be a bit of a macro-focused map, and then we also have Fernando de Noronha, which is most likely like an islands play, which should be, in my opinion, there is not the clear person who has the advantage there.
Well, what do you think about the civs? Sebastian's now getting back to his seat. He's done his push-ups. He's feeling like he's ready for the next set. And we're going to give still a bit of an extended break for the players as he has to make sure everything's right when you get back. 2 water maps, though.
Yeah, so we have Sebastian who used Wu, Persians, and Chinese. That's what you said, right? The first 3 picks have been used already. So he has Vietnamese, Maya, Malay, and Berbers. Maya, one of the strongest civs we have, but I don't really see them being played on any of those 2 maps, honestly. What pops into my mind is Malay. That one can be used here, and yeah, on Amazonia, you could use Vietnamese. We saw Tato using them yesterday against Sorokuma. With great effect, so maybe Sebastian has seen that and wants to copy that. So I will go for Malay on Fernando de Noronha for Sebastian, and then Vietnamese for Amazonia, while Mr. Yo still has Vikings. That's clear for Fernando de Noronha. And Mongols, Romans, Magyars. I guess Mongols for Amazonia. What do you think?
Feels like Mongols for Amazonia.
Has to be, right? Extra hunt.
Yeah, I mean, we saw Yo go Magyars to try to go Magyar Hussar. Is there a have to be Amazonia if he thinks about going Magyar Hussars? But I don't think that's the type of map where you could pull off a build for it.
I think that's going to be hard to do. Could be a nice strategy, but I don't think that's typical map you want to do it on. Especially, you will kind of give up the water as well with that build. And water feels like it's a little bit too important to not fight for it initially.
Right, what would worry me about Amazonia, if Yo were to go Mongols, I always feel the Vietnamese have a good late game matchup against the Mongols. As strong as Mangudai and Onagers can be, Vietnamese can go for Rat and Archer, they have Bombard Cannon, in some situations, maybe even some Elephants, which are all things that the Mongols struggle against.
Exactly, so if Vietnamese get into Elephants, that's going to be very problematic for the Mongols, but until then, it should be easier to get the Siege Onagers for the Mongols, and that's very nice as well. Like, with Mongols, you have kind of the answer for everything, right? If you have Elephants, then you go for the Scorpions, Elite Scorpions, Siege Onagers. Like the ideal combination for Mongols against Vietnamese would be Siege Onagers, Scorpions, and Hussars. I wouldn't commit too much onto the Mangudai because the Mangudai kind of struggle against the Retina Archers, as you said, to West. And for Vietnamese, with the Imperial Skirmisher, especially early Imperial Age, you can deal a lot of things. Especially the Hussars don't have the last armor upgrade on them, right? So they only have 4 pierce armor and they die against the Imperial Skirmisher.
Exactly, that's something where Mongol Hussars usually better against melee units, worse against ranged units, and even Mongol Skirms themselves, both their Cav and Archer lines don't have that last pierce armor upgrade. So I'd be really scared of the Imperial Skirm or Rat and Archer composition from the Vietnamese. If I am Yo, though, what map do you think I think he probably has the better civ for Fernando than he does for Amazonia.
Yeah, Vikings is just so good. Like, Malay is good, no question about it, but as we can see, that's the 4th pick, right? So
what about Berbers? Their ships move faster. And if they go for a landing, I did see that a couple of times in the qualifiers. I don't think I saw it work, but I did see it. They could go for a castle drop and camel archers.
It's definitely a possibility. It was something I was thinking about as well, and Berbers is just phenomenal in these kind of stages. However, the meta is a little bit different, right? People tended to go for a extended Dark Age to get as many fishing boats as possible, playing very greedy. And then they couldn't deny the transport ship because you didn't have army on the field. But nowadays, meta, I don't think that's going to be a good play anymore because there's just too many feudal naval units, and trying to go for a transport ship is very risky business.
All right, we do have the map locked in now, and it looks like it will be Fernando de Noronha. And I would probably expect to see Vikings versus Malay. Also, maybe in Sebastian's mind, this is an elimination game for him. Would you even have the confidence to do something that crazy and that risky to go for the castle drop if it's an elimination game?
Yeah, you're a little bit more hesitant in these kind of scenarios.
But we do see the civs right there. And I think, it is Malay against Vikings, so what we would expect for a water map.
Yeah, exactly. And Malay obviously very good on water maps for sure. Having extra villagers because they're... How would you say, going up to the next age is a little bit faster,
They go up faster, more quickly.
Yeah, more quickly, so that means they have more time to produce villagers. And we're going into
into game number 4. Sebastian with his back against the wall now. He'll be the blue Malay to the south, and he'll be playing to the north of the red as the Vikings. Now, there are lots of whales on this map, Jordan. where when you make your fishing ships, you don't have to gather food. You can take the whales instead. And I know I've seen a lot of players playing practice games. They all complain to me that their whales were 6 tiles away, where their opponent's whales were 4 tiles away. How important will be the whales for their gold income?
It's such an interesting thing for me to experience, right? Because I kind of started playing competitively maybe 15, maybe even more years ago. And we were talking about maps where you were hoping that you get a woodline without an oasis inside, right? So I feel like nowadays, of course, it plays into effect, but I mean, that's also the beautiful thing about Age of Empires, that you have the randomness and not everything symmetrically. And you would you can argue.
Look
That's
at that
a nice
whale.
one.
That is beautiful.
That is very active, very beautiful. And you could argue that after 5 games, it should average out, right? One time, the other one has the advantage, the other one should have it. So I personally think it's a little bit too much in terms of complaining. I don't think it's such a huge role.
Okay, next time I get map complaints, I will send them to you, and you can tell them, nope, the maps are fine. Jordan approves.
100%. I was talking about that with Doubt the other day as well, that I understand that you want to have everything fair, but this is not Age of Empires if it's 100% fair.
All right, now talk to me a bit about how the water meta has maybe evolved as, we have not just whales, but also fish. There's also food on the water. That's still there, but back when, I know you've played against Yo in many tournaments during the galley micro days, where things were, I think, completely different, where you were aiming to go up as fast as possible and make the galleys. You needed the castle back then to unlock the longboats. Now you can do them right away. What do you think the meta is shifting to now?
Like, it feels like, especially with Vikings, you try to get up to cast age as fast as possible without getting too much losses, and then you have the access to the longboats, and that unit is just... Yeah, it feels like it counters all the 3 units with the galley, fire galley, and the Hulk, and that makes Vikings so strong, right? However, Sebastian with Melee, he should have a little bit of a better economy, and he should be able to get out a little bit more units. But I think if we're going into the cast stage with a similar state, then the Vikings should have the lead. So I'm curious what Sebastian is trying to pull off here. And the meta has changed a lot as well. And I feel like the meta is not clearly there yet. Do you go for Hulks? Do you go for fire galleys? How much do you commit to those? Galleys obviously is going to be of like the main unit here. It's going to be interesting.
And as both players are pushing deer, I see Sebastian doesn't have HP on his scout. I think he just lured his boars to be as optimal as possible with that scout.
Yeah, it's also very risky to go for land aggression as well, because it feels like players nowadays have become so good in defending, and if you go for land aggression, you kind of cut 2 or 3 fishing boats of yourself, so you're hitting yourself already with that strategy, and you don't have a guarantee that your aggression is going to work out. So the safest play is always going to be going for water right away, which both players go for. And yeah, both are up to fuel age already. Sebastian a little bit quicker with the melee bonus, both with the same eco units, 4 and 5 here for in terms of fishing boats for Yo Sebastian, and 22 to 23 villagers.
And I wonder what the scouting looks like here for Sebastian. Sometimes you might send a fishing ship forward to try to find where your opponent's docks are if you know you're going to be up first and you know you want to move forward. Or you might just make the ships and send them forward. We've seen a couple games where players sail around the back of the island with hulks so far.
Yeah, I don't think that's too common anymore. Nowadays, at least it shouldn't be. Maybe if you play against Italians, because we have seen fast castle shenanigans from them. But nowadays, it's like full aggression on fuel age, which I personally like a lot. And yeah, 6 fishing boats, even another one queued here for Mr. Yo. And now he's with 7 fishing boats, fully producing military units. Sebastian on his other side with 5 only, so he has a little bit of a disadvantage here. But resource gathered is a little bit better here for him. And yeah, Mr. Yo, 2 hulks and then into galleys, while Sebastian does exactly the same.
Now, long term, those longboats will come in the castle age. Yeah. Do you even want hulks if longboats are on the field? Because I feel that hulks get absolutely massacred by the longboats.
Absolutely. That's the reason why we only see 2 of them. I also would argue that you don't really need them. You can only go for galleys. That would be fine as well. But the hulks are so good at just harassing the fishing boats, right? And that's why they are used so often. Mr. Yo being active here, Sebastian being forced to garrison those fishing boats. But now, Sebastian with the 2 galleys, is he able to kill that
Ooh, he's
Hulk?
blocking. He's blocking with his Hulk. He's blocking with the Hulk so the galleys can get the kill. Galleys are good against Hulks. And he should get the kill here before Yo gets his reinforcements, and he does. He manages to sink it. Beautiful micro from Sebastian. That's what I love about these water maps, the galley micro.
Yeah, exactly. The galley micro is the pinnacle thing about the water plays here. And Sebastian with the first kill here, very nicely done by him. But yeah, problem for him is a lot of galleys are already on the field for the Vikings player. And the Vikings also have the bonus of having reduced costs on the naval units, right? That's why Vikings, not only because of the longboats, but also because of the discount in their naval units, make them so good on those type of maps.
Well, they were the only save we saw on water for many years because of that discount. And the galleys being the most expensive ship in terms of wood are the ones that benefit the most from that discount.
Exactly. Both going for fletching now as well. Mr. even researching Loom, which is a little bit surprising to me. That he does it so quickly. And now it's all about going to be about the micro here. Sebastian very strong in that. Mr. Yo even going for a 4th dog here. Okay, so he definitely respects the snowball possibility and builds as much as possible.
4 docks with the Vikings. This makes me feel like we're playing AOC again almost, although Vikings might have the option for fires now. Sebastian goes for another dock. It'll be more galleys from both of them. Neither of them looking for the castle age yet, all just adding in more galleys.
Crazy. So yeah, both really playing it safe here, not going for 3 dogs by 4, and now it's all about massing as much army as possible. Mr. Yo has 1 galley here, which is close to death here, and I'm sure Mr. Sebastian is going to focus on that one very soon.
He's going to try to click the weak galley if he can, but it's stacked on... He gets it. How does he click that?
What the hell?
How does he manage to click that? And he's going to think about taking the fight. It's hard to take the fight near the docks. That will send reinforcements, but Sebastian is pushing. He's pushing into Yo. Yo can always garrison the fishing ships now, but you only shoot 1 arrow in the feudal age. The Hulk comes forward, and Yo, he's still surviving. And it's so tricky to choose when to dive, because if you lose everything, then it's over.
Exactly, and the defender's advantage is really big, so Mr. Sebastian really has to pay attention here and be cautious. Micro so far has been better for him. KD 6-3, so well done by Sebastian. However, now another engagement. Sebastian wants to jump here, and he is taking a very good step.
He's adding fires too. Fires are supposed to counter the galleys, and having a few in front as a meat shield with the galleys behind might be a better combination.
Exactly. I like that move. I didn't like the fact that Sebastian showed those fire galleys, because that allows Mr. Yo to react to that with his own fire galleys. So this is very hard, right? How much do you commit onto galleys, how much to fire galleys? And now even fishing lines in for Mr. Yo. I'm not sure if he is in the right position to do something like that.
Yeah, all this time he's kept the fishing ships working despite the pressure, but there finally we have a fishing ship going down, and it feels like Sebastian, despite that defender's advantage for Yo, is starting to take a bit of a better fight, getting to the position he wants with more fires than Yo has. And he's taking a good fight here, I think.
Yeah, Mr. Yo up to Castle Age, however. His economy is very good. So Sebastian is on a timer. Mr. Yo doesn't really mind to lose all those galleys as long as he has a good trade of that.
Yeah, but Sebastian, he's just going to stay feudal with the fires. He has to worry about the longboats. He can catch up with Castle Age timing if he needs to as the melee, but he's going to get the fires to surround the galleys. Yo will do what he can to run away. Sebastian's still up in the KD 18-14. With the fires, maybe he could even think about destroying the docks.
Exactly, and that's what he is thinking of as well. I wouldn't mind Mr. Yo adding a Hulks. Okay, he's doing that now. I was a little bit surprised that he was adding fire galleys instead of Hulks after he killed so many galleys, because that's not something Sebastian will have in mass in order to kill the Hulks. And yeah, Mr. Yo, the only thing he has to do right now is to wait until he's Castle Age so he's able to produce the longboats. However, Sebastian knows exactly that that is a threat, and he needs to kill those dogs as soon as possible.
We saw Yo sold his stone earlier. If you're Sebastian, do you try to do a market and sell your stone too?
You have to. You have to. It's all about the timing here. The good thing for Melee is that they advance to the next age faster, right? So he's not going to be behind in the Castle Age timing too much. But the problem is, for Sebastian, Mr. Yo has done such a good job at defending his dogs here. And there are 30 more seconds until he has the possibility to produce the lovely longboats for the Vikings.
And there he is selling the stone. He's taking another good fight. But the KD is still 23 to 22. It's not like Yo has been completely dead in this transition. He's able to save the galleys and continue running around.
Mr. Yo has done such a good job at keeping the focus from Sebastian from his dogs by the counter rate, right? And now the longboat production should be coming in momentarily. But Mr. Yo is struggling to get the resources for the upgrades here. He's not producing the longboats just yet. And I'm kind of surprised why. He's going for the medium warship upgrade, but no longboats in the queue as of now.
Well, he has a lot left over. Maybe he's thinking he wants to get the upgrade first and then switch to longboats?
I guess so, yeah. It's in general not a bad thing to have that anyway, because sometimes if your opponent goes fully onto galleys, having some fire ships there helps to buffer for the longboats. But yeah, it feels like Mr. Yo will lose those units before the upgrades come in, and that's a nice play by Sebastian.
And he's up to the Castle H2. He's going quickly as the Malayan. He's destroying those warships just as the medium warship upgrade comes in. However, Yo starting the longboat production. He's starting to move in towards Sebastian's docks. And now if you're the Malay, Jordan, what unit do you make against longboats?
Do you have a unit? That's the question. Like, it feels like if you go hulks, you're dead. If you go for fire galleys, you are dead. And if you go for galleys, you can compete somewhat. But this heavily depends on the micro as well. Mr. Yo is not known to be the best in terms of micro, so that's good for Sebastian. But having to face the longboats is just something you don't really want to see.
And he's clicking medium warship in Bodkin as he takes the fight under the docks. The more longboats he destroys, the better. Sometimes it feels like the feudal galleys are a bit easier to micro than the war galleys, so you might take a good fight.
Yeah.
Sometimes you feel sad you upgrade your ships and you can't micro them as easily.
Maybe the play is to stay with the galleys instead of the war galleys, right? And then you can micro better. But yeah, it just feels not a realistic play here. And yeah, there is a big mass of units for Sebastian. He needs to take the advantage now, because the longer he waits, the worse it's going to be for him.
And he needs to take the fight against the longboats. The fires move in. He's pushing back underneath Yo's docks. Yo retreating. Doesn't have too many longboats. And it's fire plus war galley against fire plus longboat. Is the Malay Navy good enough to take this fight? Here we go. A big fight with the fires. Both players committing to this. Yo doesn't want to lose longboats. I think Sebastian has a bit more HP in terms of his overall ship numbers. And he's destroying some of the fires. He's moving with the war galleys, now focusing the longboats. But the longboats themselves are better against the fires than the war galleys. And Sebastian's fires are starting to melt. He's bringing in some reinforcements. That's more fires, Jordan. Does Yo have enough longboats yet?
I feel like Mr. Yo has just the better composition, right? The fire galleys were fighting against each other, and Mr. Yo with the longboats is just able to kill the fires a little bit faster than the galleys or the war galleys from Sebastian. And this is a heavy micro battle. The army is almost the same here. University going up for Mr. Yo as well. Resources collected very close as well. And this engagement should be a little bit better for Mr. Yo.
Yeah, now those dock techs are in the University, so Yo racing that up might hurt his production a bit if he starts doing those upgrades, but he's going to try to commit to a fight now under Sebastian's docks. Feels like all the fights have been under Yo's docks, but Yo now moving forward. Can he destroy enough with his fires? It feels like Sebastian's not taking a good fight now. And this could be Yo pushing in into the docks, changing the game if Sebastian loses all of the fires.
Oh, this is so good for Mr. Yo. What is the upgrade he's going for? Is that the Pierce armor or?
That is careening,
right? And that's so important for, in general, especially if you're against longbows, because the Pierce armor helps a lot against the extra fires from the longboats. But Sebastian has not had the time yet to produce or build a university, and this situation now is so good for Mr. Yo. He has managed to get the time to master longboats. He has the unit composition he wants to. And Sebastian really has to think about what he needs to do next, because he is running out of time.
He's losing docks, and the fires now are applying so much pressure to the docks, taking one down, fighting a second while there aren't quite enough ships for Sebastian to defend. It's so weird looking at this 19 to 17 military, but it feels like Yo is so much more Navy with the longboats.
Exactly. Sebastian desperately trying to go for some raids just to split the attention from Mr. Yo, but I don't know, Ballistics is incoming as well. Mr. Yo is in such a beautiful position. We see a gold shaft mining upgraded as well, and the upgrade, I don't know the name.
That is siphons that will improve the fire ships by giving them a charge attack. Maybe Sebastian, he's from behind. Is he trying to sandwich Yo with his 2 groups of fire ships?
It kind of feels like that, but Mr. Yo has all the upgrades he needed, right? The only thing he's missing is the speed upgrade for his naval unit, which Sebastian is going on for right now. But the Hulks now are going to have a very good time against the Fire Galleys as well.
Right, and Sebastian had tried to destroy the docks with the fires, but Yo will get the defensive hulks out, and it's so difficult when you have only one ship type and you're near the docks because we see Yo adding in the counter ship.
Exactly. So the defender's advantage is really, really good here. And you can see the longboats are just absolutely destroying the Fire Galleys. He just has to move back, kill and shoot, and that's exactly what he's doing. He's not engaging with the Fire Galleys, which surprised me. Okay, now he's readjusting this. And Sebastian, he's losing on water, 25 against 16, and this is looking better and better for Mr. Yo.
And now Sebastian, he just did the speed upgrade. Yo's doing it now. Now would maybe be the moment he wants to be pushing with the fires, but instead he's retreating as Yo has too many longboats. Sebastian, he's just going to take a fight by the docks, but it feels like a fight he's ultimately going to lose as Yo now finishes his speed upgrade and can micro the longboat so smoothly and destroy those fires.
And we have 25 military units against 9. It's looking really good for Mr. Yo. Mr. Yo is microing back, killing the fire ships, and they're just completely demolishing those fire ships. And Sebastian, I feel like he doesn't really have any answer to those longboats, and that's also one of the reasons we see Vikings just being the superior civilizations on, or civilization on water maps, just because of the longboats here.
And those fires going down. And remember also, this was a map that Sebastian had picked as his home map.
Yeah. Like, I feel like Sebastian could have done a little bit better in terms of the drafting, because the 2 home maps he picked against Mr. Yo are the ones where he feels like he's losing, right? I mean, anything is still possible in this game. Economy-wise, it looks still good for Sebastian, but man, he is running off of options here. The Hulks are meeting the Fire Galleys as well, and yeah, military units are 33 in terms of Mr. Yo, and Sebastian is not able to get over 15 here.
And also, I'm looking on the left of Yo's island as he finishes up this fight with the longboats. He has his buildings spread out, so he's looking for landings too. He doesn't want to give Sebastian any chance to sneak onto the island with those houses.
Exactly. 64 eco units versus 64, so it's not like Sebastian has any advantage in that sense as well. And I feel like Sebastian
there it is. There's the GG.
Tap out of this one.
And Yo in a familiar spot in the quarterfinals of a LAN event. And well done for Yo, who had not had much success in this tournament so far. Finally finds some success, and it's enough to get him into the quarterfinals, repeating the victory he had against Sebastian in the qualifiers, showing that he still had some tricks up his sleeve.
Yeah, it's very sad to see Sebastian going out like this, right? He had such a phenomenal showing in the group stages, and also felt like Mr. Yo, I don't know what's wrong with Mr. Yo in the group stages. He always feels like he's playing worse than he's capable of. But now in the playoffs, he really showed what he's capable of. So great showing by Mr. Yo. And yeah, Sebastian had a phenomenal showing in this tournament as well.
Well, we know he'll come back stronger, quite literally, because he's doing all of the push-ups.
Yes.
And not just that, though. He's going to be stronger at Age of Empires. He has a long way to go. He's still young. But again, we see a familiar face in Mr. Yo having success at a LAN.
Yeah, and not too surprising as well. Mr. Yo just has so much experience, and yeah, so great at decision making and strategy. So, and those maps, they are so diverse. They're kind of inviting for that kind of play strength. So, Mr. Yo, congratulations to him, and I'm sure we will hear from him momentarily.
Did the production tell you to transition, Jordan? Did you just throw it over without being told?
Not really. Okay, so we're live. So here we have Mr. Yo on the first playoff game of Mr. Yo. He shows and reminds everybody yet again why he's considered one of the best players in the world. Congratulations, Mr. Yo.
Thank you.
You had a pretty tough group stage in this tournament so far.
Not really.
And now, one day after, you just beat the only guy who was still undefeated in this tournament. So how are you feeling right now about your form?
I'm quite happy about my today's performance. Like these 3 days before, I feel like I was playing really bad. And but today, when I wake up, I kind of feel like I'm gonna play well.
What changed? What changed? What was?
I don't know. You just get this feeling, you know.
Is it? So it's very psychological, is what you're saying, basically. Okay.
Yeah, maybe some good sleep or something. I don't know.
Or maybe it's being on Brazil here in Brazil for several days now. You got used to the whole climate, to the whole jet lag, and you're just feeling better, I guess.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah. Okay, so I think we're ready for the replays. Hart, game 1 was Arena Costeira, Costa Arena.
All right.
That was Wu for Sebastian and Muisca for Mr. Yo.
Yeah, so we get Wu for Sebastian. I think this is a safe. I've seen him practice on this map a bunch. So I was surprised that it got through. But then I saw your pick, Muisca, right? Your unit from your castle kind of counters it. As we see Sebastian walk out, obviously, applause to him as well. Really good performance this tournament. But yeah, so I think you had I don't know if it's a counter sieve, but it matches up well against him, right?
I think so. It's a counter
It's
sieve.
a counter sieve? Okay. Initially, it was looking in his favor because he was getting bigger economy and so on, but you managed to go in. Did you have in mind that you would go fast team to pressure him from the beginning, or was it an adaptation to losing water a little bit?
Always wanted to go 1 TC because you don't have space in the map, and fish doesn't mean anything because you don't have to go outside. Beside from the starting oyster, you only get 3. So yeah, the plan was going 1 TC all along, and I saw him making extra TC, and knew the games kind of be my favor.
Yeah, because once you get to Imp, you can produce treasure chase, you can take down his buildings, and also your unit with Bracer is just unstoppable, right? This game.
Yeah.
So if you just upgrade them, you're gonna be in a good position. After winning this game, did you think okay, this was an important game for the draft because it basically not only gives you an upper hand for the rest of the match, but I think it's also a key part of the draft to win this counter matchup, because if you mess it up, suddenly things are not looking so good, right?
Yeah, true. You have to win your strong save. And also, it matters a lot, because I didn't win any game for the last 2 days, so the first win matters a lot.
I think that's crazy as well, how you, Masmora mentioned it, but how you barely made it to the playoffs. You show up here, and you beat a guy who did best in the group stage and was performing so well. So I think that's worth shouting out again.
Very impressive. Yeah, game 2, I can remind you, Hart, you looked like you were looking for it. So there was Lençóis Maranhenses. There was Persians for Sebastian and Celts for Mr. Yo. And Mr. Yo, we've been seeing quite a bit of Celts in this tournament. So are they making a little bit of a comeback, maybe?
Well, this is my first time using it.
Yeah, but I mean from other players. Winchester has been playing it. Tato's been playing it a lot too.
I think Celts are strong. Many players underestimate it. But I learned from Huang, so I know it's a good
Yeah, I think it's a tricky sieve, and I like the approach you took initially to go a bit forward, make it messy basically. Because if you have a clean game, let's say, Persians are just going to pull ahead. So you decided to make it messy, and you got yourself in a position where in Castle Age, Persians can struggle against Celts, right? Siege and Pike. Classic Celt composition.
Yeah. I don't know, I'm kind of lucky that he didn't ward his wood to the corner. So I get to manage to make some towers and even sneak in some man-at-arms, but I think I might go really bad there. I should have killed more, right?
Yeah, maybe. The game went long, and it was looking fine for Sebastian for a while, but you stayed long Castle Age. You tried to ram down his castles, didn't really work that well, but you still did so much damage. And it also allowed you to get to late Castle Age economy with Celts, where basically you hit Imp, and you can produce non-stop and make upgrades on them. Was that your plan all along, long Castle Age, so you can get to Imp in a good position to go for your heavy striking unit?
No, the plan was going full Huang and finish him in Castle Age, but it failed.
Okay, so game number 3 then, that was Pantanal. That was Chinese versus Bohemians. It did try to go for a monk push, but aren't the Chinese just too strong on that map with all the advantage?
Too strong.
Okay.
I think they are the number 1 sieve on this map.
Yeah, I had seen Sebastian practice that matchup specifically, actually, a few times against Bohemians.
Wow.
So he I don't know if he knew beforehand that you would play them, but he, I guess, expected you to pick them. And yeah, Chinese obviously one of the best saves. I don't really know what else you could have done there, because that was just clean game by him with a really good save.
Yeah. His micro is amazing, and nothing I can do, I think.
Yeah, it was a clean game.
All right, I guess we just move on. That's game number 4, last game. Fernando de Noronha, basically Islands. So that was Vikings for Mr. Yo, and that was Malay for Sebastian. So from your perspective, Is this, again, just the Vikings being an incredibly good civilization of that map with the long boats?
I think he's just a civilian,
Yeah.
to be honest.
Is it a mistake by him to not first pick Vikings?
Well, probably yes, but I think I picked Viking pretty early. No?
Yeah. Yeah, like in my opinion, for Islands, I think both of you should have first picked Vikings because they're that strong, right? They're really, really hard to beat in a non-mirror matchup.
I think he picked Persians before Viking.
Which are also amazing, and you managed to beat them with your Kells, which like that has to feel good to beat his Persians and still have Vikings for Fernando left over. Do you feel like you were messing it up a little bit at any point? Like maybe he has the worst Civ, but he's putting on good pressure. Do you feel like he was slipping away, or were you confident that in Castle H you can turn things around?
Well, it was dangerous all along because he has better micro than me, but
Smarter.
I don't know if he. I don't know if he sold the storm. Did he?
Yeah, I think he sold the stone to click up as well.
Yeah, I thought he didn't because I was up really fast, way faster than him. And in Castle, I got longboat, which is amazing. So when I see I was up faster, I knew I had this game.
Yeah, Mr. Yo, that was so you're going to be playing against Leary tomorrow for the semifinals. Last time you played against him, you lost 3-0.
Yeah, nightmare.
How do you feel about your chances for tomorrow? Again, sometimes with you, it's like a matter of just having a new day. Totally new performance.
I mean, for sure, he's overall a better player, and I'll give him that. But I think if I'm playing my best, I think I should have a decent chance.
That's great to hear, Mr. Yo. Really appreciate your thoughts. Good luck for tomorrow. And we're going to go into a short break. When we're back, it's going to be the Viper versus ACCM with Neely and Doubtcasting, if I'm not mistaken. So don't you guys go anywhere.
Even take a proper shower, just like.
Oh shit! Now you're gonna be on the stream. Nice.
Usually I wake at 4 a.m. Now I wake at 7. No matter what I do, I will be late.
All right, hello there, everybody, and welcome to Brazilian Dynasty. This is day 3, decision day here at the Brazilian Dynasty in São Paulo. As unfortunately, by the end of today's streams, we will be saying goodbye to 4 players.
It's a small percentage, but it's still there to keep going in this event.
I don't think so.
Sounds weird.
I'm not sure if you go tiebreaker or not.
So you're cheering against Winchester and Tato, your teammates. Paparazzi.
I need to purchase some PC. Have you out of it?
Huh? I don't know, like, I'm getting told, like, different things by different people.
You
like, Neely's like, oh, you're out, right? I was like, you have a chance. That was
You
like...
are.
Hey guys, I'm Toasty. I'm Brazilian and I'm from Rio de Janeiro. And I came here to support Doubt, but unfortunately, he's Doubt. Might as well support one of the Onimaru guys. Really like Viper, Sebastian, playstyle, also Vinch. And let's see if maybe one of them can win the event.
Hey guys, this is Fredo. I'm here from Brazil, from southern Brazil. Let's go, Andy!
Hello guys, my nick is Voxer El Brazilian. I came here to see Baraboons and Total Dominations.
Hey guys, I'm Lord and I'm here for Viper.
Hello, I'm Danny Winks. I'm from Brazil and I'm here supporting Andy.
Hello, my name is Kawan. I'm here in Brazil, São Paulo, cheering for Viper as always. And yeah, let's go.
Okay, so I'm Jesus. I'm coming from Chile. And I'm here like, I think I'm a pretty like big the Viper fan, but I really enjoy the Age of Empires for the sport. So I want to see like probably anyone winning. Like I don't mind.
Hello guys, my name is Guilherme. My nickname in Age of Empires is Gui Schmidt. I'm Brazilian. Viper is my favorite player. Right?
Working. The guy was asking me what I'm trying to do now. I said I am with the stars. I will send a photo of these tapes with the name of Viper and said, put my name instead.
That's crazy. What was your strategy after that? Were you thinking like, okay, I'll try to...
Yes.
No,
I put it in my pocket.
Do you have a wallet too?
Welcome back, everyone. One of our most anticipated
I got it tracked version. Never bought the game.
E o destino eu lembro até hoje. De esporte.
It's not as like heavy.
It's light.
Series marks the end of the Swiss stage. And at this point, I think we're ready to show the final standings here for the Swiss stage.
Total brutal.
I think also you dropped out of
What's up, Brazilian
There's the
Dynasty
camera.
lovers?
Hello, hello.
I'm Nilly, and with me is Dowd, who is adjusting his microphone a bit more, I would assume.
Thank you, Nilly.
And we are having a crazy quarterfinal ahead of us. We just had really nice impressions of what happened to the last days, meeting people. I was on the first floor. The viewing party yesterday was on the ground floor, and I only heard what felt like 100 people shouting, Dowd, 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 Dowd. What was going on yesterday?
Do you really want me to tell you? Not sure if this is the correct moment to say why, but it was. You know what happens in those moments. You were in the. No, it was a fun. Like honestly, I'm surprised I'm even managed to get here today. It was a good night.
Representing us, Dowd, the PC carrier.
Not anymore.
Not anymore.
Not anymore.
Ex-PC carrier.
Now
Also
we have a
ex-player, now caster.
Ex-caster.
Ex-caster soon.
Tournament host.
Tournament host. So, Dowd, we just had an incredible set. Mr. Yo, after in the group stage, going 2-7.
Typical Yo. Typical Yo.
2 wins, 7 losses, and suddenly he beats the most dominant player of the group stage. What happened there?
It's like even yesterday when Yo somehow managed to pass through the group stage, we were like, that's it. Yo is in the finals.
Yeah.
It always happens. Like he somehow survives the early tournament and then bam, 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 he gets to the finals. And today he played insanely.
Yeah.
I don't think Sebastian was in a bad day. Just Yo was there. Yo played.
Yeah, yeah. But how does that happen? Because everyone was kind of foreshadowing this situation as well. Like Leary, even in his interview after the first quarterfinal, said, "Yeah, I might play Mr. Yo," and like the odds were completely stacked against him.
Like Sebastian tournament of his life on kind of home field. He was so prepared, beating Hera, beating everybody in group stage. Amazing performance. Not enough against Mr. Yo. He cooked some strategies. Muisca first game, like. I think Yo is just watching every single set when there is a LAN tournament.
Okay.
And preparing, thinking, and then more info he gets, more games are played, he is getting better and better.
It's absolutely crazy. But enough about that. Sadly for the home people, Sebastian out, Mr. Yo against Leary. Our confirmed semi-final for tomorrow. But we're still trying to find a full semi-final in the Viper ACCM and the Hera bracket. We'll start off with the Viper against ACCM, and in my books, Viper looked really strong in the group stage, could have went 3-0 as well, was playing really well. ACCM struggled in multiple sets. It feels to me like Viper is such a clear favorite. In my eyes, even a favorite to go 3-0. Tell me, why am I wrong?
You're not wrong, but I can just tell you, Sebastian was a clear favorite last set as well.
Okay, okay.
It's kind of similar story. Like Viper is having very solid tournament. I have been practicing with him as well. I've seen him practice. He is doing really well. Reminds me of old Viper. He's confident. He's good.
What some people said behind the scenes, like, oh, he was Viper back again, right? And but what changed, right? Because it felt like, okay, the gold. Oh, okay, he might be hearing us now.
Oh, Viper! Let's go ACCM. He hears us.
There was this very dominant phase, right? And then suddenly 2020, like different people were winning tournaments. Then the era of Hera started, and I think we're still absolutely in it.
You forgot one era to mention, like
the era where everyone won, including you, I meant. Red Bull 3. Let's talk about that one. Let's skip this tournament.
You're skipping the timeline. You cannot just go like.
Okay. So the dominant era of Viper, then the dominant era of Doubt that lasted.
Before Viper, who was?
Clan Chris?
You did not say that.
Oh,
you did not say that now. I can leave. I'm not a caster.
And Viper feels like, at least in this tournament, the 3 sets, right? It's only 9 games, but we feel like he might be back to his old strengths. What do you think might have happened?
That's the problem. I agree with you. We cannot discuss when we agree, right? Viper, something clicked. Maybe because he's in a boot camp, away from like family worries. With he got son, he got a kid, he got a lot of responsibilities there. I know how it is. I have 2 of them, and here he's like full focus on the game, and we can tell.
Yeah, that's actually true. The 1-week boot camp, something that he didn't have for a long time, right? Only before the first 2 Heidelberg Red Bulls. I would think.
He did good there, right?
Yeah. He performed well. And
Bootcamp helps, good.
Bootcamp helps. Yeah. Okay. Well, then let's talk a bit about the draft. Really old civilizations, I have to say, right? We are not seeing anything from the 3 Kingdoms civilizations picked. We don't see anything from the most recent South American. They're banned, but still, like, no Wei, Wu, Shu.
Wei is banned. Shu is not that good anymore. And Wu got a lot of possibility on play on basically every map. On every map, yeah.
And now let's remember, the very first pick is actually a parallel hidden pick. So the Mayans and Georgians could have been picked by both players. That is a bit of a surprise to me. Why are we focusing Mayans this early for the Viper?
It's not Mayans anymore, it's Maya now. It's
a
recent change.
Changed the names. Overlay. But I didn't want to point it out, right? So we have to work with production,
Don't point out
not
mistakes,
against
right?
them.
But I'm a caster now. Casters point out mistakes, right?
Oh, do they?
Only from players. I was surprised as well. I was like, Viper Maya first? And he was like, oh, they're good. But I know he likes them. I know Hera prioritizes them very high, Leary as well. And that's it. Like, those 2 really love Maya. Like, against them, for example, I would ban Maya first.
Okay.
But I still don't think they are this level good.
On what map do you see them? Is it Setao? Trying with the limited gold, or is it our park? Because you can wall so easily.
Yeah. I would like to help, but I cannot pronounce the name of the maps. Like, I'm Black Forest type of map.
Black Forest, the one at the very left.
Yeah. We saw them there already. I think Yo played them.
Mayans there?
I think he did.
I remember the Mongols. Viper did a really good Wei game.
We had Mongols war with Andy and Hera, but I can see them there for sure. There's a lot of hand, extra resources. It's a good opening.
The Eagle could help as well for the
laming
laming there early on, yeah.
Can absolutely see them there. And it's also very important, I think, that Viper grabbed Vietnamese right after. Obviously, Vietnamese is top tier, but Vietnamese is literally a counter to Maya. And now having both of them, he's not scared that AC might pick them. That's a very smart move. I like it.
Love it.
I learned when I watched it.
So also Goth, we have seen them on the Black Forest type of map played as well, right? And the extra food really helps there with the hunt. We have so many boars that we can contest. The free loom hill helps as well. So that could be a nice play. Then the question, is there maybe counter Civ to them? I could see Aztecs. Is that a potential counter to Goth on the Black Forest map?
Technically, yes. We can see Jaguars counter infantry, but We never see Jaguars, not anymore.
They're incredibly strong, right? We haven't seen them. And what better place than Brazil to play Jaguar Warriors?
Well,
he could become the new local hero.
He will be a fan favorite if he does it.
Yeah.
I need to think next time I'm in the LAN
The
event.
crowd.
I will.
Typically, you are the man of the people, right?
Now I will dress as a Jaguar and make them. Yeah. Actually, the trophy is Jaguar as well.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
maybe you was thinking about that and felt like, okay, if I'm leading 2-0, what do I do against Viper to gain more fans?
I might lose, but I will gain the fan. I can see that.
Then it's an actual win, right?
If you stream.
Your strategy for the last 4 years. Since Red Bull 3. Let's
Did you
talk about
prepare
that.
this one?
I'm surprised that us talking about Mayans didn't lead you to the Red Bull 3 finals.
No, that's a long time ago. I never. A long time ago. But also, big question for you as a dev. God's losing the attack bonus against Boar. Why?
I think it was to keep more consistency for low-level players because they kept killing the boar outside of the town center and did not really understand why.
Really? That's the reason?
I think that's a bit of a speculation for me, but yeah, I think it was more of a design decision than a balance decision.
That's the core of Age of Empires. Like everybody's mad about that. It's such an important change, but like it's God. It's the definition of God. You kill boar fast.
Well, I think it's bit in the same direction with the town center kills hunt as well, and it decays or it loses the food, right? It also it was annoying for new players, and well,
it's all about new players, Neil.
It's a lot about the core players.
What about us old players?
You still play no matter what I do with Goth.
I guess that's the logic. Guys, stop buying DLCs. Return our Age of Empires. I can see the logic.
Obviously not, but it's not the main logic, right? We try to make everyone happy.
No.
Yeah.
Don't save it now. You just lost your job. Like, no. Nearly apartment camp happening now. You don't have anything else.
True.
Will we see a legendary apartment camp?
I don't think so. Do you want to organize it in my apartment?
We can organize it together.
In whose apartment? Let's just go Viper's apartment.
Get his house.
Viper's House Cup.
Why not?
Hosted by Doubt and Nilly.
I can see that.
I could say that. Yeah. Let's just imagine, how do we get $100,000 funding for a tournament?
If I only I know a guy.
Are we doing Age of Empires 2 or Age of Empires 4?
Age of Empires 4. Is that still a game?
That's still a game. That's still a game. Yeah.
We are doing Age of Mythology as well.
Oh, we actually have an Age of Mythology LAN later this year.
Really?
In Athens.
Where?
Athens.
Will,
Greece.
I know when?
I think September-ish.
Will I be invited?
Age of Mythology LAN? No, but you can qualify. I think we have 3 September, mid-September, 11th to 13th.
I can carry PCs, I can cast.
You can cast?
I can.
Well, it's not that far of a travel for you, right?
Yeah, it's close.
I talk to people.
Okay.
Okay.
I would like to go there.
Okay. You don't want to focus on other big Age of Empires 2 lands that are coming up?
At that time? Anything else?
No. I think it's overlapping with the league, that tournament, which you are obviously deep in the stage. But yeah, let's talk a bit about recent results here. The Viper against ACCM. We actually have to say, the last 2 sets they played against each other, out of the big ones, even out of the last 3 ones, ACCM was looking really good. He won the Warlord set, and also I looked it up, he won, drumroll, Ling Yuan Cup. So the last LAN they faced each other, it was looking really good there on the normal random match settings.
Score. Like when I see there, it's always like 3-2, 3-1. Like
really close sets.
It's
really
like
close
a very,
sets.
very competitive.
You can see it, like 62% win rate, quote unquote, only for the Viper.
That's from the old glory.
Yeah, that's still, I think if you just filter for the last 2-3 years, it might be closer to 50% actually. Yeah, ACM looking really strong there. Best of 5 only, Doubt.
Anything can happen?
Easily invites upsets.
It does. We already had kind of few upsets, like being interested in not being into
the top 8
top
and
8
not
is
making the playoffs.
A really big surprise to me.
Yeah.
I would even put him as a top 4 player. He is so well prepared, and he was like during the boot camp, he was like the most motivated. He
Mhm.
was practicing constantly, and he was playing good.
Yeah. Also, the first set against Hera looked really promising. Lots of people felt like, okay, he will have a deep run, can maybe challenge. People wanted to see a rematch there in the playoffs, Winchester against Hera. Not going to happen. Thumbs up, our tech guy, now resolving all the issues here with ACCM and the Viper.
Yes, we are starting
on
soon.
the blue side. It looks like. Thumbs up. Viper feels ready as well. It's rare to see him without glasses, right?
Yeah, it's cheating actually.
It's cheating now that he sees in 3D.
Yeah. Super. That's you asked about what's changed, but Viper got
glasses.
Yeah. He sees better. He finally sees units. He sees the world.
Definitive edition.
I need it as well.
You need glasses?
A bit.
What? Like, didn't you say you had like 0.75 or something?
That was like 5 years ago.
So now you are at 1.5.
Do you think I go to check? You really think I go and check? I check when I have to do driving license.
When
they said you're good to go without glasses, but watch out. And in 5 years, I do it again, and then we will see.
When was the last time you were at a doctor?
Ooh, when
before COVID?
During COVID.
During
yes.
Okay.
Why would I go to the doctor?
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense, right? Only 6 people go to the doctor.
Exactly.
Yeah,
that.
you don't want to be sick.
Do you take your car to car shop and it's working?
No.
I do.
And you're working
every year once. I take better care of car.
So you take better care of your car than obviously.
It's expensive if it breaks.
But it's not expensive if you break. No. You don't care.
I'm replaceable.
You're replaceable.
Car is not.
Oh, we have the first civilizations coming out. We have Vietnamese here for the Viper against the player from Vietnam. Would have been nice if he picked Norwegians, but he picks Malay. Oh, that's going to be a timing play there, I would assume. Let's remember that we had Nikov playing an interesting strategy there. Walling, playing fast castle, 2TC Mangonel defense on this map, trying to avoid the pressure, and then had a really good economy and had carried that into a massive advantage.
And he still lost the game.
I wanted to end the story there, but yeah.
Yeah, Malay is obviously a very good team when they can skip the early game. Like they suffer with mobility. Their stable is more or less empty. They don't have a lot of armor, no bloodlines. They want to skip that early game. Ideally, that's why they are popular in the arena. You finish the 3TC boom, you drop a forward castle, and go up to imp with crazy timing, and that's probably the best team in the game if that all lines up. But doesn't line up every time.
But then thinking about him facing Vietnamese, right? We will see ranged units guaranteed. Oh, switching to Tatars. Interesting. So was thinking about the civilizations. Maybe he was listening to us and just felt like, do I want to play like Nikov? And quickly changed his stars. Yeah, maybe he was listening to the story and then after he said
Leary lost with Tatars as well.
Against
Tato, so
Tato he won,
actually won.
right?
He will keep them.
Tatars is a bit of a surprise to me. Might also be a fast castle play, and then trying to go through the hilly top area and control their gold.
There's
that way.
a lot of hills here, right? Tatar makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense. It's a wallable map, fast castle, Cavalier Archer. We will see, I guess, Cavalier Archer war.
If we see a Cav Archer war, which one do you prefer? The extra HP for Vietnamese or Thumpering plus hill advantage for Tatars?
Vietnamese. Yeah.
Okay,
I like
that?
play it safe. Like 10 HP more, it stays there. This is like Thumbring. I will research eventually. The heal bonus, well, you never want to fight downhill, no matter what.
Okay. Well, it feels like we are going into our quarterfinal number 3. It will be the Viper against ACCM. Looking for a spot in the semifinals tomorrow here in Sao Paulo, Brazil. Vietnamese against Tatars. Doubt. How excited are you for the set?
I'm actually cheering for Viper, but don't tell him.
You're cheering for the Viper?
Viper, yes.
Why should I not tell him?
Because we are enemies.
Okay. Today I learned.
No. This is all GOAT is back. I want to see Viper in the finals. I want him to play the same time. Norway is playing.
Norway is playing.
Yeah,
okay.
not flight, not
True.
flight.
It will be interesting tomorrow there, an overlap. Both players fighting a bit for the scouts. Viper gets another hit off. 3 HP advantage here for ACCM though. And it feels like this could be somewhat of a stalemate. Maybe, Daud, you explain to us, Vietnamese, why are we picking this civilization? It was the first one of the global picks.
Vietnamese is maybe the best civilization at current meta because they have the three best
Overlay at the bottom next to the minimap is wrong.
three best units in the game, or most used units in the game.
Mhm.
Cavalry Archer,
Mhm.
more HP, full upgrade. Skirmishers, more HP, extra upgrade to the Imperial one, and Fire Lancer with like 100 HP. It's such a good unit. Like, it's good against charge, good against cavalry, even decent against range units because it's such a tank unit. They have same HP as my Eldorado Eagles. It's crazy.
That's pretty crazy, yeah, indeed, especially because it's not called Eldorado anymore, Daud.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they changed it.
Why? Don't say they. We changed that.
We
you changed that.
Okay, it seems like we're still having the fight here. 23 was 22 HP. Actually, most of the time want to avoid those fights playing against Tatars because Hild will have a relevant factor there, and ACM with the slight advantage would be 6 against the 7 hits. ACM sees, okay, you're taking the berries at the front. Feels like Viper is playing a pop 19 Feudal Age, while on the other side, ACM going for the Drush opening. A bit of a surprise with Tatars, no?
It's kind of late, Josh, isn't it? Would expect it sooner. Like, think he went mill as well. It's a long distance as well. And Viper already walled against that mill. Did he see it, or why would he shortfall already?
That's kind of interesting. Maybe he felt like that is too exposed there at the front. He went up with Loom. That villager is being found, so potentially ACM finds someone. And that villager's walled in as well. That's really nice heads-up play by him. Maybe he saw the score. Okay, now some engagement here, but the scout is low HP from earlier. Shouldn't really happen. And those militia are scouted. Nice heads-up play by the Viper.
That's like he even had Loom. Like I would do that if I don't have Loom villagers. You want to protect them to scout, but he had Loom. Just a game sense. He felt it.
Yeah, pretty crazy. ACM obviously had a score lead of 60, 70 points there. Maybe it was tough to explain that because both players kind of scouted the same, being in the middle with both
Now you
scouts.
sound like that. He's like always counting the points. Who is up?
Well, I don't need to count the points. The points are displayed out. Moving on. Houses going down. How much is that really affecting him? I think Viper will be accepting that, just knowing, okay, yeah, I will just need to build some more, but everything will be stable. And look at that.
I
Two
believe.
eco upgrades instantly. Is not going for a stable or range.
That's the thing, right? When an enemy is doing a rush, you don't need to rush the building. Better prepare economy, maybe even drop early farms.
3 on gold here for ACCM. Might be an Archer follow-up. Fast Castle obviously out of the question with only 21 villagers here. Both players walling up their base a bit, and it feels like a relatively stable game. You said maybe even drop a farm. Viper only now dropping his first one. Oh, a bit of an overberry, but shouldn't be the biggest problem with only 2 militia.
Looks like I even know the game, right? 2 farms before even showing the building. He wants to confirm, but ACM is doing before. Like,
but his scout is completely out of position. Look at the minimap. He's far at the right-hand side,
Yeah,
so
I
he's
don't
not really...
understand that.
That is a bit of a surprise, no?
Maybe he was checking for stone there because the stone is only outside, but Tatars don't really want to go for a unique unit.
Kashik is not really a play there. Yeah, it just recently got made cheaper, but ooh, actually 4 minute arms. Viper didn't scout that. His scout is so out of position.
Really, like he thinks it's like Cito rush, French rush, 2 militia into archers, right?
Viper saves this one. Nice move here. Maybe the house behind. Those 2 militia are trapped, and especially shortly before minute arm upgrade. That's really costly, but Viper will be surprised by this upgrade. Is trying to get those villagers back home. It feels like one is being saved. The second one squeezes through as well, and Viper won't lose a single villager against 4 minute arm attack.
And Snake is scalping the Viper as well. There's
The
two of them.
Snake.
It's destroying the Minotaur. If he doesn't, he will lose the Minotaur.
ACM not taking care of that. Quite a surprise here. Oh god, that is sloppy by him. The mill will be going down though. And the villager Viper will be idle for quite some time. Can easily go for an archer. Is not on gold yet here, the Viper. And farm count, yeah, not too impressive. Pulled some villagers against this. A bit of a fight being taken.
A greedy play that actually paid off for Viper. That's crazy. Such a micro quick wall play.
think if ACM arrives 4 seconds later, or the man-at-arm upgrade comes in 4 seconds earlier, he might find 2 villager kills there.
But Snake was also there. All those little details help him. And the vodka obviously shows us the killer.
One archer there for the defense. Queues up a skirm behind this. Sends some villagers there to the side to get some more archers for himself. And is scaring those archers away. Now 2 coming over there. How aggressively can ACCM play this?
Cannot anymore. Like those man-at-arms are on very low HP. He knows he's about against Vietnamese with extra HP on the skirms. He cannot break this. Like, his timing has to be now with fast fletching. But he cannot afford, right? He made 4 man-at-arms. Man-at-arm upgrade. But he knows he has to do something. He really has to do something.
And now the skirmishes here for the defense. Viper still exposed with those villagers, trying to take the fight. Is going to the right-hand side. Quick walling against this is a really good one. Saves another villager that should have been a dead one.
Viper is back.
Those are the quick wards that we used to see from him in the 2019 era. And it's like skirmisher defense.
Forgot mining camp. Sloppy.
I think he might have been lacking some wood there. Is adding more and more farms. And Viper is skipping production. Right? He is at 3 skirmishers right now. And he's still missing wood.
And
kind of rare that
armor.
only... He needs armor?
He did armor.
He did armor because he didn't have enough gold.
Mm-hmm.
Now he can go for fletching. Those archers still annoying, but shouldn't really find too much gold upgrade before fletching. Viper's playing so incredibly greedy though.
It's really untypical for Viper to be this greedy, right? But this time it works out. Everything is calculated. Only made 1 archer to stop an attack. Switch to skirmish instantly as a long-term unit. Like everything is working out for him so freaking well.
Keeps track of it. Another skirmisher now arriving. Really at the limit when it comes to resources. HCM has more there. And this seems to be a stable follow-up.
This style reminds me of Tato, right? He loves to play long extended feudal age. I don't see that from ACCM, and usually when you open man-at-arms, switching after to the stable, you just don't have enough food. That's too delayed to be a threat on time.
Most of the time you can't really go for scouts as well because the men-at-arms are already forcing the opponent into the defensive. They're walling, they're playing archers as the defense, and therefore the stable. But now the perfect scouting by the Viper. He needs to run with the skirmishes.
Everything is lining up so well for him. It's his day.
Skirmishes are chasing the men-at-arms. Is only going now for some archers. 19 on food. Fletching is coming in for ACCM. Is going for at least 2 scouts. Aggressions coming. But with all those vaults that the Viper already did, he doesn't need too much more to be fully close. And now he just sends the skirmishers to the right-hand side, trying to buy more and more time for himself.
He will lose 3 skirmishes. He's happy with that. He is on the way to the castle age, and now he can choose what to do. He doesn't have any unit. He can now go archers, upgrade into a crossbow. He can go add stable, play knights. He can go cavalry archers. Everything is in his hands when he didn't invest any army. Just very, very limited army.
Viper's building a tower. That is interesting to me. That is even far away, building by 4 villages. Wow, that is complete
never
opposite.
saw that.
Yeah, that's really, really atypical. That's like expecting massive aggression here, and he didn't want to underreact.
He can wall, right? Tower is usually the last measure, and he had an easy wall in front. But
does that imply that he might want to play like 3-range CA and play like low economy?
Yeah, he's not planning to add a TC. He knows ACM is longer in feudal age. A long castle age can finish the game on spot.
The wonder here in the middle gives 25 extra age population once controlled, and ACM is using the market a lot. Sold 100 stones, so could only add 1 extra town center himself. Is going up 2 castle age, 1.5 minutes behind Viper. Summer Houses tries to control this area, and Viper will be floating quite a lot of food. What should he do with that? Eco upgrades?
Just with Vietnamese, you only need food to upgrade, so he can even do everything, even farm upgrade right away if he had a meal.
Oh yeah, true. Can't do the second farm upgrade right now.
Oh, he can, there is a mill here.
3 villagers.
Good find, very good find.
Yeah, that is nice awareness there by ACCM. Kind of interesting that Viper was outside there, and that will be indeed 3 dead villagers. Viper can't do much. Could maybe consider fighting a bit against the scouts, taking some HP away, but those houses should be cancelled as well. Really nice find for ACCM.
It's like Viper made a tower, played really safe, and then he leaves three villagers. Like, I hope he will not be there. There is no I hope. If
And Archer in here at the wood line, and overshot by ACCM. Vipers running in, is getting Botkin here as well, and crossbows villagers have to be pulled away from the wood line. Gold as well, could be another dead villager, 2 dead already. Is he finishing off another one? Doesn't look like it. ACCM, he gets away with murder there. Fewer losses than I would have anticipated.
maybe even worked out for him. Like now initial pressure is over. He lost a lot of crossbow. I think for ACCM that's
Well,
worked
he
out
dives
well.
on the other side, but that's really risky against tower with extra arrows. I don't think you can really do that. Maybe some walls there next to the wood line. And ACM is kind of trapping his army there. I'm a bit surprised. 3 crossbows. They should die against the first wave of skirmishers. And loses more next to the town center. Oh, full volley there. And that was really good for ACM. It felt like with the timing, 5 crossbows there in the wood line for the Viper. He could have done so much more damage. Now it's suddenly a good game. And I see the advantage for ACCM.
Yeah, ACM did snipe those villagers next to the mill on top, and now clean up army of Viper for free. Like that could be an endgame move, but I'm not sure how he was. Maybe his range mode on TC is not working. Like that's so easy to avoid at this point.
Cross now killing this from the distance. 3 crossbows there. Upgrades are coming in for ACCM. Has the hill advantage there. Viper needs to dance a bit. Goes for more eco upgrades. Now 5 eco upgrades here for our Vietnamese player. Extra town center for ACCM. Tries to get the advantage that way.
ACM is really happy to see that tower as well. He knows Viper cannot have the TC zone because the stone is outside. Viper up without market, so Viper is stuck on 1 TC for a very long time, and ACM knows that.
Would that incentivize you to tech into elite skirmishers if you're ACCM here?
Not yet. You wanna prolong those expensive upgrades. First, use those resources to boom, and then when things are correct, timing is correct, then use the upgrade.
Okay, goes for some more attack here at the front with the crossbows. Still some dancing here by ACM. One villager low HP. Just getting aggroed a bit. And Viper, he's really struggling clearing this one up, but now with ballistics, life should get way easier.
But that's the thing, like Viper even doing +2 armor, he's doing ballistic and he's stuck at home. When you do expensive upgrades, when you invest into university as well, that's so expensive, and you want to be on the aggressive side, not chase a crossbow at your economy.
Does Viper realize?
I don't think so.
The crossbows went to the other side, villagers are being pulled.
That's not enough units.
He has ballistics, he has +2 armor pretty soon. ACM, how is he dancing against this? He has Thumpering, Viper does not. Military count looking so much better. Villagers are being pulled, and some are dying already here. Viper with some moves there in the center, but intercepted by ACCM as well. Nice awareness, and that should be some more dead villagers here. It will be a tough hold.
Viper is forced to go skirms to defend. That's not the place you want to be. You invest more into army, and you have less units, strong units. ACM is happy to, and you're going skirms, elite skirm. Such a tough spot for our Norwegian player.
Maybe he feels that both players fully committing to the ranges will help him the more HP, as you mentioned earlier, but now only 5 villagers working on food. There will be tricky to afford all those. Is going for some raids, but not finding that villager killed. Nice awareness by CCM again, and now trapping this army.
Yeah, this is sloppy. There's no better word to say. Like Viper sending 4 units there, but he will think end the game. Like you will not end game, you will get sniped. That's not how the game works at this level.
Some skirmishers here going for the clear up. Viper is sending the crossbows to the top. Main gold is running out. He will need to expand. The skirmishers will find the clear up there eventually. But Viper's macro slipping a bit. Idle villagers for quite some time there. And is now extending to the next woodline. It's floating 600 gold. Didn't really plan for the mass skirmisher production.
Like 4 on foot for Viper. He will not catch up in economy. And the ACCM is even adding knights. He knows Viper is forced on skirms. Really, really solid.
Why the knight
play.
decision here over Siege Workshop?
The mobility. You keep mobility. You can use knights to defend your home and to put the pressure. By Siege Workshop, well, you can only protect or attack one place.
Even gets the town center there in the middle, gets a nice clear up there against the skirmishers. Expansion for the neutral golds. Crossbows are coming behind this. No armor upgrades for those knights though, so they will take quite some damage. Viper again with another small group of units. You seem to hate it.
I absolutely hate it. Like, but do you think it will happen? Like, you need to get super extremely lucky, and he even got lucky one time and didn't do anything.
Now some units around here, skirmishers even getting sniped down. The numbers simply in favor here for ACCM, who's dancing. Not fully using the hill advantage there, but maybe feels, okay, I need to dodge more, and yeah, he's just retreating from here.
Yeah, that's Age of Empires I don't like to see. That's
People microing?
Yeah, yes, the way they microing. Like, one unit up, down, up and down. Like, look, if I want my units to have seizures, I would not play this game. Like, that's not Age of Empires I grew up with.
And a hole still at the bottom, not plugged, so more units coming in there at the wood line. Viper is moving out, did not see that. A Knight and a Skirmisher, at least announcing that they're coming in. But oh, that's a nice move.
That's gonna be a sneak attack.
That, luckily for the Viper, he's building that town center, likely going up there. But that could have been a game-finishing blow. The Viper didn't build the town center.
Is it finished?
I think so. We are at 80%, builds a market there, and maybe Villager lost there or two if Viper is not instantly realizing, but the town center is going up. Nice awareness.
But this is a proper counter-attack. Like a long distance, not straight to the middle, most obvious. Like this was a kind of lucky timing for Viper, but like you said, this could have been potentially end game.
Now reclaiming the monument in the middle. You can see population might be switching a bit there, but not the most important thing. Both players having enough houses at this stage of the game. Army is getting cleared up. Still, Viper's economy feels underwhelming.
And there is nothing he will change, right? Villager number is just increasing. Viper is only adding a second TC while ACM is working on 3 TC for a very long time. He even got
outpost rushing, yeah.
Is that maybe in the handbook, like disrespect?
Disrespecting, I'll read through the rules there.
That's questionable. I'm not sure if that's a misclick.
Gets a lot of control there, gets a lot of vision. Nice tower here in the back as well, anticipating that that could be a good spot that he could get raided at. And Viper, he is just trying to make something happen here on the hill, but 30 villagers behind. He needs to make something happen ASAP.
But what? What can he do?
Intercepting all those villagers here at the left-hand side might have been an option, and suddenly you're only down 20.
I have a better option.
Which is?
Yes. A castle.
Oh, in his face.
In his face, and then we go next game.
Yeah, but but we only have 4 villagers on stone right now, so it will take quite some time till he can build that. Another TC there at the top. You're also facing Knight. You're facing a lot of vision, right? So the moment you send out the villagers, ACM has a lot of time to react.
Still, I can only see Castle being a potential comeback or an amazing micro fight, but also he's the Tars. Now he's choosing the fights and he will come the hills and get that bonus working for him.
Maybe getting some villagers there. The TC kind of exposed. Magno's shot could maybe kill 1-2 more villagers. Feels like the town center is going up though. Full hit, but ACCM jumps in. Now, what a nice move.
Poor sheep.
Poor sheep. 25 military against 7. ACM right now struggling to get onto numbers. Goes for crossbows, Mangonel and Knights. Crossbow blocking all this off. It feels like the last minute were really going into Viper's favor. He's trying to put himself into the spot to allow himself the comeback.
I'm telling you, army lead is here. Now is the moment. Drop a market, buy 200 stone, and let's see the boys.
He's switching into CA. Villagers obviously would be super far away. That's why we're playing such mobile civilizations here that can have really good CA, that can have potentially some cavalry for yourself here. Because the distance is so long and the vision is important for ACCM, and that could be somewhat at build.
Viper took the control of the game fully. Maybe ACM did the overbomb. Like he was too confident in the late he had. And once you invest into bomb, it's not only like you lose resources by investing into economy, but you also have more places to protect. Like look at those 2 outside TCs.
That 3 Mangonel for crossbow push will be interesting, and that's the castle. I assume you wanted to see that one more aggressive.
Yeah, that's not a castle.
Well, it actually says castle though.
No,
the name is on it, but
not
yeah.
the castle he needs.
Not the castle he needs. I can see that. He's trying to control the gold. The push through the center still. It feels like putting on more pressure than the castle at the top. Also only building it with 3 villagers. It feels like you would take 2 fewer.
Yeah, I respect that. I respect that.
Mangonel push now coming in here. Viper. That is easier for Viper to play, I believe, this situation. He can decide better where he wants to put all his attention to. And yeah, this is tough to micro for ACCM.
Mangonel fights on both sides and they are so crucial. If you win both sides, you win the game. If you lose both sides, you lose the game.
Sounds fair. 1-4-0 trade for now. CA production continues. Spotted and trades of 1-for-1. And that Mangonel look. Trades off against the full HP one. So one Mangonel with barely any HP left. That fight is still happening. 2 villagers still around. Viper takes another nice hit. ACM could not find the kill and will get a lot of hill advantage. This is not an easy game to play now for ACCM.
You can see it's not easy game for Viper. Look at the wood bank. Like 2,000 wood.
Oh god.
Even with auto farming, you cannot go that far.
30 on wood there. That crossbow still shooting away and some more skirmishes being added. Viper's macro slipping a bit. He sold 1,000 wood and probably dropped a lot of farms.
And now he's having a wood problem. He's completely out of wood.
Can go for Rottans.
Now he bought wood.
Rottans, a really good unit against everything that ACM is putting on the map, right?
Not against Mangonels. They're actually terrible against Mangonels. And that's kind of crucial unit right now. I would prefer Cavalry Archers. They are really good.
Okay, yeah. I can see the extra HP there. Tower, castle being built here at the top. But that's a bit of a dead TC pretty soon, right? The moment the gold runs out, woodlines aren't pretty, and then he needs to expand to the top. But the castle gives him a lot of map control.
Is that castle good for ACCM? Is that monument so important that you will still want to contest it? Like, put some pressure?
I think it's more like controlling that Viper can't move to the top and start some raids from there.
But feels like on the bottom part is where gold is, where the things will happen.
But then you have to go into the trap war uphill. And trap war is the next phase of this game. Both players on the way to him. Still, a 30 villager lead for ACCM. Resources collected plus 6,000 for him.
Now, Viper needs to do a magic unit, and he is doing the magic unit.
Explain to us, why is this so good? Is it only the extra HP?
It's the unit itself. It's very cheap. It's like Eagle Warrior on steroids. It costs only wood. It's good against every trash unit. It's very good to read. Destroys calorie. You need a big number of archers to turn into arbalists to be able to stop them. And because the game was so active, we only have 5 archers, right?
Okay.
So that unit will be unbeatable soon, you know?
Fire Lancers there. Our unit it got instantly scouted there by ACCM. So he sees the barrack switch, could make some adjustments, is going to CA now. How good are CA performing against Fire Lancers?
Very good, and only option.
Only option.
The Tars, did you know have Cannoneers?
Let's talk about a famous game now. Tatars against Mayans. Leary.
It was Mayans.
$100,000 quarterfinals. Dowd against Leary. Arabia. Full map control. Full dream game.
It's not qualified, it was LAN event.
It was, yeah, it was the quarterfinals.
Quarterfinals.
Yeah. And if you knew at that point that you had hand cannoneers, you would have won Dowd. You would have basically lifted the
sent
trophy.
me the message instantly. Dowd, what about hand cannoneers?
So yeah, I know that Tatars have hand cannoneers.
And they're probably a good unit here to stop Fire Lancers, right?
But then again, Vietnamese. We have Rottans, we have elite skirmishers, we have imperial skirmishers. That army composition could be really strong.
But he needs solution right now. Fire Lancers are producing right away from Castle Age. He's getting the mass. They are very easy to upgrade. Also, it's very good that upgrade costs food and gold, and unit is costing wood and gold. So you're balancing economy very well to upgrade them.
Has 8 of them in the queue. Kashik's now being put out on the map as well, generating gold once killing some units, and just got cheaper in one of our last balanced patches. So, yeah, a really strong unit at the moment.
But against Fire Lancer, and that's a bit choice. Maybe he wants like to take one from the Mysterio book and just create him to that.
With Fire Lancers or no?
With Kashik.
With Kashik?
Like
well,
it's a
mobility.
strong unit, yeah. You got mobility, but you're dying straightforward.
But I think he wants to play CA against the Fire Lancers.
Don't see it that just died?
Well, I think he might be building some more. It's only at 4. You spotted that one correctly. And Kashik then the unit that should fight against the skirmishers. Trap one now in the center.
We had a similar game with Lewis, right? When he went against Viper. Exactly the same map. Viper was winning with Persians, and bam, Fire Lancers completely shift the game.
Yeah.
We might witness exactly the same game here.
Well, the advantage, I think, for ACM is way bigger than we had for Viper.
Viper had a massive lead here, probably even bigger than ACM now.
But he only had it in Castle Age, right? Going
Nearly
to
Fire Lancers are broken, stop defending them.
So you're putting your money on Viper this game?
Yeah.
Really?
If I was a betting man.
But luckily you're not.
Luckily I'm not.
Okay, so Fire Lancers, the broken unit of Dowd's choice here. on the other side, ACM trying to manage his 60 population
Well, if he
lead.
plays like this, it doesn't count. that's not.
Oh, and we see chemistry on the other side. So maybe bombard cannons for the trap war here. Still 3 traps out, but they are completely unprotected. Some Kashyyyks could come in. ACM still struggling to come up with a good army composition. Skirmishers dealing with all those CA and the Fire Lancers fighting against the builds.
Viper villager count is going really bad. He's producing now 10 at a time. He needs more DCs.
Grand push, kind of fake there. Sends in 3, sends them back. Did not commit to too many upgrades there. Now the Kashyyyks are coming in, instantly getting slaughtered. Repair on those traps. Looks like the Fire Lancers can defend this.
Shocking.
As they should be.
As they should be. That's, yeah. They're supposed to counter cavalry and they're doing a good job, but ASCM is literally playing a Mysterio, raiding, wrong unit, like wood raiders we saw before, but mobility.
You have to love it. We see now the 3 traps still shooting. No Fire Lancer production, not a single villager on gold, and Viper, he has to tap this one out. 1-0 lead here for ACCM. And it feels like you were not a big fan of the approach of the Viper in this one.
Yes, he made so many, like, opening was so good. It was a bit greedy. We have... Sorry. Some sound was very disturbing in my headset.
Yeah, I heard it as well.
Yeah, Viper approach was very good, very greedy opening, but exactly how much he could afford. Early economy upgrades, late building, early farms was really beautiful play. Even got that overchop purchase in. Everything was perfect for Viper, but suddenly
the extra tower was there, right? He couldn't produce too much. Then the defense was okay as well. It just felt like he didn't really group up his army moving out from there.
I think it started when he got
ballistics.
sniped. Those mill villagers, right? Those deer villagers got sniped, and he made a tower that was more or less useless. Like, because of that tower and stone is all outside, he couldn't boom, couldn't catch up with economy. Whole game he was struggling with economy.
Due to the tower, he felt like he was forced to play heavy army, was forced into ballistics, and took more risk than he normally would have, you think?
Even then, like, it didn't feel like he was taking risks. Like ACCM had the boom and more army, right? Like, he had full control of all of the sudden. I don't even know how.
Nice quick wall. Seconds before Men-at-Arms are finishing. What a nice move. And you see how much perfect clicking happened there. Tries to save this villager as well. And he gets it. Really nice play. And here he's trying to
it all
defend.
started.
Yeah, but... Okay, let's take a look at the... There's nothing in the queue. Look at that. No archers, no skirmishers in the queue, floating a lot of resources. I think at this point he might have only had 1 range. That would have been really weird. And yeah, this was going really well for him. But look at that. Still, again, nothing in the queue. Right? It's only the crossbow upgrade.
But look at resources collected. I didn't even pay attention to that. Like, I don't know how he got like 1,000 more before anything happened, right?
That is really weird, yeah.
You would normally think Vietnamese is economy too.
Viper clearly had an advantage when it came to the eco upgrades there. And yeah, military numbers simply not there how we wanted to see it for the Viper. Now only 5 farmers. They made it tricky. Was the eco balance a bit off? I'm having a bit of questions. Like, how did we get into the spot that ACM got so much more army mid-Castle Age?
Well, resources collected. Now we have this capture age tool and we see everything. Like, if I didn't have that, if I didn't see that there was 1,000 more resources, I would be still confused. But he turned that 1,000 into army, and army turned into pressure. Means even less economy for Viper. Delaying the getting to the stones. Cannot use the market. Viper stuck on 1 TC, and they seem the winner. Simple game.
Also, the tower meant ACM, even after going for more military, could still somewhat compete with the Castle Age timing, could use the market, could sell the stone, an option that Viper didn't have, could juggle a bit there, and then with more army, could contest in Castle Age.
Like when you use market to sell stone and you see enemy got tower up. You're happy. You are really happy. Like, okay, I sold my stone, my boom will be delayed, but you made the tower. I feel like I won the game at that point.
And you can buy the stone back if you wanted to. The opponent can't do that, or has to go into some investment.
Or you can go like Viper, sell 2,000 wood, buy 500 wood. He was playing market game there, like trademark.
Yeah. And obviously the rates are getting worse and worse. So unfortunate for him there. It also felt like he stayed on 8 on wood for a really long time. Yeah, obviously Vietnamese need fewer villagers on wood, but 8
Not that
felt
few.
like he needed to fight for wood for such a long time. Just really prioritized this farm count.
ACM played better.
Okay, we will
ACM
take it
played
as
better.
that. And we will have an interesting mind game. Look at that. It was ACCM anticipating Goth, having the counter pick with that 6, but we're actually having Spanish there.
You were right. Aztecs were here to counter God.
Yeah.
But maybe not see Jaguars, not against Spanish.
Not against Spanish. Conquistadors might be the key unit here, and we are going for it. And villagers are being sent through the middle. He's trying to contest for those spores here. Double villager approach. We see fletching from both players, and we are on. ACM is leading 1-0. Villagers fighting there. Gets 2 shots off. Now fights off against the Eagle, which has more HP, but eats quite some hits. And 2 of the boars are already following. Some gates to block this one off. Viper, again, on point at the early stages of this game.
We saw that before. Viper still very, very much point with his quick wall micro, and he got a big reward here.
2 boars against 1, and you might think, okay, yeah, Viper sent 2 villagers, obviously gets 2. ACCM also instantly sent 2 villagers and instantly did loom, so same investment. ACM now sending a villager at the bottom, but feels like Viper is there a bit earlier as well. The dream start for our Norwegian.
Yeah, both are seeing, like, the boards are on the top and on the bottom. There are 3 on top, 3 on bottom, and both send on the bottom, and it's really big. Like, game ends here. Game ends here if ACM is denied again.
He is sending another villager to the top. Viper is as well. Let's take a look. Shoots 1, goes to Viper's favor. Now the double boar. Let's take a look at the block. And that was downhill hits as well. Villager goes really low. Nice house block. Gets not the shot off against the second boar. Goes for the block and feels like, okay, I cannot return with only 1 boar in the back.
On the first group, it was...
No, the
he's not
left
looking.
one. Goes for another block. Oh, this is tough to micro. Viper got the first aggression there. And that is only 5 HP left for ACCM. Now I'm nervous.
I think they're fighting on top as well for the...
In the picture, we saw that one is scaring the villager away. The macro of the Viper, a tiny bit better there. And just imagine him returning with another 3 boars there from the top.
So far, I think it's even split. 2-1, 2-1. Just ACM didn't pick them up yet. Viper doesn't know that. He was like, I lost that war. He will not check it anymore.
But theoretically, he could, right? On the mini-map, like in the fog of war, he could see that there are still 2 boars.
Yeah, but he's busy. He's really
somewhat
busy.
busy. Yeah. Trying to block there. Obviously, 3 boars should do quite some damage. And yeah, ACM is pulling those. So we have an exactly 3 boar advantage.
But those only bring
Is
300
it
food.
3 versus 6?
I think so,
I think so, right? With kind of the same investment. So really, really good opening here for the Viper, who's already building the dock as well, while ACM, different approach, goes for the barracks.
Greedy opening with the dock here. There's not much surfish. You're like counting on game being a bit longer where you can afford fish traps, and that's also a big investment. Like fish traps are more expensive than farm. It's better working than farm, but takes really, really long time to pay off.
It is 3 shorefish, so 600 food that he could get, but with quite some investment there.
Dock is also an investment that will not play a role. You cannot make galleys. Technically, you can.
150 wood there, and obviously the fishing ship. How many fishing ships are you going for here? 2 and then stop?
I think so. 2 or 3 maximum. Unless you're really confident we are playing a fast castle approach, then you can add up more. And
Viper's trying to get some walls up. Will have a safe gold to the right side of his base. How big do you wall towards the bottom? Are you including this gold, or are you walling like directly from the wood line to your town center and are happy with the gold and stone that you have?
I would wall a lake to the lake.
Lake to the lake?
Yeah, keep it.
That's so big out. Isn't that easily like giving so much surface area to attack by CM?
It does, but it looks prettier. It looks prettier. Like we are all.
Is that the definition?
Yes. Like we are still here for the beauty of the game. Like,
Okay. I can see that. Viper not being too greedy. He plays a reasonable feudal age there. Pop 22 plus the 2 fishing ships. And ACM, he won't do too much. Now the big question, will we see a Spanish archer?
Ooh, we have to see at least one of them, right?
I think so as well. You can easily afford them. You will get more gold, getting all the upgrades. Viper now going for the small walls next to the gold, but I fear that ACM could be pressuring this quite a bit. Oh, goes for the mining camp there. That is a surprise to me.
You don't need that to build archers, right? You do upgrades, you get 20 gold. With 2 upgrades, you can make 3 archers, and that's enough to push this back.
Yeah. I'm a bit surprised by this. Is Viper trying to play like fast feudal into eco upgrades? He doesn't have... Oh, that doesn't
Well, worked out last time.
Yeah. Okay, needs to go for the walls here. Gets 2 good volleys off. That's a lot of HP loss for ACCM here already. The Eagle, low HP from earlier. And
do you do many time now? Okay, he still does it.
He does. Okay, he also queued up a 4th Man-at-Arms, so lost quite some HP. Another ball there in the back, and that will be an archer range instantly spotted by the Viper. His scouting absolutely on point. Is it the spot where you build the tower next to the gold instantly?
I want to see we have exactly the same game as before, right? Early Josh, transition into Man-at-Arm, add a few more, run into TC, lose HP. Exactly the same game. I love Viper spot. And yes, you want to tower.
And Viper is building the tower. We can see that the stone count is getting the clear up here if he wanted to.
Ooh,
and
but
that's not the
that
greatest
tower.
spot. That's a bad tower, and explain to us why.
Because you will not protect your gold. There is always a tower that is behind the gold and will range the villagers, so...
Oh, gets the kill. That is good for ACCM. And indeed, the tower of the Viper now useless. The
Not
gold
useless, he
can
cannot
still
break in with many times, but doesn't protect the gold.
Viper standing, still having a villager on gold, did not go for the archers. Food count will be really tricky for the Viper, right? Barry's at the front, does not have a mill yet, I believe. Can't build farms, can still get 1 single Javelina, but this Castle Age transition will be tough to afford.
This is like always a punishment. You have such a good start. You have so much food under your TC, you don't think it will ever run out. And then you're hit instantly, like food running out, you cannot afford farms, your berries are blocked, you will collapse.
Gets the blacksmith. We'll try to get some upgrades in there. 10 on food for now is scaring ACM away, who has no idle TC so far. Impressive.
He's going for the
seconds.
mill. He really believes he can fight it off.
He is going for the mill. Well, the army is going to the top. 5 skirmishes chasing this one down. Maybe it's to afford the farm upgrade, but would be really greedy. Wow! 6 ridges on stone. He's building a tower next to the mill.
He is going tower defense into Kongs. He knows his win condition is getting to Conquistadors, right? Aztecs will struggle against that. They don't have cavalry archers, the skirmisher is the only weapon. And
I'm scared for the Viper here.
It's Spanish builders.
3 Men-at-Arms, an Eagle added as well, gets another Eagle, walls around this. Is there a chance to dive this? Gets some more houses in, but Men-at-Arms will squeeze in another gate. What a nice block. Gets the villager behind this one, tries to overtake the Men-at-Arms, but is a bit late. The tower will go up though. Viper, he survived this attack and actually dealt a lot of damage.
I have to say it's really nice being with the audience and see how people are hyped when the quick walls are happening.
Yeah, really, really sweet here. And people also anticipated, right? The quick ball wasn't ready yet. They saw the villager coming from the town center that could have set up the perfect trap, but ACM weaseled out of there.
ACM saw that trap possibility as well.
Fletching now finished for the Viper. We don't have the blacksmith upgrades for ACCM yet. Eagles did not really get the value. He has 3 on the field, is trying to dive in. This will be some hits, and Viper a bit sloppy, loses some skirmishes. Is going for the regroup here, but that will be him playing with like 3 skirmishes
Nearly
now.
pet finding right there. How many tournaments do you cost us, nearly?
Well, it's the blessing for one and the loss for another. Builds the galley there for the defense. There will be a lot of pressure, and there is 1 layer of palisade that is not reinforced right now. The tower tries to protect the water and this area. Let's take a look at the pathfinding here. Oh no, that is the quick wall.
From Viper point of view, right?
Yeah, indeed. Goes for the house there, and the house behind this. Then the gate blocks the Men-at-Arms, and now we see the villager from the town center coming out. Is he going for something? Oh, he actually did. That was just a random villager. That was just a random
It was just
villager.
fasting.
That was just a villager being produced, and everyone was hyping up. Oh, how he envisioned the trap there. He didn't even click the villager once. Oh god. Tower in range there. ACM will have a lot of map control. What do you think about relic control on this map?
I don't think we will get to the game that matters with such aggressive play.
Isn't Monks like one of the most important go-to units for ACCM here?
Is it?
I think so. Do you think...
never worked out for me when I want to convert the Conquistador. It never works.
Okay, actually, like, if you get upgrades, you get more HP on those.
I heard about that, Aztec bonus, right?
Right.
But he already got the counter unit. He already got skirmisher that he will upgrade. I don't think he needs a double counter unit.
Okay, so the skirm defense would be your approach. Stand 8 villagers there, 7 actually, to take down the tower. Maybe walling this one in could have been an option. Low HP villagers being microed back. ACM needs to make sure to not get lured in there. And there's some eagles arriving. House a bit late, and Viper, I think he has to disengage with this. Maybe finding a kill here with the tower is ACCM. Okay, nice one for him.
A bit weird play by Viper. Like, that tower is also, in my opinion, questionable. Like, you have dog that shoots.
It didn't achieve anything, right? That tower. Maybe Viper just saw the opportunity. Okay, army on the other side. Now, at least some villagers could be low HP here. ACM finding another build. No, he doesn't. Viper saves that one. Nice move. More villagers being pulled away from gold and wood because the army arrived from the right-hand side. Viper didn't wall this one in time, and now sitting at only 3 skirmishers resources, pretty close to Castle Age. But that's still so much. That's still so much army.
Where's Viper? Like, what happened, Lily?
Well, we are in his base now.
He had 3 skirmishers. This whole game, it's 20 minutes and he got 3 skirms.
Yes, fletching there, tries to fight.
And Castle Age is faster for ACCM even.
And he is now attacking into more eagles. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a second barracks there. Maybe a monk follow-up. It will be stable by the Viper. So he's trying to fight this one off with knights. Is that a thing? Now being blocked off from stone?
It's not a thing, but you are running out of options when you don't have stone, right? It's either that or monks, but monks are not that good against Aztecs.
Could maybe go for some later attacks then. Hulk now being added by the Viper. Tries to fight this one off on water. Skirm still doing their job. But ACM even taking down the mining camp there means that if the Viper wants to switch onto it later on, might need to build another mining camp or a spot for a town over there.
It's a nice little bonus damage, right? You're already there, let's snipe a mining camp, maybe a house.
Viper takes the stone mining upgrade. So that kind of implies to me he will go for like 2 knights and then try to make Kongs happen. But that will be tough because ACCM is going for so much army. Viper might crumble against the aggression.
Well, ACM is out of scrums. That's very good for the Conquistador transition.
But Conquistador transition is so far away.
With 0 stone, yeah, it's not that easy to do.
He needs to buy 500 stone.
Viper is new phosphor, apparently.
Now reaching Castle Age here. Quick wall against that. Eagles plus 3 damage now. Reaching the Castle Age. Quick walls will be on point. Good job there. Tower finding more and more damage. Viper now reaches Castle Age. Still not properly on stone, and he is open. There's so many spots to raid. It seems though that ACCM only has 1 barracks at home.
I think Viper needs to make a TC on that stone. No, he's making on wood. So I'm not sure why it's on
Triple barracks, but no production. Look at that. There's not a single eagle in production. Forward Monastery denied as well. Viper in shambles. So many things going wrong for him.
Not in production because he got upgrades in the queue. Upgrades in the queue, that's why the production was there. Now production is back and yeah, everything is idle. There are no Kongs. Monks will not stop this. 1 stable knight.
Not really a thing. Goes for some missionaries. Wants to go for some style there. I don't mind it, but it shouldn't really be the answer against Eagles, which have multiple bonuses against that.
You remember when he used to play always Eagle spam? Now it feels like it's a way weaker with the modern way of microing. But still, if you can overwhelm, Eagles are still best snowball unit in the game.
Interesting that he sends the villager back. ACCM, that was the forward villager, so he's not fully all-inning this. Even walling the left-hand side feels like counterattack could be a threat to him. Now the missionary at the front is trying to walk away.
Cannot go into tower. Monk is better.
And missionary dies. Another costly unit gone. Eagles are threatening the engagement here. 3 knights alone won't be enough for this.
But as you said, villager went back. That means he will not go forward siege workshop. He will use that extra wood to start bombing eventually. This is not like do or die. This is a big pressure, and let's build economy after that. Prepare for him.
There's the Monk. Could get the first neutral relic there. And Eagles won't find too much in the back. 2 relics at the sides there. And it feels like Viper won't have too much map control. Missionary number 1 stopped. But that feels a bit sloppy there with the Eagles. Might get pushed back.
Good micro by Viper. He's doing with bare minimum, he's doing a lot. He's surviving. He is surviving.
And now 7 villagers in zone.
And he is also doing light cave to snipe the monks. Viper kind of turned this around. Like, moment ago, I was ready to call it for Viper, but I prefer Viper spot now.
Viper had enough towers, and those Eagles were low HP from earlier. Felt like the Knight there with Bloodlines and a bit of good micro, keeping the numbers alive. Was really good for him. And Missionaries now, they can yoink away some of those relics.
It's so funny. Best change ever.
It's running away here.
He was missing the upgrades on those Eagles, right? It's only 1 armor. Yes, that's why they're dying so fast and doing very little.
Might be the reason here. Now takes the engagement. Viper low HP, try to micro this one back. And conversion finishes, and this will be tricky for the Viper. Does not go for any conversions himself. Military count still better for ACCM. Only now goes for the 2nd armor upgrade.
That's too late now. Now Kongs are coming. He should be aware that Kongs are coming and that you need to switch out to the Eagles. Eagles are not the unit anymore. Oh, a conversion on Eagle. That's something we rarely see, right?
Typically, you, with the resistance, can get the kill there earlier. The Missionary spawned on the wrong side. Relic being yoinked there, and feels like low HP Knights, you could maybe focus those down, but feels like Missionary is the better choice for now. ACM still keeping up the pressure, and Viper returns empty-handed there with his Missionary.
If Viper was making monks, he would save at least 2 so far. He could jump into a tower. Like, Missionary looks cool, and it's maybe a better unit, but in this situation...
To contest relics, I could absolutely see why you went for them, right? The faster speed.
You need to grab them. You don't want Tassis with relics. You never want that. You're getting closer to the castle. He can buy it at this point as well, but he's in no rush.
Oh, loses that one again. It's just now jumping into the town center, trying to save themselves a knight there for the defense. Feels like those 3 Eagles shouldn't find too much. The Viper with the eco advantage.
What happened to the Eagles?
I still don't have game sound, and
they used to be so...
Can you hear me? Okay.
I can hear you, but I don't...
Okay.
Yeah, Eagles used to be such a dominant unit in this spot, but I think micro level just got crazy good, and those lower HP units are so much harder to keep alive.
He goes for the Monk and the jump in, exactly what you wanted to see for such a long time.
He heard me. We need to lower down.
Now the castle here being built to free up the gold spot. That's
Viper.
a lot of villagers that he's sending.
We are not that stage of the game. Viper can chill. It's not a wonder. Like.
Crazy.
Damn, Viper.
Crazy how he's surrounding this.
Okay, it will go up. And it's Spanish as well. Now everything to the goal.
I think the stone just ran out, and that's why he shift-clicked it. Wanted to get more control over this area. And now Sanctity coming in. Plus 20 HP for the Aztec Monk. ACCM is now adding archer ranges. He's going for skirmishes, you anticipated.
Yeah, but you want to have that tech ready before the threat shows up. Now, as a reaction, well, it takes time to build, and the Kongs got mobility. They will be able to snipe a lot of villagers. Viper is finally in a decent spot. Finally, he'll be able to see ACCM base. I don't think he ever visited ACCM base, maybe with the starting scout, and that's about it. Now, finally... Ooh, but we didn't see this. Ramp push is coming. And Viper is doing the motion. Don't do the replay now. Yeah. Don't put the replay now when the big deal is going on. Devotion has to finish. Viper doesn't want to replace that monastery, that's for sure.
Well, he at least will finish the upgrade. One relic ejected at the, for him, good side. Monks are scaring away those knights. 4 Kongs now for the defense. That stable going down. Luckily for him, he already got the important upgrades there with Husbandry and Bloodlines. Lead Skirm now being tagged. Botkin being tagged as well. ACM walled the left-hand side. Those Kongs, I would be surprised if they instantly find too much value.
I'm not sure what changed that we are seeing Rams way more often now in Castle Age. I love it. I absolutely love it. But the Ram change was like 2 patches ago, and we still didn't use them. Now, Yo and ACM are using them on a very, very high level.
Really, really nice move. Gets a lot of kills very quickly there. Damage output is nice. What I also absolutely love from ACCM is that he's stonewalling both sides and will therefore stop all the raids. Look at that. Perfect wall here, perfect wall on the other side. Villager is missing though, but I appreciate the idea.
Yeah, that's the only thing that can kill him at this point. If he secures all the relics, if he is unraidable, just push one side. I don't think Aztecs can lose to Spanish.
Is scaring those monks away, but they might find some damage here. Villager advantage still established for the Viper. Some more villagers in danger here for ACCM. Eagles not finding too much. Is he diving deep there? That would really surprise me. We know that a town center is behind us, even triple town center. Oh, ACCM, is he getting desperate? What's happening here?
I don't think he cares about Eagles anymore. He just wants to find as much value and escort those monks at home with relics. If he grabs all the relics from Viper,
okay,
Viper is on a big timer then.
3 relics already secured. 1 on the way home. Now the ram is being filled with those eagles. And the switch for the Viper into more stables. Is this a full night attack in Castle Age? Is Viper not trying to make this a normal in play? Or is he going for light cap?
Maybe he doesn't see like a long game after ACM grab all the relics. Maybe he just wants to finish in Castle Age before relics actually get to work.
But ACM is building the perfect castle in the middle. He's completely zoning this out. Sends more villagers to the top. This will be really tough for Viper to find damage in Castle Age here. Some skirmishes to get the control first.
And also the walls. He walled in the wall. Like wall is everything is on the ACM side.
True, true. Only the 2 golds here in the middle, but those will be so contested. And Viper feels like he needs to do damage. Is going in against ballistic Botkin skirmishes. Monks there as well. He won't find any damage.
And he's going to him.
Okay, that makes way more sense. Nice read there and a nice switch by the Viper. Only wanted to go for some light cap. Thought about the possibility of finding damage, but feels like this has to be the imp game. Doubt going for imp. What are the dream army compositions?
Aztecs have fortified wall?
Ooh, I would say no.
You would really allow it here. That buys so much more time.
I would say yes.
They do?
They do.
Okay. I think that's the tech. ACM is experienced Black Forest player. He knows how much fortified wall are important here. Just keep him outside. Give the gold. He got 4 relics.
Maybe second
Viper
layer.
on the timer.
Maybe second layer could be an option then.
For sure. But you don't have time. Like upgrade is instant. Like to keep balling, it's not as easy as just clicking upgrade and focusing on the middle.
So still thinking about perfect army compositions. ACM, it has to be something around block printing monks, I would assume. Atlatl skirms. What's the infantry choice? Are we playing pikemen there with Garland Wars? Are we playing Jaguar Warriors?
Maybe Jaguar, but that's actually the best DPS unit now from Aztecs. Even better against Knights than pikemen. They're missing half upgrade, and that's maybe the change that needs to happen. Like they are lacking. They don't have stable, obviously, and missing half is such a big deal for Aztecs in post game. But you don't have problem with gold, right?
Yeah, that's absolutely true. 4 Aztecs relics in there for him. Has so much gold control as well. Is there a weird world where we might be actually attacking into some heavy siege for ICCM? Could we maybe see SO?
Not against Spanish. No,
Okay.
Bomber cannot shoot faster. They have monks that convert faster. That's too expensive. Maybe Onager, but Siege Onager is just too much of investment.
Okay. Yeah. Not expecting too many range units, not expecting hand cannoneers there, I would assume.
No, I think Viper probably has to go full Paladin and have one snowball go through the middle. He's completely zoned out. Like the ACCM played this
Absolutely
brilliant.
perfect.
Yeah.
Such a strategic approach by him over and over again, and gets the early map control, benefits behind it as well. Now goes for the conversions. Light cap are coming in, but thinking better of it and retreating. So many knights. We have 5 knights out on the map for ACCM. Crazy.
More knights
amount
for
of conversions.
ACCM.
Yeah.
Viper on 3 knights.
Great, absolute madness. And now we see the switch into skirmishes here by the Viper.
Oof, that's like resigning at this point. You want to go skirmish war against Aztecs that got full map control. You're just resigning.
Atlatl coming in, +1 range, +1 attack for the skirmishes. Right now 16 on the field, on the right hand side they're getting attacked. Now dives in for those monks, a bit out of position. They have more HP though, but it feels like they should get cleared up and some might stay alive. Viper gets most of the snipes though.
Not that important, but certainly satisfying to kill those monks. And okay, now I can maybe mix in some Bobber Cannons because those monks get full obvious. They even get Redemption.
Yeah, we have 4 monks still on the map, 2 more in the queue. Elite Eagle Warrior is coming in here as well, so those would be good against Bomber Cannons, against the snipes there. And Viper, look at that, Supremacy, making his villagers way, way stronger. Nice against the raids. Don't think we will use them at the fighting units.
Well, he got 10 fighting units and 110 villages. I think that's the only unit he can use.
ACM in such a strong position here, controls the full front, and oh, it feels like we are ramping up towards our second big upset of the day.
GG.
Absolute masterclass here by ACCM. Strategically, like he saw, okay, against Spanish, you are trying to skip some corners, you already played with the dog, you are trying to get onto Kongs. I'm going for the man-at-arm aggression, and he played so aggressively there. And Viper, it felt like the first tower wasn't direction, the skirms were underreacted, the quick walls at the right-hand side weren't right, the walls, the attack on the left-hand side, the decision-making, not on point.
And it's not like ECM prepared this. He reacted. He picked Aztecs only because he was expecting gods.
Yeah.
So he was put on spot here against Spanish, and during the game he created a perfect plan. Like that's really, really solid. I respect that more than dancing micro. This decision making, that's what keeps me still in the game. It's fun.
Absolute madness. And the start was so good for the Viper. As a matter of fact, it was 9 hunt against 6 against 3 of the Javelins.
Yeah, like similar to the first game. Viper very clean opening.
It's scouting,
but somehow doesn't have units.
Yeah,
he never had units. After that, nearly pet finding with scrums. We never saw him with a real army whole game.
That was, really underwhelming. The tower, we felt, didn't achieve what it could have. Had to go to the top.
Tower, like I would have to ask Viper about that tower. This one is okay. That first one is
that
like
one was
makes no
perfect,
sense.
right? That exactly is towards the opponent, can easily be protected. We had some nice quick walls here. He zoned out all the army. That one was absolutely perfect play. We got really excited for him.
I was waiting for this replay. Nearly. What can you say about this?
That's normal so far. And now he just clicked to the left.
It's not pathfinding, it's Viper's fault.
Well, I need to see the POV for it. But yeah, it looked really, really unfortunate. He lost so many units there for sure.
I think Viper never had more than 20 units whole game.
Yeah. Those knights, right? He did a really good job.
With the limited amount of units, he did amazing. But why don't you make units?
Why don't you make more units out of
If you did with 5 units, go to make 20. Like, you will do even better.
And the Kongs here, just really, really late, right? They arrive at the 31-minute mark. Yeah, a bit of damage found, but ACM was already fully set up, was taking into elite skirms, had the Monk tags already, and Viper didn't find the damage that he wanted.
ACCM, even like that ram aggression, was like 2 rams. It was not, I will kill you, I will put the pressure, I will clean the monastery, I will steal the relic. It was just everything was so well calculated by ACCM. I'm impressed.
Yeah, absolutely loved everything about this. 2-0 down, the Viper, after looking like top 2 out of the group stage. We have to say, right?
He beat Leary 3-0, right?
Was it 3-0 even?
Yes.
He beat Leary. Yeah.
He beat Leary, period. Even if he took 1 game of Leary, the success. Is it 3-0?
3-0. He beat Leary 3-0.
And ACCM barely survived.
Yeah, and he had a really good set against Sebastian, right? That is actually, it was really impressive.
And I'm cheering for ACCM. His style reminds me more of
deserved it
myself.
after this last game. He clearly deserved it. And look at ACM. He still has the 3 strongest picks for himself. That's a massive advantage as well. And here we see the skirms moving to the right-hand side. No further input.
And
they suddenly go to the left.
Production, why do you do this to me?
He clicked to the left. Production said, what? Let's take a look at it again. Let's slow it down. Quarter speed.
Do you really want to slow it down?
So it's now the right-hand side. Waypoint. Goes to the right. Some farms.
Nearly.
And now we click to the left. Doubt. Who's at fault?
Viper!
Hey!
Okay, Nearly. But you have to...
This game has perfect pathfinding.
You have to understand, after so many wrong things, you don't think I make a mistake anymore.
It was confusing, but it looked really weird. I agree with you there. But like the click by the Viper to the left felt really unnatural.
I'm waiting for him to make that excuse, and now we have a proof. Viper Watch VOD.
Let's watch the VOD. yeah. Rough for him. Really rough for him. The 2-0 start there must not have felt great because typically he's the one that can rely on his decision making. Not in the last game, and ACM looked so good. And as we mentioned, like 3 maps still to come potentially, and he still has pick 1, 2, and 3 for himself. ACCM,
Well,
he has to
after
feel
the
confident.
draft, I talked to Viper. Viper said I have like 3 very good matchups, 1 hard, and 1 50-50. He's not still on his hard matchup.
Which one are the good matchups?
I will not spoil everything, but I will just say he's not still on his hardest matchup.
Okay.
So, and he has to win every single game now.
Okay, how are we distributing civilizations here? It will be Khmer against Berbers. So, interesting choice.
Berbers is obvious,
that
right?
Feels like a mind game. Explain to us why Berbers is obvious.
Oh, that's a castle drop map, right? And their unique unit is very good. Villagers are spread around the map. They're moving faster, also very good for Berbers.
Are you moving faster, Duckage?
5%.
Ah, it was 10%
Everything
and
matters.
it's now 5%.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah. Just a good unique unit and good overall civilization. Cheaper knights, they're good.
And the order is really fortunate for him as well, right? He didn't need to have it potentially safe to play against Spanish.
Yep.
So that's really fortunate that Spanish is out of the question and he can play Berbers. 3 match points for ACCM. Berbers against Khmer, the Viper, with his back against the wall.
What do we prefer here, Berbers or Khmer?
You prefer Berbers.
I ask you.
And you explain to me why.
But do they have bonus damage against the ballista elephants? Camel archers?
I would say no.
I would say yes.
Well, then let's assume yes. So what is Khmer doing here? Is this the wild, fast castle territory, pop 23 siege workshop stable?
It sounds like a Viper / Tato opening, but do you want to do that when you're like this close to be out of the tournament?
Well, if you think it's the best strategy, you probably want to do it, right? Because the normal macro game, ACCM looked too sharp. It's not like, okay, I can just play the macro game and win most of the time. It just looks like ACCM is absolutely on point today.
Those type of strategies are gamble strategies, right? You can win right away or lose right away. It's not like bulletproof strategy. It's not like opening scouts and walling on Arabia. This is a risky strategy. It can work. You can beat a better player with that, and you can lose to the worst player with that. And when you're down, I would not like to be on Viper Police right now.
Gets the boars in now. Game so far. There's not too much happening, trying to get a bit more scouting for themselves, trying to find some capybaras.
Berbers nice for that as well, right? Lowering the boars a bit faster helps.
Oh yeah, you need to work way less, right? Yeah, that's so true.
Didn't even realize, Berbers is one of the better teams here.
And it is only pick 6 for him as well, right? And Viper, you can see, he needs to work with the capybaras. He needs to go for the house walls. He's getting 2 javelins for himself now. Or javelinas.
And look at the easy job
He's
for
just
ACCM.
running away. Oh, that looks so sweet.
And he will lose now.
No. So 2 hits there, and yeah, Viper, as we said, needs to work a bit harder there. Capybara is running out.
For a Black Forest player, that's easy job, right?
Yeah, true. Like, this is like 5 years ago, I might have been impressed. Now it feels like the absolute standard. Oh, 2 villagers, and they could maybe fight this one off. Went for Loom, while Viper doesn't have Loom. Jumps in and out. They're sharing the food here.
Damn, they teleport. That was very efficient.
Okay, got the food. And now, 5% faster running. Does he want to quick wall this?
This is it, like ACCM, 3 match points. Let's risk it. Let's go Will War. Let's go Will War, see what happens. And
But isn't this just the Berber advantage?
no, not that big. Like 5% here, you don't feel it.
You're not chasing him down?
No.
Okay.
It's not like I will win because of that. If anything, this Khmer house helps way more than that bonus.
I can see that. Viper now with a villager on gold, meaning archery range is not really a typical approach. We have to expect a fast castle from the Viper here in some form. Does he have enough food for it though?
There's plenty of food on this map, right?
But
And you
does
don't
he have
need
it like around? Because yeah, we see he doesn't know about this yet. Does he?
He doesn't know, but you can guess. You know,
Okay,
there's
okay,
like every 10 tires, there's a boar,
Mhm.
there's capybaras everywhere, and with Khmer, you don't need a single villager on wood, right? Everything goes to food, a little bit gold, and you're good to go to Castle Age.
ACCM trying to bury through there. And he's picking the perfect one, right? It would be the next step for the Viper, the first one that ACM can actually get to. And it feels like both players are going to play Castle Age. Now the big question again, Viper, what army composition is he going for? You're expecting Camel Archers from ACCM.
Yeah, that's for sure, and Viper needs to find solution to that. Scorpion is very good with extra range, can even fight down Mangonels with a good lucky micro. But risky. Everything Viper has to do will be a big risk.
No Loom for the Viper, only one single villager on gold there. Do we maybe even see Loom only in Castle Age? Feels very likely.
Gold. He won't have gold for Loom before clicking up, right?
Oh, sends 4 on gold now. That is quite something. I'm a bit surprised by that.
Well, he needs 200 gold. Once he gets 200, he will just remove them and put them on food.
Okay.
It's easier to... You don't want to calculate. We're not all in nihilists. Like, if I send one villager on gold at minute 4, I will have in this... No. We play by the feeling.
Maybe I can give you a rule of thumb, Todd. Every 1 minute, a villager collects roughly 20 gold.
I don't care. I play by the feeling.
And if you need...
I die by the feeling.
If you need 100 gold, divided by 20, how many minutes do we need?
I was not even listening.
Oh, Fields and Nelly, man.
I'm just so disappointed that they didn't go Will War. If this was a first game, that's a Will War 100% next to that.
Yeah, maybe.
100%.
Resource collected really close, and we see the barracks opening. Is that a stable from ACM? Is there a world where he plays Siege Workshop stable?
No, I think that just because you don't need market, you want to have stable for bloodlines, and maybe make a scout or two to see the map.
There is not a single villager towards stone yet by ACCM. I think he might... Ooh, goes for it, but Viper should be hopping in.
If he's not is...
Oh, he tries to trap from behind. That was a debate.
But he could delete Mill, no?
I don't think he could go through. He could eventually fight through with the berries. Viper on the way to Castle Age. Perfect resources there for him. He goes for the stable. On the other side, ACCM, I'm expecting the stable with the blacksmith as well. Indeed, that is the play. So no Camel Archer played out.
And this is even playing better for ACM favor if it's a stable wall, right? You have cheaper knights and you have camels that are also cheaper. They don't even need to be cheaper, they will beat Khmer.
Capybara trying to scout around, obviously knows, okay, Viper, you have to be in that area there somewhere, and gets the confirmation that he is around this area.
Is ACCM thinking, okay, if I was Khmer, what I would make to stop Berbers? Knights, and then he was like, okay, I will not go Camel Archers, I will go Knights myself. They're cheaper, I have Camel option. I checkmate you right there. That's very high level.
How's the scouting on the outside? Did Viper... He has no chance to see the stones, right? No way. Oh, his scouting is really limited. Only scouted around the space. Now builds the scouts to confirm. Actually goes for 2 scouts.
Well,
He's trying to find the villagers on the outside. Right?
Scouts got a lot of value. The map got a lot of capybaras to pick up.
Yeah.
And you want to have a vision where the gold is, where the stone is. You want to have... Stone is very vulnerable. It's only on outside ring, while gold is very visible, right? It's only in the inner rings. So you want to have scouts and see what resources is being taken.
But 3 scouts feels like a lot.
Yeah, maybe it's a lot. Maybe
SCM
it's
is going
overkill.
for 1 as well. And I think Husbandry will be an upgrade we see really early here by both players. Just chasing around with the camel, with the scouts. It's very important. And Viper, he's actively scouting and he's not finding any villages on stone.
That was his first check, right? He wanted to confirm the Camel Archers, and now he kind of confirmed stable, and now, well, Monks.
Monk defense and the boom, right? For the Viper.
But you're like playing into Berber's game. Berber scouts are also cheaper.
Will be interesting. 3TC play by the Viper, maybe trying to have a massive advantage, and then like a siege pike push. Is that an option? Distance between the 2 bases isn't that big. Goes for this now. Lightcap upgrade is coming in here.
Yeah, I could see that. I could see that.
Oh, finds the villagers at the side. Nice pick up by ACCM.
ACCM gets always more value with that mini engagement.
1-0 Kitty. 1 is 3
resources
for
collected
ACCM as well.
Higher for ACCM. I don't know how. They play the same thing.
I think Viper spent quite some time running to the town center there, right? 1.5 minutes of walking there for those 3 villagers. You can do the math.
Both are playing mirror game. Viper is on again.
Ooh,
on
maybe
the
the villagers at the top. Gets the house, gets the palisade. Nice anticipation. Yeah, he knows. He knows. Great play by CCM.
What do we see then, Viper Pikeman?
I think 3TC into adjust. Oh, God! Light Cap in,
Nice.
but the wall.
Drop,
behind
drop,
the
drop!
Villager is trapped there, so that both light cap are trapped, but maybe the one villager could still go down from the light cap that's coming from the left-hand
You
side.
can even lose one. No, it's trapped.
2 villagers dead. Unless Viper gets the quick one out of hell! What a crazy move, and has to delete the light cap. That is the move that the Viper needed.
I love being in audience with those moments. I need to practice this just to make audience happy. That's
Just
so
for
nice.
the people, you learn how to quick one 2026.
I will.
That's so sweet. That's so sweet, Dowd. Now, not on stone. ACM feels like, okay, it's not the time to go for the camel archers yet. Viper trying to pick up the relics. Already has one confirmed. Some camels here. Goes for sanctity.
Those camels really hit hard on light cap. Such a big deal.
We don't have bloodlines. We don't have any armor upgrades. Monks behind. Now jumping on this one. I think Viper could maybe find the kill. Conversion still locked in. This could be good for the Viper. I don't think the camels can take the engagement. The Monk is guaranteed to be dead. And this, I think, could be the kill, though. Nice body block! Oh, God! The crowd is loving it. The body block there. Could find another monk here to the left-hand side. 2 camels might not be enough. Villager a bit exposed. Viper might just do a drive-by. Gets the hit. Gets out of there without a single loss. Gets away. Viper setting himself up to extend the series.
All this came from those scouts being trapped in. If it was 2 extra light cap for ACCM, once we get sniped, the game would be different here. Such a big value there.
Tries to get to the villager. Light cap at the low HP ones at the right-hand side being microed back, obviously faster than the camel. Monk being locked in from the right-hand side. Not sure if ACM will realize that that conversion could be really good. The macro of ACCM not on point. Now deletes it. Could go for some healing.
They desperately need healing. Oh, Monk is forgotten. Where's the light here from ACCM?
He has 2 in the middle there. 1 now coming through. Tries to jump for the Monk. Could we see another body block? Low HP there. Goes for the block. The pathing is on point. Viper absolutely on point with all those moves. The Monk is idling out. Low HP. Light cap is even being microed back. ACM can't finish the job there. KD somehow is only 3-3. While we
so
saw
exciting.
20 units go down.
So many things happening. And
Perfect farming here as well. Oh, what crazy moves here. Only 4 villager advantage, but it feels like emotionally Viper has to feel like he already won this game. Every single move went right for him.
But
4th TC
he
now.
lost 1 or 2 villagers with those raids.
He lost 2 villagers, correct.
That's
but
coming up.
He got 2 relics. 3rd one is now coming in. Still the one on the left-hand side in his hand is getting some more healing. He has a lot of vision. HCM now 5 villagers on stone is thinking about camel archers, but Viper's eco advantage will be big enough. I think he might play a massive castle age attack and then camel archers. It's tricky to have them all in the same place and put out all the fires that Viper's trying to light.
But what massive castle age attack cannot be nice. Absolutely cannot be nice. And pikemen are not countering anything.
Do you think it will be 4 TC into fast imp and try to go for the trap wall?
I think it has to be a full castle age, but I don't know what unit.
Ah, that's the question.
Maybe monks plus pikemen plus knights. He needs to find a solution to the camels or berbers.
I think I would assume it's something like siege pike and then try to find your angle.
Like yo, like Mr. Yo with kills. I can see that. Probably the only solution, but
that's another. And Pike Knight is actually a really good composition against Berbers. They might be struggling against that, right?
Unless you don't make camels, go full Berber Knights. They're very, very efficient unit.
Okay. Then again, Pikes struggle on such a map, right, where mobility is not really an option. Monks are trying to defend there, but won't really be the greatest option. ACM sees this raid happening. Maybe can save the villager. No. Goes to the left-hand side there. No conversion happening. Meanwhile, on the other side, we have the raid, and that will be a nice pickup for ACCM in return now.
Yeah, they're trading villagers, but Viper economy is growing bigger, right? He's 68, 69 villagers.
Could have had a house next to the stone there. Could have saved some villagers.
That's actually a big mistake. Yeah.
Trying to protect those villagers there. Observer gets debated for the third time in a row now, looking at the left-hand side where the houses from earlier. For TC play. Now for ACCM, feels like, okay, there's so many spots that he has to defend, right? This is not necessarily for villager production. This is mainly for, okay, you're raiding me so much, I need more protection for my builds. And this is the push. This is siege, this is stables. This will be a knight. Maybe, oh, what do we think about Knight Scorpion Doubt?
We like it.
Hello, we like it.
We like it. We like it. Yeah, Scorpions are good against camels. With extra range, they are actually very good against monks. It's only one extra range for the monk, and that's snipeable.
And I think it will be aggression into the forward castle.
Yeah.
On the other side.
All gold is visible. All gold is in the middle. If there is no gold, there are no knights, there are no camels, there are no camel archers.
That could absolutely be an incredible move. Had 12 villagers on stone. It's getting raided again there. He's building the house. Nice move in that regard. Lightcap still will be tough to take down. Has one arm upgrade.
But the ACCM will be the first one to drop a gas.
Needs to buy 100 stone for himself. That villager is running away. Faster moving Berber villagers helping quite a bit here. Those Lightcap annoying on both sides. Both players playing the raiding game right now.
Viper with a healthy economy lead, but he needs to find a solution. He is mismatched here. He really needs to find a solution, and his solution is full push. He needs to do it fast. Castle is going up.
He needs to outplay his opponent. Feels like Berbers have the better answers to Khmer. The ram push is lining up. So far, only Lightcap. That is not really the unit that will stop the push, but now the camels are in the queue, and that would be the answer to the knight. Viper, knight only won't be an option. What are we thinking about elephant?
They're good. They're fast with Khmer, right? They have extra upgrades with the crown.
Is
But
that an
still
option?
Still die to camel, right?
It's not great. It's not that. They don't die that badly against camel, I believe. Obviously, the big... Oh, no way, ACCM. That can't be... You can't
Let's
be
go,
for real.
ACCM.
No way! Is he
And Rams
doing
are
this
there
game
as
here?
well.
Rams are there, military's there, the spotting is there.
Another
he buys the
castle.
castle against it. This game might be decided right here, right now. The knights are coming in. The Rams are even positioned that they don't instantly die. That castle of the Viper is going up first. ACM felt like he needed to take some risk. He felt like he lost too many villagers. The Rams are coming in. Viper is 25 villagers there. The castle goes up. Those will be so many losses. ACCM, he is taking the risk, but Viper is extending the series to another game potentially. The crowd is loving it. ACM, he has to retreat from this aggression.
Those two Rams were not designed to kill this castle. It worked out so well for Viper. And Viper, doing all this, no production. He had only one knight. This was a perfect moment for ACCM to do a castle for him.
Viper buying all his stone there to find the perfect answer to this. Now goes for the unique unit there. And tries to chop through everything. Raid is coming back here. Viper, still a lot of villagers on stone. Built two houses, trying to hide himself there. Now more Lightcap. He sits at 100 villagers. ACCM, even after those heavy losses, still at 75. Feels competitive.
Every game, there is Viper army. Like, he got like one of everything.
We just had a big fight, right?
But ACCM got a big army and he lost more than Viper.
Viper committed a lot to killing those villagers and stopping the castle as well, right?
Yeah, but still...
Eco KD is a bit better for Viper.
Make something, Viper.
Well, this is the Viper approach. Ballista elephants now. Ooh, can he
Whoa,
trap behind
whoa,
this?
whoa,
No way! No way! He gets the trap! The whole army of ACCM completely being idled. Now you ask me, where is Viper's army? I ask you, where is ACM's army? He only needs to send one single ballista and he will shoot through this.
You don't need army when you have villagers and quick walls, right?
Unbelievable scenes here. Viper finding the answer to those raids. Has ballistics coming in as well. Has so many villagers, and ACM is sending more units to free himself, but that will be basically impossible.
Maybe Viper misclicks and chops down the tree with the ballista elephant?
could be an option, but mainly traps behind there. And Viper, he has to be happy with how this is going so far. Now Monks coming in for some conversions. Knights there at the front. Conversions, gets one, gets maybe a second one. Perfect play there for the Viper behind this as well. And still a healthy eco lead for him.
Those will get free in the end if Viper is not careful.
ACM is sending everything. Viper pushing into this direction quite a bit. Another really aggressive castle. And Viper barely sees this one. Has enough gold.
Viper! Where are the units? Viper, it's only 4-9. And 2 of them are converted.
Sends more rams to the back. feels like he needs to deal with this. Viper has so much gold floating. Macro slipping a tiny bit.
Another
Is now
castle.
building another castle against this. At least deletes the farms for now, but needs to evacuate this area.
Viper overreacted. Only Monk was needed here, right? He sent all the knights, all the army, even Rams he sent to deal with his knights and camels.
Viper, still 20 population lead. Builds another castle far away. Knights are going to this direction. This is really good for ACCM. Army is now coming in, goes for Botkin, and the Knights at the bottom. I think they will find some villagers. Monks are not there, trying to find the conversion. Viper actually anticipated this and is walling in those villagers, so the castle will go up. Town center is delayed. One villager walls himself in, will get it up, and the army is getting cleared here in the end. But ACCM, knowing that Viper had to send so much army, found so much value elsewhere.
Yep. And Viper is constantly reacting. ACCM can stop producing anything and go after him. With that forward castle, oof. Viper is playing amazing, but where's the army, Viper?
Gets another conversion, and units. Camel archers now arriving and killing all those units. The walls did not finish. Viper's waypoint a bit off. We've seen multiple villagers going to the left-hand side there, and only quote-unquote 20 villager lead now. Could find some more raids at the top. Finds them at the perfect timing.
Finally, some counter damage from Viper. He needed that.
Devotion now coming in, tries to deal with the monks that way. You see a siege workshop far back for the Viper. A bit of a surprise to me, but it's elephants, only 3 on the map. Handcart is coming in. Eco-wise, well, it's 4 upgrades against Viper.
He's missing the wood upgrade, right, for a very long time.
Second wood upgrade missing.
You can probably do the math how much wood he would have now, how much extra. Probably like 2,000, 3,000.
Someone could do the math.
Not me.
Conversions coming in, more raids at the front coming in here as well. It's still a really close game, it feels like. So much map control. We said it multiple times, we felt like ACCM is having the better civilization the longer the game goes. Viper, yeah, on paper he has more villagers, but ACCM feels like he's collecting more resources. Viper needs to react so many times here.
Yeah, feels like whole series that ACCM is in a driving state and Viper is just reacting. It's always harder to react. As more you expand your economy, more vulnerable spots, you need a lot of APM to see everything, and ACM is punishing a lot. He's picking up villagers left and right.
Archers here. And now the in time. You mentioned it earlier, Daud. He can decide who gets in first. Viper was so open. And I know you're not the biggest fan of looking at score. Is there an option that the Viper actually reads it? Okay, your army production or the army production of ACM went down a bit and the score dropped a bit, that he's on the way to him?
He knows. He doesn't need to check the score. He knows the game feeling. He sees the pressure lower down. It didn't lower down because ACM went for the smoke break. He knows he stopped picking units, right?
Oh, Camel Archers there. Retreating. Viper expanding to the right-hand side. Castle at the bottom still stopped. More villagers could be sent there any moment. Viper 20 population lead, heavily housed. Tries to get onto better population. How does the trap war look like in your opinion?
Probably better for Viper until Bomber cannot send to the field. But I don't like Viper armor. Like, this is a little bit of everything. It doesn't scale so well until you upgrade, and upgrades for Scorpions, upgrades for Elephants are super expensive.
Rarely do we see heavy Scorpion on such an open map as well. Obviously, maybe with a double projectile could be an option that he tries to play that, and then something like Ballista Elephant.
Bomber Cannon counters that.
Okay, I can see
Ballista
that.
If he gets to the Ballista Elephant mass, he destroys.
Yeah.
But that's really hard to
How
do.
do you get there? And even then, like, ACM can still play the loop around game, right? And just try to avoid fights as long as possible.
He cannot completely because gold is all in the middle. And Viper, 5 relics. You forget about that. That's a big roll as well.
From earlier, true.
Yeah, he already got like 2,000 gold from it. That's very sweet.
Okay, well, he obviously will take that quite easily.
Crown, production, right?
Kasbah. Fast production there from the castle. It wants to increase his Camel Archer numbers. Nice move for ACCM.
And Trap produces faster as well, right?
Oh yeah. The whole castle. Conscription might come in a bit quicker there as well. Perfect timing there, just shortly before him. Viper trades off at the top now. Blue Barrel coming in for him as well. An upgrade that could have really helped out earlier. Sits at 150 villagers more in the queue. He needs to make sure to keep some space for villagers. Only one single village on gold right now.
Oof, I don't think that will change. Like the whole middle islands are under ACM control.
It will be light cap half, but only after buying himself a lot of the gold. How much gold is there left? Could we quickly check that? In the base of the Viper. That is all that he has.
And relics.
That's some of them at the left-hand side. 12, 10, like 500 gold. That's a half upgrade and no more traps. He has 3 traps in the queue though.
Don't forget 5 relics, and he got 160 villagers.
Can sell the stone from now.
Yeah, that's a lot of economy. That's panic. That's the pressure.
And if that castle goes down, ACM only has the one at the top, which could easily get trapped as well. Can ACM make the whole
Still
happen?
producing villagers. He will got 200 villagers.
Yeah, and certainly an overboom here, Viper. His macro is pretty wild, but well, he's still not pop limit, right? So rule of thumb, typically, most people say just continue producing villagers.
He was even doing crop rotation. Viper is playing a wonder race at this point.
40 population lead for him. ACM trying to find some damage. He can't really. The castle most likely going down on both sides. Phyllis Elephant now coming in for the defense. Castle fire really good against those light cap. We have the last armor upgrade. But still, the 2 castles will be tricky. Villagers there for the repair. Can he save the trap? It feels like it's getting close. 2 more light cap alive, and the trap is going down.
And Viper, 180 villagers.
He is completely overbooming. What's happening
and still
here?
producing.
What is happening here? Does he feel like he doesn't have enough resources?
Autopilot. Like, you know you're under pressure, you're producing, you don't think. At this point, it is a match point for ACCM, and Viper, please give me a... Delete 20 villagers. For him, the best thing can happen is if he starts losing villagers to the raid.
Yeah, 20, 30 villagers down. Maybe those villagers or the units then dying on the castle would be really good for him. Hazard tech coming in on the other side for ACCM, and villager kills are guaranteed. More farms being added by the Viper, and he will soon be at 180 villagers unless he loses quite a lot here. Still no real tech switch. He's now going into Spearman at the 42-minute mark.
That's not what you want to have at 42-minute mark, right?
Still more villagers dying there at the gold, and just feels like Viper not really having the answers there. If he loses his castle, the trap will be exposed at the front. No real answer. Still only 2 spearmen. Viper, his production is simply not there.
His whole economy is villagers. 8 army, like every game he's fully on economy, no units. Like his army is left over from castling, right? He didn't upgrade anything.
14 spearmen in the queue without the pikeman upgrade. 200 gold in the bank only. Can't really tech into the things that he wants to. That economy is quite nice for him. Can be graded a bit later. Viper down to 160 villager might give him a bit more space, but he's just getting overwhelmed in the middle.
Where the relics for Viper? That's like his mass protect position, right? Like 5 relics is something to fight for. It's worth playing if you control those 5 relics. If ACM traps them down, oof, not looking good for our Viper here.
Halberdier now being texted, but still 50 seconds away from reaching that. The raid is deep. Camera Archer count at 4 is increasing, and those could deal with all the pikemen. 20 more pikes in the queue, but he can't really get onto the numbers. The production wasn't there. He missed his timing getting onto proper army. He's getting overwhelmed. Viper from pop limit to around 150. ACM is pushing this.
Only 2 military units, like he's... And now he got villagers, but all those villagers are in the TC. They're not working.
Is trying to expand to the left-hand side, but if he loses everything in the middle, he won't really get to the production there. Maybe just putting them into the barracks could have been an option, then trying to eject 10. They're coming out one by one. They're getting slaughtered one by one.
And Kassar will not be a unit to stay. He will send them to raid, just fully focus on camel archer production, and
ACCM with an incredible performance. He has to be so happy.
I need smoke now.
Makes a break, makes a run into the semifinals here into Brazilian Dynasty. Sebastian out, Viper out, the 2 big favorites here, the 2 best performers in the group stage. ACM has to be over the moon, and oh boy, did he deserve it. Decision making absolutely on point, the set.
Like, I'm speechless how well decision making was from ACCM. Every game he knew his win condition and he played out. Every game he won a feudal, mini fights, big balls, everything was so clean.
Yeah.
And then it's like, I don't know, he stopped playing.
Like late Castle Age especially, right? It always felt like ACM just kept up the pressure and Viper tried to cut some corners, was a bit off here and there. And in this game again, right? Viper with a massive overboom, 180 villagers needed to the castle, needed
Even
to have the
denied that
pikemen.
castle from ACM, he was in such a good spot.
I thought the game was over. That was crazy how ACM kept in there, right? And how he also, in this castle, realized, okay, I can still retreat, save 10 villagers, and continue to the game from there.
Yeah, I would just send 20 more and see how it goes.
Go game 4.
Go game 4. If it goes up, I win. But he actually like, okay, I back away and I make that castle, save some stone, make that castle on a different angle, take it from there. But Viper didn't use that initiative that ACM gave him for free.
Yeah. I'm impressed by ACCM. And he will face the winner of Andy and Hera. That will be our next set today. How excited are you for that semifinal?
Well, we are running out of players, obviously. Every round is getting harder, right? It's like against Hera, we know. Like we know it's easy to get swapped. Even now, we didn't expect Viper to get like 3-0. Like he was performing so well.
Yeah, yeah.
I had him as a favorite.
Yeah, yeah.
I
So
had him as a favorite.
So did I. My first question to you was like, how can this not be a 3-0 for Viper? With how well he looked and how shaky ACCM looked, right? And all of a sudden, he's changing everything.
ACM was on point today. It's not all about Viper, right? It's not all about Viper.
Doubt is speechless, but I hope we find someone who has some words that will be your winner, that will be your semi-finalist. It is ACCM.
And on the third series of the day, the Vietnamese beast does it, pulls perhaps, arguably, the biggest upset of the tournament so far. ACCM, congratulations on your performance. Just 2 days ago, I met you in the elevator of the Team Liquid building, and you were so tilted because of the Siege Tower game against Tato. 2 days later, you're in the top 4 of the Brazilian Dynasty. How are you feeling right now, man?
I'm feeling amazing.
Obviously. Absolutely deserved. ACCM, awesome performance, man. Really, well done. So I think we can start with a replace. Game 1, it was Parque do Ipiranga. That was Vietnamese versus Tatars.
Yeah, so Vietnamese against Tatars. I think it's a pretty even Steve matchup, right?
Yeah.
Vietnamese really strong, but Tatars on a map with a lot of hills can also keep up. I think you had a decent start. The militia got some value, but Viper, you know, he had some quick walls going on the whole set. Did you feel bad about this trap, or do you think it was fine?
Yeah, I think it's fine. As long as it boosts the confidence of the players, I think it's good.
All right. About the matchup going up later, do you feel like maybe you had a pressure to do something? Vietnamese can be very scary, a strong economy, but you put so much pressure on him all game.
Yeah.
Was that part of the plan?
Yeah, part of the plan because I try many approach because before I got the practice with Hera and he gave me some advice too, and I feel like it's play fast castle or it's not good again. Vietnamese they can just rush and fast field, and you are just behind. So my plan is just rush and see what he doing, and I will see when I see he got a mill. Okay, I feel like he's doing the greedy thing, like he want eco, just barrack, no range. So yeah, I would like to punish the greedy.
Yeah, you end up pulling ahead a lot, and I think you got to the dream army composition with Tatars. Keshik plus CA, very strong, right? Good late game.
Yeah.
I think at that point you're just feeling good. Fire Lancers, a bit scary, right?
Yeah, really scary.
But still, you have a good lead and you manage to pull it off.
Yeah.
Really well played on that game.
This game's still even. Yeah, I was little bit scared of Fire Lancer of Vietnamese, so strong.
Yeah. So here on game number 2, ACCM, that's Araucarias, Spanish versus Aztecs. Were you expecting Goths from Viper, and that's why you pick Aztecs?
Yeah, I expecting God, and he expecting me Malay too. So maybe it's my game, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And I was like, okay, I just go Aztec, and I think Aztec is great against God as well. So as we save in Malay for my second pick for another map. and using it's close to the last pick like Aztec to play the really messy game here.
Aztec, very strong Sith, counters what he would do.
Yeah.
Very good, very good.
Yeah.
I think your general game plan here was amazing as well. A lot of pressure, I think.
Yeah.
That's how you play against Viper all the time. A lot of pressure. You like
a
that?
lot of pressure. Yeah, I like it.
You prefer playing Viper. You said you wanted to face Viper instead of who was it? You said you thought instead of Hera.
Yeah.
You prefer Viper, yeah.
Yeah.
So you prefer Viper instead of Hera,
Yeah.
and just so much pressure, relentless here.
Yeah.
Really like that style.
What did you think? Were you scared that he could be going for conquistadors and having too many conquistadors, and that would be difficult for the Aztecs with the Eagle Warriors, or you're not worried about the conquistadors?
No, because at that point I knew my ego were ahead, and I also got the Mong super broken from Aztec, right? So I don't scare the Kong. I want to transition to skirmisher to be safe, and then just try to work on the side so he cannot like go to sneak to kill my villager and then just play one side, and that's it.
Okay, he was a bit ahead in economy, but you once again so much pressure, fast Eagle, elite Eagle, and you just finish the game basically. And then in this game, Khmer for him and Berbers for you. You think a bit of a counter pick, Berbers against Khmer?
Yeah, I got Berbers. I think he picked Hispanic, right? And he got him Hispanic Khmer and Man. But Man, I think he's gonna play instead out, so I can expect he playing Khmer or Hispanic there, but he already played Hispanic on Arrow Carriers, so it's Khmer. But I think Berber is economy-wise, Khmer is better a bit, but I scale really good on the castle onwards, so it's okay.
Yeah, cheap units and just I think Khmer really struggle against a city like Berbers. Cheaper knights, they have camels, so they go very well. Here you actually go for a forward castle, and he counter castles it. Were you panicking a little bit, maybe?
No, because I know I were behind. I know I were behind because my scout is trying to run around the map, and I see he got 40 Cs a bit earlier. So I just like 3 TC, mass army, try to pressure, and then also add another 40 C to make sure my economy is good, and then just play from there.
Here he gets an amazing trap.
Yeah. It's masterpiece by him for sure. Yeah.
That was very well done by him. I think this game was looking really bad for you. Viper had a huge lead, but you went crazy, man. Just full knights, castle left, castle right, castle everywhere.
Yeah.
And you broke him. Yeah. Were you surprised that you were able to pull this game off?
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised for sure because he played so good early game, right? He blocked my light cap, so he won't convert, and it also quick were my light cap, true light cap is huge in early castle, right? So yeah, big credit to Viper. He really a legend of the game, and I'm so happy to win against him.
So are you, ACCM. So are you, my friend. ACCM, I believe top 4 in a LAN tournament is your best result ever for a LAN tournament, right? I believe so. I believe it's your best so far. Obviously, you were second.
Finally. I hear myself now. I hear myself.
We hear now.
And
We hear now.
If you could choose between Hera or
Test.
Andy
Working.
to face tomorrow, who would you prefer?
Andy.
Okay.
I can't. Okay, I can unmute.
Testing. Okay, I think we're good.
Testing. Oh. Perfect.
Good. Well. And to the viewers, we're gonna go to a short break as always. When you're back,
everything.
It's gonna be
It works
Hera
good.
versus Andy with T90 and Daniela casting, I believe. So don't you guys go anywhere. We'll be
Throw the cord behind your shoulder.
True. Yeah. Good call.
So I'm still debating on how I want to bring this up, if I want to bring it up, but I know Andy's strategy for Tapui because I gave it to him. We'll see. We'll see what feels natural.
Yeah.
You know.
I'm so hyped that we're casting water maps.
I know. It should be good.
Every single set.
Yeah.
0 water maps, and then like when we left from the casting booth, Mashmura was after us.
Yeah.
And Mashmura sits down and is like, "I'm casting a water map." I was like, "Oh."
Yeah. Seriously. Yeah. Nah, we got good mix here.
Yeah. Everything. Nice.
This, by the way, like, huge for Andy. So it goes down, and then it's random.
Yeah.
And so Andy wanted this. It could have randomly been banned.
Yeah,
So it
yeah.
randomly banned those and gave him that. That's exactly what Andy wants, because he beat him yesterday.
Yesterday, yeah. And game is very low for me.
Welcome back, everybody. We are here in Dynasty, and we have the final series of the day. Should be an amazing series. Daniela, we saw these two players play yesterday. It was very, very close there. It was a play all three. And now we've got the best of fives, right? Should be a big one between Hera and freaking Andy.
Should be a big one. Thank you so much, Tristan. Olá. Gente. Olá. Como estamos? Tudo bem? Não ouvi. Não ouvi.
Louder!
Então.
She tried to get me to speak Portuguese today, and I declined because I'm really bad at it. I'm so sorry. It's been great to meet so many people. There's going to be lots of opportunity to meet the fans here. So many people here, so much great Age of Empires. But I got to say, in terms of expectations, there's been some surprises today. Based on the group stage performances, there's been surprises. We had our 1 seed, Sebastian, going down. I think Viper was 2 seed, maybe technically 3. He went down as well. So, I mean, anything could happen here. And we got Hera. Expectation is for him to win anytime he enters an event. Andy, I think, will understand just how insanely good Hera is. But I don't know. We talked about it the other day in a cast of freaking Andy. He's got something special here at this event.
Yeah, it is going to be a heavy set. Andy went into yesterday with two wins, lost to Hera.
Yeah. That's the only loss, which is pretty respectable in my eyes.
Exactly. In a playoff 3, however, like you said, we have a best of 5. The more games we have, basically, the more we will see who's the best player, and the tougher it is to, just close the set with a cheese or with a fast win or with a quick push. We're gonna have more games, and I feel like today is just going to be an absolute amazing set. A lot of pressure on Hera as well, of course. He lost the set in the group stage to Sebastian, and now, of course, he's just motivated to push through. Today is an elimination match, of course. It's a quarterfinals, so they both are fighting for one spot in semifinal.
A lot different, right? In the playoff 3, where you have that feeling you can always bail yourself out after a loss, that's something you can rebound from, no problem. But here it's kind of do or die. Typically, the best players are going to shine on the brightest of occasions, and so that's going to be the case here. Now, I want to get into some specifics here on the draft. I'm really hoping viewers get excited about this point, all right? This is very important here. On this draft, the one thing you're not seeing is kind of the order of the bans and the picks. But essentially, you have a ban, you can ban your least favorite map. You then can go for your pick. And then there's a couple more picks, and then you basically ban out until there's 3 maps remaining, right? And so from there are 2 random bans of the remaining 3, and then map number 1 is selected. The other maps would have been Amazonia or Vale de Selva. Hera would have probably wanted those maps, in my opinion, because the last time he played freaking Andy on Fernando de Noronha, which is basically islands, Andy beat him, and map 1 ended up being Fernando. So I really think from that little bit of luck factor with the game 1, where you're going to want a tone setter against Hera here, right? I think Andy got a map that he might want here.
I always kept saying that, right? You have admin map where you're going to battle each other. That's going to matter a lot, because if each player goes super confident in his own strategies on his own maps, you see Hera with Parque do Ipiranga and Tepuy, Andy with Arena Costeira and Lençóis Maranhenses, they're going onto those maps super sure on themselves, strats prepared, and then what? It's all going to come down to that admin map.
Yeah. And I think the other thing to mention there is Hera lost to the Vikings. He was playing as the Italians. Hera actually has picked the Vikings and the Italians here, so he has both options. So my expectation is Vikings. Maybe it's going to be Italians again. Andy's going to have to be a little bit more creative, and my feeling is maybe he goes Celts. We've seen a lot of players picking Celts on this map because the games don't go late. The downsides of the Celt Navy is never really seen. The other option, of course, is Koreans. Koreans, cheap skirms, cheap spearmen, cheap fire lancers, towers. Really annoying things to play against. Turtle ships on water. So I like the draft. I think after a series, you can always question someone's draft if they win or lose. But looking at it right now, I think both players have some really good options on either side, especially suiting their strengths.
There's also Dravidians.
Yeah, Dravidians, very flexible.
I'm only thinking about not only their opening strategies, heavy water, and all of that they're very good at, but also at the late game. Dravidians have the unique unit in terms of Navy, that's the Risidai, that acts basically like a skirm on water. It's super good against range units. And if Hera is going to go onto a mass of longboats, that could be a good counter. It's an expensive unit.
Yeah.
It's only an Imperial Age.
Yeah.
It's tough.
I think, we then got to go to Coast Arena. Andy's known for being very good on Arena. Hera, maybe some weaknesses there, maybe some weaknesses on water too. So Coast Arena is a really nice map there for Andy. A bit more hybrid oriented with the Lençóis. That map is kind of like Fish and Fish if you've seen some different tournaments. I think that's actually a very good map for Hera, but what I like about that for Andy is that there's an expectation on maybe what the meta is there, and he might be able to say, okay, well, Hera's going to open this way, and then try and come up with some type of alternative. Tepuy for Hera, very aggressive. All the resources are forward. He's got Burgundians. I have full expectation he's going to go Burgundians there. His teammate Leary has done that. Honestly, I don't think it's too crazy to say that maybe the Flemish militia are a little OP. They produce super quickly. The Burgundian eco is good. Hera's going to love to abuse that. And then the other map, we've seen a lot of scouts and adapt there. Maybe the closest to Arabia that we have in the pool, and Hera loves his Arabia. So I think it's a good pick for him as well.
Heavy mobility. They're right.
Yep.
We see Mongols for Andy, might be a pick for that map. We see Khmer for Hera, another option, of course. In the meantime, I do see Fernando da Noronha flashing, which means they're probably in the lobby ready to start. Final predictions in terms of civs for the map?
I guess I can't wait. I mean, I think it's going to be, I think Celts make sense for Andy. Celts are Koreans. I think Hera has to go Vikings here. I think he lost to it, earlier today. Mr. Yo won with it. And I just feel like when I see Vikings played, the player can make some mistakes and the civilization can still rebound really nicely. And I feel like more often than not, other civs don't bail yourself out. But that's just my feeling.
Yeah, the truth is, I'm not sure if he picked Italians and Vikings. If he sniped Vikings just so he doesn't have to play against them, and he's still going to stick to Italians,
Could be.
or he actually wants to play Vikings. Celts
Seems fun.
Yeah, Celts could be. I'm also trying to stick to Dravidians. The thing is, you can kind of interchange Dravidian and Celts and maybe go for Lin Sorish for either of them. Good,
True.
good dogs, good opening on water into switching to good infantry.
And we just saw Mr. Yo play Celts, and it worked well, right? So we just saw this. Like, there's precedent today on that Celts pick going to that map. But here's the history between the two of them. What's not added here is the series they played yesterday at the end of group stage, right? Where Hera won 2-1. So I don't think that's included. That would maybe give Hera the extra series win count. But listen, I've been saying it all week. Freakin' Andy is a force to be reckoned with. He's got a lot of confidence. He seems really secure in himself. I felt like I saw some nerves from Hera after he lost his first game yesterday. He ended up rebounding and winning 2 games. But like Andy's been real chill about this whole week. I'm real excited to see what he brings to the table here against a player that most people are going to predict to be the champion here.
Tristan, Andy has been preparing so much for this tournament. Like we were talking the other day how just how confident he was looking.
Yep.
In between the games, he was just camera was on him. He was smiling. He enjoyed being there. He's prepared.
Yep, absolutely. So we're gonna get into it soon. Yeah, Danielle, it's been a fun event. Again, I want to say thanks to everyone who's watching in the crowds here. I know some people just filing into their seats, but nice to meet so many people yesterday.
There we go. We're going somewhere. We're getting closer to the end of the quarterfinals, and the crowd, I feels like, is just getting warmed up.
Yeah, thank you to the dozen people that brought me a beer yesterday. That was amazing. You guys are very hospitable here.
A dozen people brought you only 1 beer?
Well, I lost track after a certain point. I don't know.
Okay, so it was a dozen.
No, it was a good time at the watch party, and many more people to meet here as well. We've also got some good Age of Empires 2 players out there watching, some who maybe would have been close to qualifying, but there's freaking Andy, and he's getting ready here. Again, I really think for Andy to win, because he is the underdog, every map that's got water on it, he has to win, right? Like, Fernando is perfect. He beat Hera there. He has to win this one. If he starts off with a victory here, a very real chance. I know that people, understand Hera's skills and expectations and all that good stuff, but that's a lot of pressure, I think. And so in the moment, you never know how good someone's going to be. I was talking about Viper in the back room, and Mr. Yo was saying, listen, sometimes it's just not your day. Sometimes, Mr. Yo said, especially as you get a bit older, he's like, you can't be as consistent. And I think every player could run into that situation where consistency is hard to find.
If I remember correctly, one of the other pro players, I think it might have been Cito, in an interview to a recent tournament, where he said, listen, sometimes you wake up, you open Age of Empires, you do your first click, and you just know, like,
yeah,
I can't play today. I'm not going to play well. I'm not going to perform.
Yep. One's in chat for everyone watching live, if you understand that feeling very well. So you get in, you watch, and you're like, oh, this is going to be great. I can do that. You watch the high-level play. Ooh, man, I can't wait to execute that build. And then you're housed, and then you lose a villager to a boar, and then you're like, why am I playing this game? I'm going to go watch a stream instead.
And then you lose a villager to the boar goes back, and does enemy scouts, lames it.
Yeah.
So, like, it's just...
It's a very punishing game. And if you're not 100% sharp mentally, it can snowball on you very quickly. So...
I gotta go back to what you were talking about earlier, though, when you were saying that Fernando da Noronha, Amazonia, and Val di Selva were the last 3 maps.
Yep.
So, of course, 2 of them get banned, and the other one automatically is the admin pick. One of them full water, one of them kind of hybrid, but the water matters a lot on Amazonia as well. Hera had low chances of getting his Validester lane there.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I mean, but it's you only have so many bands. I'm a little bit surprised. Like some of Hera's map bands, which doesn't show on screen, are maps which are a bit more land oriented. But maybe some of them have the fish boom. There's the one with the barrels, the exploding barrels, where Hera also lost a game. So there's a lot of maps here.
Yeah.
But I've just felt like if Hera's got a weakness in this tournament, it has been the water maps. Beyond that, if you have a standard land map, he's able to pressure you big time. I think he's got some really good civs for it. And again, we're waiting for word here, but we should be into game number 1 very shortly.
Yeah. So we're going to see after game number 1, like you said, that win for Andy would be huge for his mentals.
Yeah.
But I will also say if there's one player that has probably some of the strongest mentals in this scene, is Hera.
100%.
If we're just bouncing back, looking a tiny bit at Red Bull, he opened the Red Bull final.
Yep.
Was it a best of 9? He opened it 0-3.
Yep.
Leary won 3 games in a row. He looked like he's on a speed run. And Hera was like, okay, this is not a catastrophe. I'm just going to sit back, recompose.
I think part of that, Daniela, as well, is a good understanding on how all the maps are going to play out, right? In that final, you see 0-3, and you think, oh no, like Hera's falling apart here. But in reality, those 3 games, those were the 3 maps that were Leary's best, right? So that brings us back to this as well, right? Like I think if Hera loses games, if he loses the first one, he's going to be like, okay, that's where you expect to win from Andy. Then he just needs to break Andy on maybe one of Andy's home maps and then just win his home map. So it really, where the worry comes in for me, if I'm a Hera fan, is Hera loses to Pui. You lose to Pui, you're like, oh man, like that's the map you killed Andy on in 10 minutes last time. That's got to be one, and then the other one as well. So that's just experience, right? And the players, that's how way they see it. And another part of that as well is the Civ priority too. So like Hera might come out here, start the first game. If he wins with Vikings, top Civ, he's like, boom, perfect. But you lose the first game and you lose with your number 1 Civ, then you have even bigger problems here. So we've got some civilization stats, and that is a lot for my brain. My goodness. But there we go. We could see it looks like it's sorted by play rate here. And civilizations we've seen the most this tournament.
My eyes are just dropping straight up on Kels.
Yeah, true.
100% win rate.
I mean, we had people banning Celts yesterday, I think after seeing some others playing it pretty consistently. Then we had the Celts win today. That's 4 wins and an S-tier LAN event. So that's pretty incredible. I think it might be the first time I've seen that in years.
Huang is sitting there smiling somewhere.
Yeah.
You know,
which civilization has really struggled though, right? Like you look at Malay, like that's a civilization which typically is like a must pick for people. Malay, only 3 losses, but still not a civ that's been as strong. I was looking through the list here and try and see. Of course, we've got the stats for the picks as well. Like poor Jurchens have been picked twice. The bottom right of your screen, played 0 times, banned 5 times. Tupi's been banned a lot, though. That's the other thing, too. Like, they do not want to mess around with the Tupi, the Mapuche.
16 times.
Lots of bans.
Yeah. Muisca 7 times as well. It sounds like the South American civs are not very, very popular.
Yep.
Hera's getting ready. They might be starting soon.
Yep, I think... Can't tell, maybe... Oh, it's actually... I thought someone was behind Hera. That is an image of Hera behind him. Hera's looking over his own shoulder right now. No, they're trying to get set up here.
Okay.
I think I heard some communication, so they have to have some in-ears, right?
Yeah.
And then they have the headphones over it to cancel some of the noise.
Right.
I think they were getting that sorted.
With those in-ears, just for the public that doesn't know, those are like, just to hear either the production or the admins communicating with them, and the headset on top to just block any noise. Like, yes, the crowd is close to them, but they cannot hear anything. I was actually talking to Viper yesterday about this. I was asking, like, do you guys really can't hear anything? And he was like, something super slow, muffled in the background, but it's just like you can't see. I saw someone in the chat saying like, "Oh, the players are just playing right there with the crowd yelling."
Classic Twitch chatter. Classic Twitch chat. the player made the right decision. He must have heard it instead of playing 10,000 games. But no, I mean, so from my understanding, it is slightly different every LAN. But when the crowd gets animated and excited, then they might hear something, but they don't know specifically. You know.
Exactly, like I was watching the previous game and the crowd was going insane at one light kept dying, and I was like, oh my god, if you're that player with that light kept then you just lost it, and you just hear everyone cheering for your unit to die.
This would be extremely unprofessional, but I've always wanted to just be like, hey crowd, let's troll the players right now. Freak out real quick, like in the Dark Age, right? And then both players will think the other guy lost the villager to a boar or something. Can you imagine? I mean, very unprofessional, but I'm very tempted to try that at some point. I guess the thing that we have done is we've looked at like a random deer getting pushed into a corner or something like that, and crowd has reacted. But we're all professionals here at Brazilian Dynasty, so we would never, ever be tempted.
No. I didn't look at my name today. How many L's did I have? Since we're talking about
did they add additional L's on your name last time? I saw they called Dave. That's a lot of L's.
But we're all professional.
I'm very glad they didn't call me something worse than Caster. I think they called Dave Egghead earlier, which is pretty rude. But I think now I'm in. I think now.
Yeah,
I think I've now challenged them.
That
was not a challenge. I'll be very offended. Still waiting. We're waiting for the audio issues to sort itself out. We'll give you an update if we have one here. So for the time being, we're going to have to stare at us, sit here, and chill. But Danny, how have you enjoyed Brazil so far? What's been the feel of the week?
Honestly, I'm not even thinking that I'm in Brazil right now.
Yeah, true.
I haven't even fully realized that I'm in Brazil. To me, right now, is that, oh my god, I'm at a freaking LAN.
Yep.
Like, oh my god, I started to stream this game to stream like out of pure hobby and passion to stream my 900 elo 1v1s to 3 viewers.
Yep.
And I'm at a freaking LAN. So
that's how it should be. I love that.
Like, I don't know if I'm ever gonna catch another one. So I'm just like trying to, soak it all in.
Soak it in. Yep. Soak it in.
Enjoy the moment.
Soak in those audio issues.
Yeah,
and just soak it in.
Dude, who cares?
Yeah.
I'm at a LAN.
Yeah. No, that's it's so special, right? And I've been fortunate to go to a lot of them, but I agree. Like, people ask afterwards, "How was the city? Oh, did you enjoy it?" And usually it's like, "Well,
what city?
I enjoyed Age of Empires," because we wake up. We got here rather early today. We're hanging out with everybody. We're looking at the games, talking about the games, and folks on AoE. Eat, sleep, AoE, repeat. It's the same thing as when we're at home, except we're just in a different country.
Exactly.
The cool thing, though, about the LANs is you do get to meet so many people from different areas, and that's been awesome. So, again, thanks to all the fans who've been so nice.
That was awesome
so
for
rewarding.
me. I got to meet not just like all the other casters that, collaborating for a couple of years, you already kind of feel like you've been knowing each other for a while. But, like, if you haven't actually met them in person, it's just not the same.
Different. It's different.
It's different. And like, I expected, since everyone else knows each other for a long time and for a couple of years, I kind of expected everyone to be like, this close circle that I'm just gonna be there awkward, like, hi, like, yeah. So I don't know. I don't even know if you know me. But,
Yeah.
But everyone was so welcoming, and I remember I was in this room that we had organized watching the game, and you came out of the elevator, and I was thinking like, oh my god, it's T90, and I was like, how do I even go to him? And he says like, oh, Daniela, and I was like, oh my god, you know me?
Of course I know you.
Oh my lord, it was, I don't know, I've been having a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Like, this was a truly unique experience for me, and oh my god, it feels amazing.
And we didn't even start the series yet. We're going to be here in a second.
Yeah, exactly.
Funny story. I think people might get a kick out of this. So last night we went to dinner to grab some food, and there was a pretty big table of people who are here, probably in the crowd right now, hanging out, like maybe 15, 20 friends, right? And it was me, Dave, Miguel, Nili, Doubt. We're looking for a spot to sit, and they pull up some seats, and we got 5 of us. We sit down, and there's one more seat. And this one guy didn't have any seat with his friends, and he comes up, he's like, he didn't know what to do. We're like, dude, sit down. And so he's sitting there, and his friends were like looking over at him, like, you know, like, oh, you're with the the casters and whatnot. And yeah, I think it was the same deal. I think he was a little starstruck initially, and then we're like, dude, it's all good. We're just
exactly.
We're just here to hang out. It's not a big deal.
We all love the same game. We all have the same passion for it. So it's just, I don't know. It's amazing to see how cool the people from the community are.
Absolutely, best community on the internet, man. I mean, internet can be just really wear you down and be annoying and be frustrating and be a lot of different things, but Age of Empires is special. I'm very proud of the community we built and everyone who's out there watching. And yeah, we're going to be getting into it soon. I heard from production, but I was too busy talking. Sorry, production. But I think the word we just heard is Game 1 should be starting very soon. We've got the civs showing on screen at least, so that should tell us something.
It's Viking Celts.
Viking Celts. Well, Celts are 4-0, so are they going to continue to be undefeated? I don't think Vikings are undefeated. So it's not a bad pick from Andy. You cannot question it after Tato has been dominant with it. I think maybe Vinchester was as well, ACCM. Either way, we're going to know. And here we are, everybody. Let's hear the crowd.
Let's hear.
Welcome in, best of 5. Last best of 5 quarterfinal here. And there have been some surprises today. And we've got freaking Andy. Andy, the underdog, but maybe the underdog in every single set he's played this tournament. Was he the underdog against Mr. Yo day 1? I would say so. ACCM day 2? I would say so. And then up against Hera day 3. And he won his first 2 days. He then took a win off of Hera on this very map before dropping 2 games. So a little bit of a rematch. Hera, big favorite to win this tournament. Of course, had a big streak of wins in a row, which was recently snapped, but he'd love to start a new one here. And he's gone for the dominant water civ in the Vikings.
Absolutely. In terms of a map, we have a similar map with islands. Maybe for the eye of the public, you have 2 main islands where the player starts, and then you have 3 islands in the middle. The difference here is that these islands are bigger. They have more resources: 2 piles of stone, 2 piles of gold, sorry, and a couple of wood lines as well. They're bigger, so they're not, as easy to harass with random galleys or navy from the water. A castle on one of those could give you a lot of map control and cover a lot of resources.
Yep, a map with a lot of potential if it goes late. I will say, majority of the games just have not been about getting those islands because people are snowballing with so much navy, right? And Hera, I was curious where he would dock here. He docked the back in his set against Andy. He's going to do it again. And last time he went for some type of fast castle with the Italians. We'll see. But the downside of docking on the back, as our super pro analyst Hart described yesterday, is you don't have the access to those whales. And so Hart, who's actually Hera's teammate, even told me afterwards, he's like, I really disagree with the back dock. I think the whales are really, really strong. So I'm surprised Hera's probably not factoring the whales into the equation right now.
Yeah. Now, in the same time, I feel like you see that back dock, you just feel an FC.
Yeah,
Like
usually.
Usually. I feel like, yeah, okay, you're giving up the whales for now, but you're thinking about taking control over them later. You're thinking about a fast castle, get your techs early, and then snowball on water. Because if you get to Castle Age before your opponent on water, you have the resources to get all the techs you need. You can snowball quite hard.
Yep.
He's going up 27 pop, 22 villagers. This might indicate a very tight build order. I think he might even sell his stone and go full water. And Andy's up to the next stage as well. Now, you were saying earlier that we haven't seen usually this map going late. I don't think Celts want to take it late.
Yeah, that's hugely important here. Yeah, like Celts missing Bracer means that Galleon is pretty much not an option for them.
Absolutely.
So as Andy looks for and will find those whales, yeah, I'm with you on that. Celts need to win this game late Castle Age. I think Hera's not going fast castle. He's just going to drop the docks in the back here. And he will adapt that aspect of his build. Again, to take gold, though, if he wants to do it with the fishing ships, he'd need to find some whales. I don't think there's any whales back there, so likely going to have to send some villagers over to a mining camp. That whale might be a little too far away for Hera to see right now.
Okay, so I could see that happening. When 22 villagers, moving a couple of those to gold, just kind of winning. What is Andy up to? He's going to go past feudal. Okay, he can adapt to stay there.
I want to show you something here. Okay, this is why I'm so surprised. Hera 9 on food. You don't need 9 on food to produce vills. You need like 3. Look at the difference in amount on wood and amount on gold. Andy's got more on wood with the wood bonus sieve. He's got more on gold, and they're going to be spending gold. And he has enough food from the 3 fishing ships he has and just a couple fish to produce vills. So in theory, Andy can actually produce a lot more right now. But also, we do have to factor in Hera is Vikings, and he has the cheaper warship. So it might even out, but this is kind of what Hart was saying to me. He's like, if you go for the build with factoring in the whales, you've got like 6 to 7 more on wood, which is a whole extra dock of production in the long run. So it's really interesting. I wish Hart and I would have had the discussion on stream. We of course, discussed it a lot, but yeah, that was his explanation and his feeling why the way Andy's playing this is maybe the way to play the map.
On top of the fact, like you said, Celts, more efficient lumberjacks as well.
Yep. And you can see in resources collected at the moment, that is a combination, I believe, of whales and other things, as Hera's scout, which is very weak from bringing in the boars. And gets spotted.
Okay, it's gonna get away. Galley opening from Andy. Hera's going to open galleys of his own. Kind of expected, especially from Vikings, even though they do have now access to fire ships. Let's not forget. But with Vikings, you open a couple of galleys, you get your upgrades on them. Depends how much your opponent is investing or not. You can add in maybe even a couple of hulks, but you do want those upgrades from the blacksmith for the ranged navy, because I'm sure in Castle Age you want to continue on the long boats.
I know it's just 1 galley, but that is a massive start here from Andy. He gets a first pick off. Hera thought he could chase down that fire. He runs right into it. Again, maybe a bit of deja vu for Hera. Like, he just played this map against Andy yesterday, and he lost this map. I'm sure after the draft, he really didn't want this as game number 1, and Andy also sneaks in fishing lines behind this, and Andy's going to keep pumping forward here with Navy. This is a good start. By no means over, but a good start for the underdog.
Good start, I think. However, Hera is producing from 3 docks. More galleys. Oh, never mind. He had more galleys. I guess Andy caught up.
Yep, and he's going to be going dock number 4 right now. Oh. But what you said earlier is true. I don't think stone is really that valuable because we've just seen so many ships. So Hera will likely consider selling his stone, and maybe even Andy, so they can get good Castle Age times here.
Yeah, so with the naval rework, they actually get access to some university tax that are very important on water. 10% faster navy. If you get it first and you have more numbers, you basically snowball your opponent. If you get it first and you have low numbers, you can just run away and save your navy.
Another thing we just saw, Andy actually took his boar now, which is a crazy timing. He dives in. Fires on the front is what you want here. Players could try and hit the galleys behind. That's what Andy's tried to do, but he actually missed a couple volleys there. There's some weak ones in there which Hera hasn't been able to kill off, though. So if Andy can fall back with them, he could be fine. And again, more production from Andy, more resources collected from Andy. Things are still trending towards Castle Age for both, but not a bad start for freaking Andy. And this is against Hera's #1 civ pick on the draft.
Yeah, finally another dock going up for Hera as well. His docks are cheaper with his civ. But yeah, continuous production in terms of fire ships for Hera, while Andy's continuing to mess on galleys, and I think that's going to be more important.
There's a lot of weak ships in here, Daniela, both in the fires and also with the galleys. I feel like if Hera can continue to push forward, there's like 3 or 4 ships in there, he might be able to snipe. This could turn around very quickly for Hera. Nice micro on the side with the galleys. He dodged the shot from Andy, but maybe just a little too close to the production buildings. He knows he'll force a reaction. This is around the time of the game where I expect market to come up from both players. We're getting very close to that, and there's the market from Andy.
Yeah. Defender's advantage right there for Andy. Hera knows that he cannot get closer because the production is just going to pop out right into the battlefield. So he's just going to go back, maybe possibly soon consider adding the market his own. I do think we're going to see Andy selling his stone here.
Yeah, there's just no reason to hold on to it.
Yeah.
You have so much on gold, you can just buy the stone back later. Hera goes too far, in my opinion. He goes way too far here. I'm surprised he's continuing to engage, because Andy's got a good connect. He's got a good setup here.
There's too much navy from Andy.
I don't think it's a good engagement from Hera. Maybe I'm wrong, though. The fires are tankier than maybe we were expecting. Hera's coming in from the other side. There are fishing ships there. That's critical, because that's the gold eco right now. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe I was a little too crazy there with my coverage at that moment, but I like that fight for Andy.
Yeah, me too. I think Hera was a tiny bit too late with the galleys. They were too late to the party. He didn't lose a single fishing ship.
Beautiful save as well.
Just a snipe one.
Yeah, beautiful save as well with the galley, and there goes Andy on the way up. Hera hasn't clicked yet. No market yet from Hera. Will that come? We'll see. Freaking Andy. He doesn't have the ship advantage anymore, though. Hera's got 17 galleys. Andy's going to have the fires coming in. And this is where Hera can force his advantage. The problem for Andy, he's got these 2 docks here. Hera is happy to cut this off because he knows that those are producing. So he's just like, okay, I'm going to camp these, and those docks are completely useless. And Andy's resources are at the limit, so he really can't like just go be building new docks at the moment. So good position here from Hera.
Also having to move all of those fishing ships all the way to the back of your dock. It's a lot of sailing time for those. They're not working. Your food income is going to be low. You're going to need food for Botkin Arrow, for your upgrades.
Maybe this is too fast of a castle age from Andy. Like, he sold resources, and he kind of used the market, but he doesn't actually have continuous production. Hera's docks have been continuously producing, which is really nice, but the docks do fire some arrows here, and Andy, who's being rather patient, is going to loop back in and will aim to save some of these docks. But man, I cannot stress to you how big that is from Hera. To take those docks down is everything here.
Absolutely. Only 30 seconds left until Castle Age, but look at Andy's resources. He has none. Look at Hera's resources. Marcus going up in his base. He's going to just buy 200-300 food, and he's going to go up to the next stage without selling his stone.
Yep, and he gets like 2 free ship kills and 2 docks taken out. This is really going to hurt Andy's production. This puts Andy under a lot of pressure to upgrade his ships and either kill this navy or take down Hera's docks. I would say you probably want to take down Hera's docks, but it's a risky trade because, I mean, which dock are you even going to research the upgrade in at this point? Hera might hunt that down.
Yeah, exactly.
That's crazy. If Hera actually takes this dock down before the upgrade, that's crazy. It's almost like he switched, knowing that Andy would go for this dock. I think it'll be too late, Daniela, but this is really close.
I'm not, 70%. There's a lot of fire ships, a lot of damage. I think the galleys do like 6 damage against the dock as well. Fires even more. Oh, that was just in time.
Honestly, if Hera, he kind of hesitated there.
Yeah.
If he didn't, I think it would have been a different situation. More docks coming up here from Andy. He does have his own fires pushing. Hera's got so many ships. He's got so many ships. 16 war galleys, well, soon war galleys, and 20 fires. These numbers are ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, look at the entire pop. Hera is 20 pop ahead. I mean, Andy's just putting down a university, but like I said, you do not have the food to produce any of those. And Hera, you know, medium warship is going to come immediately. Botkin Arrow, that Andy's missing, by the way. Andy's getting ballistics before Botkin Arrow.
This is Vikings, okay? This is why Vikings are insane. Look at resources collected bottom right.
Yeah.
I know Hera has got a slight KD lead, but resources collected is the same. And Hera has produced this many ships. It's been incredible.
Yeah.
And he's done a really nice job. He's so many, not having the tech advantage isn't really a big factor. So we'll see.
University going up. Clinker construction coming up soon. Careening coming up soon. Hera can afford everything. Hera got free wheelbarrow in 1 age earlier, and now he has free handguard.
Yeah. Ballistics being in early is good for Andy, though. He is primarily war galleys.
Yep.
Hera will get his upgrades, but there's some time here for Andy to get some nice hits. And I'd love to see the HP on some of these fires. Those fires are over there, but over here, Andy's hoping there's some weak ones from Hera. There are, but my God, Hera's navy is insane.
There we go, Clinker construction. He can either snowball or run.
He's getting the pathing here. He's going through the trees.
Oh my God, that I thought that's going to be way worse for Andy than it was.
Yeah, he's also fighting over here, but I'm seeing a whole lot of boats. Hera is just putting his foot on the gas here. Clinker construction will be in, which means he gets a speed boost, which helps every ship, but especially helps the fires close in here.
Oh my God, I'm not sure. Andy's trying to keep up with the production. He's done a great job, but he is missing that speed upgrade. I think Hera might be able to sneak in careening at some point as well. He's still...
There's no fire ship tank here, Daniela. There's no fire ship tank, and the fire ships are so fast now, they can just patrol in. They're all stacked up there as well. Demo's not really a valid option with the way the balance is, and I just think Hera, he's also got him cut off again. He'll cut off the docks, and Hera turns it around. Beautiful. Game number 1.
What a fantastic game! Like what we thought that Hera is about to just stay on a back foot a tiny bit, turn into, you know, an absolute full production from him.
Is that Vinchester? Vinchester, the biggest fanboy in the crowd there. Hello, Vinchester. Yeah, no, I agree. I think initially things looked very, very good for Andy. Andy fell into the classic trap of trying to rush to the next stage while cutting production, right? You need to naturally get to the next stage while still producing, and Andy stopped producing to click up. And against the Vikings, it's just far too dangerous. Again, this start was great. I love the fishing lines behind it. Andy's probably kicking himself a little bit right now, Daniela, because that felt like a very smooth opening. We might even see it soon after this. You just look at the amount of production, right? He's got 4 docks at the top right. Those little dots indicate his production. That was 4 docks against 2. And then right around here, this engagement's still good. You're comparing. It's 4 production, now 5 production for Hera, and now 3 production for Andy. And then I think the market comes up soon after, and he's on like 1 versus 5 docks and just gets completely overrun.
You know how I'm
feeling?
feeling?
What are you laughing at right now?
You know what I'm thinking right now? I feel just like in that meme, you know, when you have that teacher explaining to the student.
Oh, yeah, well, they
like
can't see I'm pointing at the screen. Yeah, I have a tendency to do that, and people don't know, but I'm very animated. I'm like moving my hands around. But yeah, I want to just reiterate, not only was it good for Hera to keep production, but it was so nice for him to take down the docks as well. Some people would chase the ships. It's like, I have more Navy, I want to go kill you. But it's just very, very well thought out there to take down the docks. And that's actually what Andy did to him in their series yesterday. So I'd say exactly what Hera's going to want, because I was concerned that if he dropped the first game, that we'd have the underdog potential for Andy. But now basically puts Andy in a situation. He does have his 2 home maps, but he's going to have something to likely break Hera on one of his home maps to win the series.
And like we said, huge mental boost. He lost this map yesterday to Andy.
Yep.
Now he learned from it. He probably watched that game back. Was able to secure it. And yeah, to go back to what you were saying earlier, absolutely. You kill the production.
Yep.
Your opponent is just going to have to invest into more docks rather than ships.
Yep.
So it's
I'm wondering, where do Koreans go on this draft, right? Because I thought Koreans could have been a solid water option with their ship discount and their turtle ships. So now you don't play Koreans there, but it's your first pick. Makes me think that Koreans could be a Coast Arena. Like, we haven't seen Koreans played much at all this week. So there's not a big precedence, but clearly Andy really, really likes that SIP. Maybe Tapui, because we've seen, I think Hera himself played Koreans and played like double range skirmishers there at one point. But we'll see, I guess.
Andy just has so many infantry civs, right? I was even about to say, what if he's gonna play them in Lone Storage? But I feel like it has to be Dravidians, or it has to be Dravidians on Lone Storage.
Maybe, yeah. It would make sense. We have fish there. We also have the need for man-at-arms. Can't be Celts now, obviously.
Cheaper siege.
Yeah, I mean, it depends what style of play Andy wants to take here, right? Like, sometimes your best chance of getting a 3-0 against the favorite is also your best chance of getting 0-3'd, you know?
Yeah.
And by that, I mean you have to take some extreme risks in almost every game. So, like, Saracens on there is a danger pick from Hera's perspective, because, like, Andy could use the market and buy and sell and do some craziness. So, we'll see.
We have the civs. Next map is going to be Lenstorage Maranhão, and it's Bengalis.
Interesting.
That's very interesting. I was sure Bengalis is going to be on Arena Costeira.
Hold up. We have Dark Age. Hera is researching Loom, and he's bringing villagers forward. Everybody builds a lumber camp up here. This seems like Hera's going to try and go for a Vil fight, which I have not seen yet. This would actually be really smart. You know everyone's going to place the lumber camp here. Here he is, and let's see how Andy reacts to this.
They switch PCs. This is not Hera. Andy does this.
Well, Andy should be really good at defending from it in theory, but Hera's like, oh, you're Bengalis? You're going to get 2 free villagers? No, you will not. I'm going to take these villagers down in the Dark Age.
Will he manage to get a quick wall? Oh,
it's not done yet.
It's not done yet.
Hera misclicked.
Diagonal hit.
Oh, man. I think it's an interesting start overall. That villager has to stay alive for Andy.
No. Oh, my God.
Oh, that's rough. And look at his face as well. I love watching Andy at lands because you can see him react. And he like has a grin on his face right now. Like, this is what I mean about Andy. Like, he's having fun up here, and I feel like so much of the fun gets removed because it's like, no, winning is fun, you know?
Yeah.
But like, I mean, still not good. But at the end of the day, Hera's villagers could get trapped here. I don't know if Hera wants to be here right now.
Wait, he's like, oh, you want to do this?
Wait, no,
Wait,
Andy can trap him. Like, he can't leave.
That's what he's trying.
He's trying. The scout is weak, so it can't block that much. And Andy, oh, he just misses the opportunity. Hera had no way to go the other way out.
I feel like this is the last thing you would expect
Hold
Hera
on.
to do.
Can we see the shoreline real quick? We got something happening on the shoreline as well. Hera's trying to harass there. We actually had the villager get walled in, and that's on Andy's dock, I believe. Hera sent his dock villager. That villager walked the whole map to build a dock and is now trapped there. How does that even happen?
What?
Yes, that is precisely what one should say in this moment, Daniela, which is like, I have no clue what to say. And now Hera says, hello, I'm going to wall you in as well.
Oh my god, another Vil going down would be absolutely insane.
Yeah, this is crazy.
Oh,
I mean,
it is going...
I gotta point out, Hera's got that 3-0 eco KD right now, but Hera can't fish. So for the time being, he's not going to have any fishing ships. This should be relatively even. We'll see what Hera ends up backing it up with. I think there's another villager coming in the south now to dock, and this is a replay of that moment. So Hera's just looking for the shoreline, and he notices this.
How does he notice this when he's fighting in his wood line?
Great question, great question.
Oh, oh my god.
Wait!
Wait!
He kills him! He
Who's
loses
dying?
one and he kills two. And the other villager comes in and Hera tries to trap that villager or free the other villager, and Andy's still denying the docker. Wait. We have a pause.
21 pop to 21 pop.
Yeah, we're going to have a sorry go here. I mean, this is a lot to take in.
Yeah.
I think Hera did dock, though, in the south.
3 fishing ships
The
ahead
dock
for
is there.
Andy.
Yeah. Here's just some of the replay from the player point of view here. I kind of like the energy we're seeing. This is Andy's point of view in the blue, if anyone's confused. But unfortunately, as he's trying to save the other Vil, Hera attacks that one palisade, and the palisade goes down right before he was prepared.
Yeah, he was trying to save the other villager as well, and he was...
Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on. Not sure if we're having lag, audio issues or something, but I think we're going to be into it. Game was lagging, and there we go. That answers our question. So anyways, after the chaotic start, it actually is relatively even. And now we need to see how they're going to end up playing. Typically, we'd see lots of Man-at-Arms from Man-at-Arms civs.
This is a full HP scout, Tristan.
Yeah. If
Blocking
Hera saves his villager, it'd be extremely impressive. And Andy is always going to block this.
Yeah.
But Hera's making him work for it, dude. Hera is really making him work for it. Look, there's a lot of clicking here. Look, Hera is clicking that so hard.
Look at Andy's face.
But you just, listen, you don't attack with the scout. You always block. And he gets the kill. Andy says, get off my lawn, kid. Get off my lawn. We've got Vils walking all around for Hera right now.
So important to note here, Hera still has his scout alive, which I thought it was super low HP, and he might lose it. It's very important. It's not just scouting information about what your opponent is up to, what's going on the map, but there's a lot of herdables on this map as well. If you, in packs of 3. So if you lose it, your opponent gets away with all of them. And okay, on top of the fish being harassed, and there's going to be early fights on the fish. That's a full HP scout, but the villager has loom.
Villager does have loom. I'm curious though. We need to know: does Andy know that Hera docked the other side? Because you would not really expect a second dock at this point. It looks like there's going to be enough information. Hera's going to go for a trap. Hera goes for the trap, so that should be another dead villager. Really sucks to be a freaking villager, but it's great to be a viewer right now.
It's a really bad day to be a villager, I swear.
Oh, man. All right. Yeah, Andy ran away from that Vil because he didn't want to trade his scout HP. And Andy is going to be on the way to feudal.
Faster, which is kind of impressive, but Hera is melee.
Yeah.
He wants to delay 2 Vils. That's it. Because you were saying earlier that, Bengalis do have those extra 2 villagers. So do melee coming from the uptime. Just because they go up so fast. All in all, eco should be the same for Malay and Bengalis.
Yep. It kind of feels like both are just going to play water here as well, Daniela. We have Andy coming with another villager to build a second dock. Andy does know that there's 2 docks from Hera. Hera also built his docks on the other side of Andy's fish. So maybe because there's been such weak economy with all the villagers running around, and also lack of like traditional scouting here because they've been quite literally all over the place. Man-at-Arms just doesn't feel too viable. And that's 7 eco for both players. They're going to be exposed on the water. So yeah, my expectation is we see Andy, interestingly enough, place the docks like that. My expectation is water. The reason I like those docks, you can actually garrison fish in both of them. And if ships come in, the arrow fire is going to be double there. So it's really tough for Hera to push that position with even fire ships.
Yeah. However, the maximum amount of damage that a dock does to ships has decreased significantly, especially in the early stages. But I mean, I still like what you're thinking.
Yeah.
You know, you want the production, you want them close to each other. You want maybe you're gonna lose water. Maybe one of them is about to go down. You can just hop your fishing ships in the other dock to save them faster.
Scouting here is pretty critical, and scout HP is low for both. Andy's checking because the typical build is man-at-arms. So he's looking on the front. He's not seeing anything. He does know Hera's fast feudal. So he's queued 3 fires. And Vodka back there in the spectating room is freaking out. He's like, oh my god, he's going fires into Hawks right now, T90. You could tell with his mouse cursor here. And yet, so Andy's got to notice that like Hawks are coming out. And so I would feel that after you go 3 fires, you have to go Hawks yourself. Hera gets 2 very quick kills.
I would prefer galleys instead of Hulks behind those 3 fires.
Yeah, you just don't know. The issue I have with galleys, you need fletching. It takes time to mass, and it's super close quarters right now. And Hera's just like he did in the Dark Age, right? It's just like super fast pressure. And he wasn't able to save the fish in the way he intended with those docks, I feel. And those Hawks from Hera, I mean, they're doing a pretty damn good job. Another pickoff there, another pickoff after that. Will pull back the weak ones. But his ships are getting pretty weak as well, and maybe he needs to fall back to a dock.
Yeah, regrouping there wasn't quite best for him, and that's what we were saying earlier about fighting, you know, next to production. And his fire ships just hopped out. He's mixing in Hulks of his own, and had to push Hera back.
Yep. Yeah. Once you've got, see, the thing is about the fires, if you keep them in the fight, they still have a bit of range to help your own Hawks. But then on top of that, you can actually take down the docks, as we saw in the previous game. But Hera's like, screw that. What's a fire ship? I'm just going Hawk here, and he's not stopping.
So they also have access to a lot of ponds in the middle of the map where they could choose, you know, 2 mill or 2 dock. I like seeing Hera putting down a mill. I see a lot of people putting down docks, and again, I even talked downstairs with a couple of pro players asking for their opinion. Why are they doing that if they're not going to fish boom later on? It's about the walking time, of course, for the villager at the drop-off points and so. But I still do feel like you're quite exposed, especially in the earlier ages.
Oh man, that's a lot of Hawks stacked up there. Kind of tough to judge, even for me at this point. There's more HP there for freaking Andy. Hera's resources are looking insane behind this. Like, his eco is super smooth compared to Andy's.
His micro's so good. He's just going to stack them in between all of those. He's going to patrol them in, and I'm not sure. Also, Andy has all of those hogs right next to Hera's dock.
Yep. Yeah, and Andy's fishing ships have just not really been working, so he hasn't had the food eco he needs here. Like, Hera's been able to transition onto the shorefish. Hera's going to be in Castle Age in 90 seconds. That's incredible after this start.
That's insane. Andy has double-digit resources in the bank.
Yeah, I mean, Andy needs a fight now, right? In the previous game, we saw how getting to Castle Age faster, sometimes you cut production, and then you don't have the control that you want. So Andy needs to push right now, take those engagements. Still looking like Hera's producing from these docks, though. And you can always just garrison the fish. He's done so nicely here.
Absolutely. Just waiting 34 seconds left till Castle Age. Hera could even go back to the docks, wait for the upgrades to come in, but he does have the numbers right now.
Yeah, I mean, this is where I would fall back for a second, right? But Hera has just not had that approach at all today, right? He's just come out with such force. It really feels like Hera's like, I'm going to just assume that I'm going to win every fight until proven otherwise, you know?
The thing is, I feel like, yeah, okay, it makes sense to fall back when you're looking at your resources. Okay, I have barely enough to get my upgrades, you know, I need to fall a tiny bit back. But he had like 8 Hulks in the queue and still had resources to click his upgrades afterwards.
And Bow Saw already on the way, and second TC already on the way. So like those are steps you typically skip to get these really, really good uptimes.
Yeah.
But Hera's been able to get his upgrades. Here he goes. Now it's going to be a bit of a scarier fight here for Andy. But Andy knows as well. He's like, I'm not even up yet. Like, this is horrible. Like, Hera can do so much. So he wants to fight, but now you see the bigger ships, and you're just like, can I even engage here?
Yeah, and it did throw down a panic market immediately when he saw Hera's in Castle Age, and now he sold his stone. He's trying to get the resources, but only 9 on food. A lot of those fishing ships didn't work. They were either garrison or, you know, being idle, and now we have a big fight. Andy just relaying on his numbers. I don't think this is going to go his way.
I don't think so either. No, I just don't think so. I think the fire's in there as well. We'll take these docks down pretty quickly if he loses the fight. Very hard to get a gauge because we've got all these ships stacked up, but these Hawks are going to out-Hawk on Hera's side. He's got the bigger hooks, the bigger sails, and he's got the bigger energy so far in the series. Yeah, he's just going to trap Andy in there next to the dock.
Yeah, just like you said, and then like the dogs are going to... You kind of would have to micro the dogs to attack the Hulk instead of the Fires. Fires have more pierce armor. They don't care about being next to the dogs, and like you said, they take down production quite easily.
And Hera's fish are he's got 6 fish working and 2 town centers. So he doesn't need to add any more fish. He just needs to ensure that he doesn't like freely give up the water.
Yeah.
He's still producing and he's still booming here, Daniela. So 52 eco. I will say Hera doesn't have a lot of farms. He's got to bring in some sheep. Like his eco management, that's taken some time. But like, seriously, just the energy from Hera is very different than I'd seen in honestly any of the group stage sets. Like this is intensity. And I love the energy. This is exactly what you want from a favorite in a tournament. It's like, you let someone hang around, especially freaking Andy, give them some time. The underdogs can make some things happen here, so he's just not allowed that at all.
Absolutely. He's setting up his eco. He got Horse Collar to sit down a couple more farms, adding more ships. He's just making sure he's not over-investing here as well. Like you said, he put down his second TC, added more farms, set up his eco back at home, because you don't know what's coming from Andy. What if Andy has 14 on stone, gives up water, and throws a castle in your face? And then we all know how Ratas perform.
Also, I want to look at this from Andy's Fog of War for a second to just translate this for the viewers. Look at this. Look what he sees. Okay, darkness, and then scout right outside his walls, right? Attack signal. That could be, there's a house there from earlier. You're thinking like, is he siege pushing me? You know, is he going to bring something else? He's not, but the fact that Andy's scout is dead, Harris is still out there, it's so good. Hera can actually scout the map to see what resources he's taking and just like bake some pressure while he simply booms behind him.
Of course. Pop is getting ahead for Hera. 78 to 59. That's the dock researching medium warship from Andy.
Yeah, it could be a doubt medium warships, and it is a doubt medium warships.
Oh my God, that's big.
Oh, that's so brutal, man. That's so brutal. And Andy's like, okay, I got the upgrade. Now we fight. The upgrade I clicked. As Doubt is now looking at me, he's come up behind me and he's staring down at me very menacingly. Andy thinks he has the upgrade right now. So he's still in feudal age on water and he doesn't realize it. That is just making things so much worse for him.
He even got the forging upgrade for the Hulks. Those could be good against the Fires.
I think he has 1 dock left. This could, sorry, but it could be a doubt of medium warships again. Ships are on the way. I gotta stop saying this. I'm getting a little scared. But yeah, I mean, these fire ships take down the docks so fast, and oh no, it's at 60%.
Oh.
65.
No.
70.
Oh, Tristan.
I think it'll go down.
I think so. No, it will.
Oh my God, dude, 95%.
Andy. Oh, he has 9 military left, and there's 1 monk.
Yeah. I mean, that's been the theme. That's what Hera's done today. He just takes down the docks. He just eliminates them from the equation, and now he's completely won water. Now he can freely fish boom with the melee, and he's got 73 eco versus 50.
Okay, but you're Andy. You're in quarterfinals. You can't give up.
Yep.
2 monasteries, third one going up. Siege Workshop, we go.
You're Hera. You have a crazy score lead. You should think, as long as I don't die to an all-in, I'm fine.
Yeah.
And then you see a forward villager from Andy. And then you see 1 mug. And then you're about to see the other one.
Yeah.
I think Hera, for all the praise we've given him on water, I think he did forget to scout. He lost that scout a while ago, and this is a lot of pressure coming in from Andy.
Like,
so things are about to get interesting.
It's like, uh-oh, he does have, he had 7 on stone, just moved 3 more. Or like, yeah, I need a castle. I need a castle in front of my farming eco, in front of my gold. I need to defend against this.
I want Andy to build some spearmen here. He sees the stable. So often when you're monk rushing, you don't see your opponents adding the stable, and you get surprised by Lycav. I know you're Bengalis, and I know that your monks are strong, but just a couple spears could be so useful in this situation.
There's too many monks. They're just gonna get conversion. I mean, okay.
Listen. I mean, that's some style points there, but you've just lost a monk, and that's really important to convert a villager. I'm not a fan of that if I'm Andy. He's gonna push the TC from Hera, and Hera's been saving up the stone. He's just purchased some stone. He knows this is dangerous, and he'll drop a castle there.
It's gonna be bad, but that castle is going up just in time. He's protecting his market, his barracks. TC going down could give him a free way to the other TC though.
Yep. I mean, Hera's not really protecting the bulk of his villagers.
Yeah.
Right? Like, the bulk of his villagers are to the north here. So as Andy, oh god, he almost kills his own monks there. Oh no! Oh shoot!
Almost.
Well, he loses some monks, but yeah, Andy's going to try and make the push. Here's the thing, Daniela. Karambits are arguably even better than going Lightcap because they're super cheap, so you don't worry about losing them to a conversion, and they mass way faster.
Yeah. Like if you're, you basically force a Bengali monk to convert, half of your pop.
Yep. Yeah, but Hera's got to get a response quickly. Hera's got to get a response quickly. That was a good mangonel shot. There's still not a lot of monk control, but I mean, Andy he does see the Karambits coming in. Can he land the attack rounds? Hera will dodge. Hera's running with his villagers. It's actually working though, and the Karambits are going to go in. The siege is dead, and now I think the monks will go down as well.
The TC is going to be down, however, as well. What I love that Hera has been doing has been adding efficiency. He has 16. Those are big time carrying his food eco right now.
I really think Andy needed to keep those first couple monks alive. It might not have been enough, but like losing, 4 or 5 monks before this push started made things really difficult. He did take down the TC. This is a guy who's on 1 against a player who was on 3 and still has fish. And if you can just use your villagers to fight back there, I'm sure the Karambits are going to do fine as well if you're Hera.
You can just buy the zone at this point and put the TCs exactly in the same position.
Yep.
Because right now you killed his entire push.
Yep. I think Andy understands how bad this is at the moment, but this has all happened so fast. It feels like he just needs a little bit of time to breathe. Like sometimes the series just snowballs on you so quickly, especially against the best players, and you're like, dude, I haven't even got to play Age of Empires yet, you know? And then it's going into Game 3. So I like him playing on here. He's going to have some work cut out for him, but he's going to attempt to shift into a boom, probably convincing himself that he'll be on 3 TCs and Hera will be on 1. Doesn't know, of course, that Hera is going to be able to build some. The build's still there.
Okay, there we go. It made a tower. Oh my god.
Murder holes! Get murder holes fast!
Like I said, I don't mind. It's the quarterfinals. We're not speed running this. Just take your time, breathe. Second and 30C went up. Needs more farms, of course. Hera's not gonna let him breathe because he poked the devil a tiny bit, with that push. It was like, yeah, okay, I have Karambits now. He's gonna start raided pretty soon.
I wonder if Hera intentionally picked Malay here, foreseeing the need for Karambits against monks, right? Because Bengalis going monks is always going to be the play. And he ended up getting to Karambits. It took a big build-up to get there, but it seems like the perfect fit civilization-wise right now.
Of course. And there we go. They're going to go raid. I don't think monks are going to be able to catch up with them even. A lot of people on stone. Can Andy do anything about this right now? We are looking at 50 pop lead from Andy. From Hera.
Yeah, and here come the Bills. I mean, the Karambits are out of position. They're not home to defend. That's another army's job. And there's the castle.
Forward. Scorpions are there to help.
I am not going to mention the name of a player who fails castles in this moment, all right? I will not do so. The Karambits are going to dive with the attack upgrades. There's the villagers. And, I mean, Karambits also don't do that much damage against the Bengali monks. So maybe Andy's doing okay here. I think Hera's coming back in a panic with the rest of his Karambits.
There's a tower. Just going to deny it, Tristan. I'm a big believer in towers.
No, you're right. There's not enough. It's not even the tower, though. It's the karambits from both sides, and the monks can't convert anymore.
No, it's a tower.
Oh, and it is a doubt castle here in Brazil, as much as he doesn't want to hear it, and that is just so well played from Hera. And it was also the best play from Andy to come back in the game. Just try and drop a castle somewhere.
Yeah. It was. He's going to have to come back now.
Look at Andy. Look at Andy. He's like, I can't believe this is so uncomfortable. This is so bad.
I love the attitude though. He's still smiling. Like he's not like, doesn't have that super try-hard face.
Yeah.
Like he's like couldn't do it.
Things have just not gone according to plan for Andy. Hera's been able to play very, very strong here today. I really think that what you've got to avoid here is exactly what I'm going to say. But like, you got to push these games out of your head somehow and take it one game at a time. You can't think like the casters and say you needed game one, you had game one, but maybe you undercut production. You needed game two. You can't do that. You've got to win 3 straight here. It's going to be difficult. Hera 1 win away from another semifinal.
Oh, look at the freaking Andy's army high though.
But where?
16.
Oh, yeah. Army high.
Where?
And that was like
It's
Navy.
coming from that corner.
It was like, it was Navy. But I want to talk about this, Danielle. Like, this was not what we were expecting from the Dark Age.
No
one
one expected this from Hera ever, I feel like.
Yeah, I mean, I like it because if you feel you're the faster player and you are the more aggressive player, you want to be aggressive as early as possible. So everyone thinks you got to go feudal age to be aggressive, but Hera's like, no, just use some vills. And you know the lumber camp's always there, so you just can walk on forward. And I think it ended up being somewhat even, but Hera, of course, benefited just because he was the one to strike first.
The most ironic thing is that Andy is one of the top 5 players of Black Forest.
Yep,
probably.
with vill fighting.
Amigos are probably hearing this somewhere, like, really mad, not even close to top 5. But anyway,
he's in our top 5.
Yeah, he's in our top 5. And he loves this kind of stuff. Like, Andy would absolutely be the one, like, to just grab 5 villagers. Okay, I want to will fight my life out of the first 5 minutes of the game.
Yep, and that was a good highlight there from Hera getting the trap. But again, I think the KD was somewhat even, but then when the Malay can reach feudal age so fast, and you could produce with the Navy here, it's very, very strong. I think Andy he didn't make many big mistakes that game. I think he played well, but opening fires was the mistake. I think they were producing at the same time out of the same amount of docks and Hawk speed fires, and we saw that very clearly. Then he shifted into his own Hawks, but by then he had already given Hera initiative, and you give Hera initiative, then he's going to run with it economically. Here, of course, this is just unlucky. This is a second dock that went down. But this is all a result of some of the early stuff. And it was a good fight back here from Andy, but Hera going to stone, dropping the castle, getting karambits out, was just perfect here.
Yeah, I mean, this push seems really promising. I think you're right. Like, losing those couple of monks in the beginning, it could have went so much more different as well.
And I want to be that guy right now, but I've seen Andy monk rush so much, and he's always so cautious with his monks. Like, he understands you cannot lose low numbers of monks there, and then he was just ever so slightly careless. So I wonder, is Andy playing at that 100%, or has Hera just forced him out of his comfort zone? At the end of the day, that's got to be what it is. But yeah, here's the denied castle.
Yeah, and Hera's playing absolutely fantastic. I think Andy most likely has to be nervous as well. He's been performing so well. There's a lot of pressure on him, from himself, from everyone. They're playing in front of an amazing crowd that I cannot really hear right now, so I don't know if they're still here listening. The crowd? I think they're here.
Yeah,
okay?
they're here. If I know this crowd, they're super interested on the Civ draft right now, and they're staring. They're like, oh, man, look at the Civ ban priority from Hera. That's still really good. But maybe Hera has a weak civilization on Tepui. That's probably what they're all thinking right now. That's not true, by the way. There's a very good civilization on Tepui, but maybe another map he'll have a Civ he'll struggle with here. Daniela, what do you do if you're Andy? You got 1 home map, but you need 3 wins. If your home map is the easiest win, in theory, you could save it for the potential game 5. Or you could go for some momentum, try and just get a win under your belt, make the crowd cheer, give us another game. Like, what do you think is going to be freaking Andy's approach? There's no correct answer here, of course.
Only thing I'm thinking right now is that I was convinced Bengalis is going to be for Arena Costera.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So what are you going to use there? Saracens?
I could see Saracens, but I'm still looking at Koreans because Tepui, I think maybe he goes Mongols, maybe he goes like Romans. I'm not seeing Koreans played on any of these other maps, so maybe Koreans. And yes, our mouse has died, Daniela, so
Yeah.
whatever you're going to do is...
Whatever. I don't remember if Koreans have atonement.
You were going to check if Koreans have atonement.
Yeah, because...
I think they do, but I don't think you want to pick Koreans for monks.
Yeah, but you have to fight the monks somehow.
True.
You are going to have to, because that's what's happening in the middle. There's unique units and monks.
Yeah.
And...
Maybe, I think they do, but I don't. We don't have the ability to fact check that, so we'll see.
We don't have a charger for our mouse.
Is it? Yeah, apparently not. We'll get that charged before the big day tomorrow. Is it a good or a bad time to mention that I gave Andy some strategies?
For Arena as well, or just for 2B?
To be clear, I didn't give him any of the strats for the first 2 games he lost. But no, I didn't give him anything. But we talked through some things, and I talked through some things with some other players as well. So it's one of those things I probably won't mention until I think we're going to see it. But the potential's there. But like, I used to always say in my cast that like you gotta save the heart. You want the best case scenario for Game 5. And so Andy should just go to Tepui, go to Hera's home maps, and just rip the Band-Aid off.
It is going to be Tepui.
Okay, he's going to go for Tepui.
Yeah.
So at the same time, like, momentum's a big thing, and like having that feeling that you could beat your opponent after they've beaten you 2 games is nice. So yeah, getting a win's nice, is my point at the end of the day. So Tepui, curious to see what civilization he goes for. Koreans, towers, spears, skirmishers. Romans, man-at-arms. Dravidians, skirmishers, man-at-arms. Mongols, hunt. Lots of options.
Now that you were mentioning Koreans and spear skirms, that could make a lot of sense. They do have that discount in terms of wood, but aren't like Flemish militias completely blocking both of those?
It could, yes. Like I am 100% certain that Hera will play Burgundians here on Tepui. So, and it's looked like maybe the best civ. It beat Bulgarian man-at-arms with armor and everything. So, but we'll see. I mean, maybe Roman man-at-arms could compete. You get the double armor effect there, and you have potential timing attack because the Burgundians can't produce the Flemish militia until they're in feudal age.
Could go Dravidians as well. Imagine man-at-arms skirms, man-at-arm technologies on their barracks, skirms 25% faster attack.
Interesting civs. Hera's got Incas here. I've had a feeling this week, and I've told players, and everyone said it's bad, that going early barracks is really, really strong.
Okay.
Like insta-drushing, like non-stop militia. You would have to go champions in this case, but I think like lots of pressure with champions in the Dark Age is insanely strong.
But I think with Inca it's possible. You stay, you build one house, you build a barracks, you stay on stragglers, and then you build a settlement. It gives you 10 extra pop as well.
Yeah, it's really good. So maybe that's going to be the play. Let's see if we have an instant barracks at all
Let's
from Hera, or if he goes for the
go.
settlement. Here we are. We've got freaking Andy going for the Romans here. And Hera's gone for the Incas. I want to direct your attention to the population space for Hera. That's where the Incas shine, super flexible. And when they build a settlement, they get even more. So basically, in terms of wood spend, Hera doesn't have to spend wood on barely anything compared to the opponent here. But Tepui, the golds are forward, the stones are forward, everything is super, super forward, and typically we see all-ins in the feudal age.
Yeah, you just have to. There's nothing protected in the back. Gotta stay aggressive. You can't just like, well, go AFC and pray to come back because of the technology. There's simply not some sort of situation. There are some foxes on the map, and that's quite important because usually you do see 1 or 2 villagers roaming around looking for some extra gold, maybe even potentially thinking about that early militia or respectively Champi rush from Inca.
Okay, question for you here, because I think I'm pretty certain I know what's happening here.
Yeah.
Okay, Andy's following some tips. If your opponent is in Castle Age, making Scorpions, what is the best unit that you have in Feudal Age to counter that in the game?
The Scorpions?
I would say Scouts, right? 65 HP Scouts, a Civ with Bloodlines, spamming Scouts against Scorpions.
Against Roman ones?
Incas do not get Scouts. They get Archers, they get Skirms, they get Spears, they get the Champies. I believe, and I could be very wrong on this, but I believe that Andy might consider, he's already down 0-2, a super risky, fast castle, low economy, double Siege Workshop Scorpion, like full-on Phosphorus style. We'll know if he overloads the berries here. If he like pre-takes the berries, expecting to lose the berries, I think that's how we'll know. Let's see.
So, phosphorus style, you overload the berries.
The idea is you need to save as much food underneath your TC as possible because Hera is going to pressure you like an absolute maniac. And so you need to take those berries before you lose them. And I know there's some people out there thinking, oh, but T90, you have no gold. This is stupid. You've got foxes. This villager has brought in some gold from the foxes. And you can use the market to buy and sell to get to like maybe 4 or 5 scorpions to potentially push this back. I don't know if it'll work. I know Andy practiced this. And his opponent, after beating him, said, wait, you chose that strategy? That's so bad. But we reviewed it. And it actually had potential to work. It was the other guy on the other side could have died to it. So let's see. I just feel like he's got nothing to lose. The build order is 21 loom. And then you click up here. Let's see. He's got a lot on berries. He's going to go 20.
How many? Because Phosphor was teaching Hera's students for his tournament that 8 is saturation.
Yeah.
So
I think this is it. Hera's going to play Feudal Age. I think he wants to play Spear Skirm, which is actually the worst possible thing against this build. The worst possible thing is Spear Skirm. You would want like Man-at-Arms or some type of aggression here. Hera doesn't have any champions in queue.
Oh, I might go Spear Skirms. They're super cheap with Inca.
Let's see if Andy pivots though. Like you could build a barracks now and justify Man-at-Arms. That's your typical thing. It'd still be good for the Romans, but I'm not seeing it yet.
It could go 20 Vils, 1 more in the queue, you get 1 more Loom.
Yep. Loom needs to be queued because you don't want your Vils to die.
Exactly. 4 on wood. I'm not sure. You sell your stone, you buy some food. Is he going to be enough? He has 3 capybaras, still has berries, pushing in some more deer. It could be possible.
Yep. He'll have the rest to click up.
My concern is that he's going to lose access to the gold. Like he needs some buildings or something in front of that gold.
That's a very valid concern.
Yeah.
Listen, I'm not saying this strategy is necessarily perfect, but if you get to 4 scorpions and your opponent can't make a scout, how do you kill 4 scorpions? Roman scorpions are dirt cheap. And he hasn't even mined gold yet, so he could still do this pretty easily. The resources are looking pretty good for Andy. His scout's going to kill off the champy. Hera's going to mix in an archer or 2. It's now about damage control for Andy. You have to expect to leave the berries. This is why we pre-take the berries big time.
I don't like that. I don't like Market Blacksmith there. Market Blacksmith, I think, should have been in front of the gold because you know that Hera is reading this correctly and he's coming with a tower to deny the gold.
Yeah, let's see how Andy does this. Hera wants every engagement. In my opinion, Andy might want to consider backing up. This is definitely fast castle from Andy. If Andy wins with this, I want all the credit. If Andy loses with this, I want none of the blame.
All right.
I mean,
I love that.
He sees 2 archers right now. At what point you got to run away here?
Now.
Yeah, so you don't need food income now. This is where the lack of experience with this. I've watched a million Phosphor fast castles, right? And I've trained with them and stuff. Like, you need everything on wood, and even if you get towered on your woodline, you just take your straggler trees. You need double Siege Workshop right away. Andy's actually taken a lot of damage engaging into this. Great job from Hera to pressure, though. He realizes that Andy's doing something that just isn't completely standard, including this villager.
She's on a mission.
Let me see. Is Andy adding farms right now? Where's his wood going? Another lumber camp.
No, another lumber camp. He needs... well, he has the market. He needs to sell the food until he gets like 2 scorpions out or something. And afterwards, he needs that access to gold because, okay, a market is going to be good for a couple of them, but not good in the long run.
You do not produce villagers here, by the way.
Yeah, no,
You sell your food. Yeah, producing bills, that's your gold economy.
Muscle memory.
Yeah.
Nope, cancel.
Because the idea, guys, is your eco is crap, but it doesn't matter because you kill your opponent before their eco could do anything, right? And all the wood and gold and everything's rather forward on this map. So the hope is you get there faster. So let's see if what Andy can do. This is a 9 villager start, so the time's not like a standard game, but still 10:30 fast castle time.
Yeah, workshop going here. Oh my god, will he manage to do it? I don't know. Like, I mean, look at Hera splitting every single one of his units.
Oh,
to
Andy, literally, we just talked about this double siege workshop. Don't take gold before you have scorpions. Ah!
Yeah, okay, well, one scorpion is going to be enough to push
Yeah.
this away. He
Yeah.
needs to save that Vil, though.
Yeah, you need a lot of numbers here, Daniela. But yeah, this is where Hera, see, he's kind of forever feudal, right?
Yeah.
And this is where if you had like Khmer or some civ that could make scouts, you could make scouts now.
Okay, there we go. But the thing is, it's also freaking Hera. He's going to micro those two archers to oblivion, while these other two are going to be super annoying in Andy's woodline. I don't know where this game is going, Tristan.
Yep, yeah, Hera's gonna try and pull him out of position, right? Hera's
Okay.
like, okay, your Scorpion's on the front. Well, I'm gonna attack your woodline. And that's where he is right now. Scorpion's on the way here from Andy. Andy adds another Scorpion though, and now he's gonna come out to that gold. If Andy loses one Scorpion, remember he can't produce any more Vils. This is gonna be very, very bad, but he keeps the Scorpions alive, keeps these Vils alive. Hera could have some problems here.
The thing is, Scorpions are all, you know, out of position. Like they're not together to do a whole lot
I
of
need to see the other side near the siege workshop. Yeah, okay, we got the archers there. We got a lot of Scorpions around. Hera's micro is amazing. Can Andy repair?
He doesn't have gold. Oh my god, that was a really good save by Andy. Oh my god.
And he only lost one more villager there. Hera has archers against now how many Scorpions? 3. And it's going to be a ram here from Andy. I'd still like to see more Scorpions, but you know, this is a bit of an adaptation. He feels like he has to kill Hera quickly and take down his buildings, which is correct.
This is pure cinema. Andy is 25 pop.
Yeah, and it's 41 for Hera, and Hera has 5 on food. Hera is feudal age forever, and he cannot make scouts. So he's making archers against Scorpions in feudal age. It's extremely complicated to counter this.
The thing is, I was going to say it's only 3 Scorpions for now, but he is adding more, and now there's the low HP villagers.
That's so good from Hera, though. You're like, okay, you're going to push my base? Well, then I'm going to just go raid where I know you're exposed. Andy's going to come forward now, maybe take the gold in the middle of the map. But where's Andy's Scorpions? He needs to keep his Scorpions together here.
Exactly. He doesn't know what Hera is up to. Hera might have 3 random champions to jump on a Scorpion that's alone.
Yeah, he doesn't have any champions yet, but I think he might consider it. Hera's just telling himself, my eco is superior, I just have to avoid the Scorpions. And he would be correct. Archers are on the woodline. Scorpion is waiting for him, though, and he's losing some of these archers.
Oh, but if these could find that... Oh my god, they're running back. I didn't see it.
But there's, like... Can we get a slight zoom out and see Andy's Fog of War? Because this map is really small. He can see everything.
Yeah.
Right? As long as there's a Scorpion in every spot, Hera can't go anywhere. This is insanely tough to stop. Even though Hera's got the Vils, his archery range is going down. He's stuck on archers, and the Scorpion mass is only growing here, Daniela.
And you're responsible for this.
No, Phosphor is, but I was told by multiple players that this is bad. And freaking Andy's the only one who believed. And he needs some self-belief right now, down 2 games against Hera, so I'm loving the energy. Hera's soon not going to have an archery range. Archery range is going to go down. Who knows about the Vils and the TCs? This is crazy. Hera back on the woodline, though. Hera back on the woodline. Hera dropping a tower there as well. Andy, he moved the Scorpion. The Scorpion that was there to protect, he moved. He's losing Vils. He's looking here. He's looking here. The whole woodline for Andy is going down. But now Hera's villagers are going down here.
Oh my god, Andy's 19 villagers. Hera has 20 more villagers, but he's going to lose a couple of them in the process. The issue is if Andy loses all of this, he does not have anything to replace with.
But if you don't lose Scorpions and you don't lose that ram...
That's a big...
That's a coming. All right? The woodline and the gold is not far away. So it's very realistic that Hera could lose 20 villagers soon himself.
I would love for Hera to delete 5 Vils from the queue and queue 3 champions.
Yeah, I agree. I'm very surprised that he never switched into a couple
because
champions.
His barracks is about to go down.
Yeah, and his archers are going down, and he can't believe it. He's like, I can't believe it. My opponent's been in Castle Age. I've had all this army, but he can't counter the Scorpions. It's working for freaking Andy. He has nothing on gold. And it's working.
And you see, at this point, right here, right now, you kind of can counter all of that because there's 4 Scorpions in the same place. But some of them, like, there's going to be a random one. And the champions are fast. They can just wait for one to be alone, snipe it, and run away.
I think you go for the tower here and not the TC. I think if you take the one tower down, it can be good. But Hera's doing the right thing. Any bit of resistance he can find to slow this down is the best, because his eco is obviously way stronger here. But there he hops out. He's going to try and hop in and out of this tower here.
He's building a market. What is that? If he's building a market, he doesn't have well, he could buy, of course, the wood for a settlement.
Nice job from Hera. Nice job from Hera. He'll still lose Vils. And I think Andy needs to back up. You got some weak Scorpions in here that you can maybe replace, but it's going to be extremely difficult. 17 villagers for Andy, 35 for Hera, but not very efficient at the moment.
Scorpions have extra pierce armor.
It's just so hard to kill. You can't kill them in feudal age.
Yeah, you can.
Not with archers.
Oh my god, here comes the tower. This is, oh my god, Hera still at 44 population, 26 from Andy, but the Scorpion number is what is increasing, and Andy can repair them.
Oh, Hera's archers, Hera's villagers on the tower. Hera's army is down to 4. He's got no army. He's got 1 archer. He's got that archer.
I can't look. Oh my god, 1 archer and a dream kills a villager. A second one possibly might go down. Oh no, villagers are so weak.
Oh, man.
My god.
All right, Andy's going to add a mangonel now. Hera's on the way to Castle Age. In Castle Age, he can make a siege workshop, and he can make mangonels or monks. He's got a holds now, and Andy will have no distraction. So if Andy can fully focus on the front, he has some opportunity. But the thing is, I want to just quickly glance at Hera's main eco. He's done a really nice job. The towers are in good positions. I think he needs 1 more on the other wood line. But like, those towers have absolutely kept him alive somehow.
This is insane. Hera has double the amount of Vils, but 0 army right now. He has 2 towers in his base, 1 forward, and a dream. A dream to get to Castle Age, a dream to get 200 wood in your bank for a siege workshop, and maybe 175
and these
more for a
Scorpions
mangonel.
are very weak here. Sorry to interrupt. They're very, very weak. And oh my goodness, he needs to repair them. Yeah, he's going to repair them now.
He's getting too greedy. He's going back to the tower with the low. Once in front.
He's calculating it very nicely. Yeah. He's also, that was pretty nice from him. He was extremely paranoid that he was going to lose access to that gold. So he's pushing down that tower at the same time. Will Hera get a mangonel out at the right moment here? 40 seconds away from Castle Age is the question. And Andy, no gold. Andy, no gold. He can't repair.
Oh, he force drop now. Just in time. Jesus Christ. Like,
17 Vils.
He's repairing everything and like 2 HP left. When there's a slight chance, could we check the damage on the forward Scorpions on those that Andy kept repairing? I think he lost a couple of them.
Yeah, they're all spread out at the moment. They're all spread out at the moment is the issue. And Hera's made it to Castle. Hera needs an immediate siege workshop.
Uh-oh. Bot can now report the towers is pretty good. Against the mangonel, eventually, if you really want to kill the mangonel, you could still...
Does Hera... I'm sorry, Danielle. I'm getting so excited. All his wood's on the front, right? Can he take wood right now to get to a siege workshop?
Getting wood from there.
Yeah, it's kind of tough. I thought he would buy it. But there he is with 2 archers again. I like this. He needed some counter damage. So he's still going to give that a shot, as he might lose some villagers here.
Champion runner in the queue for Hera.
Yeah, and sniping some Vils. Nice job, nice value from Hera. He's got 34 Vils. It's the weakest 34 villager economy he's had, but he does still have 34 Vils against 16 from Andy, and Hera remembers these villagers are weak from before.
Okay, am I crazy to not like the champion runner upgrade right now?
I would have liked the mangonel. Yeah, like just add your own mangonels, maybe sell the stone, and buy wood. But I guess maybe guard tower and champy isn't too terrible.
I don't like, I don't mind, I mean, at all, guard tower. But first of all, well, this tower is yesterday's news. But the ones in your base, okay, they're there. The thing is, champion runner, when you have 7 on stone and 400 stone in the bank, that tells me he's thinking Kamayuk. So what's the point of it?
I think this is just, everyone has a plan until they get smashed in the face.
Yeah. Oh,
and now
course,
Hera's
course.
like, I want to do everything. I want guard tower. I want castle. I want champy. And none of it is clicking. He really needs a cohesive choice.
Yeah.
But the issue has been no wood. But at the same time, Andy hasn't actually focused on the wood. Hera has been getting a little bit, and Hera's 2 archers are still running around. 15 villagers for Andy.
12 military, hey-oh.
I mean, the timing on guard tower tech is huge here, because that is Hera's defense of his eco. It gives him time to get to a castle or whatever his next option is. Guard tower's on the way. Will that tower actually be complete to defend his town center?
I don't think tower stays alive. Guard tower was just in, but another one is going up next to the TC. He's gonna have some builds to hop into the TC. A couple of them have to kind of attack the ramps as well. A lot of Scorpions going down.
Yeah, a lot of Scorpions going down. Andy knows that guard tower means with this eco, he might not have enough, and he sacrificed every Scorpion underneath the town center. Now there's nothing to protect the Rams. Hera could just eject, and he could take down the Rams, and he's got 35 bills, and he can hold. And Andy, the smile's returning as I think he's realizing he was so close here, but he's kind of run out of steam.
It's a match point for him, right? He loses this game. Hera takes the win.
Yeah. I mean, it's so much potential here, but I think the theme above the unit type has just been Hera fighting, and Hera's recognition that my eco's got to be better here. So he just has worked his way into this game, getting those Vil snipes, making it very difficult for Andy. He still can't really push Andy, but guard tower and Bodkin arrow means that Andy can't ever push a tower.
He doesn't have to push him right now.
Yeah, true.
He knows Andy's eco is inexistent behind all of this.
Yep, and the score as well, which was in Andy's favor for a very long time, is now there for Hera. And Hera, I think, it understands the game state enough to know, that's his whole eco. And I'm up 2-0 here, and we've got a live fans in the building. So let's just try and put on a little show here. Why not?
Why not micro 2 archers against 3 pieces of siege units?
And look at Andy laughing. Andy's Andy. Hera's so locked into it. Hera's like, oh, so serious, and Andy's having a great time.
Yeah, I mean, that was pretty impressive from Hera.
Oh, what a game. What a strat. I really think this is what you needed against Hera today, right? You needed something crazy. That's the danger situation, though. The Siege Workshop.
Yeah.
And you lose the Mangonel to the guard tower as well. Yeah, Hera should be able to make Mangonels now. The Scorpions can't really push.
There's a champion runners in the queue. Mine coming in handy. He needs the armor on them, but
Archer's
it's fine.
back. Archer's back. Little micro there. Weak villagers. Hera wants the style. Hera wants another Vil. Andy won't give it to him. Andy refuses to give it to him. Hera's still going for it.
I'm not rushing anywhere. I can do this all day.
That is one of the safest areas of eco that Andy's had this whole game.
Yeah.
Think about it.
Not the wood eco though. That's 0.
I think him losing that whole wood line was the difference in this game.
Yeah.
I think if he kept one Scorpion on that wood line, Andy would have had enough resources to push a bit faster, and a bit faster was possibly enough. Hera's still going for it. The fans are appreciating it, and Andy says no.
Enough.
Look at him laugh, dude.
Gotta take those small wins in life. Just gotta. Maybe another Mangonel popping in. Hera cannot afford it right now. I don't even know where he's taking gold from.
Yeah, I mean, the Champies as well, right? Like, he's just gonna wait, take his time. Hera's gonna make one more Archer so we can have a little micro scenario again. And then Champions will eventually come in. I still think Mangonel would have been super, super good here, but he has really struggled for wood, as you can see here.
It's going for Champion Warrior, dude.
Yeah. I mean, Hera's got the eco, like we said.
Yeah.
He knows it, and he doesn't have to force the issue. And unfortunately, for Andy, Hera's created a scenario where Hera cannot be pushed. Hera cannot take more damage. And here comes the Archer.
Andy just bought 100 stone, but he was missing 2 stone, so he just had to buy another 100.
For what exactly?
Yeah, for a tower somewhere, I guess.
Okay. Well, here's the Champies. And the Champions can getting close to the Scorpions, and the Scorpion count isn't what it used to be. And down will go the Scorpion, and Andy taps out.
Hera is victorious. What a beautiful set from Hera.
Yeah,
there we go. There's a relief.
Just dominance. I mean, Hera had 3 maps, which are very solid. Strategies incredibly strong. There's a smile from Hera after he gets the job done.
Absolutely, and let's appreciate a bit Andy's performance as well. Like, what a beautiful attitude. He was just getting up, smiling, went to greet Hera, probably wished him a great set, and well, just a beautiful performance throughout the tournament so far. And on the other hand, Hera, like you said, kind of started a tiny bit shaky, especially in the set that he lost. But now I think we're starting to see his true form.
Let's just recap the situation here with Andy in this tournament. He won his first 2 sets. He then lost to Hera in group stage. And because Hera was at like first seed, which he typically is and whatnot, he then unfortunately had to face Hera here in the quarterfinals.
Yeah, exactly.
I think Andy's performance was way better than the scoreline suggested, and he could have easily ended up maybe making a semifinal run. But with Hera being the favorite in this tournament, extremely difficult, of course. And yeah, Hera wins. It was a fun set. It was a dominant display from Hera, particularly in the first 2 games. And we'll see what he has in store for us tomorrow, the final day.
Absolutely.
We're going to send it over to hear from Hera now with our pro analyst, Hart, and our pro host, Mazmora.
Sweeps freaking Andy, 3-0. Hera, every time you don't win a group stage game, as it was the case against Sebastian, questions start swirling in regarding your shape, regarding your form. But I wonder how much of that actually applies to you as well. So when you don't win a round like that, do you start questioning your training? Do you start questioning whether your preparation was enough? Was there something you could have done better? How is it for you?
When I lose the game, especially in like the group stage where you can learn from it, I see it as like a good learning opportunity. But like normally what we do is we just review the rec. I have like 5 guys around me just telling me how bad I am for doing this, and that wrong. And I think that like high standard sets a good precedent or like a good follow-up, I guess, into the later rounds of the tournament where you can't afford to lose games. So then you can kind of tighten things up.
I think it's we often talk about how Mr. Yo starts the tournament very shaky, and then he improves and improves. But I think it's underestimated how much you do the same, right? In your set against freaking Andy for the group stage, you lost the map, the random map, Fernando de Noronha, right? And this time you randomed it again, but now you came up with something completely different. So what's the thought process behind, like, what goes on behind the scenes that makes you lose to him at first and then beat him so convincingly?
Yeah, so that's obviously a really good point. I think when I lost that map in the group stage, I basically went back to the practice room and played like 10 games of Fernando. And then we came to the conclusion that Vikings are pretty good there. I don't even know if they're the best, but they're just pretty good. And I was able to take the win the second time around.
I think also something happened in game 2. In game during the group stage, Winchester also villager rushed on the game 2 map,
Yeah.
And this time you used it in your favor and you will rush him. The game got super messy. There were some traps. There were some crazy stuff. It's pretty clear that you're taking things from your opponent and you're using them in your favor.
Yeah, actually, after game 1, I had like I looked at the crowd and Vinchester was waving his hand like this, going crazy.
That's what reminded you.
Yeah, I was like, "Is that Vinchester?" And so for the game 2, I had to give him a shout out and use the strategy. I wasn't even planning to do that, but I just felt like seeing Vinch so happy, I had to do it for him. You know.
All right, so we got here the replays going. First map was Fernando de Noronha, Vikings for Hera, Kells for Chicken Andy. So the casters were speculating that Andy might have gone a little bit too early to calculate here, Hera, and that penalized his production basically. Could you agree?
I'm actually not sure how it goes. I haven't played enough games to know, but all I know is that if you have more ships, you can stack patrol and beat your opponent very skillfully. So that's what I was trying to do, just really get more ships than him in every engagement. But I actually think he opened better than me with like an extra dock or something. He had more numbers for a long time there.
Yeah, so what actually happened is he had a pretty good build with the Kells, as usual by freaking Andy. He went up with like 2 extra fish, and you couldn't really get anything in return for it. So he was just a bit ahead in resources collected, as you can see. Thankfully, though, you were Vikings, so you didn't feel it that much.
Yeah, I'm saving on every ship that I make. But I do feel like he had the better opening since I was back dock, and I couldn't punish the extra fish that he added.
Yeah, and eventually the game goes to Castle Age, the numbers are even. Suddenly, handcard for Vikings starts to kick in as well. You catch up, and then it's just a free Vikings game, right?
Yeah, and also I get like longboats. I get the a lot of people probably don't know this. I get the siphons, I think it's called, the fire ship splash damage or charge attack, let's say. And Celts don't get that. So like a lot of like Celts are 4-0 in this tournament, but I feel like that's just because they weren't pushed to deep waters, to like the Castle Age and beyond on water. And I think that's kind of let them get away with that.
Okay, very quick. I know we're already seeing game number 2, but I need to ask you this, Hera. I'm always trying to find some viability for the Portuguese on an island map. Would you say the Portuguese could counter the Vikings on that map, especially because they have the caravels and people are abusing the longboats?
I think Portuguese are really good, but you have a slow opening, and it could be really snowballing on this water meta. Yeah, exactly.
All right, so going into game 2, Malay against Bengalis. It's always scary to see Andy with Bengalis. He's a really good monk rusher. So did that also influence the way you approach this game? Just kind of going for like ultra aggression, making sure he can't just FC and get to monks?
To be honest, I was seeing Vinicius in the crowd. That was the only thought process. He was so happy, he was waving his hand, and that was the main idea. I just think it's good to do that, but I think like melee have answers to monk rush anyway. I'm not that scared of it.
Okay, so you just, giving a little bit of honor to Winchester there.
Yeah.
The game got messy once again. There's a lot of quick ball in there. You had some highlights which usually you don't get with the Bills. You don't get those, bro.
I usually don't. I was actually really happy with myself. That's true.
And yeah, the game, I think you just got a nice lead. Did you know you were ahead, or do you think it was even after the initial Bill Warren, or?
No, I thought I was ahead. Not that much though, but I thought I was ahead. I had a small advantage, I felt like.
All right, so eventually you just managed to snowball on water and take the game to Cáceres with a pretty nice lead. He did monk rush though, eventually.
Yeah.
Did it ever get a bit scary, or did you just know like, okay, I'm just too ahead to lose from here?
It's not scary because I had the karambits. Like I feel like if I didn't have karambits and I have to go light calf, then he mixes pikes. Okay, it gets really messy. But since I have karambits, I feel like it's such a good tool to push back any monk rush. So it really wasn't scary due to having that unit. But if I don't have that, if I have like let's say like a different unique unit, I feel like this push is really scary for sure.
Yeah, definitely something to avoid from the Bengalis there. I think it did get messy, to be honest. The karambits do get converted quite easily, but you just make more forehead.
Yeah, exactly. Like my castle queue is like 15 karambits on repeat. It's like my McDonald's order. Just like max that out.
Stacking them up.
Yeah, food please. But yeah, I feel like karambits here are just so good. Like they're just so cheap, spammable, and like if I don't win the first fight, I just win the next fight.
Of course, just another W for fat age, my friend. We take those.
So map number 3, as we're still waiting to see here we go. Map number 3. What a crazy game there, Hera. Phosphor is always there. Even when he's not here, he's here. So how did you read this game?
No, I spoke to Phosphor before the tournament. I said, give me some FC strats, bro. You're always helping the others. Help me out. He's so nice that he always helps people out. And he actually told me about Romans on this map. I said, what does this guy know? And then Romans came out and they're really good. No, I'm kidding. I actually knew they're strong because Phosphor told me. I was not disrespecting him. He's the GOAT at this point, but I actually wanted Khmer here. I was telling Hart earlier, I wanted Khmer to counter the Romans FC, but I thought he could go Koreans, he could go Dravidians here. And because of that, I felt like, okay, let's just go with the option that beats the other two civs. In the end, he went Roman FC, which counters Inca really hard, but I don't know. This game got messy, I guess.
Yeah, seems to be the theme in this game sometimes. He had so many low HP builds. Like if you just got a bit lucky with what your archers are hitting, you could have killed so much.
Yeah.
You were also micro-nerding the whole game. Kind of embarrassing to do that.
Unheard of.
Yeah, kind of embarrassing to go that far, but you do you, man.
The thing is, I had 10 archers and they did less than 1 archer. Like I needed one good man up front. I had 10 men initially and they were just terrible. I had like you up there. I needed like someone like Mr. Yo that gets the job done. You know what I mean? Someone like Lewis.
Somebody with a sharpened up sword.
Yeah, exactly. It's like my one archer was really good later.
Do you think maybe Champis earlier could have finished the game in style earlier or no?
No, so expensive to get to. I had no food. I think what I did was perfect actually. Just buy. He has no villas. He's not making villagers. That's why the strategy is like it gets so exposed sometimes. Because if you just don't die completely, you're so far ahead. So make sure your TC doesn't die, tower up, and then build up to that champions eventually. No need to rush it here. I can play 30 minutes. I have my stream running, like play 3-minute ads. Like the revenue's coming in. I have no rush whatsoever. He's got no bills. I'm chilling.
Let's squeeze that content.
Yeah.
Just run the ads for the boys there. And here he goes for a bit of a desperate play under your town center. You aim the scorpions, they go down. And then, this is just a Hera show. Like, you're just, at this point, you're styling for points, basically.
Yo, editor, put those clips on freaking YouTube Shorts, please.
Straight to the shorts.
But the thing is, every time the crowd got loud, I was like close. I got nothing.
You didn't get it.
I got nothing. None of those plays were good. It just looked good.
So anti-clutch.
All right, Hera, really appreciate your thoughts, my friend. And with that, we conclude day number 4 of the Brazilian Dynasty. I believe we should be having an overlay for tomorrow matchups. I mean, they are known. Obviously, we're going to be seeing Leary versus Mr. Yo. I believe that's going to be the first match of the game. Indeed, there it is, 13 GMT, and still to be decided. So you're not quite qualified just yet for the semifinals here.
Oh, there.
Okay, now you are.
Oh my God!
Now
Yeah. Thank you, man. It means a lot to me to be there.
That's close, man. Yeah. So tomorrow, of course, big day here at the Brazilian Dynasty. Last day of the tournament. We got 2 semifinals. We got 1 grand final. 3 best-of-7s across the board. Be there. Tell your friends about it, tell your parents about it, tell your dogs and cats about it, and make sure to be here. It's going to be an amazing show.
I want to say something.
Please do.
Sorry about that. I cut you off. That was really rude.
No,
but
no,
I have to
it's-
say it.
it's cool.
If
You're
Mr.
allowed.
Yo wins tomorrow against Leary, that's the most fraudulent run ever in an S tier. He won 2 games versus Sorokuma in the group stage. He gets into the quarterfinals, seed 8 somehow, and then beats the rank 1 of the group stage in
Bro,
quarterfinals.
You gonna interrupt me to talk shit about Yo like that?
Yes, of course, I have to.
All right.
No, but honestly, I think he's done a great job of getting back into the tournament because Sebastian is not a bad player. He's playing amazing.
I guess you could say that.
So yeah,
I guess
I just
you
wanted
could
to
say
squeeze that in there.
In any case, big thank you to the live audience. You guys were amazing. A lot of noise was made. A lot of energy. That was fantastic. Thank you so much, everybody, for being here. Be here tomorrow. Show is going to be even better. Tell everybody about it. Please be here, and you at home as well. Tune in. 13 GMT, last day of the Brazilian Dynasty. Until then, have a great one, and bye-bye, everybody.
See you all tomorrow. You're such a good host, bro. Honestly.
He's getting experience.
I will.
Oh, can I? Everybody go still here. It's important announcement to you guys. To everybody who's already got a badge, I don't know where mine is. To everybody who's already got one of these, if you bought one for the whole weekend, you need to bring it tomorrow. You won't be getting a new one. Em português, quem está aqui, quem já tem desses ingressos, tem que o trazer amanhã. Ok? Amanhã não... Ok, obrigado a todos. Tenham boa noite. Thank you.